Sumu woke up on a 600-square bed. His vacant eyes stared at the enormous crystal chandelier on the ceiling composed of 1239820 top-grade crystals that shimmered with a luxurious luster beneath the sunlight. Gradually his gaze came into focus and a faint trace of weariness surfaced within his otherwise tranquil eyes. All of a sudden he felt a tightness in his chest, as though something heavy was pressing down on it. His brows furrowed and he lifted his head slightly only to see a dazzlingly pale leg, long, fair, and perfectly shaped, lying across him. Sumu frowned and pushed the white leg aside. Its owner turned over with a pout of her red lips, expressing her displeasure, then continued sleeping. A few strands of black hair slid from her face, revealing features so beautiful they were almost shocking, with a bead of crystalline drool still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, Sumu felt not the slightest ripple in his heart, for he had 11 more women like her. Moreover, those 11 others were sprawled all over the 600-square bed, their bodies lying in disarray, while a sweet fragrance permeated the air. If anyone else were present, they would be stunned to discover that all 12 women were top-tier celebrities, models, and campus belles. Sumu let his gaze wander back and forth over the 12 peerless beauties, then finally fixed his eyes on a campus belle, whose pure features evoked the innocence of first love, and reached his hand toward her. With a thud, the pure-looking campus belle was shoved aside, rolling twice across the bed. The commotion naturally woke her. She blinked her large, confused eyes, the very picture of someone dazed and bewildered just after waking. Sumu paid her no attention. Instead, from the very spot where she had been lying, he picked up a book that had been pressed beneath her body. The warmth of the book seeped into his palm. On the cover were the words "Practical Tutorial on Clinical Hypnosis." He flipped to page 128, where a bolded title caught his eye: How to Use Voice Props and Mannerisms for Hypnotic Suggestion. Sumu studied it carefully, immersing himself in the text. By then, the 12 peerless beauties beside him had also woken one after another and begun to frolic around the bed. A woman with exotic features sashayed over with a coquettish laugh. "Hubby, stop reading. Are those books really more pleasant to look at than we are?" Her words drew peals of laughter from the other women as well. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Sumu's face, and he casually snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, it was as if some hidden switch had been flipped. The entire space was instantly plunged into an eerie stillness, and the laughter of the 12 beauties cut off abruptly. Immediately afterward, a mysterious force descended, like an eraser gently drawn across the scene. In a flash, the 12 peerless beauties vanished into thin air, leaving only Sumu in the vast room, accompanied solely by the occasional rustle of turning pages. 2 hours later, Sumu tossed the book aside, his brows slightly knitted. Out of this entire book, only a few minor tricks are actually useful. The rest is nothing but rubbish. He then flung himself heavily onto the bed. His thin body sank into the soft mattress, and the weariness in his eyes grew even more pronounced. It was a peculiar kind of exhaustion, not born of labor, but rather like that of an utterly indulgent noble, whose every desire has been fulfilled, leaving behind only a faint lingering fatigue. "A life like this is unbearably dull," Sumu murmured in lament. "Am I really going to die one day from sheer—" The empty room offered no reply. After a long silence, he muttered, "Forget it, I might as well watch a show." He rose and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window beside the television. The bright glass reflected a delicate yet handsome face, its contours sharply defined with black, profound eyes that gleamed like dark gemstones. A youth who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The only flaw was that his figure was far too thin, his skin bearing a sickly pallor. Coupled with the faint, unshakable weariness that lurked in the depths of his desire-sated eyes, he resembled a noble vampire straight out of a Gothic tale. Standing before the window high above the ground, Sumu gazed down from over 100 meters at the entire city below, bustling streets, streams of traffic, pedestrians as small as ants. He casually picked up the remote control lying beside the television. He pressed the red button on it. With a soft click, time itself seemed to freeze. In the very next instant, the television remained dark while the world outside blazed with sudden brilliance, as if the sun had plummeted to earth in a torrent of searing light. Deafening explosions thundered across heaven and earth, one after another. The once prosperous city seemed in a single instant to have had a dozen nuclear bombs dropped upon it. Mushroom clouds rose one after another, while blinding white light surged out like a tidal wave, devouring everything and erasing the city from existence. Sumu calmly appreciated the apocalyptic spectacle before him. The sky-piercing white radiance reflected in his eyes, slightly dispersing the weariness that had settled there. Even after seeing it so many times, it is still so pleasing to the eye, he said in admiration. The next instant, the white light swallowed the skyscraper he stood in. Sumu woke up on a narrow bed 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. The 12 stunning beauties were gone. In their place were slightly yellowed walls, a worn wardrobe, and a wooden desk pile. The immense contrast was akin to being reborn into another life. Yet he had not reincarnated. He had simply woken up. Indeed, Sumu had just been dreaming. It was the perfect illustration of that saying, in dreams, anything is possible. And in Sumu's dreams, anything was possible in the truest sense. In his dreams, he was almost omnipotent, able to create entire worlds with a single thought. Whether it was a modern metropolis awash in material desire, an immortal cultivation realm where one could soar through the heavens, or a Western fantasy world of sword and sorcery. So long as he could imagine it, he could bring it into being. Craving beauty. Campus belles, celebrities, immortal fairies, saintesses, and elves lined up for him to choose from at will, and every sensation they evoked felt just as real as in the waking world. Craving power. He could take turns being a federal speaker, an ancient emperor, a heavenly emperor of the immortal realm, or a supreme divine lord. Craving wealth. That he truly did not care for, because within his dreams he had no need to spend money at all. A year ago when he first started having these dreams, Su-mu was utterly intoxicated. In reality, he was just an ordinary student and an orphan, not exactly destitute, but living only at the edge of basic comfort. The overwhelming impact of the dream world brought him an unparalleled thrill. There he could unleash his desires and enjoy every delight the world, and even fictional worlds, had to offer, such as casually stepping into a power fantasy novel as the protagonist. He did that more times than he could count, roaming through every kind of popular story. Yet the world he loved most was one from a particular novel titled, Until Death Do I Rest. A power fantasy he had entered no fewer than 10 times, still unwilling to leave it behind. Moreover, he could control the flow of time in his dreams, extending it to as long as a full year. Thus, a single night's sleep in reality could equate to an entire year spent within a dream. Yet humans are strange creatures. We suffer when our desires go unfulfilled, and we grow bored when those same desires are fully satisfied. The days of delight went on for more than 100 years of dream time. For over a century, Su-mu indulged himself until he grew tired, then bored, and eventually vaguely repulsed. It was like a gamer playing with invincibility cheats for over 100 years on the same game, exhilarating at first, but increasingly dull as time went by. What struck him most was the greatest difference between reality and dreams. In his dreams, people were in essence nothing more than NPCs, robots he himself had created. Within the dream, nothing truly unexpected ever occurred. He knew with perfect clarity what line each person would speak next, what action they would take. After all, he was the only one in the entire dreamscape who possessed genuine thought. Everyone else existed only as extensions born from his own mind. This made his boredom deepen even further. So he no longer contented himself with mere enjoyment. He began to seek out stimulation, adventure, slaughter. Decades more slipped by and no thrill in existence could stir his interest anymore. Only boredom remained. Meanwhile, Su-mu noticed that his once healthy body in reality had started to weaken. From time to time, he suffered headaches and nosebleeds, yet his mind grew preternaturally clear, his memory and cognitive abilities soaring at a frightening pace. At the time, he paid it little heed, continuing to immerse himself in the dream world every day, hoping to unearth some sliver of novel excitement. He could not be bothered to face reality, which he considered even duller than his dreams. Until one day he awoke to an agony that felt as if a drill were boring into his skull. Pain tore through his head, blood began to flow from all 7 orifices, and at last he collapsed into unconsciousness. Only then did he realize something was truly wrong. He went to the hospital for a full examination, but nothing abnormal could be found. The doctors merely told him he lacked exercise, was slightly anemic, and had low blood sugar. So he began cutting back on his dream time and tried to exercise his body, but it was useless, completely useless. Training, medication, dietary supplements. No matter what method he attempted, his body grew weaker by the day, and the pain in his head only intensified. Su-mu could clearly sense his life force slipping away bit by bit. The feeling that he might die at any moment, utterly beyond his control, and with no known cause, was truly wonderful. Having just gotten out of bed, Su-mu sat before his desk as bright crimson blood dripped from his nostrils onto the pristine pages of his notebook. The splattered patterns it formed possessed a strange, morbid beauty. A sickly flush spread across his cheeks, and the violent pain in his head made his body tremble uncontrollably, yet he was laughing as if he had just discovered some fascinating new prey. He picked up his pen and rapidly scrawled across the bloodstained notebook, 7 days. I have only 7 days. For the 368th time I woke from that dream, and once again my mental power has grown. As I previously deduced, each time I dream my spiritual strength increases. This increase is not a fixed increment of 111, but a percentage-based amplification. The exact amount by which each dream enhances my mental power cannot be quantified with data. At present, I do not possess any standard by which to measure its precise value. Based on rough estimation, the increase should be approximately 1%. Writing to this point, Su-mu paused for a moment, then finally added one more conclusion. 4th conjecture regarding the dream realm. The dream realm possesses the ability to restore and enhance mental power. Even if one exhausts all of their spiritual strength while awake, a single dream is enough to replenish it entirely and increase the total amount of mental power by 1%. This increase in total mental power has nothing to do with whether or not mental power is expended. He set his pen down and began flipping through his earlier conjectures about the dream realm. First conjecture: as long as I fall asleep, I will dream, and upon waking the total amount of my mental power will inevitably have increased. This can be prevented only by refusing to sleep. Second conjecture: within the dream, reading and studying, frightening stimulation, indulgent pleasure, wanton destruction of the dreamscape. Any activity that consumes effort and triggers emotional fluctuations can effectively deplete mental power. Third conjecture: the flesh is a vessel and mental power is water. Once mental power exceeds the maximum capacity the body can contain, it will inflict severe damage upon the flesh. The specific symptoms include headache, tinnitus, nosebleeds, weakness in the limbs, muscular atrophy, and so on. Su-mu snapped the notebook closed. He had a very clear understanding of his current situation. In essence, it could be summed up in one sentence: he was ill, afflicted with a bizarre condition that allowed his mental power to grow without limit. His frail body was already utterly overburdened, unable to contain the ever-increasing spiritual strength. In 7 days he would be dead. The cure in theory was simple: strengthen the body so that it could bear the overwhelming mental power. The problem, however, was that given his current physical condition, ordinary training methods were utterly useless, like forcing a critically ill patient to undergo violent physical exercise, which would not alleviate the illness, but only hasten death. For now, the only thing he could do was to expend vast quantities of mental power every day to relieve the pressure on his. To put it in simple, vulgar terms, the flesh was like a bladder and mental power was urine. At this moment, Sumu lived every day in a state where his bladder was on the verge of exploding. In such a condition, even walking was difficult. Only by emptying that bladder could he return to a semblance of normal, and after a single sleep the bladder would be full again, with its capacity increased by yet another 1% of urine. That was why previously he had sought out 12 peerless beauties in his dreams, studied books there, and even blown up the dream world itself, because he was relieving himself, consuming mental power. Now upon waking from this sleep, his mental power was full again, and stronger. Feeling as though his skull were about to split apart from the pain, Sumu collapsed forward onto the desk, his chest heaving violently, as cold sweat beaded densely across his forehead. At the same time, a low-key, yet luxurious black sedan rolled to a stop before a dilapidated apartment building. Passers-by on the street could not help but glance over, for in District 13 such an extravagant car was a rare sight. Only when the people inside the car stepped out did the pedestrians abruptly pale and hurriedly avert their gazes no longer. 2 burly men in black suits emerged from the vehicle, thick necks marked by black venomous snake tattoos. Their eyes swept sharply over their surroundings, and the nearby pedestrians promptly shifted their gaze away, not daring to meet their eyes. The murderous aura rolling off the two of them was so intense that calling them fiends incarnate would not have been an exaggeration. Yet what truly terrified the onlookers was not their ferocious bearing, but the black snake tattoos on their necks. Everyone who lived in District 13 knew exactly what those marks meant. The Viper Gang, the most notorious criminal syndicate in District 13, famed for its vicious, ruthless methods. Anyone targeted by the Viper Gang rarely lived to see the next day. Ignoring the fearful stares around them, the 2 Viper Gang members took a wheelchair from the trunk and then strode into the decrepit apartment building. Only when they disappeared from sight did the crowd finally dare to breathe again, whispering among themselves. Why would the Viper Gang come here? Someone must have taken out a usurious loan. They're here to collect, someone said in terror. Did you see that wheelchair? They must be planning to break someone's legs. Fools. No matter how desperate you are, you can't borrow money from the Viper Gang. That's nothing but a death wish. Maybe they really had nowhere else to turn. In times like these, we should get out of here. Whatever spectacle the Viper Gang is putting on isn't something we can afford to watch. Careful not to get splattered in blood. The pedestrians scattered like startled birds and beasts, hurriedly putting distance between themselves and the place. A short while later, the door to Sumu's apartment opened, and the 2 men in black suits, wheelchair in hand, strode into the room. Their eyes swept the room with cutting sharpness, finally locking onto Sumu's bedroom. The door to the bedroom was ajar. The 2 men exchanged a glance, then headed straight toward it. Sumu, whose headache had eased slightly, heard the commotion. He turned around and saw the 2 ferocious-looking men standing in the doorway like door gods. "Boss!" The 2 men in suits cried out fervently. Sumu frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you? Don't use that gang lingo. Address me by my title." The 2 men instantly went pale with alarm and hastily corrected themselves. "Yes, leader."
"Still dare to be stubborn? Then let me show you who I am." Han Qingqing swung her broad knife once more, this time using 2/10 of her strength. The knife came at an unseen speed, and Qin Jin widened his eyes in anger, barely managing.
The mysterious noble then attempted to stand, but the moment he got halfway up, a wave of vertigo crashed through his brain, and he fell back heavily onto the stool. The 2 men in suits stood like wooden statues. Expressionless, Sumu said, "Help me up." At his order, they hurried forward and carefully lifted him into the wheelchair. Moments later, Sumu sat in the wheelchair and was carried by the 2 suited men down to the car. The headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang. In a dimly lit hall, Sumu sat in a wheelchair. Behind him was an imposing wall intricately engraved with dazzling dark golden patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the so-called dark golden patterns were actually a multitude of Ouroboros intertwining and forming one mysterious symbol after another. In front of him stood a sea of people, no less than 100, all clad in black suits, ties around their necks, with robust men tattooed with black snakes. Surrounding the hall were candles, emitting a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine, filling the air with a faint, soothing scent. The crowd of men in black suits called out in unison, their fierce faces etched with fervor, gazing at Sumu. Sumu calmly nodded, beginning his daily session of brainwashing hypnosis. This was part of his routine, consuming his overflowing mental energy through hypnosis. The art of hypnosis was self-taught. He had read every book on hypnosis available in the market. The effective methods recorded in these books were few, and the procedures were quite complicated, making it difficult to hypnotize anyone with even a slight sense of vigilance. However, this was only true for ordinary individuals. He was different, possessing a mental strength far beyond that of average people, allowing hypnosis in his hands to transform from the mundane to the extraordinary. The Poison Snake Gang was the largest faction in District 13 of Star City, with hundreds of core members and thousands of peripheral lackeys known for their ruthlessness and unscrupulous methods, comprised entirely of scoundrels with a notorious reputation throughout the district. Yet before Su Mu, this ferocious gang behaved like docile lambs. Months ago, Su Mu had gradually infiltrated the Poison Snake Gang through hypnosis, starting with a lone lackey, using his mental strength to hypnotize him, and then instructing the hypnotized lackey to call upon his friends, and so forth day after day, until all the core members of the Poison Snake Gang were hypnotized. No matter how vicious the Poison Snake Gang was, they were just ordinary people who could not resist such extraordinary. For Su Mu, who was the emperor of the immortal realm, the supreme of the demon realm, and the sovereign of the divine realm, controlling a gang held no sense of achievement. The Poison Snake Gang merely served as a tool for him to expend his mental energy. Hypnosis was not permanent. Like brainwashing, it could rebound if not refreshed after a period. Under the watchful eyes of the Poison Snake Gang members, Su Mu took out a dark golden pocket watch adorned with intricate floral patterns, the design mirroring the wall behind him, both intertwined with Ouroboros. This was his designed hypnotic symbol. According to the book on psychological hypnosis teachings, hypnosis requires a unique symbol to serve as an anchor point, which should not be commonplace, preferably maintaining enough mystery and uniqueness to capture immediate attention. For this purpose, he chose the Ouroboros, a snake that bites its own tail. The Ouroboros is a symbol that has persisted since ancient times, typically circular, but sometimes twisted into the shape of the number 8. It symbolizes death and rebirth, eternity and unity, as well as infinity cycles and immortality. He gently released his grip, allowing the pocket watch to slip from his hand, suspended in midair by a thin golden chain swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Everyone look at the pocket watch. A deep magnetic voice emanated from Su Mu, flowing into the ears of the Poison Snake Gang members like a gentle stream. In the next moment, all eyes focused on the mysterious pocket watch swaying rhythmically with its movement. The scent of jasmine from the surrounding candles wafted through the air, harmonizing with the floral patterns on the wall behind. Suddenly, he lowered the tinted glasses on his face, revealing the deep-set eyes behind them. Under the enhancement of his mental strength, those eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated from Su Mu's eyes like hundreds of invisible snakes, scattering and slowly drilling into the minds of the crowd, igniting their fervor, compelling them to kneel, as if worshipping their deity. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! The chants of adoration echoed, lingering in the air. This was Su Mu's hypnosis. The principle of hypnosis is quite simple, leading the attention of the other party and exploiting the opening to fixate their gaze on the pocket watch, concentrating their focus on an external object while neglecting their defenses against their inner world. This is also why the design of the pocket watch features the Ouroboros. Our regular pocket watch might be overlooked after a brief glance, but a mysterious pattern can attract more attention. As for why he used a pocket watch, the reasoning is the same. In an era where everyone wears wristwatches, suddenly pulling out a pocket watch is quite eye-catching. Aside from the pocket watch, the scented candles surrounding them were specially made to have a mild calming effect. Inhaling them would not harm the body, but would relax the mind. The Ouroboros wall behind him was meant to enhance psychological suggestion, while the tinted glasses served to obscure his eyes and block direct gazes. Humans have a peculiar psychological tendency. The less they can see, the more they want to look. For instance, a woman in a bikini reveals much, yet people's gazes are often unconsciously drawn to the concealed parts. Similarly, the tinted glasses blurred his eyes, causing people to instinctively focus on the glasses, wanting to see the eyes behind. Thus, when Su Mu removed his glasses, it naturally drew attention, directing others to his eyes. All these methods had one objective: to guide the attention of the hypnotized subjects, exploiting the opening to enter. This hypnosis technique is quite common and often ineffective because ordinary hypnotists cannot utilize mental strength. Even if they guide the subject's attention, they can only rely on words to create psychological suggestions. Su Mu, however, took advantage of his mental strength to directly control the subject's mental world. There is a qualitative difference between the two. Su Mu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of emptiness from the intense consumption of mental energy, making his body feel lighter. This allowed him to successfully stand up from his wheelchair. He gently raised his hand, and the chants ceased abruptly, all eyes fervently fixed on him, as if waiting for a divine decree. That one stays, the rest disperse. Upon receiving the command, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a heavily built bald man with a scar on his face and triangular eyes, whose loose black suit fit him like a second skin, his bulging muscles threatening to burst the seams. The bald man was named Zhao Chaoyao, a name quite difficult to pronounce yet incongruent with his appearance, which is why Su Mu never addressed him directly, referring to him simply as that one. Zhao Chaoyao was a prominent figure in the Poison Snake Gang, responsible for daily operations. Since the unexpected demise of the gang's upper management, he was now considered the second-in-command. Leader, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. That one, do you have any news regarding the matter I instructed you about? Reporting to the leader, my subordinates who were sent to keep an eye on Yang Dongqing have all lost contact. Yesterday, my subordinates discovered their bodies at a dump near Yang Dongqing's home. Oh, Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of interest igniting within him. What was the cause of death? Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath, a flicker of visceral dread flashing across his eyes, as if haunted by some terror. blunt force trauma to the skull, multiple fractures throughout the body. During the time they vanished, Yang Dongqing happened to be absent from home. Based on forensic traces at the scene, he is the prime suspect. Though what? Su Mu's lips curled into a subtle predatory arc, as if he had just spotted an intriguing core. I'm no expert in forensic terminology, but their deaths were highly unusual. They appeared struck down by some heavy metallic blunt instrument, yet inexplicably bore clear intact fist impressions on their bones. Chief, could it be that Yang Dongqing wore iron-reinforced gauntlets and beat them to death with his bare hands? At these words, Su Mu smiled silently, the amber lenses of his glasses failing to conceal the eerie glint smoldering in his eyes. At last I found him. Zhao Chaoyao's expression shifted instantly. You mean? Yang Dongqing is one of the legendary transcendents. Yet my agents have thoroughly investigated his background. He's merely a destitute student and orphan, and moreover, his voice trailed off, growing fainter, his expression shifting to unease, his gaze darting away from Su Mu. For suddenly he realized the man he'd just described bore an uncanny resemblance to his own chief. The chief, too, was an orphan, a penniless student, and a transcendent. So why couldn't Yang Dongqing be one as well? Could it be? Zhao Chaoyao seemed to pierce through a long-overlooked blind spot. Perhaps the condition for becoming a Su Mu paid no heed to his subordinate's trepidation. Instead, he turned and lifted a crystal decanter from the nearby table. Deep crimson wine swirled gently within its slender neck. Tink. The rim of the bottle met the stemless goblet with a crystalline chime. Rich velvety wine poured in a steady glistening stream, pooling like liquid garnet in the glass. Su Mu raised the glass and sipped, just once. A faint flush bloomed across his pallid cheeks, his eyes drifted shut, as though savoring some distant, elusive memory. Moments later he opened his eyes, brows slightly furrowed. As wretched as ever, he disliked red wine's taste. He preferred the crisp cleanness of beer, the mellow depth of baijiu. But regrettably his current physical state permitted only this red wine, used not for pleasure, but as a sedative, to numb his nerves, to dull the relentless throb of his headache. Continue. He swirled the ruby liquid in his glass. By the way, Chief, shall we keep surveillance on Yang Dongqing? No need. Surveillance was only to confirm whether he was a transcendent, and now that is virtually certain. A mere university student, yet he shattered 2 Serpent Gang enforcers' skulls barehanded, and left unmistakable fist imprints upon their bone. Such power defies even the notion of innate strength. Then, what is our next move? Su Mu lifted the wine glass, its polished surface reflecting the enigmatic curve of his lips. Then in one smooth motion he emptied it. As the last drop vanished, his lips parted, releasing a single languid word laced with the faintest trace of alcohol: hunt. Transcendence. A tremor ran through Zhao Chaoyao's frame. His face flushed, not just with excitement, but with raw, reverent tension. To hunt a transcendent, the stuff of myth, was something he had never dared dream possible. A black sedan glided along a crumbling street. On either side stood low, weathered dwellings. Behind them rose towering smokestacks, belching thick plumes of black smoke into the air, dispersing fine soot like ash rain. In the rear seat, Su Mu gazed quietly out the window. Passers-by wore drab workwear, deep grays and navy blues, and moved with hurried, hollow-eyed weariness. Occasionally pastel pink lights glowed softly from modest homes, where vividly dressed women lingered, bright yellows, bold reds, short skirts fluttering like rare blossoms defiantly blooming amid a monochrome wasteland. Su Mu did not know whether he himself qualified as a transcendent. Even before seizing control of the Serpent Gang, he had been utterly unaware such beings existed. After all, he was simply an ordinary citizen of Xingqing's 13th district, one among the 72 cities under the Crimson Flame Empire. In Xingqing, districts 1 through 10 constituted the upper city, home to elites, officials, celebrities, magnates, and imperial nobility. Districts 11 through 20 formed the lower city, populated by laborers, farmers, rife with gangs, and teeming with streetwalkers and thieves. Factories sprawled across the lower city alongside vast farmlands, livestock pens, and sprawling landfills, all dedicated solely to feeding, supplying, and cleansing the upper city. The upper city consumed abundance, leaving pollution, obsolescence, and desolation for the lower city. This chasm between them was not metaphorical, it was enforced by walls dividing humanity into rigid castes, 2 worlds sealed apart. Perhaps transcendents were no secret in the upper city, but in the lower city they remained phantoms, whispered myths inaccessible to the exhausted masses crushed beneath endless toil. Through the Serpent Gang's intelligence network, Su Mu learned of a rare breed of humans, beings wielding powers beyond mortal comprehension, powers known as transcendents. He knew neither how to become one nor the source of their power, nor even whether he himself counted among them. Yet none of that mattered. He would hunt a transcendent, regardless. He would hunt Yang Dongqing, the transcendent whose sudden emergence ignited his last hope. A pair of bare fists shattering skulls, leaving indelible imprints upon bone. Such terrifying physical mastery needed no explanation. If he could seize that power, he might just reign in his spiraling, uncontrollable spiritual energy, and survive. Half an hour later, the black sedan halted near a school. A tarnished bronze plaque hung above its gate, weathered by wind and sun, its engraved characters reading Elite Middle School, now nearly illegible. Yet the name was no misnomer, its graduates were true elites, guaranteed factory placements without bribes or connections, forged from birth as master artisans of the assembly line. Sumu, dressed in black casual attire, slowly stepped out of the car, immediately attracting the attention of many students. After all, it was rare in District 13 to see someone like him arriving at school in a luxury car. Hissed the latest Thunder X600, whose ride is this? It's so extravagant. Who else could it be? It's Su Xiao from Class 2 of Grade 3. Someone scoffed, their words laced with thick sarcasm. Su Xiao. Isn't he the sickly boy suffering from narcolepsy? I heard he takes leave every few days. Some even saw him fainting in class. What's he doing at school today? Shu, keep your voice down. Are you looking for trouble? A classmate witnessed him getting close to the Poison Snake Gang, and it's rumored that he is the prince of the Poison Snake Gang. As soon as the name of the Poison Snake Gang was mentioned, the whispering classmates fell silent, not daring to speak further, or even glance at Sumu twice. Sumu walked into the school gate leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane. The cane's handle was crafted from gold and diamonds with a small clock hidden at its center, and the watch face was adorned with a mysterious Ouroboros. He walked slowly with his cane akin to an emperor surveying his domain, his handsome features, slender frame, pale skin, and the enigmatic gaze hidden behind tea-colored glasses all imbued him with a breathtaking mystery. Some girls in the school admired him, and even spread rumors behind his back claiming that his ancestors were nobles who had fallen to the lower city for some reason, jokingly referring to him as the lost noble. However, the reality was known only to him. Using a cane was not for show, but due to his current physical condition, he would be relying on it for the rest of his life. As he approached the teaching building, a petite girl with short hair, wearing a deep blue school dress, jogged over, abruptly stopping in front of Sumu. A faint blush had already crept onto her fair face, and she tightly clutched a pink letter. Sumu. The girl's large eyes flickered like stars, unable to meet Sumu's gaze directly. She seemed to be quite well known among the students, as their attention noticeably shifted towards her upon her arrival. Isn't this Jiangyu from Class 2 of Grade 3? Is she holding a love letter? Is she going to confess to Sumu? Why are there girls confessing to Sumu again? This world is unjust. A boy lamented. Hey, if you had a luxury car picking you up every day and looked good, naturally girls would confess to you. The surrounding whispers only made Jiangyu's face turn even redder. If the weather were any hotter, one might think she would start steaming. Sumu, are you feeling better? Jiangyu mustered her courage to speak. Sumu smiled gently, his warm and magnetic voice replying, much better, thank you for your concern. At that moment, the girl's face turned even redder, not daring to look up, fixated on her own toes. Then, that's good. I. She constantly fidgeted with the pink letter, stammering, yet unable to finish her sentence. Fortunately, Sumu helped her out, pointing to the letter. Is this for me? Jiangyu's petite body trembled slightly, as if a spring had been released, lifting her head to muster the courage to glance at Sumu, only to see the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, causing her newfound courage to ebb away like a tide, and her head snapped back down. However, the last bit of courage allowed her to successfully raise both hands, delivering the letter to Sumu's eyes. I like you. Jiangyue, who had not dared to look up, ultimately voiced her feelings. But unlike before, this time as she looked down, she not only saw her toes, but also a slightly tilted snake-patterned wooden cane. The golden watch face at the top of the cane reflected a different sheen in the sunlight, and the Ouroboros seemed to come alive, burrowing into the girl's mind. In an instant, the shyness on Jiangyu's face vanished entirely, replaced by an expressionless demeanor. Then a cold, robotic voice softly echoed, Leader Yang Dongqing arrived at the school 10 minutes ago. After finishing her words, Jiangyu, slightly dazed, reverted to her previous nervous and shy demeanor. Sumu's smile grew even gentler, a faint light flickering beneath his tea-colored glasses. I understand. Jiangyu raised her head nervously. You knew then, Sumu, you like. Thank you for telling me, Jiangyu. However, as a student, I believe academics should come first, don't you think? Jiangyu trembled slightly, her eyes welling with a bittersweet sensation. Glistening tears began to pool as she bit her lip and looked up, trembling. But she found that Sumu's tea-colored glasses had slightly slipped down, revealing a pair of dark, indistinct eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Jiangyu's tears miraculously ceased, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes as she subconsciously nodded. I think you're right. Then what are you waiting for? Go study. Okay. Then Jiangyu left as if nothing had happened. The girls hiding nearby quickly surrounded her, chattering with excitement. So how did it go? Did you succeed? I knew Sumu would definitely fall for you. Who doesn't know that our Xiaoyu is the class flower? Jiangyu smiled happily at her friends. No, I failed. The girls' voices immediately halted, looking at Jiangyu with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Don't joke with us. If you failed, how can you still be so happy? You've been secretly in love with Sumu for so long, and after finally getting the chance today, if you still failed, I don't believe you could smile. You'd have already shed tears. Jiangyu chuckled in disbelief. Am I that fragile in your eyes? I'm not lying to you. I was indeed rejected by Sumu. The girls were increasingly astonished. Really? Jiangyu, you haven't been traumatized, have you? A girl quickly reached out to touch Jiangyu's forehead, but Jiangyu dodged with a laugh. Oh, come on, I'm really fine. Although I was rejected, Sumu said something to me that I think is very true. What did he say? Jiangyu tucked her loose hair behind her ear, a smile blooming on her unadorned face, to prioritize academics. Sumu stepped into the teaching building where classes had yet to start, and the corridor was still filled with playful students. Some were joking about where to go after school, boasting about their newly acquired photo albums, while others were playfully tugging at a girl's hair, chased down the corridor by the girl. The girl whose hair had been pulled wore a flushed expression threatening while chasing the boy, but the laughter in her eyes suggested she wasn't truly angry. The boy ran wildly, occasionally looking back provocatively, his face displaying the smugness of a successful prank. Soon he found himself in front of Su Mu and, startled at the sudden obstacle, quickly veered to the side, brushing past Su Mu. Leader Yang Dongqing is in the restroom. A short, deep voice echoed as they brushed past the words, almost sounding like an auditory illusion. The girl followed closely behind, her face radiant with youthful energy. However, that vibrant energy seemed to freeze as she passed by Su Mu. Her expression suddenly turned blank, as if she were a puppet under control. Leader Cui Hao and the others are extorting Yang Dongqing in the restroom. After saying this, she seemed to revert to her original self. Don't run. If you have the guts, don't go back to class. Let's see if I don't poke you. Su Mu remained unfazed, leaning on his cane, walking forward like an elegant nobleman, yet instead of heading to the classroom, he went to the restroom. A few wisps of smoke drifted out from in front of the toilet door, mingled with muffled groans and cries of despair. He used his cane to lift the curtain stained yellow and stepped inside just as a boy was coming out. The boy had an utterly average face, one that could be lost in a crowd, yet there was a hint of arrogance and hostility in his demeanor, with several dark red streaks of blood on his fists. The boy had an utterly average face, one that could be lost in a crowd, yet there was a hint of arrogance and hostility in his demeanor, with several. Su Mu likewise ignored the boy, even though he was the target he had intended to hunt, Yang Dongqing. He walked straight to the toilet stall, pushed open the door with his cane, and saw 3 boys with dyed yellow hair sprawled haphazardly beside the toilet, wailing in agony. What the hell are you? The curse was only half finished when a dull thud resonated as the cane lightly tapped the ground. An unusual wave of mental energy spread out, causing the previously fierce expressions of the 3 boys with yellow hair to turn blank, then serious. Boss, what happened? Under Su Mu's gaze, the leader among the yellow-haired boys, Cui Hao, began to explain. We were extorting money from Yang Dongqing as usual, but this time he refused and beat us up. What do you plan to do next? I told him to stay after school if he dared. He agreed, and I found a big brother outside of school with dozens of people under him. I plan to contact him to block Yang after school. Hearing this, Su Mu smiled silently without a word and turned to leave the toilet. Soon after he had left, the wails from within the toilet rang out once more. In the classroom, Su Mu sat in the last row by the window, lost in thought as he gazed out at the scenery. The middle-aged balding teacher with glasses monotonously read from the textbook, while some students slept, others whispered, and only a few in the front row listened attentively. The teacher paid no attention to the class discipline. Unless the noise became too disruptive, he would let a few troublemakers stand outside. The rest of the time he lectured as if just to fulfill a duty. An ordinary classroom, an ordinary teacher, everything appeared so mundane. Yet who would have thought that within this small classroom existed a legendary transcendent, and someone who desired to hunt a transcendent? Yang Dongqing was Su Mu's classmate. Unlike the attention-grabbing Su Mu, Yang Dongqing was one of the most inconspicuous students in the class, often bullied and even extorted. But now things were different. The once timid Yang Dongqing had a hint of arrogance about him, a pride that set him apart like a crane among chickens, as if everyone else looked like mere lowlifes. At this moment, Yang Dongqing was lost in thought, occasionally lowering his head to jot down a few words in his notebook. No one knew what he was thinking. As time passed, nearly half of the class was gone, when suddenly Yang Dongqing's expression shifted, instinctively clutching his chest as a trace of fear emerged on his face. Mr. Wang, I want to go to the toilet. He suddenly raised his hand. Mr. Wang, who was lecturing, cast a faint glance at him and waved his hand. Go ahead. After hastily scribbling over the words in his notebook with his pen, Yang Dongqing immediately stood up and left the class. The management at Elite High School was so lax. Even so, this school remained the top school in District 13, though there were not many schools in the entire district. Tap, tap, tap. As the footsteps outside the classroom gradually faded away until they completely vanished, a strange scene unfolded. Mr. Wang's lecturing abruptly stopped, and the whispering students simultaneously ceased their chatter, as the entire classroom seemed to have been pressed on pause, instantly plunging into silence. All the students sat rigidly, as stiff as puppets. At the same time, everyone turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on Su Mu in the last row. Boss! A unified and low voice echoed. Su Mu withdrew his gaze from the window, landing it on the crowd. What did he write? Yang Dongqing's deskmate and the person behind him answered simultaneously. Dream. Nightmare. Su Mu's eyes flickered and a thoughtful expression emerged on his face. Dream. Nightmare. Why did Yang Dongqing write down these 2 words? It's not surprising for teenagers to write strange things, they always have odd fantasies. But as a transcendent, Yang Dongqing must be different. The once bullied boy suddenly rising was something that had only occurred in the past half-month. Clearly he had abruptly become a transcendent during this time. Thus, Yang Dongqing's writing of these 2 words could not be mere adolescent angst literature. It must be related to the sudden change he experienced connected to his being a transcendent. Could it be? Su Mu had a vague suspicion in his heart. Was Yang Dongqing like him, gaining abilities through dreams? Was it that his spiritual power grew infinitely, while Yang Dongqing's physical body enhanced infinitely? In other words, could he also be a transcendent? No, something felt off. That was Yang Dongqing had not been sleeping in class. He distinctly remembered that when he could control dreams, his greatest desire at any time and place was to sleep. Compared to being omnipotent in dreams, reality felt exceedingly dull. If Yang Dongqing was the same, he could not believe that given the nature of the other, he could resist the urge to sleep. Su Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. He enjoyed this sense of the unknown. The unknown signified surprise, and he had long since grown weary of omniscience in dreams. Su Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. He enjoyed this sense of the unknown. The unknown signified surprise, and he had long since grown weary. The droning lecture resumed. Su Mu's thoughts began to drift. In fact, he had already hypnotized everyone in the school, including the security guard's pet dog. To expend his ever-increasing spiritual power, how could he neglect the students around him? This was also why he discovered Yang Dongqing was a transcendent. One day half a month ago, he found that Yang Dongqing had actually broken free from his hypnosis. In other words, everyone in the school was like puppets on strings to him, and then the strings attached to Yang Dongqing snapped. It was then that Su Mu realized Yang Dongqing had become a transcendent. Half a month ago, Yang Dongqing had not attended class for about a week. When he returned to school, Su Mu intended to strengthen the hypnosis and casually waved the Ouroboros pattern on his cane before Yang Dongqing's eyes, but the latter showed no reaction. As a follow-up to test, Su Mu conducted a series of hypnosis suggestions leading to two conclusions. First, something had changed in Yang Dongqing, rendering ordinary hypnosis ineffective against him. Second, this change was primarily physical rather than mental, otherwise the hypnosis would have been discovered long ago. It was based on this premise that subsequent developments unfolded. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, echoing the anticipation of the students. Finally, school is over. Let's go play games when new arcade has opened on Shishan Road. I'm so hungry, I want to go home for dinner. Amid the noisy chatter, Yang Dongqing silently left the classroom, seeming to carry a burden. Ever since he raised his hand to ask to go to the restroom in the first period, his complexion had not improved. As Yang Dongqing reached the school gate, he was met by a battered and bruised Cui Hao who had gathered dozens of people waiting for him. Then he was dragged away by Cui Hao and his gang. Su Mu remained indifferent, climbing into a luxury car and driving away. Soon the car stopped in front of a residential building, where he was led to a room on the top floor by Zhao Chaoyao, the second-in-command of the Snake Gang. The room was empty, furnished only with a chair and a telescope by the window. In addition, two burly men in black stood inside along with a girl in a cheap dress, appearing pure and timid. The combination of two gangsters and a pitiful girl always evokes dark associations. Ignoring everyone, Su Mu sat down directly on the chair, and Zhao Chaoyao quickly lifted the telescope, carefully placing it next to his eyes. Lower it a bit. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao quickly adjusted the telescope's position, while Su Mu's gaze through the lens fell upon a narrow and crowded alley. The alley was filled with people, including Cui Hao and Yang Dongqing. Cui Hao, with an arrogant expression, pointed at Yang Dongqing's nose and cursed loudly, followed by the shouts of dozens behind him, some wielding baseball bats. Yang Dongqing, weren't you very arrogant before? Now that my big brother is here, why don't you try being arrogant again? Surrounded by dozens, Yang Dongqing showed no fear. Instead, he frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety, as if worried about something. Big brother, this is the guy who hit me. Cui Hao exclaimed excitedly, while the man referred to as Big Brother smiled faintly, nodding with an air of authority, indicating for him to relax. Then the Big Brother swaggered over to Yang Dongqing, not even looking him in the eye, instead casually taking a drag from his cigarette, pretending to be deep, as he patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. So you're Yang Dongqing, right? Take your hand away, Yang Dongqing replied coldly. The Big Brother's hand holding the cigarette paused slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth turned a bit colder as he remarked, young people today are so full of vigor, you remind me of myself back in the day. However, Yang Dongqing, you must understand one thing, being too fiery as a young man is not a good thing, especially. Oh, ouch, let go of me now. Yang Dongqing suddenly grabbed the Big Brother's hand and twisted it. With a loud crack, he broke it off. A piercing scream echoed through the alley. The Big Brother's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. Oh, ouch, let go of me now. Yang Dongqing suddenly grabbed the Big Brother's hand and twisted it behind his back, hushed towards Yang Dongqing. Facing the assault, Yang Dongqing smirked coldly. You guys are very unlucky because I'm in a bad mood today. He charged into the crowd like a human tank, effortlessly punching and sending people sprawling in a spray of blood. Those who struck him with sticks found not only were they uninjured, but they also heard the sound of metal clashing. Su Mu withdrew his gaze, his thoughts swirling as he turned his attention to the girl in the room. The girl trembled slightly, her pure face breaking into a charming smile. Is this the person you brought? Su Mu, leader, her name is Emily, the top performer at the Fengyue Club. Emily, hurry and call for people, Zhao Chaoyao urged. Emily's smile grew even more charming as she cooed, hello boss. Su Mu frowned, refrained from showing any worldly air. What I want is purity, someone untouched by the world like a pure moonlight. Do you understand? It's not just a matter of changing clothes. What did you say to her? Zhao Chaoyao's body trembled as he hurriedly explained, leader, I followed your instructions to the letter. Oh, Su Mu glanced at him lightly, saying meaningfully, so you mean it's my fault? Zhao Chaoyao broke into a cold sweat, quickly kneeling. I wouldn't dare. Emoli, remember how I instructed you to act like a student? Feeling the tension in the atmosphere, Emoli panicked. I'm just good at pretending to be a student, but I really haven't been to school much. The club just promotes me as a student. You. Zhao Chaoyao suddenly became anxious, as if feeling deceived. Well, it doesn't matter. Sumu sighed. I should have realized that someone like you with a head full of muscles couldn't fully grasp my instructions. Emoli, do you know your task? Emoli nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I understand I need to gain Yang Dongqing's trust, ideally, make him fall in love with me. Boss, you have to believe me, I've done my homework before coming here, or I've even written out a character background story and script. Oh, Sumu's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. I'm a good girl who dropped out to work, always dreaming of singing, but my father is addicted to gambling and lost all the money. My mother is sick and I have a brother in school. To pay off debts, treat my mother, and support my brother, I had to drop out and work in a bar singing and serving drinks. Later, a customer forced alcohol on me and took me away. On the way, I met Yang Dongqing and I begged him for help. He saved me, and then... Stop. Sumu raised his hand, interrupting with a sigh. A cliched plot: a gambling father, a sick mother, a brother in school, and a shattered life. It's simply uninspired. Faced with such criticism, Zhao Chaoyau's gaze towards Emoli turned hostile, while Emoli's face paled. She realized who she was dealing with. A formidable figure, the Snake Gang's second-in-command. Especially the young man standing in front of her, who commanded such respect from the gang's second-in-command. His status was already clear. If he were dissatisfied, the Snake Gang could easily dispose of her like squashing an ant. However, Sumu suddenly turned the conversation around, causing Emoli's heart to race. As the saying goes, classics endure. Since you all share the same template, it means this template is still quite effective for deceiving a naive student. Phew. Emoli let out a sigh of relief, knowing she had passed. Although the script is acceptable, your demeanor needs to change. You must embody the character of a girl who has faced such hardships but refuses to give up on her dreams. You should have a sense of stubbornness, resistance, and a sense of brokenness, you understand? Understood, I can do it. Saying this, Emoli took a deep breath and closed her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, she seemed like a completely different person. The worldly air faded entirely, as she bit her lip defiantly. In her clear, expressive eyes, though there were hints of tears, she no longer shied away, boldly meeting Sumu's gaze like a blade of grass braving a storm. Small, yet always resisting, full of life. Her eyes gradually sparkled with light, symbolizing her struggle against fate, her yearning for a brighter tomorrow like the brightest star in the dark night sky. Not bad, Sumu praised. Emoli immediately brightened her face, breaking into a charming smile. Sumu frowned. Maintain that state. You take her down to arrange things. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, quickly taking Emoli away to rehearse. Nightfall. Yang Dongqing, dressed in black with a cap and mask, stepped outside, for he never delayed revenge. During the day, Cui Hao had troubled him twice, already crossing his line. He couldn't allow the other party to breathe the same air as him. If it weren't for the daytime crowd, he would have surely killed him on the spot. He was indeed one who repaid grievances tenfold. Since the last incident, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, the sound of his fingers colliding with his palm resonating like steel, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. Power. This is the feeling of possessing power, but it is still not enough. I need more power to survive in this hell, to dominate my own life. His eyes burned with ambition, flickering with a mad desire. He adjusted his hood, hiding his face in the shadows, and his speed was swift like a phantom in the night, racing through the shadows. When Yang Dongqing reached a secluded alley, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowed. Help! Help! Please let me go. No. You BTCH, weren't you acting all high and mighty at the bar just now? Now you're begging for mercy. Too late. The cries of a young woman and the lewd laughter of a man echoed from the depths of the alley to Yang Dongqing's ears. Yang Dongqing's expression was indifferent. In the outer city, public safety had always been a major problem. He coldly shook his head. You reap what you sow. In his view, knowing the outer city had poor security, staying out late at a bar instead of going home certainly indicated. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice again. Big brother, this little lady is truly a beauty. She can't be a student, can she? This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Oh, I'm lucky today. Yang Dongqing's footsteps paused, and he turned to charge deeper into the alley. In the pitch-black alley, there were no streetlights, only the pale moonlight illuminating the scene of crime before him. A young woman in a cheap dress was being pinned against the wall by two scruffy-looking men. She struggled fiercely, but how could her strength compare to that of a man? Despair spread through her lively eyes, as if someone had sprinkled dust on a night pearl, dimming her gaze. But just when she was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene. Hope exploded in the girl's eyes. Save me. The newcomer was none other than Yang Dongqing. Stop. Let go of that girl. He charged in like a freight train going, without waiting for the two to react. Bang bang. With two punches thrown, the two men flew back like kites, with severed strings smashing against the walls on either side. When they got back up, they felt as if their bones were shattered. Oh, it hurts. Who the hell dares to ruin my fun? What greeted them was two kicks, sending them flying again, spitting blood. Get lost. Yang Dongqing snorted coldly. The two, realizing they had hit a hard wall, didn't dare to say a word. The girl, finally saved, seemed a bit overly frightened, collapsing onto the ground, without a word, burying her head between her legs, and sobbing quietly. Are you okay? Yang Dongqing stepped forward to ask. The girl trembled, slightly shaking for a while, before she finally raised her head. The moment she lifted her head, the cool moonlight shone upon her face, and Yang Dongqing was stunned. As a student, despite bearing extraordinary power, his mindset and vision had yet to undergo a complete transformation. Just like in school, everyone liked the same face for a reason, as their circles were mostly centered around school. An outstanding boy or girl would always attract the admiration of many. Once in society, one would realize that 698 is more cost-effective. Bathed in moonlight, Yang Dongqing saw a face like a pear blossom in the rain, a delicate figure, reddened eyes, disheveled hair, and a gaze filled with despair, yet a hint of stubbornness. The entire scene was filled with a sense of shattered beauty. Yang Dongqing had never witnessed such a scene, and an uncontrollable surge of protective instinct arose within him. Sensing Yang Dongqing's gaze, the girl curled up in fear, hastily reaching for her fallen strap. "Thank you for saving." The girl struggled to get up, but she seemed injured, finding it difficult to rise. Yang Dongqing instinctively reached out to help, but she recoiled like a frightened deer. Don't misunderstand." Strangely, he began to stutter. "I'm not like them. Oh, I won't hurt you." Perhaps this statement had an effect. The girl's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed a little. She raised her head, looking at Yang Dongqing with a stubborn, yet earnest gaze, the bright moon reflecting in her eyes. "Thank you. What's your name? I will definitely repay you in the future." Yang Dongqing. Without a moment's hesitation, the name slipped from his lips. "Dongqing." The girl blinked, her tension and fear easing considerably. "If I remember correctly, Dongqing is a flower, also a type of medicinal herb, symbolizing life, representing tenacity, righteousness, and vitality." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. It was the first time he realized that the name his late parents gave him had such profound meaning. The girl smiled slightly. "It's a beautiful name, very fitting for you. Well, I need to go back now. I'll walk you." The words slipped out almost involuntarily, and Yang Dongqing even forgot he was supposed to seek revenge on Cui Hao. The girl's gaze revealed a hint of wariness. "No need, I can go back by myself." Yang Dongqing felt a bit disappointed of seeing the girl about to leave. He didn't know how to keep her. Perhaps heaven heard his inner voice. Unexpectedly, as the girl took a couple of steps, she suddenly cried out in pain and began to fall to the cold ground. As an extraordinary being, Yang Dongqing had enough reflexes. He immediately stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the girl. In that moment, he finally understood what it meant to hold fragrant and delicate beauty in his embrace. His heart swayed. Was this how small girls were, so petite and fragile? Just as he was lost in thought, a weak voice like a mosquito buzzed from his arms. "Can you let me go now?" Yang Dongqing came back to his senses, his face turning red, and he hurriedly released the girl. "Thank you." The girl expressed her gratitude again, and then prepared to leave, limping away. Only then did he notice that her delicate ankle was already swollen and red. "Your foot is injured. Oh, walking back like this might worsen it. Let me take you home." The girl didn't look back, saying, "No need, I've troubled you enough. Oh, I can manage." "Oh." The girl's balance shifted uncontrollably again, and she was about to fall to the ground, but instead of the cold ground, she met a chest as hard as steel. Next, she felt herself being picked up. "Don't be stubborn. I'll carry you." Yang Dongqing's resolute voice reached her ear. The girl seemed hesitant to look at him, curling up her body, softly murmuring an affirmation. The boy carried the girl under the moonlight, the atmosphere serene and picturesque. "Nanimo." The girl suddenly broke the silence. "What?" Yang Dongqing didn't grasp the meaning at first. "My name." Yang Dongqing blinked, momentarily dazed. "Nanimo." He savored it quietly. Her name sounded melodious, almost poetic, yet unversed in literature as he was, he couldn't decipher its literary allusion, as Nanimo surely could. "A beautiful name. Does it carry a classical reference?" "Beautiful." The girl looked faintly surprised. "No one's ever called it beautiful before, guessed. Friends always think it's odd, so they usually just call me Malalai." "Not at all. I find it truly lovely." Nanimo smiled. A smile now softer, less guarded, edged with quiet delight. "Banana palms hang heavy with twin fruits. Malalai of the southern lands outshines 10,000 flowers." "What?" Yang Dongqing froze again. "Oh dear. I told you the origin of my name. Didn't you ask?" Nanimo chided lightly. "Did I? Huh." Yang Dongqing chuckled awkwardly, his peripheral gaze brushing across the profile of the girl nestled in his arms. "Truly, outshines 10,000 flowers. What did you just say?" Nothing. Must have misheard. But I clearly heard you say something about flowers." From a distant residential building, Su Mu slowly lowered his night vision binoculars, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. "What an extraordinary Nanimo. What a captivating Malalai. Reality proves far richer than dreams. Even minor figures possess their own luminous spark. Or rather, it is not reality itself that fascinates, but the people who inhabit it." Hidden behind the scenes, he had witnessed Malalai's masterful performance firsthand, even catching every line word for word. He could read lips, no barrier existed for him. Because learning within dreams consumed spiritual energy, he devoted himself to study in later stages, mastering an array of practical, unconventional skills: bomb-making, unarmed lethality, toxin formulation, and more. Because learning within dreams consumed spiritual energy, he devoted himself to study in later stages, mastering an array of practical, unconventional skills: bomb-making, Zhao Chaoyao stiffened inwardly. "Yes, leader." The next day, headquarters of the Serpent Fang Gang. Before the towering coiled serpent wall, Su Mu sat hollowed in his wheelchair. Just moments after completing a hypnosis session, the condition worsens. His face was pallid, drained of color, yet his eyes burned with unprecedented intensity. Leader, Malo Zhao Chaoyao fierce and imposing ushered in the petite Nanimo. She appeared visibly tense, her eyes flickering nervously toward the Serpent Fang enforcers standing like stone sentinels around the hall. How has the operation progressed? Su Mu's voice, slightly hoarse, resonated from the elevated dais, echoing through the vast hushed chamber. Nan Mo gazed anxiously at Su Mu beneath the dark gold serpentine motif. Strangely, she felt as though standing before an emperor. Suppressing an instinctive urge to kneel, she hurriedly replied smoothly. Yang Dongqing harbors no suspicion. Su Mu nodded, studying her intently before asking slowly, you slept together? Nan Mo stiffened slightly and shook her head. And no, he treated me with great care. Learning I'd been terrified and injured, he refrained entirely. As if fearing Su Mu would deem her insufficiently diligent, she added hastily, still I told him how frightened I was, so I asked him not to leave. He slept on the floor. Later, worried he'd catch cold, I led him onto the bed. Su Mu's gaze drifted downward, to her slender ankle. Its fair skin still bore faint swelling, genuine injury. You performed admirably. Men rarely value what comes too easily. A flicker of quiet pride crossed Ninmo's face. Thank you, boss. Truthfully, I did little. Yang Dongqing is simply too naive. No need to be modest. Your acting was utterly convincing, so authentic it ceased to feel like acting at all. People like us interact daily with countless patrons. We pick up a bit of acting along the way. No need to lie. Your skill isn't tied to profession. It stems from lived experience. Only those who've stared into despair can embody such unyielding resilience. Boss, I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Nanmo's smile tightened brittle. No hidden meaning, merely that I commissioned an inquiry into your past. Strikingly, your life mirrors the script: a gambling-addicted father, a chronically ill mother, a younger brother still in school. And yes, you were once a student yourself, fond of poetry and music. The sole divergence. Reality proves harsher than any script, and you far sturdier than any character you portray. Nan Mo fell silent. Her face paled. The practiced veneer of world weariness dissolved, leaving behind a haunting, fragile beauty. In the script, at least the parents remain. Mine are gone. My father beaten to death by debt collectors, my mother claimed by illness. My only brother severed ties when he learned of my work. At first I truly hoped to sing at a bar, but without fame I had to accept the owner's terms just to perform. Stop. Su Mu cut in. I know your history better than you do. Nanimo faltered. A bitter, sorrowful smile touched her lips. She realized this man was the Serpent Fang gang's leader, a figure devoid of pity. And years had taught her well no one pitied her. Those who claimed to only masked darker intent. Your brother currently works at Qingxin Machinery Factory, correct? At those softly spoken words, Nan Mo recoiled like a startled fawn. Her composure shattered. No, don't. Don't harm my brother. I'll obey everything you say. Stop. Su Mu frowned faintly. Have you watched too many dramas? Or do you hold such rigid assumptions about me? Why would I touch your brother? What leverage do you hold over me worth such personal intervention? Nan Mo blinked, her flustered thoughts scattering. Wasn't that true? I fund the mission and you execute it. That's all. Understood. Understood. Then, I mentioned Qingxin Machinery Factory merely to propose an alternative payment. It's a small workshop financially distressed and deeply indebted to the Serpent Fang gang. Its owner intends to surrender the factory as collateral. Coincidentally, your brother works there. So, your reward shall be the factory itself with your brother installed as its director. The Serpent Fang gang incurs no expense nor managerial burden. Your brother assumes leadership. Truly a win-win arrangement. What do you say? Nanmo's heart churned with doubt. She knew full well such generosity was impossible. His mention of the factory was a veiled warning. Success meant her brother's ascension, failure. Perhaps the factory would become his grave. Yet she had no choice but to agree. I accept. Excellent. Next I assign you a second task. But first tell me, does Yang Dongqing possess any unusual traits? Nan Mo paused, then uttered a single word: hard. Hard. Yes, he's hard. Outrageous. Zhao Chaoyao burst out beside them. You claimed you didn't sleep with him. Then how do you know he's hard? Besides, our leader asked for anomalies, not anatomical assessments. Nan Mo was startled for a moment, but continued. I don't mean hard in that way. I mean his entire body is hard. His skin is like steel. Su Mu squinted slightly, wondering if this was the ability of a transcendent being, or just Yang Dongqing's own strength. He didn't ponder too much, as answers would soon reveal themselves. He then informed Nan Mo of his subsequent plans. Nan Mo, upon hearing this, displayed a worried expression. You want to kill him? Su Mu smiled faintly and replied, no, I just want to ask him a few questions. But is it necessary to go to such lengths just to ask questions? Nan Mo's anxiety did not lessen. You are speaking too much. Nan Mo's heart suddenly tightened, and when she looked up, she met the gaze hidden behind the brown glasses which flickered in and out, as if devoid of any human emotion. The owner of those eyes continued to smile, but the smile sent chills down her spine. She dared not speak further and respectfully withdrew. Night fell in a dilapidated house, where Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the figure bustling in the kitchen. It was a young chef in an apron, dancing gracefully like a butterfly in the cramped space. After long facing the pressure of life and death, he surprisingly began to relax. Dinner is ready. The young chef Nan Mo smiled as she brought out 2 plates of food, her white arms flashing before Yang Dongqing's eyes, the fragrance of the dishes mixed with her body, scent entering his nostrils. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and taste my cooking to repay you. I've used all my best skills. Nan Mo waved her small fair hand in front of Yang Dongqing. Only then did he come to his senses, picking up his chopsticks. Eating with a girl for the first time, especially a beautiful one, made him somewhat nervous, unsure of what to say to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Nan Mo was lively, like a little lark chattering nonstop. Yang Dongqing ate a lot and felt very satisfied. Are you full? Yes, I'm full. Nan Mo laughed happily, her big eyes crescent-shaped. As long as you're full, I'll go to work now. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He knew that Nan Mo was going to sing at a bar, which was too dangerous for her. Can you not go? Nan Mo continued to smile. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a rush of blood to his chest. The words almost slipped out. Oh, I'm just joking. What can you use to support me? For people like us, being able to barely support ourselves is already— I'm leaving now, Yang Dongqing. Bang. The dilapidated door was slammed shut, and the petite figure had vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence in the room. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and declared, Emily, I will support you. In the past, he couldn't say such things as he struggled to support himself, but now, after becoming a transcendent being, money was merely something within easy reach. He then stepped out, preparing to go earn money. As for how to earn it, it was simple: rob the rich to help the poor, taking from others' wealth to aid his own poverty. In the 13th district, there were plenty of wealthy scum. After a long while, Yang Dongqing returned joyfully to the moonlight bar where Molly worked. This time I earned about 50,000. This money will be enough for a good life for a while. Yang Dongqing recalled the cheap dress Nan Mo wore, which she had not thrown away after it was torn by those 2 brutes, but had sewn back together to continue wearing. I can buy Emily a new dress now. When he arrived at the moonlight bar, he was taken aback to find that the door had been smashed. Whoosh. He rushed into the bar only to see chaos inside, shattered glass everywhere and spilled drinks covering the floor. The waitstaff were all injured, and a man who looked like the owner was sighing repeatedly. He searched around, but could not find Nan Mo. Panic set in. Where is Emily? Where is she? Yang Dongqing shouted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Everyone was startled, and no one answered. Yang Dongqing directly grabbed a waiter's collar and lifted him into the air. Where is Emily? She was taken away. The waiter trembled. Yang Dongqing instantly flew into a rage. Who took her away? It was 2 customers wrapped in bandages who rushed in with a group of people smashing everything and said something about how someone rescued you last time, asking who could save you this time. Yang Dongqing immediately realized it was those 2 brutes who had planned to harm Nan Mo last time. He regretted deeply for not killing those 2 at that moment. Where did they go? I don't know. The waiter was nearly in tears. At this moment, the boss suddenly spoke up. It's the Poison Snake Gang. I saw that group had black snake tattoos on them. They are from the Poison Snake Gang. Bang. Yang Dongqing released his grip, and the waiter collapsed to the ground as he dashed out without looking back. The notorious name of the Poison Snake Gang was known throughout the 13th district. Their headquarters was located in the northwest corner of the district near the abandoned area, which was quite chaotic. He was burning with anxiety, unable to imagine what kind of treatment a fragile and beautiful girl like Nan Mo would face falling into the hands of these poison snakes. After Yang Dongqing left, the bar, which had been filled with wails, suddenly fell silent. Everyone paused their actions, staring blankly at his departing figure. The boss, who had previously been sighing, became expressionless. He took out his phone, placing it to his ear respectfully, saying, Boss, the prey is hooked. Got it. A deep magnetic voice came from the other end of the line. Is it good? In a monitoring room, Su Mu, dressed in a black suit, asked while holding a glass of red wine. He was seated at a large mahogany table, facing Nan Mo. Nan Mo carefully tasted the fine red wine in her hand, inevitably leaving a delicate lip print on the edge of the transparent glass. It's good. I've never had such a precious wine before. Su Mu smiled slightly. I dislike lies. Nan Mo stiffened. Actually, it's not that great. It's a bit bitter. That's right. I also think it's not good. Try the steak. It's top quality M9 steak. Nan Mo nodded at his words, then cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. At the moment the steak entered her mouth, she realized what it meant to be tender and juicy. This bite surpassed any food she had eaten before, except for snacks. However, after one bite, she dared not eat anymore, as Su Mu had yet to start eating. It's fine, eat up. There's still some time before Yang Dongqing comes to the rescue. Mentioning Yang Dongqing caused Nan Mo to fall silent as she quietly ate the excellent steak, feeling a strange unease in her heart for some reason. You really want to kill him? The eyes behind the brown glasses narrowed slightly. You developed feelings so easily. No, he's a good person. Oh, I'm not worthy of him. I just feel guilty if he were to die because of me. Rest assured, I'm not a bad person either. Nan Mo. She glanced at the 2 burly men standing behind Su Mu, their waists bulging clearly with guns, and then at the surveillance screens showing numerous armed black-clad men hiding in every corner. This made it impossible for her to associate Su Mu with the words good person. As the steak was consumed to about half, a scream suddenly echoed from the surveillance screen. Nan Mo quickly set down her knife and fork, turning her head to see Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were bloodshot, forcefully charging into the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang, a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor was the beast-like Yang Dongqing, while at the other end a tide of men in black surged forth, wielding gleaming steel knives exuding a murderous aura. As the first man in black swung his knife towards Yang Dongqing's head, Nan Mo gasped in horror, unable to look, instinctively covering her eyes. However, the only sound that came from the surveillance was the clash of steel. Clang. Nan Mo instinctively opened her eyes, her shocked mouth forming an O shape as she saw the bright steel knife stop, as if striking iron, resting against Yang Dongqing's head, the only consequence being a few lost strands of hair. How is this possible? A glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes, and his smile involuntarily widened. This is precisely the power I need. As long as I can obtain this power, I won't have to worry about my ever-expanding spiritual energy anymore. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's expression was as cold as ice, his right hand striking down fiercely. Crack. The steel knife was directly smashed into 2 pieces. However, such a horrifying scene did not scare the members of the Poison Snake Gang at all, for Su Mu had already hypnotized and brainwashed them. Now these people were merely fearless machines. In the next moment, countless steel knives swung towards Yang Dongqing, the sound of metal clashing echoing continuously. At the same time, Su Mu's voice echoed in the earpieces of those men in black. Try different angles and see if there are any flaws. Following the command, the men in black began to attack various parts of Yang Dongqing's body. Even if it disrupted their coordinated assault and left openings for him, they showed no signs of fear. Bang bang bang. Yang Dongqing charged through the corridor like an armored tank, leaving chaos in his wake. Blood flowed. His strength was immense, and with fists as hard as steel, he truly embodied the meaning of hand-to-hand crushing. Though the battle was a one-sided massacre, Yang Dongqing could not feel any happiness. Instead, a deep chill settled in his heart. A man in black, whose chest cavity he had just shattered, crawled up from the ground again, charging at him with a knife, not showing the slightest fear on his face, but rather a fervent excitement, shouting loudly for the leader. Yang Dongqing's pupils constricted slightly. He found it hard to imagine how someone with such life-threatening injuries, if one was like that, then all of them were like that. He had killed gang members before, and those people were all bullies who feared the strong. As long as he displayed absolute strength, they would be scared to the point of begging for mercy. But now all the faces of the Poison Snake Gang members were filled with fervor. Seeing the undaunted members of the Poison Snake Gang, the chill on Yang Dongqing's face deepened. He struck continuously, and in just a moment, cleared the entire corridor. He casually grabbed a blood-covered man in black, his eyes fierce as he demanded, "Where is Mo Li?" The man in black coldly smiled, revealing a mouthful of blood for the leader. With his remaining left hand, he swung a powerful punch at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing's gaze turned cold. He reacted quickly, grabbing the opponent's left hand and twisting it forcefully. With a crack, the man's left hand twisted like a twisted dough, and even bone shards pierced through the skin. Up! The man in black screamed in pain. "I will ask one last time, where is Mo Li?" What answered him was, "Long live the leader." The man in black used his last ounce of strength to lunge at Yang Dongqing, his only means of attack, left being his teeth, which he bit down fiercely, blood frothing. Bang! In the face of the steel-like fist, the head of the man in black exploded, and his broken body lost all support, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Without the obstruction of the man in black, the surveillance footage revealed Yang Dongqing's expressionless face. However, his slightly trembling fists betrayed his inner turmoil. In the surveillance room, Nan Mo was violently vomiting, her face pale, and her body trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that these images had a profound impact on her. Su Mu shook his head slightly. What a pity for my M9 steak. He raised his wine glass and drank the red wine in one gulp. Nan Mo, leaning against the trash can, suddenly asked in a low voice. Su Mu did not reply. Why do this? Just to ask a few questions, you toy with Yang Dongqing like this, and let so many people die. Why? Nan Mo suddenly raised her head, staring at Su Mu with a trembling, yet stubborn gaze. You have lost so many subordinates, yet you lament over a piece of steak. What does a human life count for in your eyes? Silence, a deathly silence. Huh. Ha. Ha ha ha. Su Mu's uncontrollable laughter shattered the silence. What are you laughing at? Nan Mo looked at the man before her in disbelief. He appeared as happy as a child. It's interesting, truly fascinating, that while one is mired in mud, they cannot bear to see others equally muddied. It is precisely because of the existence of people like you that the world is so colorful. What does a human life count for? You say, what does it count for? A life is just a life, nothing more. Those eyes hidden behind the brown glasses were curiously observing Nan Mo, shining brightly in the dim surveillance room. Nan Mo was deeply shocked, looking at the man before her in disbelief, her inner fear and discomfort surging like a tide. You must have heard of the Poison Snake Gang's reputation. You should know what kind of people gather here. To be precise, they cannot even be called humans, just scum. Suddenly, Su Mu poured himself another glass of red wine, lightly swirling it in the glass, the crimson liquid spinning, reflecting the same deep red in his pupils. He took a sip, feeling the numbing effect of the alcohol, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. Such people are a waste of air in life. Ooh, it is their honor to die for me. Do you feel honored? Su Mu suddenly asked a man in black behind him. The man in black immediately knelt down on one knee, his face filled with fervor. Honor. To die for the leader is the greatest glory. People like us, the scum of society, it is the leader who has given us meaning in life, allowing us to be reborn. We shall uphold the leader's will with our lives. The fervent words made Nan Mo even more frightened. She sensed a deep arrogance from Su-mu, a disregard for life, for everything, and arrogance that towered above the world, as if he were the only real person in the world, and everyone else was just a tool for his entertainment NPCs. At this moment, Yang Dongqing had already reached the second floor of the Poison Snake Gang headquarters, which had a total of 5 floors, each one laid with ambushes and traps. Upon reaching the second level, a dark gold Ouroboros, its scales vivid and lifelike as if coiled in living motion, was etched into the walls. Rows of white candles flickered silently in the corners, filling the air with the delicate fragrance of jasmine. Yang Dongqing paid no heed to these details. His entire focus was locked onto the black, gaping muzzle of a gun not far ahead. This time, only 2 members of the Viper Gang appeared, yet both wielded dual pistols, standing like implacable door guardians blocking the path forward. "Where is Jasmine?" In reply came a single gunshot. And bang! A fleeting flash of fire erupted from the barrel's obsidian mouth, and a gleaming brass bullet screamed forth. Yang Dongqing did not flinch. He could not outrun the bullet. And clang! And sparks erupted where it struck his chest, tearing a hole through his garment to reveal skin shimmering with cold metallic luster. His expression remained impassive as he stared at the 2 men, such toys. And bang! 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 A rapid barrage of gunfire cut short his words before they could fully land. Clang! 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 And each bullet struck him like hail against an iron citadel, ripping holes in his clothes, yet leaving no wound upon his body. In the surveillance room, Su-mu watched the display of raw power with growing satisfaction, and noted Yang Dongqing's one vulnerability: his eyes. When the bullets flew, Yang Dongqing instinctively raised his hands to shield them. Then let us escalate. To grenades, Su-mu instructed calmly over the intercom. At his command, the 2 black-clad men drew fragmentation grenades from within their coats. Witnessing this, Yang Dongqing visibly lost his composure. His face tightened, and in an instant he lunged forward, so swiftly that the 2 men had no time to hurl their grenades. If they couldn't throw them, then they wouldn't. For the leader. Roaring the oath, they raised the live grenades high and charged headlong at Yang Dongqing. Boom! Boom! Twin detonations shook the corridor, the walls splintered, plaster crumbling inward. When the smoke cleared, only 2 mangled corpses remained, and Yang Dongqing unscathed standing amid the ruin. Su-mu's gaze burned hotter still. Was this truly the strength of a transcendent? Yang Dongqing had ascended less than a month ago, yet already he defied bullets and withstood grenade blasts. In the next moment, a violent cough shattered his reverie. On screen, Yang Dongqing staggered, coughing uncontrollably, blood gushing from his lips. Yet he did not pause. Wiping the crimson stain from his mouth with the back of his hand, he pressed onward. So his internal organs were vulnerable. His flesh was not forged of steel. The third level bore the same Ouroboros motif, the same rows of white candles. But the adversaries had changed. 2 figures clad in heavy fire-resistant suits, gripping massive flamethrowers. The moment they spotted Yang Dongqing, they opened fire without hesitation. A torrent of fire surged like a ravenous tide, flooding the corridor and swallowing his figure whole. Yet in the next breath, a charred silhouette burst from the inferno, lithe and ferocious as a hunting leopard, hurtling toward the 2 armored figures. They seemed to have foreseen their fate. Dropping their flamethrowers, they drew pre-positioned grenades and rushed to meet him. For the leader, boom. Boom. The 2 men were obliterated. Yang Dongqing fared little better. His internal injuries flared anew, blood gushing from his mouth. His hair and eyebrows were gone, his clothes reduced to brittle charcoal, fused to his scorched skin, clearly synthetic. Yet his pace betrayed no faltering. In the surveillance room, Nan Mo stood frozen mouth agape, only now grasping the sheer magnitude of the man who had held her in his arms through the night. Impervious to blades and bullets, unyielding to fire and flood, a veritable demigod. Was this what a transcendent truly was? The term itself she'd first heard from Su-mu, and now she understood why he'd gone to such extraordinary lengths to capture Yang Dongqing. If it were Yang Dongqing, perhaps it really could be done. Nan Mo stole a glance at Su-mu, yet saw no fear in him, only a quiet predatory amusement, as though a hunter had just glimpsed an unexpectedly fascinating quarry. Without warning, a chill ran down her spine. This man before her felt far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing the transcendent himself. Aren't you even the slightest bit afraid? Nan Mo suddenly asked. Afraid? Of what? You're targeting a transcendent. Once he uncovers you as the mastermind behind this, what do you imagine he'll do? Your men clearly cannot stop him. Su-mu tilted his head slightly, his penetrating gaze holding hers unwaveringly. You're testing me, Nan Mo stiffened. I'm merely curious. Su-mu smiled gently. Less fear, more anticipation. Anticipation. Imagine it, Yang Dongqing finally stands before me, only to find the woman he cherishes unharmed, savoring a perfectly seared M9 ribeye. What would his expression be? Nan Mo's face drained of color. She understood instantly. The moment Yang Dongqing learned she was aligned with the Viper Gang, his wrath would be absolute. She dared not dwell on it, not even entertain the thought. It would be most entertaining, wouldn't it? Ni's voice, soft and calm, echoed in the control room, yet sent icy dread shivering down her spine. Relax. Finding me won't be so simple. The 4th level is saturated with neurotoxic gas. Previous trials confirmed his invulnerability extends only to his epidermis. His organs remain fragile. This custom blend procured at great expense from the black market should prove lethal even to a transcendent. And if he endures it, if he reaches you after all, not this Su Mu's smile widened. Then it becomes even more delightful. I think. I might well be torn limb from limb. Ha ha ha. And he spoke as if already envisioning the scene, and welcomed it with genuine eagerness. Nanamo no longer knew what she felt. Her mind drifted, strangely, irrelevantly. She remembered childhood, before her father's gambling ruined everything, when home was warm and safe. Once she'd scored a perfect 100 on an exam and he'd promised her a day at the amusement park. For an entire week, she'd floated on pure radiant joy. That kind of innocent, luminous anticipation. Even recalling it made her smile. Now watching Su Mu, she realized he was exactly like that. Would you like to play a game? Su Mu suddenly looked at Nanamo. What game? Nanamo took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. Is it I who captured Yang Dongqing, or did Yang Dongqing shred me? Nanamo fell silent, unable to understand why the man before her treated his life as a mere game. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you do want to. Su Mu gently tapped the table with his fingers, the sound echoing. I now allow you to leave. You can go tell Yang Dongqing about the poisonous gas on the 4th level. Nanmo's pupils suddenly constricted. Ew, she had indeed considered this, pretending to go to the restroom to find an opportunity to inform Yang Dongqing. Because Su Mu gave her a feeling that was too dangerous, she could hardly believe what he would do after capturing Yang Dongqing. Would someone who doesn't even care about their own life care about the lives of others? She didn't want Yang Dongqing to die because of her. A test. He is testing me. Nanamo snapped back to reality, forcing herself to remain calm. It would be useless to tell him. If he sees me unharmed, and able to freely come and go from the venomous serpent gang, he will surely notice and in a fit of rage kill me. Su Mu smiled slightly. Not necessarily. You could easily fabricate a lie such as claiming your brother was coerced by the venomous serpent gang, that you had a change of heart, and risked your life to escape, warning him about the poisonous gas trap ahead, urging him not to enter, and finally throwing in some small trinkets, offering a sincere apology and a heartfelt kiss. After this entire sequence, what do you think Yang Dongqing's reaction would be? Nanamo remained silent, only feeling a piercing chill envelop her. This man. He is toying with me, he treats me and Yang Dongqing like puppets, manipulating us at will. At that moment, Su Mu continued, of course Yang Dongqing would choose to forgive you. Alright, he will soon head to the 4th level, so make your choice quickly, stay by my side, or go find Yang Dongqing. With the conversation reaching this point, Nanamo could no longer remain silent. Although fear lingered in her eyes, a hint of stubbornness could not be erased. She gazed directly into Su Mu's eyes, even though her view was obstructed by the brown-tinted glasses. What exactly do you want to do? Su Mu seemed somewhat surprised. Is it hard to understand? I am giving you a chance to live. If I lose when he comes looking for us and sees us enjoying a pleasant conversation, steak, red wine, a candlelit dinner, it would be too late for you to apologize, then you would surely die. Of course, if I win, then you can safely return home and your brother can become the director of the Integrity Machinery Factory. If you go find Yang Dongqing and I lose, you and Yang Dongqing can live happily together. If I win, it would be a win-win situation. After all, I am not a bad person, just wanting to ask Yang Dongqing a few questions. You can still return home safely and your brother will be the director. Now the choice is before you. How will you choose? Su Mu clasped his hands, propping up his chin, looking at Nanamo. With these conditions laid out, even a fool would know what to choose, yet Nanamo felt uneasy and uncertain. What kind of conspiracy do you have? Su Mu shrugged helplessly. Miss Emoli, you really misunderstand me deeply. Since we began cooperating, have I ever harmed you or your family? Isn't the reward I offered unsatisfactory? It indeed is not, but... Alright, there's not much time left. In the scene, Yang Dongqing had already begun to head towards the 4th level. In a moment of panic, Nanamo stood up, casting a complex glance at Su Mu before attempting to leave. Just as she opened the door, Su Mu called out, wait. Nanamo turned back, anger igniting in her gaze, as she knew that the man before her would never let her leave. Those members of the venomous serpent gang could do nothing to Yang Dongqing. They could only rely on the poisonous gas. How could they allow her to warn him? You're playing. Meeting his fate. This cup of wine is for your farewell. Su Mu smiled as he raised his glass and gentlemanly passed Nanamo her glass. Nanamo took the glass, looking deeply at Su Mu, and then downed it in one go. The transparent rim of the glass inevitably left a delicate lip print. Wishing you success. Bang. The door closed tightly, and Nanmo's figure had already departed. Su Mu's smile deepened as he finished the red wine in his glass. Leader, are you really going to let her go to deliver the message? Isn't that too risky? What if? In the corner, Zhao Chaoyao, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly took a step forward, looking worried. Su Mu frowned slightly as if his enjoyment was interrupted. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Zhao Chaoyao's face changed dramatically, and he quickly knelt on one knee. I dare not. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. Foolish man, let me ask you, do you really think the poisonous gas in the 4th trial can stop a transcendent being? It should be able to write. Zhao Chaoyao pondered. After all, a transcendent being is still human and needs to breathe. Once that kind of toxic gas is inhaled, even an elephant could be taken down. You also know that you need to breathe. How long can you hold your breath? Zhao Chaoyao scratched his head. A minute. Then how long do you think Yang Dongqing can hold his breath? He should be able to hold it longer than me. After all, he is a transcendent being. At least 2 minutes, right? Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao was increasingly confused. Understand what? Sumu was somewhat speechless. He had known from the beginning that he should have kept a high-ranking member of the venomous serpent gang. At least, there would be someone smart inside, unlike Zhao Chaoyao, who was all muscle. How big is the entire 4th level? As a transcendent being, if Yang Dongqing runs at full speed, he could cross the 4th level in just 20 seconds. Even if I set up iron doors to block him with his iron body, he could break through in a minute and 40 seconds. Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao finally understood, his face changing drastically as he quickly stood up, reaching out to support Sumu. Leader, since the 4th trial can't stop him, we should hurry and leave. It's minor if I die, but you absolutely must not be. Bang. Sumu couldn't help but tap Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snake-patterned wooden staff. Get away from me. Do you think I let Nan Mo go for what reason? Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback. Why? Of course it's for. Never mind. Sumu sighed. What you need to understand is that Nan Mo is the real 4th trial. Yang Dongqing, his body charred and devoid of hair or eyebrows, hurriedly arrived at the 4th level. The extraordinary individual who had remained unperturbed in the face of a dozen attackers' blades, gunfire, and flames finally changed his expression at this moment. It was because he saw a graceful figure at the end of the 4th level. Molly! Yang Dongqing shouted with delight, standing at the entrance of the 4th level. Upon entering, he found a vast hall that was empty, with Nan Molly standing across the hall at the exit of the 4th level. Molly, that's great. Are you unhurt? Yang Dongqing excitedly started to rush towards Nan Molly, but to his surprise her expression changed drastically. Don't come over. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What's wrong, Molly? Don't worry, I'm here. You mustn't come over. Quick, go back. There's poison gas here. Nan Molly shouted desperately, her pretty face flushed as she cried out across the hall. Poison gas. Yang Dongqing's expression slightly changed, and he halted his steps. The joy of just seeing Molly began to fade, and as the excitement wore off, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Why was Molly alone here? Wasn't she supposed to be captured? She appeared untouched. Molly, what is going on? Yang Dongqing. I'm sorry I lied to you. Please don't come over, it's a trap. As she said this, Nan Molly's voice choked, her beautiful face filled with regret. Lied to me. Yang Dongqing's face immediately darkened. He was no fool and vaguely sensed something. I'm sorry, I was forced by Sumu to do this. Sumu. Yang Dongqing froze in shock. You're talking about my classmate Sumu? Yes, he is the leader of the Poison Snake Gang. He threatened me with my brother's safety, forcing me to stage a play to lure you here. His goal is the extraordinary power within you. I had no choice but to agree, but after getting to know you I realized you are a good person. I don't want you to die. I'm sorry. Woo. Tears like pearls from a broken string fell in profusion. Yang Dongqing remained silent, his head bowed, shadows obscuring his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. The next moment, thud. His footsteps resounded heavily as he fell into the 4th level. Nan Molly was instantly flustered. No, don't come over, please don't come over. Yang Dongqing seemed oblivious, stepping steadily into the hall of the 4th level with unprecedented determination. Bang. Once he entered, the iron door at the entrance closed automatically, sealing off the exit where Nan Molly stood. The cold, unfeeling iron door separated the passionate couple. Nan Molly, frantic, pounded on the iron door. Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing. Zizi. In the enclosed hall, faint purple poison gas began to seep in, gradually engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. Yet surrounded by poison gas, Yang Dongqing showed no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips as he even raised his head to sneer at the camera in the corner of the hall. You know nothing about the extraordinary, he mouthed silently. Then, holding his breath, he suddenly accelerated, transforming into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards the iron door at the exit of the 4th level. Molly, stay back. Bang, bang, bang. He repeatedly slammed his body against the iron door, the sound of his steel-like frame colliding with the door creating a violent roar. The seemingly indestructible iron door began to warp and collapse under his impact until... Bang! The whole iron door was smashed off. A fierce silhouette leaped out from the purple mist, leaving Nan Molly, who was hiding not far away, dumbfounded at this scene. Yang Dongqing, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she crashed into a sturdy chest, and then her feet left the ground as her body was shifted by Yang Dongqing. Behind them was the relentless, spreading purple mist. Yang Dongqing carried Nan Molly and raced straight to the 5th level. Only when the poison gas couldn't reach them did he finally halt his steps. He still didn't let go of Nan Molly. Instead, he carefully observed the tearful girl in his arms. Their equally fervent gazes met at that moment. You scare me, why did you do this? Don't you know it's dangerous? Nan Molly said with a cry. Yang Dongqing's cold demeanor melted like ice, revealing a hint of tenderness. He softly said to the weeping girl in his arms, Fool, it's because you're here. Nan Molly's eyes widened slightly, as if the softest part of her heart had been struck by something, her body trembling. Tears streamed down again. But, I lied to you, it's all my fault. Yang Dongqing's eyes flashed with a hint of pity, gently interrupting. I don't blame you, in fact, I even thank Sumu. It's precisely because of this that I could meet you. Nan Molly stared blankly at the man before her. At this moment, the surging emotions could no longer be controlled. Following her most instinctive impulse, her fair arms wrapped around Yang Dongqing's neck, and she leaned in to kiss him deeply. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Even in the depths of danger, the most sincere and passionate feelings could not be hindered. Of course, the members of the Poison Snake Gang, as the antagonists, also wisely chose not to interfere. This is what love is. In the monitoring room, Su-mu sighed with a smile, having witnessed the entire process through the surveillance footage, the feeling akin to watching a drama. Chief, you're truly amazing. The plot unfolded exactly as you described: sudden realization, desperate escape, warning of the trap, sincere apology, deep kiss, and even the perfect touch of a little pearl. Zhao Chaoyao flattered him, but the next second he expressed concern. But Chief, given the time, shouldn't we run? He has already passed the 4th level. Su-mu smiled mysteriously. You're mistaken, he hasn't passed. In fact, Zhao Chaoyao was somewhat stunned, glancing at the couple still kissing in the surveillance footage. Why did it seem like they were having a happy ending? Where was the falling? Prepare to meet our protagonist for this episode. After a minute of kissing, they finally parted. A bit salty, Yang Dongqing savored his first kiss. You annoying. That was tears. Nan Moli shyly punched his chest a few times. And you smell burnt. As she said this, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly grabbed Yang Dongqing to inspect him closely. You're not hurt, right? Just superficial injuries. Then let's hurry and escape. Yang Dongqing chuckled disdainfully. The one who should escape is Su-mu. Nan Moli's expression changed slightly. Are you really going forward? Of course. Su-mu dared to use you. I will make them understand the cost of angering an extraordinary being. Moli, don't worry, I've got everything under control. I will protect you, Yang Dongqing declared firmly. However, Nan Moli remained very worried. The face of that man kept resurfacing in her mind, his calm madness, the look of always being in control, which made her extremely uneasy. By the way, Moli, how did you manage to escape? South Mo's gaze flickered slightly. The members of the poisonous snake gang were all dealing with you. Only one person was watching over me. I pretended to go to the restroom, and then came over to inform you. Yang Dongqing held South Mo's hand, stepping deeper into the 5th level. Soon a massive wall adorned with dark golden patterns came into view. On either side of the wall stood 2 rows of impeccably dressed men in black, armed to the teeth, each sporting a black snake tattoo around their necks and wearing pitch-black gas masks. Yang Dongqing shielded South Mo behind him, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he stared at the group. Suddenly, the 2 rows of black-clad men shifted, stepping back to clear a path in the center, their heads bowed slightly, their expressions fervently fixated on what lay beyond the wall, as if welcoming a great figure. Yang Dongqing narrowed his eyes, realizing that the mastermind had arrived. Under his gaze, a bald, muscular man in a black suit slowly rolled out from behind the wall in a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair was impeccably dressed, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane with a handsome face that even tea-colored glasses could not conceal, though his complexion appeared sickly pale. Leader. A dozen black-clad men shouted fervently, bowing in unison to welcome the arrival. Su-mu. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim. It really is you. Su-mu in the wheelchair smiled. It's a pleasure to see you here, Yang Dongqing. Classmate. Yang Dongqing snorted coldly. You'll soon find that there's nothing to be happy about. Oh, but didn't you just say you were very grateful for my arranging your meeting with Mo Li? Yang Dongqing's gaze turned icy. Cut the crap. You first threatened Mo Li and then dared to send someone after me. Speak, how do you plan to die? Su-mu showed no fear in the face of the extraordinary threat, even seeming to take pleasure in fiddling with his snake-patterned wooden cane. Yang Dongqing's gaze instinctively shifted to the dark golden patterns at the top of the cane. Before we make a move, why not hear out my conditions? Your strength is indeed formidable, but have you considered the safety of Mo Li behind you? Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression turned grim. You're threatening me? South Mo also turned pale, realizing at that moment why Su-mu had let her go. Su-mu must have known from the beginning that the poison gas on the 4th level was ineffective, allowing her to become Yang Dongqing's weakness, thus rendering him unable to act freely. But then she thought it was odd to restrain Yang Dongqing. He could have simply taken her as a hostage, right? Su-mu shook his head. Don't say it so harshly, it's merely a friendly reminder. After all, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Mo Li, would you? Hearing this, South Mo shivered, instinctively shrinking behind Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing sensed her fear and suddenly felt a bit hesitant. At this moment, Su-mu continued. It seems I can state my conditions now. Actually, there's no enmity between us. I asked you here simply to inquire about a few questions. What questions? Su-mu smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly. For example, how to gain extraordinary power. Yang Dongqing immediately chuckled coldly. You think you're worthy to covet the extraordinary? Su-mu was unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Don't be so absolute. If you can do it, why can't I? Yang Dongqing's anger flashed before disappearing. Give up on that thought. First, hear my conditions. 1 million in exchange for clues about extraordinary power. In District 13, that figure is astronomical, as most wealth is concentrated in the upper district. Su-mu seemed to have anticipated this, directly raising the price. 10 million. Yang Dongqing sneered coldly. Su-mu, I thought you were a smart person, but it turns out you're so foolish. Killing you means that money is still mine. Su-mu shrugged indifferently. Since we can't reach an agreement, we don't need to discuss further. The sound of guns being cocked echoed as the members of the poisonous snake gang, standing on either side of Su-mu, raised their guns. Yang Dongqing's expression grew serious, the air thick with killing intent, as the two sides stood poised for confrontation. Emily, don't worry. As long as you stand behind me, I'll shield you from all bullets. Their bullets aren't infinite, and once they empty their magazines, it will be Su-mu's demise. He whispered reassuringly to South Mo. Su-mu watched the two with interest before waving his hand. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing's body erupted in small bursts of sparks, a result of the bullets striking him. His robust frame began to move slightly backward with each impact. Although his body could withstand the bullets, he was inevitably affected by their force. The shooting lasted for a full half-minute, and as the sound of empty chambers echoed, Yang Dongqing finally raised his head. Gasping for breath, he looked at the unarmed crowd and coldly smirked. Now it's my turn. Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed Su Mu calmly reaching into his chest, causing Yang Dongqing's expression to tighten as he quickly halted his steps. He almost forgot that Su Mu had not fired a shot. But the next second, Yang Dongqing froze as Su Mu pulled out not a handgun, but a vintage dark golden ornate pocket watch. Ding! The pocket watch was lightly tapped open, producing a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing also clearly saw the intricate patterns on it, those dark golden ornate designs densely interwoven, ultimately forming an Ouroboros. The time is nearly up, Su Mu said nonchalantly. Then he stood up from his wheelchair, leaning on the snake-patterned wooden cane, and began walking towards Yang Dongqing step by step. This bizarre scene made Yang Dongqing feel a sense of foreboding. What exactly do you want? Are you seeking death? Su Mu smiled faintly. Yang Dongqing, haven't you noticed yet? Noticed what? Do you feel a bit dizzy? Dizzy? Yang Dongqing's expression slightly changed. Ever since he arrived at the 5th level, he had indeed felt a bit dizzy, but had dismissed it, thinking it was due to his previous injuries. Could it be? Do you feel your limbs growing weary? Are your eyes blurry? After Su Mu's words, he realized that he indeed felt a bit fatigued and blurry-eyed. He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off this feeling. Yang Dongqing. Southmo's face was anxious. Are you okay? What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing was You've been poisoned. Poison? Yang Dongqing glared fiercely at Su Mu. Impossible. I never inhaled the toxic gas from the 4th level. How could I possibly be poisoned? Su Mu smiled amiably. Who said? You were poisoned by the 4th level's toxin. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't fathom when or how he'd been poisoned. But Nan Mo, standing behind him, suddenly shuddered violently. Her pupils contracted sharply. She clearly understood something. Yang Dongqing noticed her distress and instantly grasped the truth. It was the meal Jasmine prepared. In that instant, his expression became a kaleidoscope of raw emotion. Disbelief, fury, heart-wrenching sorrow, all fused upon his face. Jasmine, you. No, it's not true. Nan Mo paled, stammering desperately. I didn't poison it. And besides, I ate it too. Miss Jasmine, you seem to have forgotten. You vomited once earlier, Su Mu interjected. Then I still didn't poison it. Dongqing, believe me. I truly didn't do it. It must have been Su Mu. He slipped the toxin into the dish while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing's mind reeled. His limbs grew heavier, his breath shallower and more labored. The world spun violently before his eyes. Thud! He staggered and collapsed onto the floor. Dongqing! Nan Mo cried out, her composure shattered. She rushed to support him. But as a frail woman, how could she lift a man forged of steel? All right. The meal itself wasn't poisoned. Su Mu's words briefly eased Nan Mo's panic, only for it to plummet again an instant later. Still, the poisoner was indeed Miss Jasmine. You're lying. I didn't. Nan Mo shouted, losing composure. The toxin remains on your lips. Oh, nearly forgot. By now it's all been swallowed by Yang Dongqing. Perhaps it even tastes faintly salty. Nan Mo froze, utterly speechless, for 2 full seconds before snapping back to reality. Her gaze locked onto Su Mu in horrified realization. The red wine. No. Wait, you drank it too? It was the wine glass. You coated its rim with poison, and it transferred to my lips. I see. That's why just before we left you insisted I toast our farewell with a glass of red wine. You knew I'd vomited earlier and wiped away the toxin, so you made me drink again to replenish it. It was you. Dongqing. Can you hear me? It wasn't me, it was Su Mu. He did it. Yang Dongqing seemed deaf to her cries. Hollow-eyed and dazed, he gazed at Nan Mo, his voice hoarse. You told me earlier you'd sneaked out secretly. So why did you share wine with him? And how did you locate me so precisely just now? That means you were watching the surveillance feed, weren't you? So all along you sat beside him, watching my humiliation unfold on screen, laughing, chatting, sipping wine. Jasmine, which of your words were true, and which were lies? Nan Mo stiffened. Her hands, still gripping Yang Dongqing's arms, went slack and fell limply to her sides. Her beautiful face had drained of all color. She stood motionless like a soulless puppet. By the way, you didn't just drink the wine, Miss Jasmine. You also enjoyed an exquisite M9 beef tenderloin, Su Mu added ever so helpfully. Double kill. A single sentence shattered both their psychological defenses. Watching the two stand there hollow and broken, Su Mu sighed inwardly. Love is such a curious thing. Moments ago they'd been locked in passionate embrace, now they stood as strangers. May I begin my questions now, Comrade Yang Dongqing? Su Mu halted 3 meters away, his smile warm and serene. Yet to Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo, it resembled nothing so much as a demon's grin. You go ahead. Yang Dongqing bowed, his head, voice muffled and thick. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation. Die. In an instant, the seemingly powerless Yang Dongqing erupted upward, drawing forth the very last ember of strength within him, lunging at Su Mu like a starving tiger. At that moment, the 3-meter gap between them became the razor-thin line between life and death. Even weakened Yang Dongqing's steel-hard body guaranteed lethal contact. If he touched Su Mu, death would be certain. Yet Su Mu moved as if expecting it, leaping lightly backward, evading the desperate lunge with effortless grace. Crash! Yang Dongqing slammed face first onto the floor. The impact cracked the hard surface, carving shallow craters. With his final strength spent, he could no longer rise. Rage, defiance, hatred. A storm of dark emotions raged in his eyes as he fixed them unblinkingly upon Su Mu, wishing only to tear him limb from limb. Knew you wouldn't cooperate quietly. After all, isn't that how every drama unfolds? Su Mu brushed dust from his clothes. The fine particles kicked up by Yang Dongqing's collapse. Now you answer, I ask. Dream on. I'd rather die than tell you, you despicable worm. Yang Dongqing roared, defiance burning in his voice. Su Mu merely shrugged, unfazed. Looks like I'll have to resort to some special methods. No. Nan Mo, who'd been numb and adrift, suddenly surged forward, clutching Su Mu's sleeve, tears streaming down her delicate face. Please, please don't hurt him. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing's eyes burned crimson, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Don't beg him. Dongqing, I failed you. I won't let him harm you again. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, tears brimming, hearts breaking. Sigh. Su Mu stood wedged between them, exhaling a long, weary breath. You two are making me look like the villain here, when all I wanted was to ask a few simple questions. Why force my hand? Very well then. I shall. Shink. A flash of silver streaked through the air. Instantly Su Mu felt a chilling sharpness graze his throat. A gleaming razor-edged dagger pressed against his skin. Its wielder. Nanmo. Chief. Protect the chief. Zhao Chaoyao and the others blanched, surging forward, until Nanmo's voice cut through the chaos. If you take one step closer, I'll kill him. She snarled like a cornered wildcat. Zhao Chaoyao's team froze instantly, trapped by fear for their leader. Su Mu, release Yang Dongqing now, or I'll. Her hand trembled, yet her gaze remained iron-forged. She knew without doubt she acted to shield the one she loved. Jasmine, don't worry about me. Just go. Yang Dongqing cried out, frantic. Not for himself, but for her. TSK, TSK, TSK. You two really are masters of dramatic whiplash. Reconciled already. Has it been a minute yet? Su Mu mused, calm amid the crisis. Su Mu, order them to release Dongqing immediately. Unlike him, Nan Mo was frantic, breathless with terror. Yet Su Mu ignored her plea, continuing calmly. Though steeped in the cloying scent of romance, the scene held undeniable brilliance, especially its final twist. I'd anticipated Yang Dongqing's dying lunge, but overlooked you, Miss Jasmine. You're remarkably brave. Not everyone dares conceal a blade within the Serpent Gang's lair and seize their leader mid-confrontation. Yet, Su Mu's tone shifted, suddenly low, resonant, and grave. Miss Jasmine, are you certain the person you're holding hostage is me? At those words, a sudden chill rose unbidden in Nanmo's heart. Yet she forced herself to remain composed and retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? How could it possibly not be? For the leader. A fervent, guttural whisper erupted from Su Mu's throat. In an instant, he seized Nanmo's hand and drove the dagger deep across his own throat. SSSSH. The sickening sound of steel biting flesh was followed immediately by a violent gush of blood. Hot crimson splattered across Nanmo's face. She stood frozen, staring blankly at Su Mu's crumpling form, his expression still twisted with fanatical rapture. I've killed someone. But why? She stared at her blood-licked hands. The dagger slipped from her grasp and struck the floor with a sharp, hollow chime. Just then, clap, clap, clap. An abrupt, mocking applause echoed through the cavernous hall. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. My sincere gratitude to you both for such a riveting performance. From among the dozen or so black-clad Serpent Gang enforcers stood a slender man, so frail-looking he seemed barely able to bear his own weight, now applauding calmly. He stepped forward slowly from the ranks and removed his gas mask, revealing a pale, strikingly handsome face. What? How is this possible? Nanmo's voice cracked with disbelief as she gazed upon the figure before her. If you were Su Mu, then who was he? Trembling Nan Mo flipped over the corpse lying in its own blood, and the moment she saw the face beneath her, breath seized. A bone-deep terror pierced her crown and flooded her entire being. For it was not Su Mu's face, but that of a stranger vaguely reminiscent, perhaps bearing a superficial resemblance. 3 parts alike, his skin unnaturally pallid, enhanced by subtle makeup. This can't be real. It's impossible. Yang Dongqing roared, his voice raw with shock. Though his limbs were leaden, his eyes had seen clearly. Su Mu had been taken hostage, yet now lay dead, as another man entirely. Even granting a faint resemblance, no one could mistake them, not unless blind to faces altogether. Wait. A chilling realization struck Yang Dongqing. Something had felt off from the start. In his memory, Su Mu had always been a consumptive wraith, nosebleeds, mid-class, cane in hand, wheelchair-bound, as if a single gust might shatter him. Such a constitution could never have evaded Yang's desperate final launch. That light, agile, backward leap, utterly beyond the capacity of any invalid. You're a transcendent too. Yang Dongqing lifted his head, disbelief burning in his gaze as he locked eyes with the newly revealed Su Mu. Su Mu smiled faintly, then turned and ordered, bring these 2 startled guests down for rest. Yes, leader. 2 underlings rushed forward, dragging away Yang Dongqing, limp as a sack, and Nan Mo, rigid as a marionette. He was no villain who monologued, granting his enemies a chance to turn the tide. The decoy's boldness had served a purpose, to test whether Yang Dongqing harbored hidden reserves. He would not risk interrogation only for his captive to erupt in a final lethal strike. Yet fate had dealt an unexpected hand. Yang remained inscrutable, while Nan Mo unwittingly had stepped into the light. Leader, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Just now I truly believed you. Zhao Chaoyao, still trembling, glanced at the decoy's corpse on the floor and hurried towards Su Mu. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. I understand that well enough. Su Mu's voice suddenly emanated from behind Zhao Chaoyao. His blood ran cold. How could the leader's voice come from behind when he stood plainly before him? Zhao Chaoyao whirled around, and there among the black-clad enforcers stood a broad-shouldered man removing his gas mask to reveal the same pale, exquisite face. It was Su Mu. Zhao Chaoyao's scalp prickled. Thighs, what in the... He whipped back to the Su Mu before him, only to watch horrified as that face dissolved into unfamiliarity, becoming utterly alien. Behind him, Su Mu began methodically unbuttoning, his black suit jacket unveiling beneath it a thick segmented ballistic vest, layer upon layer stripped away with calm precision. That explained his imposing frame. Zhao Chaoyao stood paralyzed, like a man confronting a specter. Su Mu spoke coolly, nothing here warrants such alarm. Did I not say it already? A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. But this, deception, ambush, poison, exploiting affection, it hardly sounds like the conduct of a gentleman. Zhao Chaoyao blurted, still reeling. Moi. Su Mu cast him a single quiet glance, so piercing Zhao Chaoyao instantly pivoted, forcing a strained compliment. Leader, you found exceptional doubles. 3 parts resemblance, truly rare in this world. He paused, then cautiously studied Su Mu twice more. By the way, leader, this one surely isn't another double. Su Mu ignored the question. Instead, he drew a pair of amber-tinted glasses from his pocket and slid them on, his unervingly deep eyes vanishing behind the lenses. Resemblance matters little. What matters is suggestion. Every floor of the Serpent Gang's headquarters burns calming incense candles. He inhaled them all the way up, breathing suggestion with every step. Add to that endless repetitions of the Ouroboros sigil, and Nan Mo's prior disclosure of my identity, seeding his mind with expectation, all converging to prime him for hypnosis. The decoy's likeness. Merely prudence. I'd never attempted hypnotic induction on a transcendent before. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant, leader. Zhao Chaoyao's awe burned hotter, then flickered with doubt. Leader, about the poison. Earlier your decoy mentioned it, and I was stunned. But thinking it over, something feels off. Nan Mo's lips were venomous. But what if she licked them midway? And what if she never kissed Yang Dongqing at all? Then, my plan never fails, Su Mu replied with a cryptic smile. Because there was no poison at all. What? Zhao Chaoyao recoiled, his thoughts short-circuiting. Have you heard of the dripping faucet death experiment? Once researchers blindfolded a bound death row inmate and told him they would drain his blood. Then they pricked his wrist, just enough to sting, and let a faucet drip steadily beside him, drop after drop. After some time, he died. Yet in truth, he hadn't lost a drop of blood. From start to finish, only water fell. That is the power of psychological suggestion. A rapturous gleam shimmered across Su Mu's face, as though intoxicated by the sheer elegance of bending. The power of psychological suggestion is immense, so immense that when one truly believes oneself dead, death may indeed follow. Likewise, when Yang Dongqing believed he had been poisoned, the influence of mental hypnosis induced genuine symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao's mouth hung wide open. He did not comprehend, yet was profoundly shaken. Su Mu frowned faintly. Is this truly so difficult to grasp? But Commander, Yang Dongqing only fell ill after believing he was poisoned. Then what caused his initial dizziness? That cannot be mere psychological suggestion. Su Mu grew increasingly exasperated. Suppose you raced here in frantic haste, fought a brutal battle, endured several grenade blasts, suffered severe burns. And during those burns, every calming candle melted completely, releasing copious amounts of sedative fragrance, which you inhaled deeply. Finally, you held your breath for a full minute inside a gas chamber. Then kissed someone for another minute. After such an ordeal, tell me, would you not feel dizzy and disoriented? Zhao Chaoyao fell silent for a moment, eyes flickering with contemplation. He pondered earnestly, then delivered his verdict. I would be dead. You imbecile. With a sharp crack, Su Mu struck Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his serpentine-wood cane. I wasted my breath explaining anything to you. Zhao Chaoyao clutched his skull, grimacing in pain. But his expression remained obsequiously deferential. Commander, it is I who am dull-witted. Yet I strive with all my might to fathom your profound words. The way you orchestrate strategy from afar is nothing short of divine intervention. Please grant me just one more explanation. He had strained his mind to conjure 2 idioms, and deployed them both in one breath. Watching Zhao Chaoyao's sycophantic grin, Su Mu suddenly felt a fresh wave of headache. His earlier relief brought on by a glass of red wine, now utterly undone. If only hypnosis could bestow intelligence. But he knew it could not. Even under deep suggestion, a struggling student would still fail to solve problems once beyond his grasp. Mathematics remains ruthlessly impartial. Ignorance persists unaltered. Since the transcendent version eludes you, let me offer the ordinary one. I did poison him. Zhao Chaoyao blinked, bewildered. First no poison, then poison. Commander, was there poison? Su Mu continued unperturbed. The meal Jasmine prepared for Yang Dongqing was laced with poison, but its toxic component remains inert unless triggered by a chemical reaction. I also tainted Jasmine's wineglass. That toxin, harmless on its own, acts as a catalyst for the first. Thus, when the two kissed, the poison within Yang Dongqing reacted with the toxin on Jasmine's lips, sparking a lethal transformation. She vomited once. So her earlier retching before the surveillance feed was also induced by your hypnosis. A chill crawled up his spine. Then Sumu chuckled, shall I reveal the third version? What? There's a third version? Yes. The third merges the transcendent and the ordinary. I administered poison and applied psychological suggestion. Yang Dongqing succumbed to their synergistic effect. After all, how could a transcendent being fall so easily to poison alone? Zhao Chaoyao stood utterly dumbfounded. His scalp prickled, as if his brain were straining to sprout anew. Commander, which version is true? Sumu smiled wordlessly, leaned upon his cane, and walked away, leaving behind only Zhao Chaoyao scratching his head in helpless bewilderment. He refused to suffer his headache alone. Commander, wait, which version is true? Just tell me. Commander, may I ask a different question? Why not simply hypnotize Jasmine to obey your commands directly? Why force her to choose, ultimately requiring a decoy's sacrifice? Sumu paused mid-stride. In the dim corridor he did not turn. His calm voice echoed softly into Zhao Chaoyao. Because I cherish surprises. Zhao Chaoyao froze, staring blankly at that shadow-draped silhouette. Uncomprehending. Don't you find the struggle of human nature endlessly fascinating? A life stripped of uncertainty is simply too dull. His voice faded into silence. In the Serpent Gang's dungeon, Yang Dongqing sat bound to a steel chair, welded immovably to the floor, his body shackled with iron chains as thick as an infant's arm. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. As Sumu entered, the man bowed fervently. Commander. Status report. Sumu asked, ignoring the searing fury blazing in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The man replied hastily, per your orders, we administer paralytic gas every hour. I swear, he cannot lift a mm. Sumu nodded, then turned his gaze upon the captive. Sumu, you despicable wretch. Even if I die, I'll utter nothing to you. Oh. Sumu adjusted his amber-tinted glasses, a playful smirk curling his lips. You fear no death, but what of Miss Jasmine? Yang Dongqing stiffened, then erupted in volcanic rage. His eyes blazed crimson, his muscles swelled taut beneath his skin. Instantly the iron chains groaned and shrieked under titanic strain. If you so much as lay a hand on Jasmine, I'll tear you limb from limb. Sumu regarded the white-coat man expression. The man broke into cold sweat. This is impossible. He just inhaled the paralytic gas. No elephant could move this soon. See, Commander, I'll increase the dosage immediately. Please don the gas mask. Moments later both donned masks. The man pressed a button. Hissing filled the air. White vapor gushed from ceiling vents. Within minutes Yang Dongqing's violent thrashing ceased entirely. Through his gas mask Sumu studied Yang Dongqing intently, pondering. Was his strength tied to emotion? At the mere mention of Nan Mo, fury surged, and his paralyzed body surged with renewed defiant strength. To test further, Sumu approached slowly, gazed into Yang Dongqing's slightly unfocused pupils, and bent close, whispering into his ear. Jasmine is remarkably supple. Whoosh. Yang Dongqing suddenly lifted his head, his previously dull eyes now bloodshot, as a terrifying force surged forth from his body. I'll kill you. Clank, clank. He thrashed violently, causing the iron chains binding him to rattle wildly, so fiercely that the entire dungeon seemed to tremble beneath their strain. Chief, retreat at once. He's about to break free. The man in the white coat paled with terror in his eyes. Yang Dongqing had become a ravenous beast on the verge of bursting from its cage. Yet Sumu remained utterly still, calmly observing Yang Dongqing. In an instant, a vast wave of mental energy surged forth, attempting to subdue and hypnotize him. But upon entering Yang Dongqing's mind, it met fierce, unyielding resistance. A flash of insight crossed Sumu's gaze. Indeed, Yang Dongqing's power appeared intrinsically tied to intangible forces, emotion, willpower, and sheer inner resolve. The angrier Yang Dongqing grew, the stronger his power became, and his mental resilience surged in kind. Bring Miss. Sumu issued the order. The man in the white coat hurried to comply. Moments later, Nan Mo entered the dungeon, fully clothed and unharmed. At the sight of Nan Mo, Yang Dongqing's fury subsided just slightly. Jasmine, are you all right? His voice came in rapid, breathless urgency. No, they didn't hurt me. They only locked me away. Dongqing, are you all right? Nan Mo's eyes welled with tears as she gazed upon her beloved bound in thick iron chains. Seeing Nan Mo unscathed, the volatile energy within Yang Dongqing quieted, retreating like a receding tide. Jasmine, you must be safe. I will get you out of here. He turned sharply towards Sumu. You wanted answers. Fine, I'll tell you everything, if you release Jasmine. Sumu shook his head. I have no taste for things too easily obtained. Hold your tongue, for now. Yang Dongqing froze, staring at Sumu as though he were gazing upon a madman. Too easily obtained. After all this time, after so many of your men died, you dare call it too easy? You're insane. Sumu ignored him entirely and instructed his subordinate. Escort Miss Jasmine back to her quarters. No one is to approach her without my explicit command. Oh, and send her a bottle of fine red wine and a premium M9 ribeye steak. Nan Mo. And Sumu then departed the dungeon. He was no lunatic, as Yang Dongqing claimed, but simply unwilling to trust a man who loathed him with such visceral hatred. Could one believe a word spoken by someone burning with vengeance? If Yang Dongqing lied, even subtly, about matters of transcendental power or withheld even a single critical term, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus Su Mu preferred to extract truths in his own way. When all had left, silence descended upon the dungeon, deep, absolute, and suffocating. Yet not long after, laughter rang out, bright, lilting, and laced with the faint sweet scent of perfume. Su Mu, what in the world do you think you're doing? Yang Dongqing roared, veins bulging at his temples. Beside him stood a line of stunning women, voluptuous, radiant, clad in daring attire. Little heartthrob, your expression so fierce. Smile for big sister, no? Then let me smile for you. Darling, I don't know why, but the moment I saw you my heart raced. Listen for yourself. Wow, girls, this young stud's physique is impressive. Every inch pure rock-hard muscle. Hee. Really that hard? I don't believe it. Let me feel for myself. Under this relentless, playful assault, Yang Dongqing's rage crumbled, replaced astonishingly by a faint flush across his cheeks. In the surveillance room, Su Mu watched impassively. Zhao Chaoyao beside him stared dumbfounded. Chief, is this what you call torture? Would you like to try it yourself? Su Mu asked coolly. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed hard. Well, not entirely out of the question. Moi. No, my apologies. I was only jesting. I couldn't endure such torment. Gazing but forbidden to touch. It'd drive me mad. It's just rather unlike the torture I imagined. Yang Dongqing possesses a body of tempered steel. Conventional punishment cannot wound him, and his strength appears fueled by wrath. So we must punish him without inciting fury. But chief, what's the point? It harms him not at all. Will he ever yield? Zhao Chaoyao asked, still watching the yield. No. I seek disorientation, erosion of focus, weakening of will. Hours passed. Blood vessels webbed Yang Dongqing's eyes. His breath came in ragged, heaving gasps. His throat parched, nearly cracked. To prevent sensory fatigue, Su Mu had rotated the women several times. Withdraw them all. Yang Dongqing has acclimated. Proceed to the next phase. Su Mu relayed the order via intercom. Instantly, the women vanished, leaving behind only Yang Dongqing, disheveled lips, smudged with crimson lipstick. Su Mu, you despicable wretch. You'll never break me with such tricks. Bring it on again if you dare, he rasped. Clank. The dungeon door swung open once more, this time admitting a stern-faced man in a black suit, holding a small box of fine powder. Yang Dongqing instantly paled. A man. Before he could react, the man appended the powder over him. An unbearable, maddening itch erupted across his skin. This is itching powder. Ha ha ha. Su Mu, ha ha ha. For a time, the frigid dungeon echoed with Yang Dongqing's uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. Hours later, his spirit lay utterly spent. His voice hoarse, his laughter reduced to raw, ragged croaks. As all know, unrelenting manic mirth exacts a terrible toll upon the mind. This time he lacked even the strength to curse. He admitted, bitterly, that youth had blinded him. Real interrogation bore no resemblance to its dramatized counterparts. This was not a trial of will. It was a siege upon consciousness itself. Yet what he could not foresee was that far crueler trial still awaited. Clank. The dungeon door opened again. Yang Dongqing's face twisted in dread as he fixed his gaze upon the threshold. There, stepping calmly into view, was Su Mu, holding a thick stack of books. Seeing his tormentor arrive in person, Yang Dongqing's fury reignited. Su Mu, you. Comrade Yang Dongqing, do you know the foremost duty of a student? Su Mu interrupted calmly. What trick are you up to? A student's paramount duty is to study. And you, Comrade Yang Dongqing, ranking dead last in our class, have gravely dragged down the entire grade. As class president, I bear the responsibility to provide you with after-class tutoring. Su Mu adjusted his glasses, arms cradling a thick stack of textbooks. His very bearing radiated diligence and virtue. Su Mu, you're utterly deranged. What the hell am I supposed to study? Su Mu shook his head in sorrowful disappointment. Your attitude toward learning is profoundly flawed. Clearly I must motivate you, forcefully. With that, he produced a mathematics exercise workbook and placed it squarely before Yang Dongqing. Here, solve this trigonometric problem. All necessary formulas are listed in the textbook. I'll solve your. Yang Dongqing was about to erupt, when Su Mu's next words froze his blood. If you fail to solve it within 15 minutes, I shall sever one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. Su Mu smiled faintly. Yang Dongqing jerked his head up, face contorted in furious disbelief. You wouldn't dare. Don't harm Jasmine, even so much as a hair. Shoo. Stay calm. I am a man of unwavering principle. If I say one finger, I cut only one, not two. This moment is your sole chance to save her. If you truly love her, and wish her no harm, then solve this trigonometric equation. It's merely a single trigonometric problem, one you've covered in class. The textbook lies open before you. Fail this, and you leave me no choice. Time begins now. Smiling, Su Mu drew a pocket watch from his breast pocket, the dark gold filigree gleaming fiercely under the light. He set it upon the nearby table, then departed silently. Yang Dongqing raged and cursed, but soon reluctantly turned his gaze back to the equation. He knew all too well that Su Mu was a madman capable of anything. Just one trig problem. It's simple enough. He took a deep breath and studied the question carefully. In triangle ABC, a 60 side of 3, side B3. Find B. Minutes crawled by, 1, 2, 3. Arg, damn it, what is B? They say desperation drives people to extremes, but that adage evidently does not apply to mathematics. For no matter how desperate one grows, an unsolved math problem remains unsolved. Ignorance remains ignorance. 15 minutes later, Su Mu entered the dungeon, with elegant poise leaning on a cane holding a crystal wine goblet filled with deep crimson liquid. Comrade Yang Dongqing, do you have the answer? Yang Dongqing, lost in mathematical delirium, snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot and webbed with veins, lips murmuring feverishly, Sin BB Sin AA, which equals 3 times Sin 60. The 15 minutes are nearly up. Be quiet. I'm almost there, Sin B 1/2. Since a BAB, and since Sin B 1/2, then. His expression shattered, then ignited. The answer burst forth, B30. Ha ha ha, I solved it. Clap, clap, clap. Su Mu beamed with paternal pride. Congratulations, Comrade Yang Dongqing. You've just spared Miss Jasmine one finger. Yet before Yang Dongqing could savor relief, Su Mu produced another mathematics problem. 15 minutes again. If you fail, I'll sever one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Su Mu, you bastard. What the hell are you doing? Su Mu smiled faintly. He realized Yang Dongqing's mental resilience remained too intact. More problems were needed. 15 minutes, starting now. He turned and strode out, cane tapping softly. Mentally shattered Yang Dongqing, after one final outburst, had no choice but to fix his hollow gaze upon the new problem. One glance, and the world went black. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 200. 1. Derive the general term formula for this sequence. 2. Compute its 20th term. 3. From which term onward does every value exceed 1000? Su Mu I. By dawn, Yang Dongqing had not slept a wink. He had spent the entire night solving mathematics problems, his mastery now encompassing trigonometric identities, arithmetic and geometric sequences, systems of linear equations, and other advanced mathematical disciplines. Esoteric mathematical arts. His entire being was fraying. Sunken eyes, vacant stare, face slack with numb exhaustion. The same group of young women returned, but no matter how gracefully they danced, Yang Dongqing's eyes refused to flicker. Inside the surveillance room, Su Mu judged the moment ripe. His subject's psyche was sufficiently eroded. Hypnosis could now begin. Every prior act had been deliberate psychological attrition, especially those final mathematics problems. Only a true academic struggler understands the exquisite agony of straining every neuron and failing. Yang Dongqing, alas, was precisely that. Transcendents possess formidable mental fortitude. To ensure hypnotic success, their consciousness must first be ground down to absolute fragility. This time he sought deep hypnosis, not mere psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion operates at the surface. The subject retains full self-awareness, yet acts in accordance with implanted impulses. Deep hypnosis, however, warps cognition entirely, as with the Serpent Gang enforcers. Yet such control is transient. Reinforcement is required at regular intervals. Only when his own spiritual power matures further might he achieve permanent, indelible imprinting, akin to a Taoist thought seal. Thud. The dungeon door swung open once more. Yang Dongqing, eyes glazed, senses dulled, jolted violently at the sound, terror flooding his features. No more math. Please, ugh. He retched dryly. Su Mu nodded, satisfied. Comrade Yang Dongqing, it appears you've fully internalized and digested those mathematical principles. You're even beginning to feel overfull. Then we may proceed to the final stage. Yang Dongqing heard nothing. His lips moved unconsciously. Sine, cosine, tinkat. Ding. A finely crafted dark gold pocket watch with intricate hollow patterns sprang from Su Mu's fingertips, falling before Yang Dongqing. The pocket watch was connected by a delicate chain, the end held in Su Mu's hand, and as he applied a slight force, the dark gold watch began to swing. It swung slowly yet with great regularity, each movement precise, akin to the second hand on a dial. Keep your... Su Mu's deep voice resonated, and at the same time, he removed his brown glasses, revealing a pair of deep, magnificent eyes like black obsidian. Whether it was an illusion or not, those eyes resembled a luminous pearl in a dim dungeon, subtly emanating a ghostly glow. A vast mental force began to spread throughout the dungeon. Yang Dongqing instinctively looked at the dark gold pocket watch before him, his eyes unconsciously following its left and right swings, his mind gradually entranced. Slowly, his eyes were filled only with this pocket watch, the silent darkness spreading, gradually engulfing everything. Even Su Mu, who was close at hand, seemed to vanish into the darkness. Gradually, the dark gold Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It slithered and intertwined in the darkness, mysterious and extraordinary. Now is the time. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Su Mu's eyes, and a tremendous mental force surged into Yang Dongqing's mind like a tide, quietly leaving behind an Ouroboros symbol in his consciousness. The dark gold Ouroboros seemed to reflect in Yang Dongqing's pupils, slowly vanishing. Huff! Su Mu released a breath, feeling as if he were floating, as if his body had been hollowed out. Truly remarkable. Even after enduring such inhumane torment, there remains a strong mental resilience. Thankfully, it was successful. He turned his gaze to Yang Dongqing, who at that moment had a vacant expression, as if he were a soulless puppet. Yang Dongqing. Su Mu spoke slowly. His words seemed to activate the puppet's command, and in an instant Yang Dongqing's vacant eyes began to shimmer with color, a fervor igniting within. Leader. Su Mu smiled silently, but he did not indulge too much in the joy of the moment, for he needed to gain extraordinary power quickly. After all, he had only a few days left to live. How did you become an extraordinary being? I became one in the nightmare world. Nightmare world. Su Mu frowned slightly. So it is indeed related to dreams. He recalled his own dreams. Every time he fell asleep, he would inevitably enter the dream realm, and each time he did his mental power would grow. What is the nightmare world? He asked his second question. The nightmare world is the world you enter after falling asleep, a realm composed of countless nightmares filled with grotesque, terrifying, and unfathomable nightmare monsters. At this point, the once arrogant, extraordinary being showed a hint of fear on his face. This surprised Su-mu. The emergence of fear, even in a hypnotic state, indicated that the fear the nightmare world instilled in Yang Dongqing had penetrated to the bone. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and continued, I don't know when the boundaries between reality and dreams were broken, leading to the invasion of dream entities into reality, while people of reality can also stumble into dreams. Do you mean that nightmare monsters are also hidden in the real world? Su-mu recalled the various rumors he had heard. Those absurd and unfathomable terrifying events were often discussed among student groups, but at that time, he was too engrossed in dreams to care about reality. Exactly. If humans can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters of that world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmares deep within your heart, the very things you fear the most, suddenly crawling out of the dream one day, or you falling into a real nightmare, facing the nightmares within your heart, that feeling is simply, Yang Dongqing's fear intensified. Simply marvelous. Su-mu's suppressed excitement dissipated Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly became eager about the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In over 100 years in the dream, he had experienced everything in the world, and later, to consume his mental power, he continuously created terrifying monsters or scenes to stimulate himself. The consequence of this was that his emotional thresholds became infinitely high, regardless of how intense the fear. It was hard to impact him. To be honest, this feeling was quite boring. When nothing in the world could stir your heart, it felt like a eunuch who had renounced. This is not a detached mindset of not being affected by external things, but rather a boredom after having tired of everything. How can one enter the nightmare world? Su-mu asked eagerly. By sleeping. Only in sleep can one enter the nightmare world. It is akin to an eternal nightmare from which one never awakens. A month ago, I woke up in my sleep only to find myself in the nightmare world where there were others like me who also entered in their dreams. We encountered a group of terrifying monsters there. They eat people and die. All dead. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly fearful, almost hinting at a tendency to escape the hypnosis. Su-mu narrowed his eyes and quickly changed the subject. How does one become extraordinary in the nightmare world? Bronze laws. Yang Dongqing revealed a term that was unfamiliar to Su-mu. What are the bronze laws? I don't know. A hint of confusion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. It is like a vast net hidden in countless dimensions within the nightmare world, encompassing everything omnipresent. As long as you connect to the bronze laws, you can become extraordinary. Su-mu's frown deepened. He could understand each word Yang Dongqing said, but connecting them together was unclear. A vast net. How does one connect to the bronze laws? There is no fixed method. It all depends on individual talent. Those with high talent can sense the bronze laws upon first entering the nightmare world and then connect to them. What about those with low talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world multiple times before they can connect to the bronze laws. There are also those without talent. They will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Once. Su-mu. So you're saying you're a genius? Do all extraordinary beings possess steel bodies like you? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is called steel heart, which is considered a relatively common form of extraordinary power. After acquiring steel heart, my physical attributes were enhanced in all aspects, and my body became as strong as steel, with this physical intensity also temporarily increasing with willpower and emotional fluctuations. Su-mu pondered, realizing that the reason Yang Dongqing was able to unleash power after being paralyzed earlier was steel will. The steel refers to a body of steel, while the will represents the enhancement of emotional strength to the steel body. In simple terms, the more intense the emotions, the stronger the steel body becomes, or the more resolute the will, the stronger the steel body. The bronze law encompasses everything, and the corresponding extraordinary powers are varied, but I am not clear on the specifics. The information I have was thanks to a person from the upper district who was part of the Nightmare Apostles we entered with last time. It was he who informed me. Nightmare Apostles. Is that a term for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether extraordinary or ordinary, is collectively referred to as Nightmare Apostles. It is an ominous title, as all Nightmare Apostles will ultimately perish in their nightmares. Why? The person from the upper district said that every day some unfortunate souls become Nightmare Apostles through their dreams, entering the nightmare world while they sleep. It is completely random how anyone could be affected. Moreover, once someone has entered, it is akin to being cursed. They will periodically re-enter, experiencing one nightmare after another until they perish. Is there a way for me to enter the nightmare world if I wish? No, there is no way. No one knows how to enter the nightmare world, just as no one knows how to escape it. Being chosen as a Nightmare Apostle seems entirely random, without any pattern. Hearing this, Su-mu's expression darkened. Can one become extraordinary without entering the nightmare world? Yes, I have heard from the person from the upper district that there are extraordinary beings hidden within this world, and they are not nightmare. Then how did they become extraordinary? I only know part of it. The person didn't finish his sentence before being killed by a nightmare monster. At that time his exact words were that these extraordinary beings in the real world are a bunch of cowards who gain without effort. They grow strong by feeding on the blood of nightmare apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered slightly. He was very angry at the time, seemingly very resistant to the identity of a nightmare apostle. That resistance is not just about facing the nightmare monsters, it seems that people in the real world also pose a threat to nightmare apostles. Su Mu's eyes flickered. Blood of nightmare apostles. Is it to be taken literally, or? Give me a bit of your blood. Yes, leader. Without any hesitation, Yang Dongqing extended a finger and sharply sliced his wrist with a nail akin. In a room filled with medical equipment and experimental devices, a man in a white coat held a test tube filled with blood, conducting various experiments with a dropper. How is it? Su Mu asked, leaning against the wall. Leader, this blood is no different from an ordinary person's. At most, drink it. Yes, leader. The man in the white coat drank the blood in one gulp. Su Mu waited for a full hour, but it seems that the previous statement about draining blood was not to be taken literally. Now two paths lay before him. One was to go to the upper district to investigate information about extraordinary beings and learn their methods to gain extraordinary power. The other was to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become extraordinary. Without much thought, he chose the second path. The upper district and the lower district are separated by a natural barrier. It is not simply a matter of having money to enter. You need money connections and channels to obtain a residence permit for the upper district. Of course, this is not difficult for him, it just requires some time. However, once inside, gathering information about extraordinary beings will also take time, and time is what he lacks the most. To capture Yang Dongqing, he has already spent 3 days, leaving only 4 days of his lifespan. The reasons above are not the fundamental ones for Su Mu. The real reason he chose the second path is, who can resist a mysterious, terrifying, and thrilling nightmare world that could lead to death at any moment? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long-dormant heart finally felt a pulse. But how can he enter the nightmare world? Or rather, has he already entered it? For a moment, Su Mu thought of the dream he had every day, which felt so real it hardly seemed like a dream, yet it was completely different from the nightmare world described by Yang Dongqing. In his dream, there were no dangers, and everything else was present. Oh, everything he wanted was there. According to Yang Dongqing, to enter the nightmare world, one must rely on sheer luck. If luck is sufficiently bad, one might dream of the nightmare world and then enter it. But the problem is, as soon as he falls asleep, he enters that all-powerful dream, effectively blocking out the nightmare world. After pondering for a moment, an idea gradually formed in his mind. Su Mu returned to the dungeon once again. When he saw Yang Dongqing, he was astonished to find that Yang Dongqing had actually escaped from hypnosis. It had only been an bastard. What did you just do to me? Yang Dongqing shouted in a mix of anger and shock, clearly still haunted by the recent hypnosis. The feeling of having completely transformed into another person was more terrifying than losing one's life. Su Mu stared at him, amazed at his mental resilience. Are all extraordinary beings like this? Or does Yang Dongqing's steel will naturally provide some resistance? It doesn't matter, it's not significant. He never intended to treat Yang Dongqing merely as a puppet. To him, interesting people in this world are rare, but it is precisely these individuals who make the world vibrant. He had grown weary of the feeling of controlling everything. He did not fully control Nmo before, and now he certainly would not fully control Yang Dongqing's thoughts. However, not wanting to control does not mean he will let Yang Dongqing go. The two have already become enemies, and releasing an enemy is a foolish act. Thus, Su Mu began to adopt another method, psychological suggestion. Compared to the coercive nature of hypnosis, psychological suggestion is undoubtedly more subtle, difficult to detect, and can bypass mental resistance. In simple terms, hypnosis forcibly controls another's mind, provoking mental rebellion. Psychological suggestion subtly brainwashes, distorting thoughts, and leading one to accept naturally. For example, in the workplace, if a boss assigns you a task outside of your regular duties, you may resist it. At that moment, the boss has 2 methods to handle you. One is to use their authority to pressure you, threatening you if you refuse, or making things difficult for you. The other method is to PUA you, suggesting that learning something new is not a bad thing, that they are training you, and that only through training can you perform better in a higher position. The psychological backlash triggered by these 2 methods is obviously different in strength. Therefore, Su Mu now know to psychologically suggest to Yang Dongqing. He sat calmly on a chair, hands clasped around a serpent-patterned wooden cane, gazing steadily at Yang Dongqing, slowly saying, Yang Dongqing, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Emily, would you? Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. What do you want to do again? The iron chains wrapped around him trembled wildly. It's nothing, just a trivial compensation is all I need. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently as he suppressed the urge to curse, gritting his teeth and asking, what compensation? You captured me, and yet you asked for compensation. Su Mu's face showed a look of astonishment. I invited Miss Jasmine to visit to have some red wine and steak, but you barged in without any distinction, breaking into my home and going on a killing spree. What do you say about that? Shouldn't you be the one to compensate? That was an invitation. You clearly forced your way in. I merely made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. Well, don't mind such trivial details. Just tell me whether you will compensate or not. Compensate? Yang Dongqing's face turned pale. Although he was a poor student, he understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. Considering you are a pauper, the only thing you can offer is your own body, so You will work for me for 3 years, and that will count as compensation. For Sumu, 3 years is sufficient. He can already manipulate Yang Dongqing, let alone what his own mental strength will be like 3 years from now provided he survives. Work for you. Yang Dongqing's expression softened slightly, meaning that he would not die for the time being and Jasmine would be safe. He only wanted to feign agreement and wait for a chance to take revenge later. Sumu seemed to see through his thoughts calmly, saying, "You should also be aware of my abilities. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jasmine is a piece of cake. To be honest, I've already implanted a thought in her mind, a thought of suicide. As long as you harbor any ill intentions, Jasmine will kill herself for me." Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. "Bastard. Don't harm Jasmine if you have the guts, come for me." What a touching love story. Sumu marveled. "In that case, you should consider Jasmine even more, as she loves you so much that she dared to betray me for you. Such a good girl, her life and death are in your hands. As long as you agree to work for me for 3 years, I will grant you both your freedom after that." Yang Dongqing's expression was dark and uncertain. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I agree, but if you do not keep your promise or harm Jasmine, I swear, I will make you pay the price, even if I have to shatter into pieces." Sumu smiled slightly, a pleasant cooperation. At the same time, a glimmer flashed in his eyes hidden behind the teacup. For Yang Dongqing at this moment, there were 2 choices. One was to believe in the freedom he would gain in 3 years and cooperate sincerely. The other was to not believe. For Yang Dongqing at this moment, there were 2 choices. One was to believe in the freedom he would gain in 3 years and cooperate sincerely. The other was to not believe and feign cooperation, waiting for a chance to betray. The role of psychological suggestion is to strengthen the intention of genuine cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined towards the first choice. "Who do you want me to kill?" "Your competitors." "Don't be so violent. Who said a gang leader must kill? I am quite fond of peace, and your job is not about killing." "Those words don't seem like something you would say. Your first job is to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world." Yang Dongqing's whole body trembled, speechless for a long time. "Let's not talk about whether I can do it. Do you know what it means to enter the nightmare world? No need for unnecessary words. I have my own plans." If I am not mistaken, when you suddenly felt a palpitation in class before you sensed that you were about to enter the nightmare world again. Yang Dongqing nodded silently, and after a long time he said, "The nightmare apostles will have a sense of impending entry when approaching the nightmare world. Usually they will enter within 2 to 3 days after sensing it. You said earlier that entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming. What if one doesn't sleep? Not sleeping can delay the entry time, but who can go without sleep for long? A person will die if they don't sleep." Sumu did not express an opinion on this. Even in this world there are extraordinary beings, and it is not surprising that someone can go without sleep for a long time. However, Yang Dongqing had just come into contact with the extraordinary, so the information he understood was naturally one-sided. Is entering the nightmare world a state where the spirit enters while the physical body remains in reality? Or does the spirit and body enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. "I am not sure either. I have only been to the nightmare world once, and who can observe whether their body is lying in bed after falling asleep?" The gaze behind the tea-colored glasses flickered slightly, as Sumu suddenly had a thought. He wondered if, when he enters that dream of infinitely increasing mental strength, every day his body is still lying in bed asleep. Verifying that is simple. Just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now is not the time for verification. Yang Dongqing continued. "I feel it should be that the spirit and body enter together because the nightmare world is completely a real world. It's like traveling. If you get injured inside, you will carry those injuries back to reality. You just said you would enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today should be the 3rd day, right?" "Yes, because I didn't sleep last night. Otherwise I might have entered last night." "Why didn't you sleep last night?" "You..." Yang Dongqing glared angrily. "Why do you think I didn't sleep? Isn't it because you made me study math all night?" Sumu's lips curled into a mysterious arc. "Alright, don't mind such trivial details. Just get ready to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world." Yang Dongqing frowned deeply. "That's impossible. Entry into the nightmare world is random. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter on their own." Sumu smiled mysteriously. "You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans." Night. In a luxurious room, a dozen men in black stood in a neat row under Zhao Chao's lead. "Chief, as per your instructions, I have gathered all the elites from the venomous serpent gang," Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Sumu carefully examined them, noticing that each of them was robust with a strong physique emanating a faint aura of menace and bulging at the waist, carrying handguns. At this time, a bald man beside them with no eyebrows and a lip imprint on his face showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "The nightmare world isn't about numbers. Bringing these useless people in will only be a burden in the end. By the way, the premise is that you really have a way to bring so many people in." The bald man speaking is Yang Dongqing. Ever since the two reached an agreement, Sumu released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause any trouble, but instead worked diligently, eagerly awaiting the time, 3 years later, when he could soar together with Mo Li. As for the lip print on his face, it naturally belonged to Mo Li. As soon as he came out, he wanted to see Mo Li. After sharing some tender moments, he learned from her that his younger brother had already become the factory director, and Mo Li herself had also been signed by a record company. This outcome could be described as a happy one for everyone. The younger brother had become the director, Mo Li could pursue her dreams, and Su Mu had also acquired a powerful bodyguard. The only one suffering was Yang Dongqing, who had to work like a horse for 3 years. Sumu ignored him and calmly ordered get ready for sleep. Yang Dongqing walked straight towards the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu extended his snake-patterned wooden staff to block him sleep on the floor. Yang Dongqing's face turned angry. Isn't there a bed? Why must I sleep on the floor? The bed is mine. Sumu retracted the staff and gave him a cold glance. Ultimately, Yang Dongqing could only curse under his breath and lie down on the floor. At this moment, Sumu instructed Zhao Chaoyao and the others, you all sleep too. Bang bang bang. A dozen men in black lay down on the ground, immediately falling asleep, with some even starting to snore. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow. Do these people have such good sleep quality? Sumu shook his head. It's just hypnosis. Yang Dongqing suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, and with a pale face firmly refused, then shut his eyes. About 10 minutes later, he slowly drifted into dreamland. Having spent the whole night solving math problems, he was already extremely exhausted. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Sumu began his own plan. He took out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket. The watch's head slipped from his fingertips and began to swing like a pendulum in the air. 1, 2, 3. Thud. Sumu collapsed onto the soft bed. In the vast and ethereal heavenly palace, an immortal emperor stood proudly, surrounded by celestial energy, as if rays of glory were bursting forth from his body. He was majestic and upright, resembling a towering peak seemingly capable of supporting the entire sky. This immortal emperor was none other than Sumu. Indeed, he had entered his own dream. Transforming into the immortal emperor was merely a basic skill for him, a habit formed subconsciously. Sumu stood in the void, draped in a magnificent celestial robe that fluttered with the wind, embroidered with countless stars, as if containing the ultimate truths of the universe. He slightly raised his hand, and the celestial power flowing from his sleeves transformed into dazzling light, illuminating the entire dream. The dream had no walls, which meant it had no boundaries. What he needed to do now was to expand. To infinitely expand the dream until it connected with Yang Dongqing's dream. In his vision, since he was the master of the dream, why couldn't he connect his dream with others? With a flip of my hand, I can grasp the rise and fall of the universe. It's simply about connecting dreams, which should not be difficult. As time ticked away, Sumu slowly closed his eyes, pushing his perception to the utmost limit, while his dream expanded wildly, like a cosmic explosion. Finally, he sensed something different, a peculiar feeling, like an immortal emperor standing at the peak, suddenly perceiving the barriers of the world. Once his perception pierced through the barrier, he saw another world. On the fringes of the dream, there was only endless darkness, but at some point a dozen twinkling stars appeared, mysterious and exquisite. Sumu could clearly sense that these dozen stars did not belong to his dream, as he could perfectly control his own dream, making him particularly sensitive to anything extra. Is this their dream? Sumu opened his eyes. The gaze of the immortal emperor, resembling a deep and boundless cosmic black hole, containing the brilliance and dimness of countless stars, the passage of time and change. As his gaze swept across, it was like a lightning bolt splitting through the darkness of the dream's fringes, revealing those dozen stars in their entirety. Even the scenes above them became clear. The images displayed on the 12 stars were basically the same, all depicting Sumu seated on a throne with a crowd of people below, bowing to him, chanting "Long live the leader." Clearly this was the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and the others who were brainwashed daily, even dreaming of Sumu. Aside from these 12 stars, there was another one resembling steel, radiating a metallic sheen, with a slightly different scene displayed on it. The scene had some color. The male lead was Yang Dongqing, and the female lead was Mo Li. The two were sweetly interacting until Sumu appeared and interrupted their love. Is this Yang Dongqing's dream? Sumu frowned slightly. How cliché. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Mo Li had already been successfully taken away by Sumu, and the plot was becoming increasingly melodramatic. Mo Li, sorry Dongqing, a love triangle is just too crowded. Yang Dongqing, no. Mo Li, how can I? Sumu. He was somewhat speechless. Just as he was about to mock, his brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze like cold lightning locked onto Yang Dongqing's dream. He suddenly saw a strange blood color appearing out of nowhere in Yang Dongqing's dream. That blood color resembled old rust or dried blood, silently spreading through the dream, emanating a chilling aura. It was like the blood of a demon, oozing from the depths of hell, thick and slow-moving, with each drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually being enveloped by the blood color, and at the same time the dream star representing him began to shake violently, as if it were about to be pulled out of existence. Is this the call of the nightmare world? Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. He no longer hesitated, and immediately connected his dream with Yang Dongqing's dream. At the moment of their contact, his body jolted violently. The originally ethereal heavenly palace, surrounded by celestial energy, had inexplicably taken on a strange blood color. This blood color spread like a virus, rampantly expanding. He tried to control this blood color, but found it utterly impossible. Even though he was the supreme immortal emperor in the dream, everything felt illusory in the face of that blood color. Only that blood color was real. It felt like a supreme being in a novel, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth with a flick of a hand, yet unable to escape the pages of the novel to harm a single blade of grass in reality. As I expected, the nightmare world pulls people through dreams. As long as I connect with the dream of the nightmare apostle, I will be drawn in as well. Sumu manipulated his own dream, connecting it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and the others. When all dreams were linked together, it seemed to provide a channel for the blood red to Sumu manipulated his own dream, connecting it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and the others. When all dreams were linked together, it seemed to provide a channel for the blood red to spread, endlessly creeping and eventually dyeing all their dreams crimson. That blood red was like a gigantic net enveloping everyone's dreams, leaving no escape, as if once trapped inside, one would be devoured by endless fear and despair. And this was exactly what Sumu desired. Sitting on the supreme throne, his dark golden starry robe was stained blood red as blood surged wildly, gradually forming a sea of blood that began to engulf him, his abdomen, chest, and neck. At this moment, Sumu was already wrapped in the sea of blood, leaving only his head visible. A hint of a suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. How truly exciting! As his words fell, the sea of blood completely swallowed him. The pitch-black night enveloped Zhao family village. The entire village was exceptionally desolate, with no lights from 100 homes, only a two-story house flickering with candlelight, standing out starkly in the darkness. Under the shroud of night, this two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness. The mottled walls were overrun with strange vines, and the rusty iron door creaked eerily in the breeze, resembling a painful moan. Inside the house, 4 men and 1 woman sat restlessly around the candle, frequently glancing back at the darkness that the candlelight could not reach, as if something terrifying might appear at any moment. The man with a buzz cut, around 20 years old, said solemnly, "It's already dark. According to the original plan, we need to go out to look for food and candles." Although his expression was grave, he was not as terrified as the others. "Brother Yi, do we really have to go out? What if there are nightmare monsters outside?" A slightly trembling voice emerged from a middle-aged man. He wore a faded work uniform, his shoes heavily worn with dark skin, and a slightly hunched stature, marks left by years of hard physical labor. The buzz-cut man shot him a cold glance. "What should we do if we don't go out? Wait to die? We have already been here for 3 days, not having eaten anything for 3 whole days. If this continues, we won't need those nightmare monsters to act, well, starve to death ourselves. Moreover, the candles are almost used up. Once we run out of candles, I shouldn't have to explain the consequences, right?" The middle-aged man shrank his neck in fear, not daring to say anything further, while the others fell silent. At that moment, the man named Yi stood up. "Everyone act separately and search the village for food. It is nighttime. Those humanoid monsters will not appear. Just be careful of the shadows and bring back all the food you find. I will distribute it uniformly. If anyone dares to hide anything, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he took the lead to prepare to leave, while the only woman among them hurriedly grabbed his hand, her pretty face displaying a pitiful plea. "Brother Yi, I'm scared. Can I go with you?" The woman wore a thin silk nightgown, which faintly outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a hint of fair skin and a sexy collarbone, with delicate straps lightly resting on her rounded shoulders, as if they could slip off at any moment. Seeing her pitiful appearance, the others couldn't help but swallow hard, their protective instincts surging. However, the man named Yi maintained a blank expression and coldly rejected her. "I said act separately. The more people there are, the more likely it is to draw the attention of the shadows." The woman still persisted, biting her delicate lip as she pleaded, "Please, Brother Yi, you are the only extraordinary person in the team. Only you can protect me. Just take me with you. I can do anything." Yi laughed coldly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he ruthlessly shook off her hand. "Since you know I am extraordinary, you should also understand that there are plenty of people like you around me. If it were the real world, it wouldn't matter, but this is the nightmare world. I can barely protect myself, let alone protect you. Aren't you capable of anything? Then go take down the shadow hidden in the darkness. If you can do that, I will protect you." 20. The woman's face instantly paled, as if all her strength had been drained. The man named Yi coldly glanced at her, then picked up a lantern and turned to leave, his figure disappearing into the darkness. In despair, the woman could only cast a helpless gaze toward the others, but none responded. The other few were no fools, none wanted to carry a burden. They all took their lanterns and left one by one, while the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "You can come with me. At least it will be some support." The woman's face lit up with joy, and she quickly nodded in agreement, her delicate white arms tightly wrapping around the middle-aged man's arm. The two took their lanterns and also left the house. The two walked cautiously in the darkness, the white paper lantern in their hands emitting a faint candlelight. Their bodies were close together, and they could even clearly hear each other's heartbeat. After an unknown amount of time, the woman's voice broke the silence. "Uncle Li, do you think we can make it back alive?" Li Chang's body stiffened slightly, but he still managed to comfort her. "Miss Wang. Just call me Lily. Uncle Li, you are a good person, you are different from them. Lily, we will definitely make it back alive." Li Chang felt warmth in his heart, and at the same time the arm wrapped around his grew tighter. That soft touch slightly dispersed the fear within him, but at that moment, snap! Suddenly the sound of a branch breaking echoed from an alley beside them in the village. It sounded as if someone had stepped on a dry branch on the ground. Both of them changed color instantly, turning sharply and raising their lanterns to shine into the alley, which was pitch black, like a gaping abyss silently devouring everything. Who's there?" Li Chang asked in panic. "Is that you, Brother Yi? Or Wang Tao?" Under the faint candlelight, a figure seemed to be standing quietly in the dark alley, making no move. The figure was... Li Chang steeled his courage to raise the lantern, trying to see the person's face. At that moment, the figure moved. It appeared to take a step forward, voluntarily stepping into the range of the candlelight, countless shadows retreating from that person's face, like tiny tide-like insects revealing a pale, human face. With exquisite and handsome features, wearing high-end, tea-colored glasses, a polite, yet elegant smile adorned his face. His pale skin even shimmered under the candlelight. Oh, Lily was the first to let out a high-pitched scream, for the face was not one of their own. Li Chang was instantly engulfed by fear. His mind was a chaotic mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that the humanoid monsters only appeared during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands push him forcefully, and caught off guard, Li Chang fell to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if mad. Lily knew very well that with her strength, she could never outrun a humanoid monster, nor could she outpace Li Chang beside her. To survive and not be eaten, she could only let Li Chang buy some time. Clatter! The white paper lantern in Li Chang's hand fell to the ground, and with that drop, he was nearly knocked unconscious with fear, for the lantern rolled to the feet of the pale face, illuminating the scene behind. People. Countless people. Behind the pale face stood row upon row of men in black, motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Oh, monster. Don't eat me. Li Chang's fragile mind was struck by a powerful impact. He scrambled up from the ground, then fell, then got up again, rolling and crawling away in a panic. Sumu pushed up his tea-colored glasses with a hint of helplessness. He hadn't expected that upon arriving in the nightmarish world, he would be mistaken for a monster before even encountering any actual nightmare beasts. After being completely swallowed by a sea of blood in his dream, he arrived at this village, which had no lights at all. The most critical issue was that all his lighting tools had malfunctioned. To be precise, they still worked, but the light they emitted could not dispel the darkness of this world. Sumu turned to his subordinates and asked, "Do I look like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao glared fiercely at the back of Li Chang, saying, "How dare he insult the leader? I will kill him." It seems this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He must have entered before us and may know some information about this nightmare. Sumu waved his hand, "Capture him." "Yes, leader." Two burly men in black leaped forward like leopards, charging straight at Li Chang. Moments later, the panicked Li Chang was dragged back by the two men in black, as if he were a dead dog. "No, please don't eat me." Li Chang dared not open his eyes, struggling and shouting wildly. After struggling for a while, and realizing no one was attacking him, he was taken aback. He cautiously opened his eyes and saw that same pale, handsome face from before. The owner of that face was smiling gently, exuding no aggression. "Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle?" Sumu asked politely. Li Chang instinctively nodded, and suddenly realized something. "You are too." "Yes, like you, we are all people who have accidentally entered the nightmare world, and are not monsters at all." "Really?" Li Chang looked at the sea of black-clad figures with some skepticism. "But why are there so many of you, and all dressed the same? Can you form a group?" Zhao Chao's face suddenly twitched with anger as he grabbed Li Chang by the collar, growling, "Are you here for a tour? Just answer whatever the leader asks, understood?" "Hey, how many times have I said it? Don't be so violent, to be polite." "Yes, leader." Zhao Chaoyao released Li Chang's collar and stepped back behind Sumu. Sumu smiled at the panicked Li Chang and kindly helped adjust his wrinkled collar. "Don't be nervous, after all we are not bad people. By the way, may I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Li Chang, he trembled, feeling inexplicably more afraid. "All right, mister. Li Chang, we are all nightmare apostles trapped in this terrifying dream. Shouldn't we help each other? After all, individual strength is limited, and only by uniting can we overcome the difficulties, wouldn't you agree?" The eyes behind the tea-colored glasses emitted a barely perceptible eerie glow, and under that gaze Li Chang's fearful heart gradually calmed. "You're right, we should help each other," Li Chang said earnestly. "Mister, Li Chang is truly a good person, so please share any known information." As the two interacted amicably, Yang Dongqing watched this scene with a hint of chill rising in his heart. Such methods of controlling people's hearts, no matter how many times he witnessed them, always filled him with deep fear and dread. With Li Chang's uninhibited account, Su Mu finally understood the current nightmare. Li Chang's group consisted of 10 people, 5 of whom had already died. Among the remaining 4 men and 1 woman, they had all entered the nightmare world 3 days ago. Unlike himself and the others who had entered together, these individuals had all entered individually. Among the survivors, only one young man, named Yi Fanyu, was an extraordinary being, having entered the nightmare world for the 3rd time, while the others were ordinary people entering for the first time. Upon entering, they found themselves in a village named Zhao Family Village. At night, the village was empty, but there existed a monster known as the Shadow, hiding in the darkness, reaching out to drag people into it. It was said that those who were pulled in would undoubtedly die. Daytime was even more dangerous. The missing villagers would appear during the day. To be precise, they were not villagers at all, but monsters disguised in human skin, immensely strong and hard to kill, actively attacking humans. Once captured, they would cruelly torture and devour them. These monsters numbered in the hundreds, making direct confrontation impossible. They could only hide indoors, as the villagers seemed to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows were tightly shut, they could not break in. However, these monsters would entice people and try every means to lure them out from their rooms. After hearing Li Chang's description, a broader smile spread across Su Mu's face. "I am slightly looking forward to it. It seems that entering the nightmare world late has its advantages. At least there are good people who have sacrificed their lives to help you acquire crucial intelligence. For instance, villagers cannot forcibly break into houses, and shadows prefer to appear in crowded places. This piece of information seems like just a single sentence, yet to know it one can only risk lives to test. Although the lives of the younger brothers of the Poison Snake Gang are not worth much, recruiting a new batch of hypnotized brothers is indeed very time-consuming. Mr. Li Chong, please lead us to meet everyone next. Sumu smiled. Li Chong numbly nodded. All right. Yi Fanyu and the others returned one after another, glancing at each other, all with grim expressions. Zhao Gang Wang, how did you two find any food? Yi Fanyu asked. The two shook their heads. I searched the fields, but there were no crops at all. I checked the garbage bins in the village, but found no food. Yi Fanyu's expression turned increasingly grim, but he did not easily believe the words of the two. He first scrutinized them carefully, then reached out to feel their sunken bellies. You two open your mouths. The two were quite fearful of Yi Fanyu, and obediently complied. After examining them, Yi Fanyu found no food residue. He even sniffed and detected no food aroma, only the foul smell of 3 days without brushing their teeth. It seems we can only hope for Li Chong and Wang Li now. The three of them each held a lantern and sat in the corners of the room, keeping a considerable distance from each other. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded outside the house. Open the door quickly. A loud banging on the door, and Wang Li's terrified cries pierced the silence of the night. The three changed their expressions and quickly got up. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked what happened. Li Chong. Li Chong encountered a humanoid monster. Please open the door quickly. Wang Li's once sweet voice had transformed the fear accumulated over 3 days, now erupting. Yi Fanyu's face suddenly changed. Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day, and how could they come out at night? To confirm the time, he even walked to the window and looked outside. It was pitch dark with only the cold moonlight pouring down, casting eerie twisted shadows on the ground, emitting a suffocating chilling aura. I don't know, but they just appeared. Not just one but many monsters, they filled the alley. Wang Li cried out in terror, her voice mixed with sobbing. Yi Fanyu did not respond, but pressed against the window carefully, observing the door. After confirming that only Wang Li was outside, he replied, if there are so many nightmare monsters, how did you manage to come back alive? What about Li Chong? Wang Li's sobbing paused. Li Chong. He stayed behind to save me. Woo-woo. Bang. The door to the house opened, and the faint candlelight illuminated Wang Li's delicate form, casting a halo around her outline. Her white silk nightgown was covered in mud, and her exposed long legs bore several scrapes, while one of her fluffy slippers was lost, her clean little feet, stained with mud, even the spaces between her toes filled with dark substances. She rushed into the room, and once enveloped in candlelight, she gasped in relief. Bang! Without a second's hesitation, Yi Fanyu closed the door. Then Yi Fanyu didn't give Wang Li a chance to breathe, grabbing her hand, and urgently saying, quickly tell me what happened. He was indeed very anxious because Wang Li's words indicated that the patterns of the nightmare monsters observed over these 3 days were wrong, or had changed, which related to everyone's lives. I don't know, I'm so scared. Li Chong and I were looking for food, and passing through an alley we suddenly heard a noise. Li Chong thought it was you guys, so he took the lantern to shine, and then Wang Li's breathing became increasingly rapid, her pupils involuntarily constricting, as if recalling what happened next. For God's sake, speak. Yi Fanyu's veins bulged on his forehead, itching to slap her. People. It's all people. The alley was filled with rows of people in black clothing. They stood completely still, just like zombies, and the leader had a pale face devoid of color and seemed to be wearing brown-tinted glasses. Brown? Yes, it was exactly brown-tinted glasses. That person kept smiling. He just quietly watched us and kept laughing. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill creeping in their spines, tingling. In their minds, they involuntarily conjured up the image, the pitch-black night, holding white lanterns shining into the alley, rows of black-clad figures resembling zombies reflected in the candlelight, with pale faces staring straight at you, wearing smiles. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp knocking on the door startled everyone. Open the door. I am Li Chong. Li Chong's voice came from outside the door. Swish. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and Wang Li, frightened, hugged Yi Fanyu tightly, seemingly seeking comfort. Get out of here. Don't touch me. Yi Fanyu pushed Wang Li away, his face dark and unpredictable. Open the door. I saw a light inside. Li Chong urged repeatedly. Zhao Gang nervously swallowed. Didn't Wang Li say Li Chong was dead? Who is that outside? The room fell into dead silence. No one answered this question. It could be the villagers changed. Don't forget they have the ability to alter their appearance and charm people. Wang Tao said, shut up. Don't make a sound, I'll go take a look. Yi Fanyu hissed, stealthily approaching the window. When he glanced outside, because the scene outside was exactly as Wang Li described it, the door Li Chong was knocking, and behind him stood rows of people, and those people stood expressionless like statues, and the leading man wore brown-tinted glasses, leaning on a snake pattern. Suddenly the man with brown-tinted glasses seemed to sense something slightly, turning his head to look over. As their eyes met, the man revealed a polite smile. Everyone immediately scattered to the corners and hide. Plug your ears, no matter what the people outside say, do not open the door. Without needing Yi Fanyu's command, the others had already found their positions, each one crouching in the corner with their hands on. In the past 3 days they had experienced multiple such events. As soon as daytime came, they would be besieged by villagers. Those villagers could change their forms, even transforming into your loved ones, to tempt you into opening the door. Therefore the best solution was to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door Li Chong knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why aren't they opening the door? Clearly there are people inside. Sumu roughly guessed the thoughts of the people inside. He turned to look at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, having been chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days in the nightmare world, it was understandable that they would be frightened upon seeing a group of such figures in black. Especially since these figures in black were all hypnotized with only one thought in their minds for the leader. They had no idea what fear was, which created a rather incongruous atmosphere. Leader, let me break down the door, Zhao Zhayao volunteered. Go ahead. Sumu nodded, but at that moment Yang Dongqing no need, I will communicate with them. Rushing to break down the door might lead to misunderstandings. Saying this, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said aloud, do not misunderstand us. We are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles like you. We just entered 3 days late. I am an extraordinary being. If you open the door, we can discuss how to cooperate to get through this nightmare. Silence, a dead silence. No one responded from inside. Yang Dongqing. Bang. He kicked the door open and the old iron door crashed to the ground with a harsh metallic clang. At the moment the door opened, Yang Dongqing was greeted by a fireball resembling a bullet. The fireball bullet tore through the air, scorching the air to the point of distortion and leaving a long fiery trail in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He had no time to dodge and could only reach out to take it hidden. A metallic hue appeared on his palm. Boom. A violent explosion of flames erupted. Amidst that blaze, Yang Dongqing was knocked backward as if struck directly by a cannonball, his palm charred black. From within the room came Yi Fanya's suspicious voice, Steel Will. You are truly an extraordinary being. At this moment, he had his hand shaped like a gun with his index finger and thumb raised, the other 3 fingers folded much like a child mimicking a gun with their hand. However, the tip of his index finger was engulfed in a bright flame shining vividly in the dim room. Damn! Yang Dongqing scrambled up from the ground furious. Did I not just say we are not nightmare monsters? Misunderstanding. Yi Fanya's face showed a hint of joy, though his right hand still maintained the gun-like posture, the flame on his fingertip not dissipating. You don't know, there are many monsters disguised as humans in this nightmare. They will do everything possible to trick us into opening the door, so I couldn't afford to trust you. However, the ability you just displayed is indeed Steel Will, and those monsters cannot break doors or windows. I was merely reacting subconsciously before. Now I can confirm you are an extraordinary being, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing dusted himself off, his expression slightly easing. Then Yi Fanya's gaze swept over Sumu and the others, his expression wary. While I can confirm you are not nightmare monsters, what about them? Why are they dressed in uniform? Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden staff, taking a step forward with a smile. What? Do nightmare apostles have dress codes? It's not about dress codes. Oh, every nightmare apostle enters individually, and the nightmares they face are random. You all clearly look like a group. When did nightmare apostles start teaming up? Don't tell me you formed a group after entering and prepared uniforms in advance. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I can only suspect that you are not human, but nightmare monsters. Yi Fanyu held his left hand under his right, aiming firmly at Sumu and the others. If it weren't for the flame between his index finger, the scene would have been quite comical. Sumu narrowed his eyes, forming a suspicion in his heart. It seemed that nightmare apostles entering the nightmare world was akin to matchmaking in a game. Each time they encountered different teammates, and could only enter solo, unable to team up. Precisely because of this, it had raised Yi Fanyu's wariness. How should he deceive him? Sumu certainly couldn't reveal that he brought everyone into the same nightmare through a dream, and anyway, even if he did, the other party wouldn't believe it. So, Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, a faint smile on his lips. A very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, mister. You, what exactly are you? What makes you worthy of me explaining to you? Crack. The sound of countless guns loading echoed. Dozens of dark guns, all pointed at Yi Fanyu. Whoosh. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fanyu's face at once. The flame on his fingertip nearly extinguished, and the rigid sensation of being targeted by guns washed over him. True, he was an extraordinary being, but he did not have a steel body. Being pointed at by dozens of guns from such close range would mean certain death. Especially after seeing the looks in the eyes of those holding the guns, fear surged within him. Rows of figures in black stood straight like sculptures, all expressionless, their eyes filled with coldness, muscles taut, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions appear even more chilling and terrifying. Is Mr. Yi satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice rang out. Yi Fanyu stood frozen, utterly motionless. Sumu smiled faintly. His entire demeanor had been carefully calibrated. He knew full well that Yi Fanyu could not withstand gunfire. From Li Chang, he had already gleaned a rough understanding of the humanoid monster's capabilities, as well as Yi Fanyu's performance during past encounters with them. These humanoid monsters possessed strength several times greater than that of ordinary humans and exhibited extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even decapitation rarely proved fatal. Against common folk, they were utterly overwhelming. Yet pitted unknown against Yang Dongqing, victory would belong unquestionably to him. Alas, such monsters seldom acted alone, or more often they emerged in swarms of over 100. Over the past 3 days, Yi Fanyu had engaged these creatures on multiple occasions, yet always from a distance, firing incendiary projectiles from his fingertips. He dared not let them close, and the moment they drew near, he fled without hesitation. Indeed, for most of those 3 days, they had remained barricaded inside their shelter. It thus became evident that Yi Fanyu's transcendental ability centered upon fire, and that unlike Yang Dongqing, he lacked imperviousness to bullets. The tense standoff lingered for a breathless moment. Then Yi Fanyu abruptly extinguished the flames dancing at his fingertips and forced a strained smile. My apologies. I spoke rashly. Those humanoid monsters after all carry no firearms. Please don't take offense, sir. I mean no harm. I'm simply blunt by nature, poor at choosing my words. Truth be told, these past days in the nightmare realm have weighed heavily upon me. My nerves are frayed. Upon reflection, if you were truly a nightmare entity, you'd have slaughtered us all the instant the door opened. If I'm not mistaken, you must also be a transcendent, one whose power revolves around puppets or constructs. These individuals are surely your controlled puppets, enabling you to enter the nightmare realm alongside them. A subtle smile touched Su Mu's lips. Without so much as a gesture, he merely tapped the floor once with his elegant cane, whereupon the dozen black-clad figures simultaneously holstered their pistols and resumed their statuesque stillness. Such is the weight of true power when strength commands respect. Even the most implausible circumstances acquire plausible justification, and devoted transcendents will gladly compose treatises in your defense. And so it was now. No fabrication was required, either rationale had already been supplied for him. Su Mu stepped forward and gently patted Yi Fanyu's rigid shoulder, his expression warm and approving. I hadn't expected you'd see through it so quickly. Truly, Mr. Yi possesses extraordinary perception. Yi Fanyu managed a dry chuckle, his peripheral vision flickering repeatedly towards Su Mu's hand resting upon his shoulder, dreading above all else a sudden strike. Might I inquire your name, sir? Su Mu, at your service. Honored to share this nightmare with you, Mr. Yi. You flatter me. The honor is entirely mine. With two transcendents among us, our odds of surviving this nightmare have soared dramatically. Nearby, Wang Li and the others watched the scene with bewildered expressions. Having spent 3 days alongside Yi Fanyu, they knew him well: arrogant, self-serving, ruthless. Yet before someone stronger, those sharp edges had dissolved, replaced by docility, humility, and impeccable courtesy. Thereafter followed rounds of polite introductions and courteous exchanges, harmonious, cordial, almost festive. Yet two individuals remained distinctly ill at ease: Li Chang and Wang Li. The unassuming middle-aged man cast repeated hesitant glances toward Wang Li, his mouth opening and closing, speechless. Each glance tightened her nerves, as she had already resolved. Should Li Chang dare expose what she'd done moments earlier, she would instantly counter-accuse him. Yet in the end, Li Chang said nothing, as if it had never happened. After brief pleasantries, Yi Fanyu spoke up. Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late. You likely remain unfamiliar with this nightmare's nature. Might I offer a concise briefing? No need, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. I've already heard certain details from Mr. Li Chang. Tell me, what are your plans moving forward? Initially, I intended to fortify a house and wait passively until the nightmare naturally subsided. Most nightmare apostles adopt this approach. But with both of you now present, we may revise that strategy. Perhaps we can explore, maybe even unravel this nightmare entirely. A faint glint shimmered in Su Mu's eyes. He had already learned key fundamentals about the nightmare realm from Yang Dongqing. Such realms, being dreams, were inherently escapable. Ordinarily, most nightmare apostles chose precisely this path, seeking safety, then enduring in silence. Typically, they awoke after roughly 7 days, returning to reality, provided they survived that long. Yet this method was unsustainable. Rumor held that with each successive entry into the nightmare realm, awakening grew progressively slower. 7 days, 10 a month, even half a year. Eventually, some might never awaken again, unless the nightmare itself was shattered. Thus, when confronting simpler nightmares, dissolution was preferable. Yi Fanyu added, if fortune favors us, we might even uncover 1 or 2 treasured artifacts. His gaze, veiled behind amber-tinted spectacles, flickered discreetly toward Yang Dongqing, only to find the latter equally puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term treasured artifact. Su Mu smoothly continued the thread. Indeed, a treasured artifact is a rare blessing. I once possessed one myself, though regrettably it was lost under unfortunate circumstances. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face. That is truly a pity. A profound loss, Yi Fanyu lamented. Even a low-tier bronze-rank artifact fetches no less than 5 million in the transcendent black market. Yet few ever sell them. Their transcendent powers dramatically enhance combat prowess. Only dire financial straits would compel such a sacrifice. Were I to possess even a bronze-rank defensive artifact coupled with my bronze law, 5-finger flame bullets, I wouldn't spend my days cornered indoors by nightmare monsters. He revealed his ability without reservation, not out of naivety, but because concealment seemed pointless. Though 5-finger flame bullets was rarer than the ubiquitous iron, well, it was hardly unique, having already demonstrated it once. Any discerning transcendent could readily deduce its nature. By the way, Mr. Su, what rank was the artifact you lost? Painful memories. Best left undisturbed. Su Mu murmured, his tone heavy with melancholy, as if unwilling to revisit the subject. Yi Fanyu, far from socially inept, immediately withdrew the question. Indeed, let us set that aside. Our immediate concern is navigating this peril. Mr. Su, in my view, this 2-story dwelling is no longer viable. The front door has been breached. Village houses were modest, easily damaged, yet bafflingly resilient against the monstrous strength of the humanoids. Urgent priorities loomed before dawn broke and the monsters reappeared. They needed a new shelter spacious enough for everyone, along with provisions and candles. Sumu frowned slightly. A house that accommodates everyone. Won't a gathering attract the shadows? Indeed, a crowd increases the likelihood of attracting shadows, but it's also possible for a solitary person to be targeted. Shadows cannot be killed. There are only two methods to deter them. The first method is candles. By placing oneself in light, shadows cannot attack. As for the second method, Yi Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, sacrificing others. The shadow has a characteristic: once it fixates on someone, it will follow them, persistently causing the candle to burn more fiercely as the shadow consumes the light. At this moment, only by allowing another person to be taken by the shadow can the pursuit be lifted. Sumu immediately understood why Yi Fanyu kept these ordinary people around. They served as a shield. If it were only him, once the shadow targeted him, he would be left to await death as the candle would eventually run out. He also realized the reason behind Yi Fanyu sharing this information, because his own group also had many ordinary people. Moreover, Yi Fanyu regarded him as an extraordinary being planning to join forces against the nightmare monster. The role of ordinary people here is merely to serve as expendables. I see, then let's proceed as you suggested, shall we? Sumu nodded in agreement. The two quickly settled on the next course of action without consulting the others' opinions. Ordinary people had no voice in front of the extraordinary. The group soon set off, stepping into the darkness outside, which surged like a tide, enveloping everyone's figures. Only the white paper lanterns in their hands emitted a faint glow. They walked slowly and cautiously, with only the sound of hurried footsteps and some tense breaths breaking the silence. Not far along, Sumu suddenly stopped. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing noticed Sumu's unusual behavior and quickly halted. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Yi Fanyu whispered. Something feels off, Sumu replied calmly, his superior mental acuity sensing an anomaly. Yi Fanyu felt a strange unease rising within him. What is off? The footsteps sound wrong. Footsteps? Yes, one person's footsteps are missing. A curious smile appeared on Sumu's pale face, looking somewhat eerie in the dark. What? The group was instantly startled. He turned to look back, squinting his eyes to count the number of people, while the figures in black stood like statues. How many people did we bring this time? Zhao Chao's expression tightened. Leader, there are 13 in total. Upon hearing this, everyone realized something amiss and turned to look at the group of figures in black at the end of the line. Yi Fanyu even began counting. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people left. The shadow. It's the shadow. His face changed drastically. Damn it, scatter quickly. The more people gather, the more attention they will attract from the shadow. The few who had followed Yi Fanyu reacted instinctively, scattering rapidly, each maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, their expressions filled with dread. In contrast to their panic, Sumu's group remained motionless, still standing in place, with only Yang Dongqing gritting his teeth and distancing himself from the crowd. Mr. Su, quickly scatter. After the shadow kills, it will be briefly quiet. At this time, do not gather together. The shadow will retreat after a while. If you gather, it may reappear. Hold the lantern tightly, and do not leave the area covered by the candlelight. Yi Fanyu urged anxiously. Due to the limited number of lanterns, there weren't enough to go around. Except for Yi Fanyu's group, who each had one, Sumu's side had only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and one for himself. Mr. Yi, does the shadow only take one person at a time? Sumu asked calmly, his brown-tinted glasses obscuring his eyes, making it hard to discern his expression. That's right, the shadow takes one person each time. Mr. Su, the shadow is lurking in the darkness around us. Hurry and scatter. Although Yi Fanyu disliked Sumu, he at least did not want him to die at this moment. Sumu smiled. No worries, I happen to have many people. He then instructed the last man in black at the end of the line, step out of the candlelight and stand in the darkness. Yes, leader. The man did not hesitate at all, directly stepping out of the candlelight and into the unfathomable dark. He stood quietly in the dark, his figure becoming indistinct, leaving only a human-shaped silhouette. Yi Fanyu and the others were horrified. None of them expected Sumu to be so ruthless as to send his subordinate to his death, and the most critical part was that the subordinate did so without hesitation. Wang Li, who initially tried to cling to Yi Fanyu, thought of turning to Sumu, but upon seeing this scene, her heart sank, and she abandoned the thought. This person was even colder and more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Even though he seemed polite and gentle, he was exceptionally cold-blooded at heart. Under Sumu's watch, a shadow suddenly surged behind the subordinate standing in the darkness. It was a shadow darker than the night itself, twisting and extending, gradually taking on a humanoid form. The figure was extremely thin and tall, resembling a 2-meter giant whose skeleton was exposed, yet its arms were elongated, almost reaching the ground. The moment the shadow took form, a pair of crimson eyes opened where its head was cold and indifferent, devoid of any. Yi Fanyu and the others all showed expressions of fear, instinctively retreating and holding their breath. Sumu watched the shadow with keen interest, eager to see its next move. Soon the shadow moved. A black hand slowly extended from within it, long and withered, resembling a deformed branch with 5 slender claws at the tips. That terrifying black hand slowly reached toward the subordinate. For some reason, Sumu perceived a trace of eerie elegance in it. As if at a grand ball, a gentleman extended his hand toward a beautiful lady, inviting her to dance a waltz. Attack, Sumu commanded. The subordinate hesitated not at all. He drew a handgun from his waist and fired frantically at the twisted figure in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew. The shadow that was hit rippled like water, but in the next second it quickly returned to calm, utterly unscathed. Su Mu's gaze flickered. He had unknowingly removed his glasses, his deep-set eyes emanating a faint glow in the darkness. An invisible mental force surged forth, enveloping the shadow. He intended to try and see if he could hypnotize the shadow, but the result disappointed him. The mental force surged into the shadow's body like entering a quagmire, creating no ripples whatsoever. Is it really impossible? At that moment, a slender, withered black hand moved, grasping the small brother's hand tightly before yanking him into the darkness. The small brother struggled violently, but it was all in vain. The surrounding darkness engulfed him like a tide. The shadow dragged him slowly, yet resolutely, step by step into the deeper darkness. As the distance stretched, the small brother's figure gradually became hazy, and the faint sounds of his struggle were mercilessly swallowed by the darkness, until finally, he disappeared along with the shadow into the boundless, despairing darkness, as if he had never existed, leaving behind only a profound silence and fear. Such a horrifying scene inflicted a great shock on the hearts of the onlookers. Even those like Yi Fanyu who had previously encountered the shadow could not suppress the fear in their hearts. To them, the shadow was an almost insurmountable existence, seemingly immune to any attack, far more terrifying than a colossal humanoid monster. At least with the humanoid monster, they could still fight or take refuge in a house. However, once caught by the shadow, anyone would be dragged into the darkness. Its emergence heralded death, with no one spared. Let's go. Su Mu's calm voice shattered the fear in the air. He appeared unfazed, elegantly walking forward into the darkness, supported by his snake-patterned wooden staff, while behind him 11 expressionless figures in black closely followed. He had a general understanding of the shadow, and was now ready to meet the villagers of Zhao family village. In the endless darkness, the group advanced quietly, the sound of heartbeats and heavy breaths intertwining into a terrifying symphony. Each step was filled with fear of the unknown, and each breath seemed to be devoured by the silence. Their figures flickered in and out of visibility in the darkness, with the faint candlelight illuminating only a small area beneath their feet. Each person maintained a certain distance, unwilling to draw near to one another, fully aware that the shadows in the darkness were watching them closely. The darkness hung like a heavy curtain, concealing everything completely, with the fear of death trailing closely behind. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, mostly single-story buildings that Yi Fanyu had abandoned. Now, with so many people, the single-story houses were simply insufficient, and it was impossible for everyone to maintain distance. It would be best to find 2-story or 3-story houses. The group continued forward, and at some point the surrounding darkness began to thin out, revealing a strip of white light on the distant horizon. It's about to get bright. Yi Fanyu and the others were suddenly startled. Not good, it's almost dawn. Mister Su, we need to hurry. Once it's fully bright, the villagers will appear. Sumu glanced at the distant horizon, frowning slightly. The timing is off. He took out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, and with a crisp sound the watch opened, displaying the time as 3 o'clock. The dark golden pocket watch glimmered under the candlelight. Yi Fanyu and the others instinctively glanced over, noticing a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. Time in dreams is like this, unpredictable. Looking at the watch is useless. Let's run quickly. Yi Fanyu's tone grew increasingly anxious, clearly having a deep impression of the villagers. Sumu calmly put away the pocket watch and subtly signaled to Zhao Chaoyao, who immediately understood, quickly unbuckling his backpack to pull out a small, lightweight folding stretcher. After opening the stretcher, Sumu sat down, while being watched by the crowd lifted by 2 black-clad figures. Sorry everyone, I don't like running. Let's get going. Yi Fanyu and the others watched with their eyebrows twitching. Who is this person? Still putting on airs at a time like this? In truth, Sumu was not putting on airs, he simply could not run. If he were to run, he wouldn't even need the villagers to chase him, he could collapse first. The group began to sprint wildly, while Sumu quietly sat on the stretcher enjoying the scenery. It had been too dark before to see the village clearly. Now, he could make out some details. Zhao family village was desolate, as if it were a corner forgotten by time. Many houses made of earthen walls leaned precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. The narrow village path was filled with deep and shallow wheel ruts, not from cars, but resembling those of horse-drawn carts. Weeds grew stubbornly through the cracks, and on either side of the road dilapidated fences leaned haphazardly, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. The sky grew ever brighter, and Su Mu could even see the black mist surrounding Zhao family village, thick and dense, enveloping the entire village like a cage. Previously he had heard Yang Dongqing mention that this black mist was the boundary of nightmares. Zhao family village shrouded in black mist was a complete nightmare. Once one entered the mist, they would fall into the cracks of the dream. If lucky, they might reach the next nightmare, but if unlucky, they could be lost forever in the cracks. It is said that no one has ever emerged alive from the black mist. Sumu gazed at the black mist with great interest, feeling a surge of anticipation, but he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world was like an extraordinary beauty. Beneath its splendid garments, every inch of skin was filled with an indescribable allure. He wished to explore it bit by bit, delving deeper to savor it to the fullest. As for the possibility of dying upon entering the black mist, wasn't that even more interesting? Without the pressure of death, how could one witness the life fireworks igniting between life and death? How to witness the excitement? Roar. A non-human-like howl interrupted Su Mu's thoughts. He turned around to see that a figure had appeared in the corner of the village, seemingly like a ghost hunched over with a gaze filled with an indescribable eeriness. Soon more and more howls echoed from all directions of the village, filled with endless pain and anger, as if cursed souls were undergoing eternal torment. Each syllable was laden with resentment, sending chills down the spine. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds. A dense throng emerged from shadowed corners into the sunlit expanse. Men and women, elders and children clad in simple garments, yet all wore vacant expressions, their eyes burning with boundless malice. They gathered in ever greater numbers like a vast net tightening, inexorably surging towards Su Mu and the others. Heavy footsteps echoed through the village, grim, rhythmic like the tolling of death's drumbeat upon every heart. They're here. Run. Yi Fan Yu roared in urgent panic, launching himself forward like a hunting leopard. His target, a 3-story farmhouse in the northwest corner of the village, the tallest structure in Zhaojia village. Until now, darkness had veiled the landscape, but as daylight strengthened, the 3-story farmhouse finally came into clay. The others fled in desperate haste while Su Mu observed with serene detachment, pausing even to study the villagers' faces. He felt no alarm. Panic was futile flight, impossible combat, unwinnable, so he might as well recline upon his stretcher and admire the scenery. He now understood why Yi Fan Yu had suspected them of being nightmare entities. Truth be told, the snake gang underlings bore striking resemblance to these villagers, both eerily expressionless, as if hypnotized and stripped of will. Wait, hypnosis? Su Mu pondered silently. Could there be a mastermind controlling these villagers? He scanned the crowd, but detected no figure commanding authority. Of course, not every leader possesses such refined distinction as himself, whose extraordinary aura rises unmistakably above the common herd. Get out of the way. Yi Fan Yu bellowed from the vanguard, his right hand shaped like a pistol. He fired a searing blast at a villager blocking their path. Boom. A tightly compressed fire bullet shrieked from his fingertip, striking the villager dead and erupting in blinding conflict. Yet though the villager collapsed amid flames, he rose again moments later, unfazed despite half his body charred black, and charged relentlessly toward Yi Fan Yu. Bang! Bang! 2 more 5-finger flame bullets struck home. Only after the villager crumbled into a shattered blackened husk did he fall silent forever. No wonder Yi Fan Yu had dared not venture outside for 3 days. No wonder Yi Fan Yu had dared not venture outside for 3 days. Over 100 villagers, yet only one transcendent among them. Unless he were a 5-finger Gatling, resistance was sheer folly. Now more villagers appeared ahead, cutting off their path, forcing Yang Dongqing into battle. Whereas Yi Fan Yu wielded flamboyant fire attacks, Yang Dongqing fought with stark pragmatism. Empowered by Ironheart resolve, he barreled forward like a heavily armored tank. One punch sent a villager flying meters away, crushing deep into his chest, but his lethality paled beside Yi Fan Yu's. The villager rose again, almost instantly unharmed. At least the villagers struggled to breach Yang Dongqing's defenses. Yet should he become surrounded, his fate would be sealed. His stamina finite, his endurance finite. With 2 transcendent warriors blazing the trail, the group advanced slowly, but avoided entrapment. Zhao Chaoyao and his cohorts were far from idle. Under hypnotic compulsion, these elite snake gang members transformed into cold-blooded combat machines, utterly fearless before inhuman horrors, growing only more fanatical, as if safeguarding their leader were the highest honor imaginable. Rat-a-tat. A dense hail of gunfire repelled villagers surging from behind, yet its killing power remained pitifully limited. Only concentrated fire turning a single villager into a riddled sieve could guarantee death. After brief exchange, Yi Fan Yu, cleaving a path with flame bullets, was the first to burst into the courtyard of the 3-story farmhouse. Without pause, he sprinted straight to the main gate. It was a massive solid wood door adorned with antique bronze knocker rings, imposing solemn, steeped in antiquity. He shoved it wide open and shouted back, "Hurry." Quickly inside, Li Chong and the others beamed with relief. Their starved bodies surged with renewed strength as they raced desperately toward the threshold. Yet even their frantic speed paled beside the snake gangs. These dozen elites moved with astonishing swiftness, even while bearing Su Mu upon his stretcher. Still none matched Yang Dongqing. The transcendent warrior claimed second place. And just as the snake gang bearers lifted Su Mu toward the doorway, disaster struck. No one had noticed behind a towering locust tree in the farmhouse's courtyard 2 villagers erupted forth. They lunged violently at the group. Caught utterly off guard, even the elite snake gang underlings were knocked sprawling to the ground. "Oh!" Wang Li shrieked in terror. Li Chong and the others scattered chaotically, panic erupting in an instant. "Protect the leader," Zhao Chaoyao bellowed, drawing his cleaver and slashing wildly at the 2 assailants. But if transcendent beings struggled to slay these villagers, how could ordinary men prevail? In close quarters, the snake gang underlings fell before a single blow. Worse still, the pursuing villagers closed in from behind. "No, don't eat me." Wang Tao was the first to fall, overpowered and pinned beneath a villager. Then others swarmed him, tearing flesh with frenzied jaws. Only one arm broke free from the writhing mass, clawing feebly toward the sky, before dropping lifelessly, utterly still. Amid such chaos, even Su Mu, seated upon his stretcher, rocked precariously. The stretcher jolted violently as underlings formed a human wall around him, shielding him fiercely. He could even see inches away a grotesque face sinking teeth deep into a subordinate's throat. Though mortally wounded, the man refused to yield, locking his arms around the attacker, holding him fast so others could intervene and halt his advance. The stretcher bucked harder, its violent lurches reigniting Su Mu's throbbing headache. He frowned sharply, his gaze locking onto Yang Dongqing standing at the gate. Yi Fanyu held back. He dared not unleash his five-finger flame bullets now. Their devastating force risked slaughtering allies amid the maelstrom rather than felling enemies. Yang Dongqing stood tense and indecisive, his expression shifting like storm clouds. His eyes met Su Mu's across the chaos, and in that glance Su Mu read his inner turmoil. Yang Dongqing wondered if Su Mu perished here, would he and Mo Li finally escape this nightmare? Yet doubt gnawed at him. What if Su Mu possessed hidden arts? With each encounter his dread of Su Mu deepened. This man was a demon wearing human skin, smiling calmly as subordinates died, finding eerie amusement in the presence of nightmare horrors. And indeed Su Mu wielded real power, capable of binding countless souls within a single shared dream. Suddenly Su Mu smiled, silent knowing. Transcendents were never truly controllable. Given the slightest opening they slipped free of hypnosis. But wasn't that far more fascinating? His smile cut sharply through the sea of terror, so unnerving that Yang Dongqing instinctively looked away. Then with languid grace, Su Mu raised his pale, slender hand and traced a delicate, chilling line across his own throat. His lips curved, a cold, bloodless grin revealing sharp, white teeth. His thin, sensual mouth moved soundlessly. Mo Li is doomed. I said so. A silence followed, deep, absolute, and heavy with unspoken dread. Boom. Yang Dongqing charged into the crowd like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain, his expression filled with rage and ferocity, his fists brimming with anger, swung violently at the villagers. At this moment the power of his steel heart burst forth terrifyingly. This was his extraordinary strength, as his iron physique would enhance with emotion's will and inner drive. Under his rampage, 2 villagers in the courtyard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop, instead blocking the courtyard door with his body, facing the onslaught of several villagers. At this moment, Su Mu entered through the main door, escorted by his underlings. Watching Yang Dongqing's furious back, a deeper smile appeared on Su Mu's lips, thinking, can I not take you down? In truth, he was intimidating Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis was not that miraculous. Even when in the nightmare world, he could control Mo. To deal with the scum of the Snake Venom gang, he had to use mental power to brainwash daily for several months to achieve the profound loyalty he had now, let alone someone like Mo with whom he had only a few encounters. In other words, if he really died, the Mo who had not been hypnotized for a long time would break free from control and nothing would happen at all. But Yang Dongqing did not dare to gamble. Su Mu dared. If he lost the bet, it would only mean that there truly are countless heroes in this world. Once all the living had entered the door, Yi Fanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, splaying his fingers forcefully, his left hand tightly gripping his right wrist. Quick, get down. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted from the fingertips of his right hand. With 5 flames burning at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become scorching hot. He abruptly broke free from the villagers in front of him and dove toward the ground. Fireball. 5 highly compressed fire bullets shot out, trailing long fiery tails as they spiraled in the air, eventually merging into a fireball the size of a fist. Like a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, it scorched the air in the courtyard, distorting everything, illuminating the terrified faces of the crowd with a long trail of flames. Boom. A thunderous roar akin to a small cannonball explosion erupted, intense flames shooting skyward, illuminating everything around. The shockwave from the explosion and fire swept the villagers away, countless sparks bursting forth, transforming into a magnificent and tumultuous small sea of fire. As Yang Dongqing just got back on his feet, a flash of horror crossed his eyes. That strike was so powerful. If Yi Fanyu had used that strike against him earlier, even his iron physique would have been injured. No wonder he was an extraordinary being who had experienced the nightmare world 3 times. If it came to a real fight, this newly promoted extraordinary being would still be at a disadvantage unless he could close in. The thought flashed through his mind as he swiftly dashed into the house. Bang! The heavy wooden door shut tightly. It was only then that everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if they had survived a calamity. Yi Fanyu panted, as long as we're indoors during the day, we're safe. The shadow has never appeared during the day, and there is basically no danger inside residential houses. He took a long time to calm down, clearly exhausted from that last strike. Inside the room, Yang Dongqing glared at Su Mu with simmering rage in his eyes. Su Mu got up from the stretcher, leaning on his cane as he approached Yang Dongqing, smiling as he patted the other's shoulder, whispering in his ear, congratulations, you saved Miss Mo Li again. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his face, silently retreating to a corner. Yi Fanyu noticed this unusual scene, his eyes narrowing, slightly pondering something. The room fell silent once more. Having just experienced such a perilous moment, everyone clearly had no desire to chat, each one striving to calm their emotions, especially having witnessed so many people die before their eyes. The slightly weaker Wang Li curled up in a corner, burying her head between her legs and sobbing silently. After this battle, Yi Fanyu's group had lost 2 members, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang, while Su Mu's side also suffered 3 casualties. However, Su Mu did not feel sad. Instead, he was intently observing the villagers outside the window. The flames unleashed by Yifanyu seemed unable to last long, or perhaps they were countered by the mysterious forces in the nightmare, as they did not ignite a great fire in the village but quickly dissipated. The villagers who had wanted to surge in were likely repelled by the flames. Under Su Mu's watch, after a few seconds the villagers outside gathered again, continuously pouring into the courtyard, becoming more numerous, each one expressionless, like a horde of zombies eventually filling the entire courtyard. Strangely, once these villagers entered the courtyard, they merely stared fixedly at the door, yet not a single one rushed forward to break down the seemingly sturdy wooden door, as if some mysterious force instilled fear in them. They stood rigidly silent, and still the courtyard enveloped in deathly silence, with only a mass of dark silhouettes. Through the window, Su Mu locked eyes with these people, slightly lowering his head, his glasses slipping down, to reveal a pair of eyes shimmering with ghostly light. An invisible mental force surged forth, targeting a male villager about 17 or 18 years old. He attempted to hypnotize the villager, but no matter how his mental force surged in, it was all in vain, as if he were pouring into a corpse rather than a living person. The villagers stood in the courtyard for about 5 minutes before they began to retreat, each turning slowly, with heavy, slow steps disappearing from Su Mu's sight. These villagers are like this: as long as they enter the house they won't attack again. Yifanyu had somehow moved to the window. However, at this time, we must not open the door. They seem to be leaving, but they are actually hiding around the house. As long as the door opens, they will swarm in. By the way, the curtains must also be drawn. No matter what noise comes from outside, do not look. There were people in our team who fell for it, before claiming they saw their loved ones, and insisted on opening the window to let them in. It was because of that incident that we lost many people. Su Mu turned around, adjusting his tinted glasses back over his eyes. He rummaged through his pocket, and under Yifanyu's surprised gaze pulled out a pack of cigarettes featuring jasmine flowers, then skillfully took one and placed it in his mouth. Care for one. Yifanyu was taken aback looking at the cigarette in Su Mu's mouth, feeling a sudden urge, for he was also a smoker, but he had long finished the cigarettes he brought to the nightmare world. Sure. So Su Mu took out another one and handed it to Yifanyu. Yifanyu took the cigarette, not putting it in his mouth, but examining it closely. What brand is this cigarette? It's my first time seeing it. Su Mu smiled. I like the scent of jasmine, so this is a specially customized jasmine-flavored cigarette. In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. Su Mu said as he took out a lighter to help Yifanyu light up, but Yifanyu immediately showed a look of panic, saying, "Mister, so you are too kind. Let me do it." Without further ado, he took the lighter and handed it to Su Mu. Click. A faint flame flickered between the two. Please go ahead. Su Mu smiled, fully aware of Yifanyu's intention. He was merely afraid that the cigarette might be problematic, so he dared not smoke first. Su Mu chose not to expose him, and allowed Yifanyu to light his cigarette. After Su Mu took a deep drag, Yifanyu finally lit his own, pretending to exhale smoke, but upon closer inspection it was clear he hadn't truly inhaled. Could you give me one as well? Li Chong spoke with a hint of eagerness, his voice trembling slightly, as if somewhat intimidated. Of course. Su Mu smiled, his expression more courteous and gentle, devoid of any arrogance towards ordinary people. He handed Li Chong a cigarette, and soon the air was filled with the fragrance of jasmine. Li Chong took a deep puff, but the more he inhaled, the more he felt something was off, as the cigarette yielded no flavor at all, only the taste of jasmine. However, he did not dare to speak much, thinking that perhaps the influential figures preferred such fragrant cigarettes. Wrapped in the scent of jasmine, everyone's mood inexplicably eased a bit, and Wang Li, who had been silently crying, had unknowingly fallen asleep. Mister, so I suggest you take a rest as well. Yifanyu said while smoking, because during the day we cannot leave the house, we can only go out at night to search for food and candles, so for the past few days we have basically been turning day into night, sleeping during the day and acting at night. No rush, I just arrived. It's a good time to explore, perhaps I can find some clues about the nightmares. Su Mu smiled as he declined, his gaze slightly shifting to the hall. The spacious living room was furnished with simple, yet practical wooden furniture, with a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter, and the floor was laid with patterned tiles. In the corner on the north side of the hall was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Although the decor here is somewhat rudimentary, it is clearly a step up from the previous houses, and it seems this village only has this one 3-story building. Logically, the owner of this house is likely the village chief of Zhao family village. The village chief's house might have food. To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days, and we've searched several houses under the cover of darkness, but found nothing. This place is relatively affluent, so there might be something to eat. Then let's go explore together. Okay. Su Mu took a step forward, but paused after 2 steps, calling out to Yang Dongqing in the corner, "You come too." Yang Dongqing silently got up and followed behind Su Mu without saying a word. The three quickly explored the 3-story house, but found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary house. If one were to say there was something strange, it was merely its oldness, as if it belonged to a village from the last century, showing no signs of modernization. So we didn't find any food again. Yifanyu's expression was quite grim. Although he was an extraordinary person, he still needed to eat. The experience of going 3 days without food was unbearable, and he could only place his hopes on Su Mu. "Mister, so do you happen to have any food with you?" Su Mu shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't have any either." Yifanyu's expression darkened slightly, forcing a smile. "Looks like we can only wait until nightfall. Perhaps we won't have to wait." Su Mu suddenly smiled mysteriously, bending down slightly to touch the hard patterned tiles. When he stood up, his pale fingertips were already covered with a bit of dust. He rubbed the dust with his fingers, his gaze locking onto a corner in the hall. At that moment, Zhao Chaoyao hurriedly took out a white handkerchief from his pocket respectfully and carefully wiping Su Mu's fingertips clean. Is this what they call a noble? Seeing that Su Mu did not respond, Yifanyu quickly changed the subject. By the way, mister. So you just said perhaps we won't have to wait. What do you mean? Are really reminiscent of a noble. Su Mu merely smiled politely and did not respond. Having lived in the lower district, he had never seen a noble and found it hard to imagine that someone in this world could be like him. Is this what they call a noble? Seeing that Su Mu did not respond, Yifanyu quickly changed the subject. By the way, mister. So you just said perhaps we won't have to wait. What do you mean? Have you already discovered something? He had been very polite, as making enemies with other extraordinary beings in the nightmare world, especially someone like Su Mu, was rather foolish when there was no conflict of interest. Su Mu nodded and lightly raised his snake-patterned wooden staff, pointing at the floor leading to the second floor stairs. There's very little dust there. Yifanyu looked in the direction of the staff, and his expression brightened. The village might have a habit of building cellars to store food. That might be a cellar. He hurried over. The shadow cast by the slanted staircase perfectly obscured the tiles below, and when he reached out to touch them, he found only a thin layer of dust, significantly less than in other areas. At this moment, he had his back to Su Mu, and no one noticed the hint of seriousness and caution that surfaced in his expression. What keen observation! To have control over so many people and possess such sharp observation skills, just how many secrets was this? Just now he had gone upstairs with Su Mu, but had not noticed the problem with the tiles under the shadow of the stairs, or rather it was something that could not be seen with the eyes. Who could see the dust on tiles covered by shadows? This person must possess some kind of probing ability. In fact, Yifanyu was not wrong, as Su Mu was indeed not looking with his eyes, but sensing with his mental power. His extraordinary mental strength not only granted him the ability to hypnotize, but also came with powerful perception. Knock knock. Yifanyu tapped the tiles with his knuckles, and a crisp hollow sound immediately echoed. He turned his head, his face filled with joy. It's empty. He ran his hand along the gaps in the tiles, and then felt a raised spot. With a firm push, the tile was opened, revealing a cellar large enough for a person to enter. Mr. Su, there really is a cellar. Yifanyu exclaimed in delight as he walked over, not directly going down. He wasn't foolish, although he knew there was no danger in the house. Who could guarantee that the cellar was safe? What kind of good person builds a cellar in their home and hides it so secretly? Su Mu did not expose his little thoughts. In the perilous nightmare world, Yifanyu still had his usefulness. That person arranged for someone to go down and take a look. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned one of the team members who without any fear lit a lantern and the others observed from above, watching the faint candlelight gradually delve deeper, then slowly being swallowed by the darkness. Moments later, the voice of that little brother came from below. Chief, there is no danger inside. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. He did not go down, but ordered, you come up first. Yes, Chief. Then that little brother climbed back up unscathed. After a careful examination, Su Mu confirmed that the cellar should be safe. Yifanyu had previously mentioned that villagers could change their appearance, imitating those close to them. If a villager had killed a member of the poisonous snake gang in the cellar and transformed into his likeness, recklessly going down would surely lead to danger. What's down there? Reporting to the chief, it's very dark below with some dried bloodstains on the walls and some torture devices, although those devices are quite peculiar, mostly whips, spicy oil ropes, and crosslocks, etc. Yifanyu scoffed sarcastically. It seems this village chief has quite the flair for play. Su Mu frowned slightly. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing lead the way. As the meat shield, Yang Dongqing naturally took the lead. Silent, he led the charge into the cellar, followed closely by Yifanyu, and then Su Mu. Soon everyone entered the cellar, leaving a few little brothers outside to guard. The cellar was about 50 square meters pitch black, with only the lantern in hand barely illuminating the path ahead, filled with a decaying stench. Let me handle this. Yifanyu, perhaps truly starving, could hardly wait. He extended a finger and swish. A blazing flame appeared at his fingertip, its brightness several times that of a candle, instantly illuminating the At that moment, everyone could finally see the full layout of the cellar. The surrounding walls were made of cement, with numerous mottled bloodstains, which had long since been imprinted on the walls over time, presenting a dark hue. In the center of the cellar stood a massive cross lock with handcuffs and leg shackles still stained with blood, indicating that someone had been restrained there, lying in a large character shape. Next to the cross lock was a wooden table displaying whips, short sticks, candles, and some women's clothing. Upon seeing this, it was no longer difficult for everyone to imagine what this cellar was used for. Damn, Yifanyu cursed inwardly. Why does a good cellar not store food, and instead keep these things? He stepped forward and picked up an unfinished red candle from the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles. They might be of some use. Mr. Su, you have many people, so I'll keep 1 candle, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. In response to Yifanyu, there was a dead silence. He slightly turned his head to look at Su Mu and the others, puzzled. Su. Just as he was about to say a word, he noticed something was off because Su Mu and the others were all staring intently at the cross. His scalp tingled, and without thinking, he instinctively retreated, distancing himself from the cross lock. As he fell back, he turned his head to glance over, his pupils suddenly constricting. It turned out that at some point the empty cross lock had actually appeared a woman. She was slender with disheveled hair, wearing a blue floral dress, and was fixed in a large character shape on the crosslock. Her tangled hair obscured her face, and her floral dress was also stained with blood and filth. Everyone looked at the woman as if facing a great enemy, and Yi Fanyu, who was startled, was both angry and frightened, igniting the fireball in his hand. Leaving a long fiery trail in the air, it violently shot towards the woman. However, the fiery bullet passed straight through the woman's body, as if passing through air, ultimately smashing into the corner of the cellar and exploding into a burst of bright sparks. This strike caused the entire cellar to tremble, with a considerable amount of dust falling from the ceiling. Quick-witted Zhao Chaoyao abruptly tore at his suit, and then fiercely swung it open like an umbrella shielding Su Mu's head. "This is a time silhouette," Yi Fanyu said uncertainly. "What is a time silhouette?" Yang Dongqing asked at Su Mu's prompting. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath. "I also heard it from others. A time silhouette is like paper-cutting segments or scenes of time that have been captured. In simple terms, it's like watching a movie, and the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time, and then due to some mysterious power, it causes it to manifest. The nightmare world is very special. The time here is also distorted, so time silhouette phenomena can easily occur. It should be that when I just took the candle, I triggered some opportunity that caused the time silhouette. Everyone can rest assured the time silhouette only displays sound and images and poses no danger. Is time so boring? Does it record everything?" Yang Dongqing frowned, looking at the woman in the image. He was very averse to such things. Yi Fanyu shook his head. "Not everything is recorded, only people or events with special significance, or if the protagonist in the image is in a certain extreme emotion resonating with time, will it be recorded. In this nightmare, triggering a time silhouette means that the woman in the image might be the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare." "Her nightmare?" Yang Dongqing's gaze fell on the woman's floral dress. Her clothing style is quite retro, not like a modern person, but more like someone from decades ago. Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? It should be. The nightmare world is composed of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and ancient people do too. So sometimes encountering ancient scenes in the nightmare world is not impossible. The boundary between dreams and reality has been broken, and even time is chaotic. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly another person appeared in the time silhouette, a young man with dark skin and a simple face carrying a steaming plate of dumplings into the scene. A glimmer of thought emerged in Su Mu's eyes. There was this man among the villagers earlier. Everyone hurriedly looked over, indeed, feeling a sense of familiarity. Ting, I've come to see you." The man quickly walked up to the woman, delightedly saying, Ting, look, I brought your favorite dumplings." At that moment, the woman on the cross lock seemed to awaken, struggling to lift her head, and everyone finally saw her face. It was a small, grimy face. Only the area beneath her eyes remained clean, revealing a sliver of pale skin clearly washed by tears. Though smudged with dirt, her features retained a delicate charm. Not peerless beauty, yet possessing the quiet grace of a modest, well-bred maiden. Most arresting were her eyes, clear and limpid as a mountain spring, now utterly clouded by terror and dread. Only upon seeing the steaming dumplings before her did a faint spark of life return to her gaze. Ting, did my father abuse you again?" The man's eyes flickered with suppressed fury as he gazed upon Ting's haggard form. "Don't worry, I will rescue you. Here, eat these dumplings first. You must hold on." With meticulous care, he picked up a dumpling between his fingers, blew gently upon it, and held it to Ting's lips. She opened her mouth with difficulty, chewing slowly, bite by careful bite. "Are they delicious? I made them myself." His eyes shimmered with eager anticipation, his voice edged with urgency and longing, like a child awaiting praise, trembling with hope for affirmation. Delicious," Ting whispered, her voice barely audible. A smile bloomed across her soiled face, pure, unguarded, untainted by artifice. Her crystalline eyes curved into gentle crescents. Overjoyed by her reply, the man trembled with exhilaration. "Wonderful. I knew you'd love them. They're dog meat dumplings made with my own hands." "Dog meat?" Ting shuddered faintly. "Yes, your old yellow dog, the one you raised since childhood. Don't underestimate it. Though aged, it still had surprising strength. When I slit its throat, it nearly bit me." At those words, Su Mu and the others witnessed what true frozen horror looked like. That innocent, radiant smile stiffened, inch by inch, until it shattered entirely. Her bright, lucid eyes dimmed, veiled by a gray haze, one no flood of tears could ever wash away. "Eat, didn't you always adore dumplings?" He shoved the dumpling roughly into her mouth. "Just eat it." His expression twisted, frenzied, feverish, verging on grotesque. "Huh, what a fool, you actually believed me. Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog stood guard before your tattered, thatched hut, refusing food, refusing water, dead long ago. Where would I find dog meat? At most I tossed in a couple of dog bones." Crack, crack. The sound came from Yang Dongqing's clenched fists, knuckles grinding like metal scraping metal. His face darkened, his eyes burned like volcanoes, moments from eruption, brimming with incandescent rage. That monster. He ground his teeth until they ached. Had the scene been real, he would have lunged forward long ago. Yet even more depraved cruelty followed. After feeding her, the man erupted into violent frenzy. The cellar filled with his manic laughter, and her piercing, broken screams. "How is it, Ting? Has my father been here? Ting, do you know what I love most about you? It's this wretched, yielding flesh of yours. Ha! You bastard." Yang Dongqing roared, charging forward and unleashing a savage punch, only to strike empty. "It's futile. This is but a memory, what happened long ago. You cannot change it now, Yi Fanyu said calmly. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes bled fury. He turned away, unable to bear witness any longer. Soon the man departed, leaving behind only Tingting, barely breathing, in the suffocating silence of the cellar's abyssal dark. As if her tears had run dry, she sat motionless, staring blankly at the dumplings trampled into the earth. The scene seemed frozen, utterly still, yet all knew it was not stillness but agony suspended within that frame. Tingting endured despair, so absolute, so profound it defied time itself. Suddenly Su Mu, keen-eyed and alert, detected a subtle shift in the image. He pointed toward a shadowed corner. The shadow has appeared. A collective gasp rose among the group. They instinctively scattered, only to realize the shadow existed not in their world but within the vision. In the cellar's farthest corner where Tingting lay, darkness stirred silently, welling, twisting, elongating, until it coalesced into a gaunt humanoid shape. Its form matched precisely the shadow they had seen earlier, emaciated skeletal arms unnaturally long, nearly brushing the floor. With light, unhurried steps the shadow approached Tingting. She stared at it unblinking. Her heart, already hollowed by despair, felt no fear at its presence. Before her gaze the shadow extended an arm, an elegant slender limb woven from pure darkness, as though off. "Are you the nightmare grandmother spoke of?" Tingting murmured weakly. The shadow gave no reply, only stretched its arm further, halting just beside her bound hand. Without hesitation, Tingting's cuffed hand closed tightly around the shadow's dark, cool grasp. The image cut to black. Silence fell, thick and heavy, weighed down by the unbearable sorrow of what they had just witnessed. Su Mu mused aloud. If this is Tingting's nightmare, then what is the shadow? Logically, it should be a figment of her dream. But according to the chrono imprint, it has also manifested in her waking reality. Yi Fanyu interjected, perhaps it is a nightmare entity from another realm. One that breached into ours, found Tingting, and triggered some resonance between them, birthing this shared nightmare. Or perhaps, this isn't her nightmare at all. The shadow is the nightmare's source. Whichever the case, the shadow is pivotal. Unraveling it may well hold the key to breaking the nightmare. After brief discussion, yielding no firm conclusions, they returned to the surface. Mr. Su, I'll rest in the second-floor room for a while. Since we found no food, I must conserve energy through sleep. Please take charge during daylight hours. Yi Fanyu spoke with utter exhaustion. Su Mu nodded, letting him go. 3 days without food or proper rest would break even iron-willed men. He issued brief instructions, sending Zhao Chaoyao and the others to rest, then led Yang Dongqing upstairs to the... Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard. Su Mu would never commit the absurdity of sleeping alone while assigning him. In the third-floor room, Yang Dongqing's face remained storm-dark, still haunted by Tingting's suffering. Yes, he was a transcendent cultivator, but also a young man, fervent and idealistic. Such unspeakable cruelty struck at the very core of his moral compass. Su Mu lay back on the bed, gazing placidly at the ceiling, pondering the bond between Tingting and the shadow. As he drifted deeper into thought, a sudden warmth flooded his nostrils. He touched his nose and withdrew, fingers stained crimson. He let out a soft chuckle and drew a handkerchief to blot the blood. Death draws closer, it seems. He had arrived in the nightmare realm, yet contrary to what Yang Dongqing had claimed, he sensed no trace of the Qingtong law and did not ascend to become a transcendent. Apparently, he truly lacked talent. He closed his eyes and marshaled his senses, striving to locate the ubiquitous Qingtong law, but found nothing. Knock! The rap of knuckles against glass sounded. Su Mu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing sprang up, his face grave as he stared toward the room's only window veiled by a curtain. The tapping came from outside. Looks like a visitor has come. Su Mu's curiosity was piqued. He rose slowly, walked to the window, and used his cane to part the curtain, revealing a woman. A woman both Su Mu and Yang Dongqing knew well. Molly! Molly! Yang Dongqing cried in alarm. He stopped mid-sentence, remembering Li Chang and Yi Fanyu's earlier description. These villagers could take the likeness of loved ones to lure people into opening their doors. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, fury surging. He had already been unsettled since emerging from the cellar. Seeing the nightmare creature assume Molly's form sent him into a blind rage. Outside Molly's small face was a portrait of terror and urgency as she pounded the window. Yang Dongqing! Yang Dongqing! I'm so scared. Where's this place? Shut up, you monster! Yang Dongqing barked. Molly's delicate face went pale, heartbreak evident. What are you saying, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster, I'm Molly. Don't you recognize me? I came to find you earlier and discovered you all unconscious. I meant to wake you, but somehow I blacked out too. When I woke up, I was here. Yang Dongqing froze and shot a murderous look at Su Mu. You brought Molly in as well. Faced with the killing intent of a would-be transcendent, Su Mu smiled with interest. How fascinating. It not only mimics appearances, but can partially read thoughts, and most notably, it exudes an intellect-dulling aura. Answer me. Yang Dongqing lunged towards Su Mu like a furious tiger, fists clenched, as if he meant to smash Su Mu. Su Mu remained unhurried. Foolish man, before you let your anger loose, could you first recall which floor we are on? Yang Dongqing started, a sliver of reason returning to his eyes. He strode to the window and fixed Molly with an intense stare. How did you get up here? I climbed up, Yang Dongqing. Why are you so fierce? Let me in. Climbed up. Molly is so frail, and the 3-story house is blanketed in moss, that how could she possibly have climbed up? And how did you so precisely know I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damn monster. Molly looked utterly broken, tears falling like small pearls as she clutched her chest. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe? Sumu watched with keen interest. He found the counterfeit Mollies acting even more convincing than the real ones. With a sharp motion, Yang Dongqing yanked the curtain closed and refused to engage further. But a moment later, Sumu drew the curtain aside again. What are you doing? I'm curious about the behavioral patterns of these creatures, and I'd like to see how far she will go to coax me to open the door. Sumu said this with a faint amused smile. Yang Dongqing cast him a cold glance and turned away to avoid the sight. Yang Dongqing. Molly cried out anxiously. Sumu smiled. Miss Molly, his heart is as hard as his body forged of iron. I am different. I am soft-hearted and cannot bear to see a woman cry. Why not try pleading with me? Sumu kept a smile on his face. He envied the creature's power to beguile the heart, a skill he did not possess. Perhaps Sumu's words captured Molly's attention as she ceased addressing Yang Dongqing and turned her gaze towards Sumu. Yet a trace of bewilderment hovered in her wide eyes. Sumu narrowed his eyes. Had he failed to read his mind? It seemed that a stronger spiritual force truly was of use. Molly's confusion lasted only a moment. She wiped away her tears, assumed an alluring smile, bit her lip coquettishly, and at once began to seduce. Am I beautiful? Damn! Yang Dongqing roared. Pick it up. Pick up your clothes. With a swift motion, the curtain was drawn shut once more. Sumu considered this. Because he could not read thoughts, the creature resorted to the bluntest ploy, the beauty ruse. As his gaze shifted, an idea formed. To the Molly behind the curtain, he said, I yearn to become a transcendent. If you can help me ascend, I will let you in. Yang Dongqing, still enraged, was stunned. Was Su treating the nightmare creature as if it were some wish-granting thing? Don't be so surprised. If she is so desperate to enter, is it unreasonable for me to make a small request? Sumu shrugged. The Molly behind the curtain fell silent for a long while and did not reply. Sumu raised an eyebrow and used his cane to pry the curtain aside, only to find that the figure had vanished. Damn. Knock, knock, knock. This time the sound was a knock at the door. Mister Su, are you all right? I thought I heard Yi Fanyu's voice came from outside the door. It's fine. A villager stopped by earlier, but has already left. That's good. By the way, Mr. Su, I've made some new observations about this nightmare. May I come in to discuss them? Of course. Sumu signaled to Yang Dongqing. Yang, displeased, sneered and went to the door, turning the knob. With a protesting creak, the door opened. A bestial roar tore from somewhere close by. An inhuman snarl rose as the half-opened door was slammed wide with a thunderous crash. A grotesque feral silhouette hurtled at Yang Dongqing, its enormous force sending him crashing to the floor as razor-sharp fangs aimed straight for his throat. Crack! The sound of teeth colliding with Yang Dongqing's hard neck echoed sharply. Yang Dongqing was shocked and realized that the intruder was not Yi Fanyu but a villager. He struggled violently, suddenly rolling over and pinning the villager beneath him, his iron fists raining down relentlessly, soon smashing the villager's head. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing stood up, panting, somewhat shaken. A trace of blood was already visible on his neck. Had he not possessed a steel body, he would have died from that blow. He glanced at Sumu, only to find Sumu standing there with his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. He thought that the previous scene had frightened Sumu. Before he could speak, Sumu suddenly raised his head, his pale face contorted into a manic grin. Yang Dongqing was startled. This is incredible. Haha, this is the feeling. Sumu's expression grew more deranged, a strange flush appearing on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with fervent eyes. This is the surprise I wanted. Do you know? It was so close, so close. If I had been the one to open the door just now, I would be dead by now. Unfortunately, my body is too weak. Oh, I didn't want to take another step, yet I inadvertently escaped a calamity. Marvelous. Inexpressibly marvelous. Haha, a madman. A complete madman. Yang Dongqing felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly preferred to face those nightmare monsters than to be in the same room as Sumu. At this moment, screams echoed from downstairs. Are there still villagers below? Damn, how did these villagers get in? Didn't they say they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's face changed drastically as he cursed. Rather than cursing, here we should go down and have a look. Sumu's gentle voice sounded beside him. Yang Dongqing instinctively turned to look, only to see Sumu standing there with a smile, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden staff, looking as elegant as a noble. The earlier madness seemed like an illusion. Damn this madman. He muttered under his breath, then made his way downstairs. Gunshots and screams mingled together. The scene downstairs was already chaotic. Approximately 5 villagers had burst into the house fighting against the members of the Poison Snake Gang. Several bodies of the Poison Snake Gang's subordinates lay on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery projectiles shot out, scorching the air and continuously repelling the villagers. However, it was all in vain. The villagers kept pouring in without cease. Sumu looked in the direction from which the villagers entered and discovered they had come from the toilet on the first floor. Mr. Su. Mr. Yang. Be careful, the window of the first floor toilet has been broken by someone. Yi Fanyu, catching a glimpse of Sumu and Yang Dongqing coming downstairs, shouted anxiously. Yang Dongqing's face grew increasingly grim as he charged forward, using his steel body to repel the villagers, clearing a path. He asked, Are you sure it wasn't overlooked during the previous inspection? I am sure. Yi Fanyu said loudly. I checked all the windows in every room, including the toilet. All the windows were definitely closed, and those villagers couldn't have breached the doors and windows. So there must be someone in our ranks who secretly damaged the windows. This is impossible. Who would be crazy enough to invite wolves into their home risking their life? As he said this, Yang Dongqing instinctively glanced at Su Mu. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Su Mu all along, he would firmly believe that Su Mu could do something this insane. Su Mu's smile deepened. It seems we have a traitor among us. Mister. Su, now is not the time to find the traitor. The urgent task is to break out. This place is no longer safe. Su Mu nodded. Yang Dongqing clear the way. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened, but he did not defy the order. Instead, he let out a roar, his muscles bulging as he charged towards the villagers. His steel-like strides made the entire corridor tremble slightly, each step echoing like a dull thud. He plunged into the crowd of villagers, his steel body ignoring their attacks. His arms swung like giant hammers, and any villager he touched ended up with a caved chest or broken limbs. However, these villagers completely disregarded their injuries and pain. Even with caved skulls and broken necks, they continued to howl and lunge at Yang Dongqing. In just a moment, Yang Dongqing was covered in villagers who were biting frantically. Yi Fanyu and the members of the Poison Snake gang no longer regarded Yang Dongqing as a human firing crazily at him. With everyone's combined efforts, the villagers hanging onto Yang Dongqing were knocked off, the cost being only a few more bullet marks and burn scars on Yang Dongqing's body. He was a steel body, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. After a barrage of attacks, he was already gritting his teeth in agony. Let's go. Seeing the villagers being repelled, Su Mu immediately gave the order. Zhao Chaoyao quickly approached his side, took out a folding stretcher, and carried Su Mu out while the others followed closely behind. And no one noticed that amidst the chaos, the honest, middle-aged man Li Chong had stealthily picked up a handgun from the body of a Poison Snake gang subordinate. As everyone rushed out of the house, it felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, for outside was a dense mass of villagers surging like a tide. They stared blankly at the group, their eyes filled with malice that seemed ready to overflow. Unbeknownst to them, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Seeing this, even Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, these two extraordinary individuals, couldn't help but show expressions of despair. There were too many villagers. With such numbers, even exhausting the two of them would be difficult to overcome. However, at this moment, Su Mu felt the long-lost beat of his heart. In his dreams, he had sought thrills, experiencing scenes far more stimulating than this dire predicament, yet he couldn't feel his heartbeat because he knew everything in his dreams was false. No matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't die. But now it was different. He could truly die. He was starting to feel a bit excited. Fall back. Su Mu's calm voice rang out. Retreat into the room. Yi Fanyu recoiled in shock. If we retreat now, we'll be trapped between the villagers outside and those inside, like fish in a barrel. Su Mu had neither time nor inclination to explain. Though Yi Fanyu ignored his command, others did not. Yang Dongqing and the Serpent Gang members immediately obeyed, withdrawing into the house. Yi Fanyu's face darkened as he watched, but facing the mob outside alone was unthinkable. He reluctantly retreated indoors too. Just as he reached for the door, Su Mu stopped him. Don't close the door. Lure them in, then ascend the stairs. Yi Fanyu froze, only to see Su Mu already ascending, escorted by the others. In that instant, he grasped Su Mu's intent. The villagers could only enter through the ground floor doorway or the bathroom window. If lured entirely onto the first floor, the group could escape by leaping from upper-story windows, breaking free unscathed. Yi Fanyu cast one long penetrating glance at Su Mu's retreating back, left the door ajar, and followed closely up the stairs. Devising such an escape route was not inherently difficult, but doing so with icy composure under siege by over 100 villagers within mere seconds, that was beyond most mortals. In peril, most minds fracture. Panic drowns reason, making swift, precise judgment all but impossible. Soon they surged onto the third floor. The villagers flooding into the house could pursue them only via the narrow staircase, a passage barely wide enough for two abreast. What made the villagers dangerous was sheer numbers. In single combat, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could easily prevail. Now leveraging terrain, their threat diminished dramatically. Yang Dongqing hold the rear. Everyone else, jump from the windows. Su Mu issued the order with unwavering. Without hesitation, Yang Dongqing stood alone at the stairwell's mouth, facing two villagers at once posed little danger. His iron-hard physique made him the undisputed choice for rearguard. One by one, Serpent Gang members leapt from the third-floor windows onto the muddy earth outside. Zhaojia village's infrastructure remained primitive. No concrete paving except along the main road. Most ground was raw, damp soil. For any physically sound person, a 3-story drop posed no serious risk, let alone for these elite Serpent Gang. If anyone in the group risked injury jumping, it was likely only Su Mu, and Wang Li, the sole woman among them. Get moving now. Zhao Chaoyao kicked sharply at her slender waist from behind. Up. A piercing shriek tore through the air as Wang Li tumbled out, landing hard on the mud. Master, please go first, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully, guiding Su Mu to the windowsill, then shouted down to the Serpent Gang below, prepare to catch the master. Yes. The remaining 8 Serpent Gang members swiftly formed a tight circle, stripped off their shirts, extended their arms, and clasped hands, creating a living net. Their shirts were laid across the interlocked arms, cushioning the impact. Yet Su Mu did not leap immediately. He lingered at the sill, calmly surveying the landscape. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Only when Yang Dongqing's urgent roar echoed from behind did Su Mu remove his amber-tinted spectacles, grasp his serpent-carved wooden cane, and step lightly into the void, landing perfectly upon the human net. Nearby, Wang Li, still dazed and bruised from her fall, stared, furious, yet silent. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu jumped next. Last came Yang Dongqing, his body streaked with fresh wounds. The moment he cleared the window, several bulging veined arms thrust violently through the opening, villagers roaring and clawing at the frame. We must go. This house won't contain them for long. Yi Fanyu gasped, still shaken. He pointed toward a modest two-story building nearby. Let's take shelter there for now. Head east, to the village's eastern edge. What? I said east, to the village's eastern edge, Su Mu replied coolly. Mr. Su, why choose distance over proximity? There are houses right here. Why trek all the way to the eastern fringe? Yi Fanyu frowned deeply. Su Mu pinched the temples of his spectacles and slid them slowly back onto his nose, concealing his eyes behind the amber lenses. Mr. Yi, explaining this to you would test even my patience. Just follow. Yi Fanyu's expression hardened, his fists clenched, but recalling Su Mu's unflinching resolve moments before, they sprinted onward, dispatching a few stragglers, until against all odds they arrived safely at the village's east. The eastern end lay desolate and remote. A single dilapidated shack stood there, its roof layered with brittle dried grass, so rudimentary it defied further simplification. Yi Fanyu stood before the thatched hut, face grim. Mr. Su, is this the dwelling you chose? Leaving aside whether it can fit us all, its structural integrity is so poor I doubt it. Mr. Yi, I struggle to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare realms, Su Mu interjected calmly, standing beneath a black umbrella held by Zhao Chaoyao, dressed head toto in black suit and raincoat. Rain demanded umbrellas. Yi Fanyu's scowl deepened. Su Mu continued unperturbed. Do you recall what the village chief's son said in the chrono imprint? Never mind. I suspect you've forgotten. He said ever since you were in prison that old dog has guarded your broken thatched hut, refusing food or water until he starved to death long ago. Where am I supposed to find dog meat? At best I could scavenge 2 dog bones. Now do you understand? Yi Fanyu stiffened. You mean, this ruined thatched hut belongs to Tingting? Su Mu nodded. You hesitated so long on the 3rd floor, not out of fear, but searching for this very house. Clap, clap, clap. Su Mu smiled faintly and applauded. Mr. Yi, you truly grasp things instantly. I'm beginning to believe you did endure 3 nightmare realms. Humph. Yi Fanyu's smile didn't reach his eyes. If my intuition serves me, the key to resolving this nightmare lies within this very thatched hut. Su Mu adjusted his amber spectacles and shifted tone abruptly. Before that, however, we must first identify the one who secretly sabotaged the windows. A hush fell over the group. Faces tightened, eyes darted sideways. Only the soft, steady patter of rain on cloth and skin broke the silence. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept across them all, finally locking onto the serpent gang members. Mr. Su, my suspicion falls upon your own ranks. Oh, and how do you figure that? Su Mu asked with interest. Several of us entered the nightmare world ahead of you and spent 3 days together without incident, yet trouble arose the moment you entered. Yi Fanyu's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Impossible. We would never betray the leader. Zhao Chaoyao glared as if his very faith had been insulted. Yi Fanyu stayed silent and only turned his eyes towards Su Mu. Su Mu gave a faint smile and stepped to Zhao Chaoyao's side. Leader, you must believe us, we would never betray you. Do not worry, I know. Su Mu smiled as he reached out and drew a handgun from Zhao Chaoyao's waist. Click. The sound of a round being chambered cut through the air. In truth, I already know who the traitor is. The gun in Su Mu's hand swept slowly across the faces and finally rested in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned. You suspect me? Huh. If it were me, step aside. Su Mu impatiently flicked the gun, signaling Yang Dongqing to move away. Yang Dongqing froze for a moment, and as he shifted, revealed Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed, and his eyes narrowed. Mr. Su, this joke is hardly amusing. Su Mu knit his brows slightly. You step aside as well. Yi Fanyu, startled, realized something and stepped aside at once. The figure revealed this time was Wang Li, who had been hiding at the back of the group. Delicate Wang Li saw every gaze turn to her, and her face went pale. She hurriedly looked back, hoping someone might be standing there, hoping Su Mu would ask them to move as well, but there was no one. There was no one behind her. Wang Li's color drained further, and she waved her hands in panic. No. It's not. How could I have smashed the window and let those monsters in? That would have killed me too. Yi Fanyu looked at her with bewilderment. Mr. Su, have you made a mistake? With her timid nature, she could not possibly have smashed the door or window. Exactly. Why are you certain it's me? Wang Li cried out as if clutching at a lifeline. Su Mu smiled and pointed the gun at her. Of course I have evidence. He paused. The evidence is this: when we jumped earlier, you deliberately delayed at the window to stop me from jumping. At that claim, everyone fell silent. What manner of proof was that? I did not deliberately delay. I am merely afraid of heights. Must that be my crime? Wang Li protested vehemently. Judge for yourselves. He is plainly blaming me for wasting his time, and now seeks revenge. Yi Fanyu said nothing, though a chill settled in his chest. Su Mu was a madman willing to kill Wang Li for such a flimsy pretext, Yet Yi Fanyu did not intervene. It would be reckless to make an enemy of Su Mu for the sake of an ordinary person. If even Yi Fanyu would not support her, nobody else would dare speak in her defense. Wang Li's face went ashen as she stared at them in disbelief. You cannot do this to me. You cannot treat me like this. Why? Is being afraid of heights also forbidden? Only Yang Dongqing showed a look of pity and was about to speak when Su Mu continued. Wang Li may fear heights. Wang Li's expression faltered. What are you saying? I am Wang Li. Su Mu clicked his tongue, amusement curling his lips. Such acting talent. Watching your exquisite performance, I almost wanted to sign you. Coincidentally, I own a film company. Alas, a nightmare monster like you, even under contract, would likely not be recognized by the law. Nightmare monster. Yi Fanyu's face shifted. Mr. Su, are you saying the real Wang Li is dead, and this person is a villager in disguise? Su Mu shook his head. I am more inclined to think she is Wang Li, only that she has become a villager Wang Li. Have you not considered that the villagers were once human and have now become nightmare monsters? Wang Li was once human too. Why could she not have changed as well? Wang Li frantically waved her arms, trying to clear herself. I am not. I have been with you from the start. How could I have become a nightmare monster? Do not slander me. At that moment, Li Chong seemed to remember something, and his face darkened. You were not with us the whole time. When we met Mr. Su earlier, you ran back by yourself. At his words, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing stepped away from Wang Li and watched her with predatory gazes. I really am not a monster, Wang Li sobbed, bursting into tears and letting them fall freely. I cannot stand to see a woman cry, Su Mu said with mock pity. So you might as well die. He slowly raised the pistol and aimed it at Wang Li's forehead. Frightened, Wang Li stopped crying and clutched at her head, attempting the ridiculous gesture of shielding herself from a bullet. Don't kill me. This is only your speculation. You have no proof. I am a nightmare. No, I have proof, Su Mu replied calmly. He said coolly, take a bullet from me. If you die, then you are Wang Li. If you survive, then you are a villager. Wang Li's expression became impossible to name. Shock, anger, terror, disbelief all mingled upon her small face, a bewildering confluence of emotions. I am to die? To prove him, Wang Li. If you are wrong, then I will die for nothing. Be wrong if you must. Even if you die, you will at least leave your name untarnished. Su Mu shrugged. Untarnished. Wang Li began. Bang. The thunderous gunshot briefly drowned the rain. A metal bullet cut through the downpour and struck Wang Li's smooth forehead with chilling precision. Wang Li's voice was cut off, and she collapsed. Yi Fanyu flinched not merely at the gunshot, but at Su Mu himself. Having endured the nightmare world 3 times, Yi Fanyu had thought his conscience dead and could not claim to be a good man. Yet now something rose in him. He felt he would not at least so casually disregard a human life. Su Mu, you. Yang Dongqing glared, but his words were interrupted by an inhuman roar. A bestial roar tore through the air. A tumultuous roar erupted from Wang Li's corpse, and in the next moment the lifeless Wang Li surprisingly stood up straight, without using her hands for support. Her pale face bore no expression, only her eyes were filled with intense malevolence resembling those of the villagers. What? It really is her. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, never expecting Su Mu to be correct. In truth, only Su Mu knew that he didn't guess. He was completely certain that Wang Li had transformed into a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he attempted to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same response as with the villagers. Roar. Wang Li charged towards the nearest Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened slightly as his right hand quickly formed a gun shape, aiming at Wang Li. 5-finger flame bullet. Bang, bang, bang. 3 searing flame bullets whistled forth, exploding into fierce flames upon Wang Li, and in just moments she was engulfed by the terrifying fire, reduced to a charred corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Yi Fanyu approached Su Mu and whispered, Mr. Su, what is going on? Why did Wang Li suddenly become a villager? As far as I know, the villagers seem to lack the means to convert humans into their kind. Everyone captured by the villagers ends up being torn apart and eaten. I can only speculate for now. Oh, perhaps the answer lies within this very house. Su Mu pointed at the thatched cottage with his snake-patterned wooden staff. Yang Dongqing. He softly called out. Yang Dongqing immediately led the way into the thatched cottage, clearly well-trained, as he didn't even need Su Mu to give specific instructions. Bang. The door of the thatched cottage swung open, and Yang Dongqing entered, scanning the surroundings. Seeing no danger, he beckoned the others to come in. After entering, Su Mu's scrutinizing gaze surveyed the interior through his tinted glasses. The furnishings in the room were quite old, with only a wooden recliner, a large table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet standing against the wall. To one side of the main room was a bedroom with a bed frame carved with simple patterns and some children's doodles. Though the bedding was faded, it was clean and tidy. Further inside was the kitchen, where a large earthen stove occupied one corner, with pots and pans placed on the stove and a pile of dry firewood stacked nearby. The walls were blackened from smoke. Though the house was dilapidated, it was fully equipped. At that moment, the sound of villagers' roars echoed from outside the door. Yi Fanyu's expression changed. Not good, that group of villagers is catching up. Bang. He quickly closed the door, peering through the crack to see the villagers drawing closer, his heart racing. Mainly because this house was too run down, even the door was just a solid wooden one, closing poorly. He had serious doubts about whether this door could hold back the villagers. Fortunately, when the villagers reached the doorway, they stopped in their tracks. Phew. Yi Fanyu let out a sigh of relief. It held them off. He turned back only to be stunned seeing Su Mu bringing out a plate of dumplings from that old cabinet. The dumplings seemed to have been sitting for a while. They were no longer plump and glistening, but rather dry and wrinkled, pushing against each other with some slightly deformed. The juices from the filling seeped into the plate, pooling into a murky liquid that emitted a faint odor. These are dumplings. Yi Fanyu gulped hard. If these dumplings were in the real world, he would definitely throw them away, but right now he was genuinely hungry. Are they edible? Li Chang beside him stared wide-eyed. Su Mu smiled as he placed the dumplings on the table. If you two want to eat, please help yourselves. Yi Fanyu and Li Chang both moved closer, staring intently at the dumplings while swallowing repeatedly. Su Mu and the others had entered relatively late. Although they were somewhat hungry now, it was still bearable. There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight, so I'll take 8, and you take 4. Yi Fanyu did not consult Li Chang, but directly decided on the distribution of the dumplings. Though Li Chang desired to eat more, he dared not oppose, merely nodding at the dumplings. You eat first, Yi Fanyu said. Li Chang hesitated. In such a strange place, encountering a plate of unknown dumplings, who would dare to eat them directly? Hurry up. Yi Fanyu urged impatiently. Li Chang steeled himself. Death was death, and in this damned place he might as well die with a full stomach. He grabbed a dumpling from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing 4 dumplings whole, like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits. After finishing, he looked longingly at the remaining dumplings. Though they had gone stale to someone who had been hungry for 3 days, they were a supreme delicacy. Yi Fanyu was cautious, carefully observing Li Chang's reaction. After waiting for a long time, and seeing that Li Chang showed no signs of abnormality, he finally relaxed, slowly eating the dumplings, while continuing to watch Li Chang. After consuming 8 dumplings, Yi Fanyu finally felt alive again. Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here? Yi Fanyu asked, realizing from Su Mu's previous actions that he was vastly outmatched in intelligence. Because Tingting loves to eat dumplings, and this is Tingting's home, Su Mu explained with a smile. Then, Yi Fanyu had just uttered a word when his expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but even Yang Dongqing and the others also changed their expressions, and in an instant all eyes turned towards the wooden bed in the bedroom. This was because the wooden bed had just emitted a dull thud, as if someone had bumped their head against the bedboard. Yi Fanyu's expression tightened, his right hand already formed into a gun-shaped, flames flickering between his fingers, causing the temperature in the room to rise. Zhao Chaoyao and the others also drew their knives. Earlier during their battle with the villagers, their ammunition had nearly run out. In this tense atmosphere, a shadow seemed to tremble beneath the bed. Come out quickly. Yi Fanyu shouted again, the flame bullet at his fingertips, almost ready to shoot out. At this moment, a snake-patterned wooden staff blocked in front of him. Yi Fanyu looked at Su Mu with confusion. Mr. Su. Su Mu shook his head at him, signaling him to lower his gun. Yi Fanyu extinguished the flame at his fingertips while Su Mu took a step forward, softly addressing the space under the bed. Tingting, we are not bad people, come out. Tingting. Everyone was startled. Could it be that Tingting was under the bed? Sure enough, after hearing those words, the shadow beneath the bed ceased trembling. Moments later, a timid little girl's voice emerged from under the bed. Are you really not bad people? You really won't hurt Tingting. The crowd froze once again. The voice was wrong. Tingting was clearly a teenage girl, yet the voice from beneath the bed belonged to a little girl. Su Mu's smile grew ever gentler, like that of a kind elder brother next door. His tone was soft yet resolute, each word carefully chosen. Tingting is a good child. We would never harm her. After prolonged hesitation, the shadow beneath the bed finally crawled out. She was a girl of about 6. Her jet black hair loosely tied into 2 uneven braids, slightly unruly, yet utterly natural. Her frame slender and delicate, yet brimming with an ethereal liveliness, like a fawn darting through mist-shrouded mountains. Her face was round and softly flushed, the gentle imprint of sun-kissed days. Her eyes were large and luminous, clear as mountain streams, pure and unblemished. Her long lashes fluttered like twin fans with every blink. Dressed in tattered clothes, the girl gazed timidly at the assembled people, her grimy little hands nervously clutching a dusty photo frame. No one relaxed their guard, not after what had happened with Wangli. No one dared assume this child wouldn't suddenly transform into a monster like the villagers. Still, she bore a striking resemblance to the Tingting they'd known before. Mr. Su, Yi Fanyu asked gravely. This girl is far younger than Tingting. Could she be her sister? No, she is Tingting. Yi Fanyu's bewilderment deepened. How do you know? Su Mu cast him a curious glance. This is Tingting's home, so whoever lives here must be Tingting. Is that truly so strange? Yi Fanyu found himself momentarily speechless. Tingting, why were you hiding under the bed? Su Mu asked warmly. His little Tingting replied nervously, I heard noises outside and got scared. I hid. Outside. Outside are all bad people. They'll hurt Tingting. As she spoke, her eyes flickered toward the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her lips trembled, her wide eyes filling with glistening tears. Those were Grandma's dumplings, left for me. Li Chang, who just finished eating them, scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Fanyu paid it no mind, but his expression sharpened with suspicion. Grandma, where is she? Tingting looked slightly puzzled, then pointed her grimy little finger behind the group. Grandma's right there. Yi Fanyu whirled around in shock, only to see an empty wooden rocking chair. Yet unervingly it swayed gently on its own, creaking with each motion. Squeak, squeak. A chill shot up his spine, prickling his scalp and raising every hair on his body. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Tingting, good children don't tell lies. Pouting indignantly, Tingting's innocent childlike voice rang out. Tingting isn't lying. Grandma's right there lying on the rocking chair. She's watching you right now, even waving hello. The group stared in horror at the vacant, yet ceaselessly rocking chair, dread coiling cold and silent in their Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, two transcendent beings, stood poised like warriors facing imminent doom, sweat beading across their brows, their eyes darting wildly between Tingting and the chair, utterly uncertain where to strike. They could fight villagers, but against an invisible, uncanny entity. Even they felt fear. It was like giving a man a hunting rifle and asking him to choose between confronting a bear or a ghost. The choice required no thought at all. Amidst the suffocating tension, Su Mu offered a courteous smile toward the rocking chair. "Good afternoon, grandmother." That sudden polite greeting sent a wave of surreal disquiet rippling through the group. Yang Dongqing whispered anxiously, "Can you see her?" Su Mu smiled faintly. "No, but one must always greet elders respectfully. It would be most impolite not to." "Madman." Yang Dongqing silently affixed a new label to Su Mu, a gentleman with a touch of madness. Then, a silvery peal of laughter. "Grandma says you're a very well-mannered young man," Tingting declared, her earlier sorrow forgotten, her face radiant with childlike innocence. Su Mu returned a gracious smile and gave a subtle, elegant nod toward the chair. "Thank you for your kind words, and you, grandmother, are a most benevolent elder." The atmosphere grew even more unsettling. To everyone else, Su Mu was speaking to empty air. The rocking chair remained utterly vacant. "Grandma says night falls soon, and dark shadows will wander outside. You may stay here. Night falls soon." They rushed to the window, only to find the sky veiled by an oppressive leaden gloom mirroring their own sinking hearts. Clang! A crisp metallic chime drew their attention, the sound of Su Mu opening his antique gold pocket watch. He glanced at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Night does arrive swiftly indeed. He closed the watch, its dark gold Ouroboros motif flashing briefly before vanishing. Then turning gracefully toward the rocking chair, he murmured, "We gratefully accept your hospitality, grandmother." Moments later, the group huddled tightly in a distant corner, far from the chair, eyes locked upon it, unblinking. Meanwhile, Tingting sat quietly in the bedroom, playing with a rag doll, gently brushing its hair with a small wooden comb. The light faded with visible haste. Across the room, only the rhythmic creaking of the rocking chair broke the silence. "Mr. Su Yi Fanyu whispered urgently, it's nightfall. Let's leave now. This place is too uncanny." Uncanny. A sweet, obedient Tingting, and a kind, gentle grandmother. "This place feels perfectly safe." Su Mu savored the quiet serenity, as if it were rare wine. "Mr. Su, this is no time for jest. This Tingting is certainly linked to the one in the time silhouette. You can't even see her. How can you call her gentle?" Yi Fanyu hissed. "She welcomed us, strangers without home or shelter. Is that not the very essence of kindness?" "You." Yi Fanyu's face flushed with fury, yet he dared not step away alone. Just then, squeak, the creaking stopped. Instantly, every nerve in the room snapped taut. They all knew precisely what that sign. Grandmother has risen. An unseen presence. Where might she go? Perhaps she already stood inches from your face, motionless, studying you with ancient wrinkled eyes and a serene, benevolent smile. FZZT. The candle on the table ignited spontaneously, casting a frail, flickering glow. "Night has fallen," said Tingting, skipping cheerfully from the bedroom, addressing the empty air beside the group. "Grandma, I'm going out to find my little sister." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, nervously staring at the empty air beside them, where they knew a kind old lady was quietly standing. Before long, Tingting bounced out the door. At that moment, Su Mu also stood up, addressing the air beside him. "Grandma, it's getting dark and my eyesight isn't very good. If I bump into you, please forgive me." It was the photo frame that the little girl had been holding onto before. He turned it around, revealing a faded black and white family. There were 4 people in the photo. One was an old lady with silver hair, a wrinkled face, and a hunched figure, and the other was a younger-looking Tingting. As for the other 2, they had no heads, their necks were completely severed. One could only judge from their clothes and other body parts that they were a man and a woman, looking quite young, each holding one of Tingting's hands. Tingting's face was beaming with a happy smile. Yi Fanyu leaned in closer, looking at the eerie photo. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are they headless? Su Mu's expression was enigmatic. The fact that the parents are headless isn't the main point. The main issue is that this family portrait is missing one person. Who? Yi Fanyu's expression changed. A younger sister. Su Mu adjusted his brown glasses, speaking calmly. Tingting just said she wanted to go out to find her sister, but this family portrait does not include her sister. So the question arises, who exactly is she? Yi Fanyu's face grew increasingly pale, a sense of eeriness creeping into his heart. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the empty rocking chair began to sway again. Creak, creak. The crowd stared nervously at the rocking chair that was rocking back and forth, when suddenly an ancient voice broke the silence. In the heavy night fog, the demon's whispers linger around, the moonlight peeks through the cracks of the window, and shadows claw and dance in the corners. Everyone was startled and instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Is this singing? Yi Fanyu, a lullaby? Su Mu narrowed his eyes, slightly gazing at the rocking chair as the song continued. The wind blows the candlelight, sways the dark embrace, is silent, close your eyes, and don't run around. Fear slowly burns in the depths of your heart. Sleep, sleep, baby, don't stay awake. Shadows in the corner, quiet and silent. Sleep, sleep, don't open your eyes wide. There are hands in the dark wanting to invite you across the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes, and don't hide. The lost soul finds no relief. As you sleep in this night, don't ask if it's real or fake until dawn breaks. The nightmare will turn around. The simple melody of the song combined with the ancient voice revealed a hint of eeriness in the dim night. As everyone listened to the eerie song, they felt as if there were invisible large hands in the darkness brushing over their. What no one noticed was that as the song played in the corners of the room where the candlelight could not reach, a shadow quietly rose, growing taller until it slowly formed a human shape. What does the lyric mean? Yifan Yu felt inexplicably anxious. This eerie environment made him very uncomfortable, and he instinctively asked Su Mu. But just as he turned to look at Su Mu, his scalp suddenly tingled, his face changed drastically, and he instinctively retreated, distancing himself from Su Mu. Shadow. He retreated to the corner of the room, his right hand forming a gun shape, pointing firmly at the back of Su Mu. The crowd was shocked and quickly turned to look at Su Mu, only to see a long-armed, emaciated shadow standing strange. Leader. Zhao Chaoyao shouted in a panic, raising his machete. Su Mu, behind you. Yang Dongqing stared intently at the shadow behind Su Mu, afraid to act rashly. Su Mu did not turn around. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Is it behind me? Mr. Su, the shadow has already set its sights on you. Quickly let someone else take your place." Yifan Yu urged. However, Su Mu did not arrange for his subordinates to take his place. Instead, he calmly turned around, the reflection of the tall, thin shadow visible in his brown glasses. At this moment, the shadow had already reached out its long, dry arm towards Su Mu. "Are you inviting me?" Su Mu. The shadow did not answer but extended its hand further. The sharp fingertips formed from the shadow were almost touching the brown glasses on his face. Su Mu smiled slightly and reached out his hand towards the shadow. "I accept your invitation." The next moment, a pale, slender hand tightly grasped the shadow's hand. Everyone was horrified. "Leader. Su Mu, you." Su Mu turned back and smiled at everyone, the dim candlelight casting shadows on his face, flickering against his brown glasses. "Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby." After saying that, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness, hand in hand with the shadow. The crowd stared blankly at Su Mu, who had vanished into the darkness, lost in thought. The house fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Yang Dongqing finally said, "Though he is a madman, I don't believe he would seek death on his own. Just now he said that the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Perhaps he discovered something." Yifan Yu's eyes flashed with contemplation. The lyrics of the lullaby say, "Don't open your eyes wide. There are hands in the dark wanting to invite you across the bridge. Then close your eyes and don't hide. The lost soul finds no relief." The hands in the dark must refer to the shadow. Does closing your eyes and not hiding mean a way to deal with the shadow? It's possible. Just now Su Mu indeed closed his eyes. "Hey, mister." Su actually took a risk just for a line of lyrics. This is simply. Yifan Yu hesitated, unable to finish the latter half of his sentence. Yang Dongqing completed for him, "Simply a madman, right?" "Indeed, he is a madman. It's not surprising what kind of things Nonsense. How dare you insult the leader? Whatever the leader intends to do, he has his own plans. How can you discuss it behind his back?" Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily. Yang Dongqing coldly glanced at him, ignoring this person who had long been brainwashed. "This is not the time to argue. For now, we should scatter and look for candles and food. The appearance of the shadow means that this place is no longer safe." Yifan Yu proposed. The crowd exchanged glances and ultimately agreed to Yifan Yu's suggestion. In the darkness, Su Mu tightly closed his eyes, holding onto the large hand formed by shadows, thin, cold, and hard. It was not a human hand at all, but rather like the hand of some monstrous corpse. With his eyes shut, Su Mu could not discern his surroundings. Though his spirit was powerful, it was not yet strong enough to substitute for his sight. He felt like a blind man, led by the shadow, slowly moving forward. Here time seemed to lose its significance. He could not perceive the passage of time, as if he had been walking for a long, while yet also, as if it had only been a short moment. Surrounding him was a silent void, and he could not hear the footsteps of either the shadow or himself. Gradually Su Mu began to hear the sound of water beneath his feet, but it was dull. Unlike walking on rain-soaked ground, it felt more like stepping on a thicker liquid. Blood. Su Mu speculated casually, feeling no panic in his heart, but rather a vague anticipation. Previously, when he saw Ting Ting holding hands with the shadow in the time silhouette, he speculated that the shadow pulling people into darkness might not mean directly killing them. It was a simple logic. If Ting Ting had been killed by the shadow, she would likely have turned into a monster like Wang Li, yet he had not seen Ting Ting among the villagers. Moreover, in the time silhouette, it was clear that Ting Ting knew the shadow, and even spoke to it. "Are you the nightmare that Grandma spoke of?" This statement indicated that Ting Ting had learned of the shadow's existence from her grandmother long ago. The lullaby Grandma had just sung was probably one she sang to her every night. Why had Ting Ting not turned into a monster at the hands of the shadow? It should have been because she followed Grandma's advice, closed her eyes, and held hands with the shadow. Thus, Su Mu chose to follow the shadow. He would not survive much longer. In his view, even if he could not become an extraordinary being, perhaps becoming a nightmare monster like the villagers was not so bad, as the villagers' bodies were quite strong and difficult to kill. As time passed second by second, Sumu noticed the sounds around him becoming increasingly clear, even the sound of wind howling past him. Thud! He stepped on a hard surface, there was no sound of water. As he continued forward, he discovered that the ground was sloped, a bridge. He recalled the nursery rhyme that said in the darkness, there is a hand that wants to pull you across a bridge. He continued to follow the shadow, and as the height of the ground rose to a certain level it began to descend again, as if going down a bridge. Soon he walked off the bridge, and at that moment he suddenly heard voices nearby. Leader. This voice was very familiar to Sumu. He clearly remembered it belonged to the younger brother who had been taken away by the shadow. The younger brother's voice was filled with excitement, seemingly unable to believe he could see the leader here. Leader, are you here to save me? The hurried sound of footsteps approached from the darkness, evidently the younger brother running over. However, Sumu did not respond, nor did he open his eyes, but instead a playful smile crept onto his lips. Leader, why aren't you speaking? Open your eyes and look at me. The younger brother's voice grew even closer, almost right next. Sumu frowned slightly, but remained with his eyes shut. Get away from me. The younger brother's footsteps halted, his voice carrying a hint of resentment and trembling. Leader, are you really going to abandon me? I have always followed you. Sumu responded with conviction. He clearly remembered the lyrics, sleep, sleep, close your eyes, and do not hide the path of the soul, is lost, unable to find release. Sleeping in this night, do not ask if it is real or fake until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn around. The meaning of these lyrics was quite clear. One must tightly close their eyes not to be deceived by illusions, or the soul would be lost in darkness. As for when one could open their eyes, it would naturally be at dawn. When it comes to the means of confounding people's hearts, Sumu would claim the second place, and no one would dare claim the first. Such trivial illusions could never deceive him. After being rejected, the younger brother's breathing noticeably grew heavier, his tone turning cold. Leader, since you have abandoned me, you will not live. Go die. The voice filled with resentment erupted, and the younger brother charged wildly towards Sumu. An ordinary person would certainly be frightened into opening their eyes, however Sumu did not. He simply advanced calmly, ignoring it entirely. As expected, when the sound of the younger brother's charge reached Sumu's ears, everything came to an abrupt halt, and silence returned. He continued to move forward, gradually feeling a warmth, a beam of light, pierced through his tightly shut eyelids, the sensation akin to facing the sun with closed eyes during the day. Even with his eyes shut, he could feel the blinding brightness. Leader. A voice full of joy came from afar, Zhao Chao's excited voice. Mister. So you're back. Yi Fanya's voice also held some surprise. Sumu, wake up. Why are you still keeping your eyes closed? What have you encountered after following the shadow? The voices of the crowd surged into Sumu's ears, but he still did not open his eyes. Instead, a sneer appeared on his lips. How naive, couldn't you use your brain before trying to deceive me? Sumu had grown too tired to complain. A normal person's first reaction upon seeing someone return alive would certainly not be welcoming, but rather suspicion and caution, especially since Wang Li had turned into a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it was known that the shadow only appeared at night or in darkness. Now that the sunlight was so glaring, yet the shadow's hand still held onto his. How could this be possible? The sounds around him paused, and then the tone of Zhao Chaoyao and the others turned icy. He has discovered it. Yes, kill him. A group of people rushed towards Sumu, emitting inhuman howls. Similarly, when these sounds reached him, they fell silent. Sumu walked for a while longer, this time hearing different voices, the voices of children. Fool. Hee big fool, Ting Ting is coming. Hurry, hurry, let's not play with the fool. A group of children laughed amidst this mockery. Ting Ting's aggrieved voice rang out. Ting Ting is not a fool. La 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 la. Look, this fool is crying. Aren't you a fool? Your parents abandoned you because you are foolish. You are talking nonsense. Grandma said that mom and dad went out to work, that's why they didn't abandon Ting Ting. Sumu kept walking forward, and the innocent voices of the children grew steadily more mature, as if they were aging before his very eyes. That fool is still playing with mud. Of course she is. She's a fool after all. Hey look, her figure's actually quite developed. Truly so. Let's go take a closer look. Ting Ting, let's play together. Really? Ting Ting exclaimed in delight. You'd actually play with me? Sumu noticed even Ting Ting's voice had shifted, drawing ever closer to the voice he remembered from the time-etched silhouette. Of course we will. We're from the same village. Listen, Ting Ting, let's play a delightful game. Oh yes, what game is it? You'll find out once we begin, but you must never tell your grandmother. If you do, we'll never play with you again. Wah, I don't want to play this game. It's not fun at all. You're all monsters. You're bullying Ting Ting. Grab her, don't let her escape. You wretches. An aged voice rang out, followed by the sharp thud of a wooden staff striking flesh and piercing cries of agony. Sumu recognized it instantly, Ting Ting's grandmother. Ting Ting, remember this, when grandma works the fields during the day, you must stay indoors, lock the door tight, and open it for no one. I've made your favorite dumplings. They're in the cabinet. If you grow hungry, help yourself. Yes, Grandma. I'll remember. Grandma, why do they call me a fool? They're all wicked people. You're no fool at all. You're the brightest child under heaven. A silvery bell-like laughter rang out, Ting Ting leaping with unrestrained joy. I'm the brightest child under heaven. The brightest child under heaven. Ting Ting, opened the door for Uncle. No, I won't. Grandma said Uncle is a bad man. How could I be bad? Look, I've brought your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's real. Hurry and open up. Off. You lied. You're a bad man. Haha, Ting Ting grows more radiant with every passing day. Look, there she goes again carrying dumplings to the graveyard. She's truly addled. Auntie Lee saw she hadn't eaten in days and kindly offered her 2 steamed buns, but she refused. Insisted on dumplings instead, babbling that Grandma loved them most. Only the village chief showed compassion, bringing her dumplings every few days. Yet she merely carried them daily to the graveyard, offering them to her grandmother. No one knows who first told her grandma was sleeping beneath the earth. After that she began knocking door to door begging for dumplings. I heard, anyone who gives her dumplings gets something in return. The voices ceased abruptly, and the shadowy hand he'd been gripping vanished, without a trace. Sumu opened his eyes. Before him stretched a dim, dilapidated room. The rocking chair stood motionless. Outside the sky glowed with faint pre-dawn light. Little Ting Ting stood quietly before him, tilting her head with wide-eyed curiosity. Big brother, were you sleeping while standing up? Sumu smiled gently and tenderly ruffled Ting Ting's dry, unruly hair. Yes, I fell asleep, right? Big brother, you're lying. No one sleeps standing up. Sumu feigned astonishment. Why, you've seen right through me. How brilliantly perceptive you are, Ting Ting. Ting Ting burst into delighted laughter, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons revealing a row of tiny pearly teeth. Of course I am. Grandma says I'm the brightest child under heaven. Yes, Ting Ting is the brightest child under heaven, Sumu affirmed with a warm nod. Then, as if recalling something, Ting Ting dashed to the cabinet, flung it open, and carefully lifted out a plate of dumplings. Big brother, would you like some dumplings? They're delicious. Grandma and I love them most. Suddenly voices echoed from outside. The voices of Yi Fan Yu and the others. Damn this sky. Dawn breaks far too swiftly, Yang Dongqing grumbled. This hut is too cramped. Staying here will surely draw the shadows again. Follow my lead. Let's move to another place. No, Zhao Chao Yao insisted firmly. What if our leader returns and can't find us? You? Sigh. Yi Fan Yu exhaled. Do you truly believe Mr. Su will return? Even granting the impossible, that he does, would he still be him? As they spoke, a sharp creak pierced the air, the thatched door swung open. Instantly, they froze, their expressions hardening as they stared toward the threshold. There, stepping forth with unhurried grace, was a man clad in an immaculate suit, leaning lightly on a serpentine wood cane, his face partially veiled behind amber-tinted spectacles. Leader, Zhao Chao Yao, and the other Viper gang members erupted in ecstatic relief. Don't approach. Yi Fan Yu barred their path, his gaze locked unblinking upon Sumu. Mr. Su, may I ask, are you truly you? Sumu offered a faint serene smile. Naturally. I told you, the leader would be unharmed. Zhao Chao Yao, elated, stepped forward, only to be halted once more by Yi Fan Yu. Wait, what proof? At those words, Sumu's smile deepened, then slowly faded as he adjusted his glasses. His voice dropped cool and incisive. Mr. Yi appears to have forgotten once more, forgotten what manner of being he himself is. Shall I prove myself to you? Are you even worthy? Yi Fan Yu's face twisted, livid and grotesque, while Zhao Chao Yao and the others surged without hesitation to stand resolutely behind Sumu. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Dongqing joined them. Mr. Yang, you too? Without turning, Yang replied. I simply doubt a nightmare entity could mimic him so flawlessly. Yi Fan Yu's expression darkened further. Only Li Chong remained beside him, trembling with unease. Sumu spoke calm and detached. So, have you grasped it yet, Mr. Yi? Whether I am a nightmare matters little. What matters is this truth stands eternally on my side. You equate Yi Fan Yu's voice turned icy. Sumu smiled faintly. Numbers are but one manifestation of power, and power is truth. With that, he led the group into Ting Ting's home. After a pause, Li Chong followed, leaving only Yi Fan Yu, his countenance storm-dark and shifting, rooted in place for a long moment before entering, jaw clenched. The moment he crossed the threshold, Yi Fan Yu's gaze snapped to Ting Ting, perched at the table eating dumplings, though his attention fixated almost hungrily on the dumplings themselves. In one swift stride, he snatched the plate from her hands. Those are Grandma's. Ting Ting's lower lip trembled, on the verge of tears. Yi Fan Yu did not care about these matters, the dumplings in hand were his. Sumu ordered, and the already irritated Yang Dongqing immediately rushed forward to snatch them. Yi Fan Yu was startled, not expecting Yang Dongqing to act so suddenly, and hurriedly dodged back. At this moment, it was Ting Ting who hurriedly waved her hands, her small face flushed with anxiety. Don't fight. Ting Ting doesn't like fighting. If you want dumplings, I'll give them to you. Yang Dongqing showed a hint of hesitation, and Yi Fan Yu angrily said, put away your unnecessary sympathy. We are human. What about her? She is a creature from a nightmare, perhaps even a nightmare monster. Don't argue. Ting Ting doesn't want the dumplings anymore. Ting Ting was increasingly anxious. Her kind heart didn't want to see people in conflict. Did you hear that? She said she doesn't want them anymore. Yi Fan Yu suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Yang Dongqing ultimately loosened his fists, realizing that snatching them wouldn't help. It would only make Ting Ting more unhappy. After the small dispute calmed down, Yi Fan Yu picked up the dumplings and called Li Chong over to eat. Yesterday's 8 dumplings were practically nothing for someone who had been starving for 3 days. You eat first, this time I'll give you 2. Yi Fan Yu said coldly. Li Chong grumbled in agreement, but when he went to grab the dumplings, he let out a surprised sound. 11. 1 less than yesterday. Yi Fan Yu focused on them, and indeed discovered that there was 1 less. He looked at Tingting. Why is there one less? Did you eat it, or hide it? Tingting shook her small head. I didn't eat it, nor did I hide it. Grandma just made a... Yifanyu looked at her deeply, said nothing more, and continued eating dumplings with Li Chong. Yang Dongqing no longer paid attention to Yifanyu and Li Chong, but asked Su Mu, what happened after you left? Su Mu had no intention of hiding anything, and said frankly, as I expected, the shadow is not insurmountable. As long as you close your eyes and hold its hand, you can return from the darkness when dawn breaks. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Is it that simple? It's simple for me, but not necessarily for you. Yang Dongqing's expression immediately darkened. What do you mean? It means that in the darkness, there will be various voices tempting you to open your eyes. If you do, you will be completely lost in the darkness and ultimately become a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing scoffed. Isn't it just keeping my eyes closed? What's so difficult about that? Since I know those voices are fake, I definitely won't open my eyes. You're right about that. Yang Dongqing's anger flickered across his face. He felt belittled, but had no evidence. Meanwhile, Yifanyu, although eating, was already eavesdropping attentively. At this moment, Su Mu shifted the conversation. I also gained some information in the darkness regarding Tingting. He glanced at Tingting, who was back in the bedroom brushing her little doll's hair. He slowly recounted what he had seen and heard in the darkness, mainly concerning the voices about Tingting. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's face had already twisted into a grimace of rage, his fists clenched tightly, blue veins bulging. Beasts. Those beasts. Damn. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented fury filling his chest, even causing a metallic sheen to rise on his skin. He wanted to kill, an uncontrollable urge to kill. In contrast to his anger, Yifanyu had a joyful expression. What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared furiously, resembling a raging lion. No, don't misunderstand. What I mean is based on Mr. Su's description. Tingting is very likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this place is Tingting's nightmare. Yifanyu's previously gloomy demeanor shifted, excitement illuminating his face, for he had discovered the way to unravel this nightmare. Minor frictions were nothing in the face of survival. He excitedly said, this is my 3rd time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although they are bizarre, they also follow certain patterns. For instance, if a person watches a zombie movie before bed, they are likely to dream of zombies that night. It's the same principle. In other words, dreams are reflections of reality. Mr. Su's narration made everything clear to me. I understood why these villager monsters only appeared during the day, because in reality Tingting was mostly bullied by villagers during the day. In Tingting's eyes, villagers are just villagers. They appear during the day and go to rest at night. Think about it carefully. How did Tingting say it when she went out to find her sister before? She referred to those villagers as bad people, not monsters, which is already abnormal. This is Tingting's nightmare, so the behavior of those villagers follows Tingting's logic. Tingting's grandma told her to hide at home, which is safe, so the villagers cannot enter the house. This is probably the case in reality as well, and no matter how much they bully Tingting, the villagers wouldn't dare to forcibly break windows or intrude into private homes. Villagers will change their appearance and use various methods to lure people outside. Isn't it just like someone using a lollipop to trick Tingting out of her house? Such things must have happened more than once, so, in Tingting's eyes, villagers are people who use all sorts of sweet words to trick her into opening the door. Yifanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, yet he did not notice Yang Dongqing's face growing darker. Also, the village chief's son in the time shadow called Tingting a fool. I thought it was just casual talk, but it turns out Tingting really is a fool. The reason she currently presents as a little girl is because her mental capacity is just that of a child. After all, the IQ of a fool is roughly equivalent to that of a child. Enough! Yang Dongqing shouted in fury, unable to tolerate Yifanyu referring to Tingting as a fool. A kind girl with an intellectual disability who clearly did nothing wrong is treated this way. She loves dumplings, but would rather starve than eat them herself, wanting to give them to her deceased grandma. Even now, when facing Yifanyu, snatching her concern isn't whether she is hungry, but whether they will fight. Yifanyu's smile gradually cooled. Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings. You sympathize with Tingting's plight, but don't forget this is the nightmare world. The real Tingting has long since died, and the current Tingting in a strict sense can also be considered a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. The anger within him had no outlet. He knew Yifanyu was right, but he was just filled with rage and frustration. Yifanyu turned his gaze to Su Mu. Mr. Su, I know you are rational, and with your intelligence you must have already guessed all of this. Thus the next steps are very simple. As long as we work together to eliminate the source of the nightmare, which is to kill Tingting, this nightmare will be Yifanyu's voice suddenly dropped to a low pitch as he cast a subtle glance at the little girl in the bedroom who was brushing her doll's hair. He continued, killing Tingting shouldn't be difficult. The only obstacle is her deceased grandmother. When we strike at Tingting, we will likely confront her grandmother, especially since none of us can see her, and we don't even know if she is at home right now. I suspect she is not home. After all, in Tingting's memory, her grandmother works in the fields during the day and only returns. However, to be on the safe side, I have a plan. We should avoid making a move here and instead lure Tingting out first before acting. Among us, Tingting should trust you, Mr. Su the most, so why not let you handle it? Yang Dongqing suddenly exploded with rage, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Yifanyu. She is just a victim. There must be another way. Yifanyu's expression grew increasingly cold. Mr. Yang, I hope you can remain calm. She is not human. She is a nightmare creature. Killing a nightmare creature is the only way for everyone to survive. Isn't that a good thing? As you said, to break the nightmare, besides killing the source of the nightmare, there are indeed other methods, such as saving the source itself. This nightmare originated from Ting Ting E. As long as we kill all the villagers without these evildoers, it would no longer be a nightmare. But do you think that is possible? With just a few of us facing hundreds of villagers, we have no chance at all. And don't forget, there is no food here. Even extraordinary beings will starve if they don't eat, and will only become weaker until they can no longer use their abilities. How will you kill the villagers then? Yifan Yu clearly laid out the pros and cons, yet Yang Dongqing's response remained, I disagree. This young man who had just become an extraordinary being displayed unprecedented determination at this moment. He gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his temples, and his eyes were already filled with fury. I will kill all the villagers to avenge Ting Ting. Yifan Yu was both shocked and angry. You are insane. Doing this will endanger everyone. What do we have to fight against hundreds of villagers? And avenge? Avenge what? They have already died. This is all a dream. Dream. Yang Dongqing's eyes burned with a fierce and bright flame, and the metallic hue on his body grew denser. These scum don't even deserve to live in a dream. Why should they continue to bully Ting Ting in the dream after they are dead? Tell me, why should they? They deserve to die. You are crazy. You are truly insane. Yifan Yu also grew angry. Mister, so I can't reason with him. You are a smart person. If you follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. In an instant, the gazes of Yang Dongqing and Yifan Yu both focused on Su Mu. Yifan Yu knew that Su Mu was a cold-blooded and intelligent person capable of making the right choice. As for Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists knowing Su Mu's coldness, so he prepared to confront both of them at once. Yet deep down he vaguely hoped that Su Mu would refuse Yifan Yu's proposal. Faced with their gazes, Su Mu smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was both shocked and delighted, while Yifan Yu was filled with disbelief and astonishment. You refuse? Yifan Yu found it unbelievable. A person like you, do you really care about the life or death of a nightmare creature? Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses, still maintaining an elegant smile. Mister, Yi seems to have misunderstood me deeply. In fact, I have always been a good person. Huh. Yifan Yu laughed in a strange and sinister manner. A good person? You are all good people, and am the only bad one. He pointed at himself in a somewhat deranged manner, never expecting that they could be so close to escaping the nightmare, yet ended up in such a situation. The joy from earlier had long since vanished. I just want to live. What is wrong with that? Mister, Yi, you are being illogical. In this world there is no such thing as right or wrong. What exists is only strength and weakness. I understand your desire to survive, but you must also adhere to my decision. Su Mu would never choose to kill Ting Ting to return to reality. Even before he became extraordinary, returning now would still mean death. At this moment, Yifan Yu's expression completely chilled. His eyes were filled with a frightening, killing intent. With his right hand open, fiery flames ignited one after another. You are right, this world has no right or wrong, only strength and weakness. But who says I am the weak one? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the scene instantly froze. Yang Dongqing stepped forward and stood beside Su Mu, while Zhao Chaoyao and others drew their knives, their faces filled with a fierce, killing intent. Su Mu chuckled lightly. Mister, Yi, if you were truly strong enough, you would have understood from the moment you saw me that you have no chance of winning from the start. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Yifan Yu's mouth. It seems my previous forbearance has led to your misunderstanding. Initially, there were no irreconcilable conflicts between us, and given that we are both in the nightmare world, it would be irrational to harm each other, which is why I was so accommodating. But now, the key to breaking the nightmare has been found, and I have no more reservations. Moreover, I have already figured out your strengths. Yang Dongqing is merely a newly emerged extraordinary being, and he hasn't even mastered his own abilities. As for you, you only control a group of ordinary people with your puppet abilities, yet your own body is weaker than an ordinary person. The most critical point is that during the previous fights, the bullets in your subordinates' guns have long run out. Do you think you can pose any threat to me? Su Mu remained calm. Who says the bullets have run out? Yifan Yu's expression changed slightly. His five-finger flame bullets focused primarily on offense, and could not defend against bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent still had a gun, he would indeed be in some danger. You don't need to bluff. I saw with my own eyes that the bullets have run out. You are right, the bullets of my subordinates have indeed run out, but Mr. Li Chang's have not. As soon as these words were spoken, the focus in the scene immediately shifted to Li Chang, who had been hiding in the corner, not daring to speak. This silent, middle-aged man slowly took out a black pistol from his waist, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yifan Yu's heart sank. Although a single gun posed no threat to him, that was under the premise that Yang Dongqing and others were not present. In an unknown situation, he was not afraid of a gun at all. Li Chang, do you not want to live? The opportunity is right before you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return. This middle-aged man, crushed by the burdens of life, trembled even more. I want to live. Mister Su, I have always been an honest person. I want to go back alive. Oh, I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mister Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please step aside. Someone like you has the power to seek justice for the monster. But just staying alive has already exhausted all my strength. My family is still waiting for me in reality. Stop, Su Mu interrupted. No one wants to hear your sob story. If you wish, go and join Yifanyu. It won't make any difference with one more person. At that moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly flushed red. He raised his gun and aimed it at Su Mu, then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. Either you agree to kill that monster or you die. No one expected Li Chang to suddenly erupt at this moment, and Yang Dongqing and Zhao Xiaoyao quickly shielded Su Mu behind them. Yifanyu sneered, Mister. So do you see? Not everyone is on your side. Oh, is that so? Su Mu gently pushed up his brown glasses, the eyes behind the lenses emitting an intangible ghostly glow. The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what surprised them even more was that the shot hit Yifanyu. Yifanyu, having experienced the nightmare world 3 times, was no ordinary person. Faced with the cold gun from behind, he surprisingly sensed it in advance, twisting his body to avoid the bullet that was supposed to hit him. However, even so, he was still shot. A bloody hole appeared in his right lower back, and blood flowed like a stream. Yifanyu groaned, his figure suddenly retreating, distancing himself from the others. His face was already covered with pain. Li Changyu. No, it's not my fault. My hand is out of control. Li Chang was completely panicked, his body shaking violently, fear written all over his dark face, as if he had encountered some unpredictable event. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple gunshots rang out, deadly bullets whistled toward Yifanyu. Yet he was ultimately an extraordinary being. With distance between them, his incredible physical abilities emerged. Facing the bullets shot by Li Chang, he was like a nimble snake, flipping and crashing through the window to escape. Brother Yi, I really didn't mean it. My hand is out of control. Ha ha ha. Li Chang's maniacal laughter burst forth as he chased after him while shooting. I was lying to you. You fool. You dared to defy the leader. You deserve to die. You madman. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Yifanyu, who was desperately dodging, completely lost his mind in anger. Bang. A fire bullet shot out from his fingertip, leaving a scorching trail of flame in the air, striking Li Chang's body. In an instant, Li Chang's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly as he was burned to ashes by the flames. At this time, several villagers who had been lurking outside the house rushed towards Yifanyu, howling in anger. In a fit of rage, he struck out continuously. Several fire bullets whistled out, directly taking down the villagers. Yifanyu stared intently at the dilapidated thatched house. He knew he had to resolve everyone before a large number of villagers arrived. He then opened his arms wide, aimed at the thatched house, and his voice turned icy cold. 10-finger fire bullets. His 10 fingers ignited with intense flames, the fire quickly twisting and gathering, forming 10 compressed fire bullets. Boom. 10 fire bullets surged out, creating 10 trails of flames in the air, spiraling and intertwining, eventually merging into a fire bullet the size of a fist, striking the thatched house fiercely. The fire bullet collided violently with the thatched house, sparks flying in an instant. The thatched house was like a massive bonfire, ignited flames mercilessly consuming every wooden beam, the red-hot blaze shooting into the sky, thick black smoke billowing up, forming a giant black smoke pillar that obscured the heavens. Previously, Yifanyu had hidden his strength. When faced with the villagers' attack, he had always used the 5-finger fire bullet to respond. But this time, in front of Su Mu and others, he exerted all his power. Are they dead? Yifanyu panted heavily, the pain from the gunshot wound in his back, continuously stimulating his nerve. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he discovered that behind the raging flames, several figures dressed in black suits were appearing intermittently. They calmly stepped out from the side of the fire, gathering like a small stream of black water. Leading them was Su Mu, and beside him Yang Dongqing was holding the frightened Tingting. Yifanyu's expression darkened. He realized that Su Mu and the others must have escaped through the back window in advance. He didn't need to think to know who came up with this idea. It must be Su Mu. Only he had the foresight to predict that he would burn the house. Yang Dongqing set Tingting down, a gentle expression appearing on his steel-like face. Tingting, you be good and stay away. Brother will take care of this bad guy first. Though Tingting's intellect remained that of a child, she could still distinguish between good and evil. She obediently nodded, then jumped down from Yang Dongqing's arms and ran away with her short legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Tingting's safety. She was the source of the nightmare, having lived here for an unknown period. Everything in the nightmare could hardly harm her. Then Yang Dongqing's fierce gaze fixed intently on Yifanyu. Neither spoke, but both could see the determination in each other's eyes. Their philosophies were different, and neither could persuade the other. The only choice was to fight. The atmosphere in the scene instantly tightened. Yang Dongqing stood like a steel fortress, his body shimmering with a metallic sheen. Flames flickered at Yifanyu's fingertips, the air around him surged and distorted, emitting terrifying high temperatures. Suddenly Yang Dongqing moved. He shot forth like a swift cheetah, fully aware that his only chance to defeat Yifanyu was to close the distance. Yifanyu naturally understood this as well. So at the moment Yang Dongqing charged, he formed his hands into gun shapes. Bang. His hands fired continuously as he swiftly moved, increasing the distance between them. Several fire bullets whistled out, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Charging forward, Yang Dongqing faced the flames, determined to weather the fire and deny Yifanyu any opportunity to move. Boom, boom, boom. Fire bullets struck Yang Dongqing, causing him to stagger, leaving faint scorch marks on him. Yet he continued forward, charging at Yifanyu. Because of Tingting, he remained in a state of rage, making his already steel-like body even stronger. 10-finger. Yifanyu's gaze turned cold as he directly fired 10 fire bullets at once. The terrifying fire bullets intertwined and merged in the air, forming a large fire bullet that struck Yang Dongqing fiercely. Boom! This strike unleashed terrifying power. The explosive flames detonated directly upon Yang Dongqing, instantly erupting into a roaring inferno that swallowed his figure whole. Arg! With a guttural roar laced with fury and agony, Yang Dongqing, his body charred black, forcibly tore a rift through the searing firestorm and burst forth. The faint downy hair he had just regrown was gone once more. He launched himself skyward like a tiger descending from the mountain, hurtling straight toward Yifanyu. Yifanyu recoiled in alarm, narrowly evading the assault. In swift succession came Yang Dongqing's hammering fists, metallic and gleaming, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Yet Yifanyu moved with unmistakable swiftness. A single backward step deflected the barrage. A seasoned combatant, he seized the opening in Yang Dongqing's offense and fired a searing flame bullet straight at his face. Yang Dongqing gasped in panic and raised both hands to block. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely what Yifanyu had anticipated. He was simply too inexperienced. A cruel, predatory grin twisted across Yifanyu's features as his right hand shot forward. Fingers splayed into a claw. Flickering tongues of fire ignited at his fingertips, coalescing into 5 intensely compressed flame bullets. But this time he did not launch them. He clenched his fist tight. What happens when 5 hyper-compressed flame bullets are crushed within one's grip? In the next instant, Yifanyu delivered. His entire fist erupted in roaring flames. Not the usual vibrant orange-yellow, but a deep, ominous crimson. Flame fist. He drove the incandescent punch straight into Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom. An ear-shattering explosion erupted, its blinding fire engulfing both fighters in an instant. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A blackened silhouette rocketed backward like a cannonball, arcing violently through the sky before slamming headlong into a row of massive ancient trees. With sickening cracks, trunks splintered and toppled, leaves scattering like ash across the wind. He crashed onto the earth with crushing force, carving a deep furrow across the ground. Dust billowed high as shards of stone exploded outward in every direction. The figure flung through the air was Yang Dongqing. He had assumed Yifanyu lacked proficiency in close-quarters combat, unaware that the man still held a hidden ace and all appearances had been a calculated illusion. His abdomen was now a grotesque charred ruin reeking sharply of burnt meat. His consciousness wavered, eyes glazed white, as he strained to rise only to collapse helplessly once more. He stared blankly up at the sky. Only now did it pierce him. Clear, cold, and absolute, he had always been weak. Even as a transcendent being, he remained powerless. Am I dying? If he himself had fallen, he could not imagine Su Mu prevailing against Yifanyu. Perhaps this desolate clearing would become their shared grave. Yet why? Why did it burn so fiercely within him? Tingting's vengeance remained unfulfilled. Jasmine still waited for his return. He could not die, not yet. That raw, unyielding will surged anew through his broken frame, lending him strength enough to stagger upright, his eyes blazing with undimmed resolve. He could not fall. Boom. A flame bullet sliced the air and struck Yang Dongqing with lethal precision. Thud. His eyes rolled back entirely. He crumpled, lifeless, into unconsciousness. He had fallen at last. Yifanyu had granted him no chance to rise again. By now the flames wreathing Yifanyu had dissipated. He stood in visible distress, pale-faced, chest heaving violently, his body marked by scorching burns, especially his right hand which hung limp and blackened. Su Mu, who had observed the battle in silence, narrowed his eyes slightly. The ability, 5-finger flame bullets, conferred exceptional flame resistance. Without it, Yifanyu could never have wielded such fire. Yet that resistance possessed strict limits. The flame fist had exacted a terrible toll on both enemy and wielder. The close-range detonation of 5 compressed flame bullets first ravaged Yifanyu's own hand. Only then did the blast consume Yang Dongqing. Yifanyu had merely endured the worst of it through sheer resilience. Though battered and one-handed, Yifanyu wore a triumphant feral grin as he strode towards Su Mu. Mr. Su, only you remain. Zhao Chaoyao and the others tensed, instantly drawing machetes and stepping protectively before Su Mu. Yifanyu's grin widened, sharpening into something vicious. Do you truly believe these ordinary men can stand against me? Huh. You were always so arrogant. I confess, I'm deeply curious. What grotesque expression will cross your face in your final moments? Facing Yifanyu's manic laughter, Su Mu smiled, then gently waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chaoyao and the others to disperse. They obeyed without hesitation, parting like water to reveal Su Mu, who had stood calmly at their center all along. Yifanyu halted mid-step, his expression hardening with wary vigilance. Mr. Su, before absolute power, every trick you play is futile. Su Mu offered a faint, serene smile. With long, elegant fingers, he slowly removed his amber-tinted glasses, folded them with unhurried grace, and slipped them into his pocket. That quiet, unshakable certainty unsettled Yifanyu further, his instincts screaming caution. Then Su Mu spoke, voice calm and clear. Mr. Yi, do you truly believe my ability is puppetry? Yifanyu's heart lurched. What do you mean? How could your ability not be puppetry? If not puppetry, how else could you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare realm? Su Mu shook his head lightly. My ability is stand user. A stand. I don't care what you call it, die. Yi Fanyu lunged forward, launching a blazing flame bullet that screamed through the air and struck Su Mu dead center. Boom. Su Mu collapsed, a charred, lifeless corpse. Humph. Illusions and theatrics. Yi Fanyu sneered. Mr. Yi, do take care. Su Mu's voice suddenly chimed from behind Yi Fanyu's right shoulder. Yi Fanyu whirled around in shock, only to see Su Mu charging toward him at impossible speed, lithe, relentless, utterly unlike the frail man he'd presumed. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Yi Fanyu roared in disbelief and rage. Five-finger flame bullets. Bang. Another incandescent flame bullet split the air, striking Su Mu squarely, engulfing him in a violent conflict. Yet in the next breath, Su Mu burst from the flames, half his body blackened and smoking, still sprinting forward without pause. Yi Fanyu's shock deepened. What mortal flesh could withstand such a blow without steel-hardened constitution? And if the man he'd just slain was Su Mu, then who stood before him now? An uncanny dread coiled cold in his gut. He fired twice more, bang, bang, and finally reduced Su Mu to ash. Another blackened corpse slumped to the ground. Yet Yi Fanyu felt no relief, only tightening dread. His gaze darted frantically around the clearing, and there it was, the very thing he feared most. Su Mu. Su Mu everywhere, front, back, left, right. What? No. This is impossible. What in the world is happening? Yi Fanyu had completely lost his composure. He had never witnessed anything so unnerving. He fired wildly, as if possessed. Flame bullets gushed forth like torrents, engulfing the surroundings in an inferno. Within that blazing conflagration, Su Mu's, whose forms twisted and skin blackened by searing flames, charged forward without hesitation or fear. Su Mu. Yi Fanyu roared to the heavens, his eyes already veined with crimson. I don't care what grotesque power you wield. You come in droves, I'll slaughter them all. He descended into utter madness, his emotions ignited like wildfire, hurling himself at the Su Mu's surrounding him, killing without distinction. Kill me, and become me. All the identical Su Mu's chorused in unison. I'll die. All of you die. 10-finger flame bullet. Flame fist. Explosions thundered, flames roared, corpses thudded to the ground. A symphony of carnage woven amid the fire-scorched battlefield. 5 minutes later, only one figure remained standing on the battlefield, swaying unsteadily, gasping violently, teetering on the edge of collapse. It was Yi Fanyu. Bent, double hands braced against his knees, he gulped scorching air in ragged, desperate breaths, his vision flickering with static snow. Yet he laughed, a raw, hysterical, cathartic laugh, as he gazed upon the fallen Su Mu strewn around him. I won. In the end, I won. Cough, cough, cough. His body racked by violent spasms, his lower back screaming in agony. After a long while his breathing steadied. Yet just as he strained to rise, he froze utterly rigid as stone, paralyzed, his expression contorted into sheer horror, as if he'd glimpsed something soul-chilling, his pupils contracting to needle. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground, left behind by earlier rain, murky with mingled rainwater and mud. But within that turbid water reflected a face, one that struck Yi Fanyu with paralyzing terror. Su Mu's face. That pale, handsome visage still smiled, courteous, refined. In the next instant, Yi Fanyu tremulously reached up to touch his own face, his mind fraying at the edges. And in the puddle, Su Mu mirrored the gesture. Exact, seamless, identical. No. This isn't real. Yi Fanyu tore frantically at his own cheeks, as if trying to rip off the face itself. Then, like lightning, he recalled Su Mu's earlier words, kill me, and become me. Am I Su Mu? His psyche shattered. No, wrong. I am Yi Fanyu. Su Mu, show yourself, I'll kill you. I've been here all along. Su Mu's voice calm and gentle whispered, I am you. You wanted to kill me, so go ahead. Do it. Yi Fanyu unraveled further, you'll never trick me. Show yourself. In the puddle, Su Mu's face smiled silently. I told you before, I am a doppelganger bearer. From this moment onward, I shall live on in your place, your strength, your wealth, even your kin, friends, and wife. You'll never have them. Yi Fanyu bellowed, veins bulging, eyes bursting with blood. I'd rather die than let you succeed. You want to live as me? Ha ha ha. Then let us die together. With a savage motion, he raised his right hand, shaped like a pistol, and jammed his index finger deep into his mouth. Eyes blazing crimson, consumed by madness, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. 5-finger flame bullet. He unleashed his final shot, the last flame bullet of his life, aimed squarely at himself. Bang. Yi Fanyu collapsed instantly. See, he committed suicide. Nothing to do with me. Su Mu sighed, shrugging helplessly from deep within the woods. Beside him, Yang Dongqing stood utterly dumbfounded. As the sole witness to that battle, he held unparalleled authority to judge, and he had never seen anything so surreal. After being knocked unconscious by Yi Fanyu earlier, he'd abruptly awakened to excruciating pain radiating from his lower body, only to find Su Mu striking him with a serpentine-wood cane. Just as he opened his mouth to curse, Su Mu placed a finger to his lips, shoo, then gestured toward Yi Fanyu. He turned and saw Yi Fanyu slaughtering villagers like a raving lunatic, screaming Su Mu with every blow, then finally blowing his own head apart with a single gunshot. What the hell just happened? Yang Dongqing remained utterly bewildered, but he grasped Su Mu's purpose in waking him. Villagers had appeared, attacking not only Yi Fanyu, but Su Mu and his allies as well. After regaining consciousness, Yang Dongqing joined forces with Zhao Chaoyao and others to repel one wave of villagers, at terrible cost, heavy casualties among their ranks. Let's go. Staying here invites another siege. We must find Tingting. Sumu spoke calmly. Severely wounded Yang Dongqing limped after him, glancing at his own charred, smoke-stained body, then at Zhao Chaoyao and the others drenched in blood, and felt a profound, disorienting absurdity. Of the Snake Venom gang members who'd accompanied Sumu, only 5 remained: Zhao Chaoyao and 4 unnamed others, all grievously injured. Only Sumu stood untouched, his elegant western suit immaculate, his bearing poised, as though en route to a gala. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but wonder, were they truly enduring the same nightmare? A low, humble farmhouse. Sumu and his group took temporary refuge inside, while outside villagers pressed in thick as locusts. I never imagined someone like you would choose to help Tingting, Yang Dongqing said, studying Sumu intently, as if searching for the truth behind that composed, inscrutable mask. Sumu smiled faintly. What kind of person do you think I am? A madman. A gentleman of exquisite madness, utterly indifferent to human life, forever chasing spectacle. That was Yang Dongqing's objective assessment. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing bristled. I'm not complimenting you. I simply can't fathom why someone like you would aid Tingting. Sumu adjusted his glasses, his dark, unfathomable eyes locking onto Yang Dongqing's. Mr. Yang Dongqing, what precisely do you believe I mean by spectacle? Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, recalling his harrowing encounter with Mo Liu. Delight in manipulating human nature, watching souls twist and break under pressure, to feed your perverse sense of wonder. Isn't that your definition of spectacle? Sumu slowly shook his head. You are mistaken. The struggle of humanity is indeed splendid, but the indomitable resistance against fate, the reckless pursuit of ideals, the unwavering devotion to love, and even the genuine emotions expressed in the simplest and most ordinary lives, are they not also forms of brilliance? It is these that compose a person's extraordinary life. Yang Dongqing was somewhat lost in thought, not knowing why he could hear a fervent sincerity in Sumu's calm voice. He remained silent for a long time, as if he were seeing Sumu clearly for the first time. You are right, Yang Dongqing said earnestly. He believes it. He truly believes it. He actually believed it. Ha ha. Sumu laughed happily at Zhao Zhayao beside him like a child who succeeded in a prank. You bastard. Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. If he weren't severely injured, he really wanted to leap forward and smash Sumu's head. Classmate Yang Dongqing, your expression is also quite splendid right now, ha. Yang Dongqing's face turned as dark as coal. Feeling indignant, he turned his head away and ignored Sumu. Leader, what should we do next? Should we kill all these villagers? Zhao Zhayao asked worriedly. He was not concerned about his own life, but was worried about Sumu's safety. In his current state, it was already very difficult to protect the leader. Sumu shook his head. If I am not mistaken, even if we kill all these villagers, the nightmare will not be lifted. What? Zhao Zhayao was taken aback, and even Yang Dongqing, who had turned away, looked back. Didn't Yifan you say there are 2 ways to break the nightmare? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source of the nightmare. If we kill all the villagers, wouldn't that be equivalent to saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing could no longer afford to sulk and spoke urgently. He knew that Jasmine had been waiting for him. Oh, he did not. Sumu looked at him and said slowly, do you really think that killing the villagers will save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare. Everything here exists because of her. In other words, those villagers cannot harm her at all. What traps her are not the villagers, but her own obsessions. Her own obsessions? Hey. Yang Dongqing showed a trace of doubt on his face. Aren't those villagers the ones who have been bullying her in her nightmares? If we just kill those villagers, how could the nightmare possibly not be broken? Sumu recalled that innocent little girl and smiled gently. A little girl who would rather starve than let you and Yifan Yu come into conflict. Is revenge really her obsession? Perhaps she has never harbored hatred. She is just an innocent little girl, a girl yearning to find her family. Do you remember that photo? Even when Tingting was hiding, she had to hold on to the picture. So in Tingting's heart, what was truly important was never hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing suddenly trembled. An indescribable emotion surged in his heart. For some reason, he felt a deep bitterness, that bitterness climbing from his heart to his eyes. He remained silent for a long time, and when he spoke again, he found his voice had long since become hoarse. This world should not be like this. Sumu looked at him deeply. His calm words were chilling. Perhaps this world is just like this. Then I will change the world. Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. Sumu's tone remained calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world, but in the end, they are all changed by the world. I am different from them. Yang Dongqing shouted like a vow, also like he was affirming his belief. Since heaven has bestowed this power upon me, I will use it to change this damn world. Classmate Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that perhaps you cannot change anything? Behind every nightmare there may be a Tingting, and you can't even save the current Tingting. How can you talk about the future? Right now you are blinded by blood and passion, but what about a few days from now? When you are about to starve to death or thirst to death, will you still agree with Yifanya's thoughts? Impossible. Yang Dongqing would rather die than harm Tingting. She is already pitiful enough, she should not be treated. Right now you are blinded by blood and passion, but what about a few days from now? When you are about to starve to death or thirst to death, will you still agree with Yifanya's thoughts? Jasmine loves you so much, she even drew her sword against me for you. If you die, what will happen to Jasmine? This statement pierced Yang Dongqing's heart like a sharp knife, causing his face to turn pale instantly. Jasmine. Wake up, Yang Dongqing. This is the cruelty of reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly raised his head, speaking firmly. I will help Tingting find her family, and then return to the real world. Sumu smiled. Classmate Yang Dongqing, you are indeed unexpectedly greedy. You want to have both fish and bear's paw, but this cannot be achieved just by speaking. For instance, until now you don't even know who Tingting has been trying to find all along. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. A wave of indescribable defeat surged within him. He hated his own powerlessness, but the next moment, as if he thought of something, he smiled broadly. I indeed know nothing, but I still believe I can. Oh, Sumu said with slight curiosity. Who gave you? Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with piercing eyes, stating firmly, you. Sumu was taken aback and pointed at himself. Yang Dongqing grinned. Even though the pain from his wounds caused him to grimace, he still smiled. That's right, you gave me this confidence. A dangerous guy like you, since you can unhesitatingly kill Yifan Yu, it shows you must have a way to help Tingting. Sumu gazed at Yang Dongqing as if seeing him anew. Yang Dongqing did not avoid his gaze, and those determined eyes also stared back at Sumu. Suddenly Sumu smiled silently. Classmate Yang Dongqing, I must say, I have a newfound respect for you. Indeed, I do have a method, but I cannot guarantee success. You must understand that once we fail, we may both die. I don't care. Sumu's smile broadened. Coincidentally, very well. Sumu leaned heavily on his snake-patterned wooden cane and stood up from his seat. This elegant noble issued his first command. First, we need to find Tingting. Wait a minute, you still haven't told me who Tingting's sister is. Yang Dongqing asked, curiously, genuinely interested in the non-existent sister in the photo. Sumu glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled, unsure why Sumu would. In that case, let me share my conjecture with you. Sumu paused and continued. First, you must understand one thing. The real Tingting is not the size she is now. She is not a little girl, but rather a young woman. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know this. The reason Tingting appears as a little girl is that her heart remains in the stage of child. So who do you think? The sister that an often bullied young girl speaks of, who is not in the family portrait. How would I know about the sister? Yang Dongqing suddenly froze, and the next moment his expression turned extremely grim, a boiling, killing intent almost engulfing his entire body, making his injured form tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, veins bulging on his face, looking fierce as a demon. In that moment he understood everything. There was no sister in the family portrait, and in Tingting's life, there was also no sister. Even in Tingting's home, there were only traces of two people living, and his grandmother had only left a plate of dumplings. It seems you've come to a realization. Perhaps Tingting has never had siblings, and the reason she calls someone her sister is because that concept doesn't exist in her mind. Enough. Don't say any more. Yang Dongqing roared in fury. Damn it. Damn it. Oh. Yang Dongqing vented his anger by smashing the furniture in the room, only stopping when the place was in disarray, causing his wounds to reopen, the crimson blood soaking his clothes. However, in the next moment a metallic sheen surfaced on his body. Under its light his injuries began to heal continuously. Even the surface of his skin glimmered with a hint of gold. A glint of brilliance flashed in Sumu's eyes. Was this the Iron Will? Previously he had confirmed that emotional willpower could enhance the iron body, but he never expected that when Yang Dongqing was in an extreme emotional state, such enhancement could reach this level. He even suspected that if there were levels among extraordinary beings, Yang Dongqing's previous level might have been 1, and now it had become 2. This was evident. Yifan Yu had become an extraordinary being much earlier, and his combat power was obviously stronger than Yang Dongqing, indicating that their abilities still had potential for further development. Has your power increased? Sumu inquired. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently before he finally nodded. Very well, then we can be more assured moving forward. Let me briefly outline my plan, which is actually quite simple: to hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, clearly sensitive to the word hypnotize. Sumu ignored his fierce expression and continued. Finding Tingting's family is impossible now, as they have long since passed away. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmares, and even if we find them, it won't be a happy ending. After all, Tingting's parents intentionally abandoned her. So the only way is to hypnotize. Through hypnosis we can create illusions for Tingting, enabling a reunion of the family. What kind of method is that? Yang Dongqing shouted angrily. Even if we accomplish that, what's the point? Everything is fake, all an illusion. Sumu adjusted his tinted glasses, concealing his gaze behind them, calmly stating, you are mistaken. This is the true meaning of illusion. The people you cannot see in reality can be seen in illusions. What you cannot accomplish in reality can be achieved in... Do you remember the last line of the lullaby? In this night of slumber, do not question what is fake or real until dawn breaks. The nightmare will turn away. Yang Dongqing fell into silence. His mind was chaotic so much so that his brain could not think. Do you think the nightmare before us is real or fake? Since the boundary between dreams and reality has been broken, it indicates that what is true is also false, and what is false is true. Since Tingting can manifest such nightmares, why can't I utilize illusions to construct the beauty in her heart, allowing her to escape from nightmares and manifest sweet dreams? Can it really be done? Yang Dongqing croaked. Sumu nodded. Theoretically, it is absolutely possible. First, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, meaning everything originates from her. As long as her concept is changed, the nightmare will naturally change. However, there is one troublesome thing. I suspect that during the process of hypnotizing Tingting, the rules of the nightmare will change as well, because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and the nightmare is based on her cognition. Moreover, the villagers will definitely try to stop me after all they exist based on the nightmare. Changing the dream means completely destroying them, so even if they live in dreams, I will never allow it. Very well then, let us wait for nightfall. With that, Sumu sat back down on the high-spirited Yang Dongqing paused. Aren't we supposed to search for Ting Ting? Let's go. Sumu shook his head. This is Ting Ting's nightmare. If she does not wish to come out, no one can find her. She will not come out during the day. After all, she must avoid the villagers. If Ting Ting's home had not been destroyed, we could have searched for her there, but now we can only wait. Then I will go out and kill. Yang Dongqing could no longer hold back and was ready to move. Wait a moment. A snake-patterned wooden cane blocked him. What you need to do now is conserve your strength. There will be a great battle at night. But can you guarantee we'll find Ting Ting tonight? Sumu smiled mysteriously, of course, but before that I still need to take it. After saying that under Yang Dongqing's astonished gaze, Sumu leaned back in the chair and fell asleep, his hands crossed over his abdomen, his posture still upright. Even in slumber, he exuded an air of elegance. Sumu was not sleeping because he was tired, but because his mental energy had been exhausted. He had consumed a great deal of mental strength to hypnotize Yifanyu earlier. In fact, from the moment he met Yifanyu, he began laying the groundwork for hypnosis, whether it was the repeated glance at the pocket watch or smoking jasmine-flavored cigarettes, it was all for the sake of hypnosis. In the battle against Yifanyu, he successfully altered Yifanyu's perception through the preparations made over the past few days, bolstered by a significant amount of mental energy. There exists a condition in this world known as prosopagnosia, where individuals afflicted by it are typically unable to recognize faces. To them, everyone appears strikingly similar. Sumu utilized this principle to modify Yifanyu's perception, causing him to see everyone as resembling Sumu. Hypnotizing a superhuman is a mentally taxing endeavor, but fortunately Yifanyu's mental resistance was clearly inferior to that of Yang Dongqing, which he speculated was due to their differing abilities. One possesses the ability of Five-Finger Flame Bullet, while the other has Steel Will. Each type of superpower grants the wielder comprehensive enhancements, albeit with specific focuses. For instance, while Five-Finger Flame Bullet enhances Yifanyu's physical constitution and mental energy, it emphasizes affinity with flames and resistance to fire. Yang Dongqing's Steel Will did not grant him control over flames, but significantly strengthened his physical abilities and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Sumu increasingly felt that he was not truly a superhuman, for his enhancements were far from comprehensive, heavily skewed, and provided no additional benefits aside from the increase in mental energy. At this moment, he entered sleep primarily to recover his mental energy and prepare for hypnotizing Ting Ting. Otherwise, he would never choose to sleep under normal circumstances, as it would only hasten his demise. Nightfall. You finally woke up, Yang Dongqing whispered. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp pain coursing through his brain, causing him to furrow his brows. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nasal cavity and eye sockets. Sumu, you. Chief. Yang Dongqing and the others quickly surrounded him, gazing at Sumu and his. Sumu's condition was far from good, with blood streaming from his nasal cavity and eye sockets, making his already pale face appear even more pallid. He took the handkerchief offered by Zhao Chaoyao, removed his tinted glasses, and gently wiped the blood from his face with a faint smile, saying, "It's nothing. After a nap, I feel much better." "You look terrible, almost as if you're on the brink of death," Yang Dongqing bluntly commented. Sumu put his tinted glasses back on. "It's this near-death feeling that makes me feel so much better." Yang Dongqing. After a moment of silence, he said, "Didn't you say you would be able to find Ting Ting by nightfall? Let's set off." Sumu did not rise, remaining seated. "No need to set off. We wait right here." "Wait." Yang Dongqing frowned tightly. "Wait for Ting Ting to appear on her own." Sumu slowly shook his head. "No, we wait." "The shadow." Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. "Why wait for the shadow? Do you want to be taken by it again? Haven't you realized?" Sumu pushed up his glasses, his dark and inscrutable gaze completely hidden. "Think carefully. Has the shadow ever appeared at the same time as Ting Ting?" Yang Dongqing was taken aback, recalling previous moments back at Ting Ting's home after dark. She said she was going out to find her sister, then left, and only after that did the shadow appear. But what does that imply? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Ting Ting went out after dark, and the shadow appeared after dark. Maybe they just missed each other by chance. Sumu smiled slightly. "At first I thought it was merely coincidence. But do you know who the first person I saw after walking out of the... Could it be?" Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned grim. "Was it Ting Ting?" Sumu nodded. "So you suspect that Ting Ting is the shadow?" Sigh. Sumu sighed, supporting his forehead. "You stubborn-headed fool, have you really wasted time on this? That was the only time Ting Ting appeared alongside the shadow, thus she cannot be the shadow." "What do you mean?" Yang Dongqing, slightly offended, asked in irritation. "What do you mean by that?" "My meaning is quite simple. The shadow likely began to parasitize Ting Ting after that occurrence. Previously, when I emerged from the darkness, I vaguely sensed a faint connection with the shadow, but it was incredibly weak, almost imperceptible. I speculate that if someone passes the shadow's test, they will gain its recognition and be subsequently parasitized. It chose to parasitize Ting Ting, which is why the connection I felt was so faint. Otherwise, what do you think the shadow is doing? Just to invite you for a stroll. Moreover, why would Ting Ting's experiences be found within the shadow? Where does the shadow hide during the daytime? It is known that the shadow fears light, and thus it can only conceal itself in dark corners, or perhaps in the shadows of people." Zhao Chaoyao answered hastily. Clap. Sumu applauded, looking at Yang Dongqing with an expression of disappointment. Even this muscle-brain guy is smarter than you. Yang Dongqing, your poor grades are not without reason. His fists tightened in anger. Zhao Chaoyao shyly scratched his bald head, his face flushed with joy from the chief's Yang Dongqing stubbornly retorted, what you said is merely speculation. What if the shadow isn't hiding in Tingting's shadow, but rather in some dark corner? Sumu, increasingly exasperated, replied. Yang Dongqing, do you realize that sometimes those who voice doubts aren't necessarily wise? They might just be self-righteous fools. In nature, even animals with lower intelligence than humans know to avoid danger. How much more so for a nightmarish being like the shadow? If you were the shadow, where would you consider to be absolutely safe? Yang Dongqing was left speechless as he too came to realize that in the entire nightmare the safest place must undoubtedly be within the shadow of its source, Tingting. It seems you have understood. This is why when I emerged from the darkness, the first person I encountered was Tingting as I came out from her shadow. Chief, look quickly. Zhao Chaoyao suddenly shouted, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on the shadow in the corner. Everyone turned to look, and in that dark corner a mass of shadow was swirling, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape, tall and slender, resembling a giant, over 2 meters tall, reduced to mere bones, with elongated arms nearly touching the ground, where its head should have been. A pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Sumu smiled faintly. Good friend, you finally arrived. He leaned on his snake-patterned wooden staff and walked slowly to the shadow's side, extending his hand first before the other could. Uncertain if it was an illusion, the shadow seemed to pause for a moment when faced with the pair of pale, long hands. Moments later, the shadow slowly raised its thin, bony palm. Then it reached across Sumu, extending towards Yang Dongqing and the others. The smile on Sumu's face gradually faded, and he pushed up his brown glasses expressionlessly. That would be a bit impolite. After saying that, he directly grasped the shadow's hand firmly and stated, today you can only invite me. To be honest, Sumu was reluctant to let the shadow invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was a simpleton, and once he entered the dark illusion, there would be no need to deceive him much. As soon as the voice of Jasmine sounded, that fool would surely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were no different. He could hypnotize them to ensure they wouldn't open their eyes, but there was a drawback. Once his voice appeared in the illusion, they would undoubtedly obey. The shadow's crimson eyes glanced at the hand it was holding, fell silent for a moment, and ultimately chose to pull Sumu slowly into the darkness. You all wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I will ignite the nearest house. Sumu's calm voice faded into the darkness and eerie silence. Sumu, with his eyes closed, was being guided by a good friend, walking through the darkness like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, various voices began to emerge around him. Yifanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, Tingting. It was still the same stupid illusion as always, and Sumu was already too exhausted to complain. His attention was not on the illusion at all, but on himself. This time, to hypnotize Tingting, he had not expended his overflowing mental power, resulting in a tremendous physical burden. He could even hear the creaking of his bones, with every step overwhelmed. He started to bleed. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, yet he still did not stop, even though he might die. Sometimes he even thought he had not died at the hands of the nightmare monster, nor at the hands of Yifanyu. Would it be the case that he dies from simply walking? But none of this mattered anymore. Even if he didn't die now, he would die upon returning to reality, because he still had not become an extraordinary being. Sumu, do you wish to become an extraordinary being? A strange voice echoed in the darkness. Sumu's lips curled into a sneer. He knew this was the illusion sensing his dissipating thoughts and beginning to play new tricks. Sumu, I am the only one who can help you. Hidden in this deep darkness is the source of the shadow's power. As long as you seize it, you can become an extraordinary being, and I can also escape. You may not believe me, but you know your own condition. No matter what, you are going to die. Why not take a gamble? If you win the bet, there's a chance of survival. If you lose, there's no loss. After all, you're about to die. Upon hearing these words, Sumu smiled slightly, a very tempting offer. Indeed, you are a clever person. Surely you will make the right choice. The strange voice in the darkness revealed a hint. However, with your kind who can't even navigate the shadow illusion, what qualification do you have to help me? The voice in the darkness fell silent. After a long time, it finally said, I was just careless, which is why I ended up here. If only. Ha ha ha. The useless always have excuses, while the successful merely stand there, and that is the only truth. Leave whatever you are, do not come out and embarrass yourself. After this, the voice in the darkness fell completely silent. After a long while, Sumu felt the shadow's hand dissipate, and only then did he open his eyes. As he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tingting. He wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief and walked toward. This was a graveyard with many tombstones standing crookedly, and Tingting's small figure was crouching in front of one of the tombstones, crying. Grandma, do you not want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. Her tender voice carried a sorrow that even adults could hardly bear. While crying, Tingting suddenly felt a large hand stroking her head. She turned around and saw a gentle smile. Big brother, Tingting exclaimed in surprise, her eyes red. Tingting, don't worry, Grandma hasn't abandoned you. Sumu, Big brother, do you know where Grandma went? Tingting's bright, clear eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Sumu. Sumu smiled gently. Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where Grandma went, but also where your parents and sister are. Big brother knows where they all are. Really? Big brother. That's great. Tingting jumped up happily, her face beaming with a pure clean smile. It was the first time Sumu saw her smile so joyfully. Of course it's true, Big Brother never lies. Sumu patted Tingting's small head. Then Big Brother quickly tell Tingting where are they? Well, they are playing hide and seek with Tingting. They will show up once the time is right. How long do we have to wait? Tingting tilted her little head and asked. Sumu smiled slightly, pulling out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, the mysterious Ouroboros symbol reflecting in Tingting's eyes. Do you see this hand? When the hand points to 12, they will all appear. Tingting clapped her hands excitedly. Great. Great. Tingting will get to see Daddy, Mommy, Grandma, and her sister. Tingting, hold on to this pocket watch. Big Brother has something else to do. Okay, Big Brother. Tingting smiled sweetly. Then Sumu walked to a nearby tree, took out a cigarette, and a lighter, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them onto the dry leaves, guiding the flames little by little, eventually setting the entire tree ablaze with flames and black smoke soaring into the sky. Tingting, let's play a game, shall we? Hearing the word game, Tingting clearly became a bit scared, instinctively curling up. Sumu smiled gently, taking the pocket watch from Tingting's hands. This game is called Time Acceleration. Time Acceleration. Tingting, being a child, was inevitably drawn in. Yes, actually, Big Brother is a magician capable of accelerating time. Really, Big Brother? Then after time is accelerated, can Tingting see Mommy and Daddy quickly? Of course it's true. You forgot, Big Brother never lies. Now let Big Brother start the performance. Sumu released the pocket watch from his hand, allowing it to drop naturally. The chain's end pinched between his fingers, and with a slight effort, the dark golden pocket watch began to swing like a pendulum. Tingting looked closely. Is the hand on the pocket watch moving faster? Tingting quickly widened her eyes, her pupils ceaselessly tracking the watch's motion. Tick-tock-tick. The crisp sound of the second hand moving reached her ears. It seems. It really is faster. That's wonderful. Then Tingting must watch carefully, lest time tries to be lazy. Tingting nodded firmly. Tingting will watch closely and not let time slack off. As time slipped by, Sumu had at some point removed his tawny glasses. His deep, profound eyes emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer. An invisible wave of spiritual power surged forth. He was attempting to hypnotize Tingting. This was the greatest challenge of the entire plan. Even he himself was uncertain whether the hypnosis would succeed. After all, Tingting was not human, but a nightmare creature. Previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the shadow had ended in failure, but Sumu believed there was still a chance. The villagers were clearly manipulated puppets, and hypnosis was ineffective on the dead. As for the shadow, this nightmare monster was no ordinary being. It could construct dark illusions, a feat beyond Sumu's current spiritual capabilities. Only Tingting was different. She was the core of the dream, a being with independent consciousness. Even if her spiritual power surpassed his, there was still a chance of success, because Tingting's mind was like a child's, harboring no suspicion towards him. The essence of hypnosis was never about overwhelming the other's spirit, but about guiding it, leading their consciousness into one's own rhythm. This was, after all, a high-stakes gamble. Victory meant returning to reality. Defeat meant perishing in the nightmare world. Fortunately, Sumu had won his bet. He discovered that his spiritual power could infiltrate Tingting's being. Her spiritual energy was immense, far surpassing his own, which was only natural, as she was the main body of this dream world. Yet Tingting's spiritual power was tranquil like a windless ocean, azure clear and utterly pure. All Sumu had to do was gently guide her spiritual energy, thereby altering the dream itself. As he labored bit by bit, Yang Dongqing and the others finally arrived. They saw the great fire Sumu had ignited. Yang Dongqing and his companions did not disturb Sumu and Tingting. Already aware of Sumu's plan, they quietly stood guard in the distance. Gradually they noticed with astonishment that this world seemed to be undergoing an indescribable transformation. The sky. Zhao Chaoyao stared at the heavens and shook his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Yang Dongqing was no better, equally dumbfounded. The change in the sky was indeed terrifying. The once azure expanse was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks like a shattered mirror. Not only that, but the surrounding trees began to warp as if covered in a layer of blurry pixels, becoming abnormal. They looked towards the distant houses. The structures seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, collapsing one after another, sending up clouds of dust. The ground began to tremble, and the farmland was torn apart, revealing bottomless chasms. Sumu is going to succeed. Yang Dongqing exclaimed with wild joy. This must be the omen of the nightmare's imminent shattering. A roar. Countless inhuman howls cut short Yang Dongqing's elation. Their faces changed drastically as they turned to see villager after villager emerging from the nearby woods. The villagers' appearances were even more horrifying. The skin on their faces melted like candle wax, dripping to the ground with a steady plop. These beasts, having long suppressed his fury, Yang Dongqing's rage erupted like a volcano at the sight of the villagers. A web of bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. They'll fucking kill you all. Yang Dongqing roared as he charged towards the hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others guarded near Sumu to prevent any stragglers from disturbing their leader. With the blessing of steely resolve, Yang Dongqing's body erupted with an unprecedented metallic luster. Every muscle seemed forged from steel, brimming with terrifying power. Off. With this roar, he stomped hard on the ground, the earth beneath him instantly cracking. Using the recoil, he launched himself like a cannonball into the surging tide of the crowd. Die. Yang Dongqing's iron fists swung like falling meteors carrying a bone-chilling whistle. With each punch a villager's head burst like a watermelon brains and blood splattering everywhere. His legs swept like a dragon's tail bearing the force of 1,000 pounds. Wherever they struck, villagers were cut in half, their broken bodies flying through the air as entrails scattered across the ground. For a moment, a storm of blood and gore swept through the crowd. Empowered, Yang Dongqing's strength had clearly risen to another level. Even surrounded, the villagers found it difficult to break through his defenses. He suddenly grabbed a villager, hoisting him high above his head. With a burst of strength from both hands, he tore the man in two, broken limbs and viscera raining down. However, while the villagers could hardly pierce his defenses, that didn't mean they couldn't restrain him. Their strength was not to be. Some villagers, reduced to just their upper bodies, clung tightly to Yang Dongqing's legs. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell. Instantly, the surrounding villagers swarmed over him, piling on top and sinking countless bloody mouths into every part of his body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but fists were no match for the sheer number of enemies. The villagers were too many. Gradually, even his steel-like body began to suffer wounds. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were unable to help. They were locked in combat with a few stragglers, but as ordinary humans, how could they possibly stand against nightmare monsters? In just a few moments, Zhao Chaoyao and his men were sent flying by the villagers. The villagers ignored the fallen and made a beeline for Su Mu. "Protect the leader," Zhao Chaoyao shouted frantically. At that moment, a fearless underling, unleashing the last of his life's potential, charged at the villagers despite his grievous wounds. "Long live the leader," he cried. Then he threw himself onto a villager, using his weight to drag the creature down as they both plummeted into a massive fissure that had opened in the earth, vanishing from sight. The other underlings followed suit. Their mortal bodies were indeed no match for the nightmare monsters, but they could choose to die alongside them. For their leader, for the faith in their hearts. These men, as insignificant as ants, let out a final roar of life, throwing themselves upon the villagers one after another, dragging them into the earth's chasms. "Oh, you bunch of beasts." Overwhelmed, Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in rage as he watched the villagers relentlessly tearing at him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, his metallic, gleaming teeth sinking deeply into a villager's throat. In this life-and-death crisis, Su Mu was finally about to succeed. "Big brother, the needle has pointed to 12. Where are Dad and Mom?" Tingting's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, clearly having fallen completely into a hypnotic state. Su Mu put away the pocket watch and slowly rose. Behind him lay countless severed limbs, the shattered earth, and a broken sky. He smiled gently, extending his hand amidst this apocalyptic scene, ruffling Tingting's small head. "Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully. Dad and Mom are calling you." Tingting obediently closed her eyes. "Tingting, Dad and Mom are here to pick you up." The doting male voice and the gentle female voice followed, soon joined by the aged voice of grandmother. "Tingting, you must be hungry. Come back home with us. Grandma will make dumplings for you. Sister, come play with me." Several voices surged into Tingting's ears. Her small body trembled slightly. Even with her eyes tightly shut, she could not contain the sparkling tears. "Tingting, open your eyes quickly. They are here to take you home," Su Mu's gentle voice sounded. Tingting opened her eyes, her small body trembling as she turned around. In that void, Dad, Mom, grandmother, and sister stood quietly, their faces bearing warm and affectionate smiles. "Wait, Dad and Mom, grandmother, sister." Tingting was already in tears. "I miss you so much." This little person unhesitatingly threw herself into the embrace of her family. At that moment, Tingting was happy as she had finally found her family. Su Mu quietly stood in place. In his view, he only saw Tingting crying alone. In truth, even the voices just now were merely imitated by him, using the vocal techniques he learned from the dream. He did not know whether he had succeeded or failed. He had indeed hypnotized Tingting, but the nightmare seemed forever unable to transform into a beautiful dream. "Tingting, come home with Dad and Mom." A strange man and woman lovingly stroked Tingting's hair. Tingting nodded vigorously, her innocent face breaking into a smile again, like flowers blooming in spring pure. She followed her family step by step, walking towards the void. Slowly, her small body began to blur and fade, as if she was also about to merge into the void. But just then, Tingting suddenly stopped. "Dad and Mom, grandmother, sister, wait for Tingting for a moment." Saying that, this little person turned and ran back, directly approaching Su Mu with a sweet smile. "Thank you, big brother, for helping me find them." "No need to thank. Hurry home now, Tingting." Su Mu smiled gently. Tingting nodded vigorously, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She leaned close to Su Mu and whispered, "Big brother, let me tell you a secret. Actually, I lied before. I secretly hid a dumpling." As she spoke, she stretched out her dirty little hand and pulled out a wrinkled, spoiled dumpling from her pocket. "Tingting knows big brother didn't eat either, so I wanted to save this dumpling for you." Tingting's voice grew softer, like a child who had done something wrong and felt guilty. "Big brother, am I a bad child?" Su Mu took the dumpling, bent down, and gently wiped away the undried tears on Tingting's face. He slowly spoke, his tone gentle, yet firm, as if reiterating a certain truth. "Tingting is the best child in the world." "Really?" Tingting looked up, her large eyes sparkling with surprise. A gentle smile spread across Su Mu's face as he patted Tingting's small head. "Of course it's true, because big brother. From never telling lies." "That's great. Tingting is the best child in the world. Let's go home. Don't keep Dad and Mom waiting anxiously." Goodbye, big brother." "Goodbye, Tingting." Tingting left, and Sumu watched her walk further away, her figure becoming increasingly ethereal. Yet even so, Tingting continued to wave vigorously, her Sunto disappear face adorned with a happy smile. In a daze, Sumu seemed to see several vague phantoms surrounding Tingting, resembling those in the family photo. Boom. The world completely collapsed, everything was devoured by darkness. Sumu opened his eyes. He looked around, realizing he was still lying on a soft bed, as if everything before was just... However, he did indeed smell the stench of blood. Up. Yang Dongqing suddenly erupted with a roar, jumping up from the ground. When he saw his surroundings, clearly a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "I'm back. Leader, are you injured?" Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped over to the bedside. Sumu slowly got up, his gaze sweeping around, discovering that only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao remained from the earlier crowd. At this moment, a man in a white coat rushed over in a panic. "Leader, you have finally returned. You have been missing for 3 whole days. Bring over the previous video footage," Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly brought over the footage. Sumu focused on the screen where he saw the scene after everyone had fallen asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to have been erased by something and vanished into thin air, indicating that the Nightmare Apostle entered the nightmare world not as a soul, but as a body. In fact, Sumu had already known this. If it were truly the soul that entered, he would not be so weak. With the strength of his soul, he was definitely the strongest among them. "Alright, everyone leave now." "Sumu, you." The severely injured Yang Dongqing hesitated to speak. "I said..." Sumu sent everyone away, lying alone on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. Yes, he was going to die. In the end, he muttered to himself, his eyes showing no fear of death, only endless emptiness and boredom. He originally thought entering the nightmare world could make him an extraordinary being, but unexpectedly fate played a trick on him. Even if he successfully resolved this nightmare, he still had no hope of becoming extraordinary. His body had reached its limit. He was certain that if he fell asleep again upon waking, his overflowing spiritual energy would surely burst his body. How boring. Sumu sighed. If he had never witnessed the wonders of the nightmare world, perhaps dying like this wouldn't matter, just like someone who had always lived in darkness, accustomed to it, had he never seen the light. Now that the door to the new world had just opened, he was about to die. TCH, such a boring life. Sumu flipped over and pulled out a wrinkled dumpling from his pocket. The skin of the dumpling had long since shriveled and emitted a sour smell, the very one that Ting Ting had secretly hidden when Yifan Yu snatched her dumplings. He placed the dumpling in his mouth, chewed gently, and swallowed. So delicious. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, entering a dream, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. But the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes, and the dark depths of his gaze radiated a terrifying brilliance. Even the brown glasses could not obscure it. Ha ha. Uncontrollable laughter erupted from Sumu. He was as joyful as a child with a new toy. "I love surprises like this." He raised his palm, gazing at the changes upon it. The slender, fair hand was radiating a soft white light. Having relied on his snake-patterned wooden cane for walking, his right hand rubbed against it daily, and due to his naturally thin skin, there were inevitably some faint calluses on his palm, but now those calluses were visibly disappearing. Moreover, that originally fair palm became increasingly smooth, giving off a feeling akin to being crystal clear, like... He suddenly sat up from the bed, feeling an indescribable lightness. A gentle and pure power was bursting forth from his body, like a silent spring rain nourishing the parched earth. He approached the mirror and noticed that even his appearance had silently changed. He used to have sunken cheeks, pale skin, and colorless lips, inevitably giving off a harsh and cold impression. But now his cheeks had slightly filled out, his skin was no longer deathly pale, but rather a healthy, clean white akin to sheep fat jade, and his lips had turned rosy. Sumu smiled at the mirror, resembling a gentle and refined young master, evoking no ill feelings. The first impression of his new skin was cleanliness, as pure and untainted as could be, but felt as if no amount of scrubbing could remove any dirt. At the same time, his spiritual power began to purify. To be precise, it was not shrinking, but purifying. A miraculous force was removing all impurities from his spiritual power, reducing its total amount, while greatly increasing its purity. Suddenly Sumu looked up at the sky. His vision seemed to traverse endless dimensions, ultimately encountering a net, an invisible, yet omnipresent web, with each node shimmering like a star, mysterious and magnificent. At the moment he saw the net, he naturally came to know its name, Bronze Law. Above the Bronze Law, within one node, there existed a star, as white as jade, casting white light, that fell up. In an instant, an invisible connection was established between the two. Sumu finally understood the reason for his transformation. He had become an extraordinary being, and gained extraordinary power, which he named Heart of Purity, a gift from Ting Ting. Sumu smiled silently. This pure, innocent girl selflessly shared her power. Perhaps only someone like her could possess the utterly pure Heart of Purity. He carefully sensed the power brought by the Heart of Purity, as if he had possessed it from birth. The moment he obtained the Heart of Purity, he clearly knew its function. Heart of Purity transforms the body of the possessor into a pure body, slightly enhancing physical attributes and spiritual strength, greatly improving the purity of both body and spirit, with strong immunity against all impurities. Here, impurities refer to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, etc. Strictly speaking, the Heart of Purity is not a particularly powerful ability. It lacks any active capabilities, being entirely passive. It might appeal to some beauty-conscious women, but it does not possess the lethal power of five-finger flame bullet, nor the formidable defensive strength of iron heart. But this is not important. What matters is he survived. The heart of purity enhanced Su Mu's physical attributes and purified his total spiritual power, effectively prolonging his life from two aspects. According to his estimation, he could live at least another year. Is this the feeling of being alive? Not bad. Su Mu lay back down on the bed, a serene smile on his face, as he gradually drifted off to sleep. He had not had a good sleep in a long time, as every time he slept he was consuming his life, moving closer to death. This time, he could finally have a good sleep. Chief, welcome to the Imperial Capital. We are about to check into the presidential suite of the Manlin Casidon Hotel. I apologize for the inconvenience. Your private estate is not yet completed, and I must bear the blame for the oversight. A middle-aged butler in a tailcoat, meticulously groomed, said respectfully. Su Mu nodded, following the butler into the most luxurious hotel in the Imperial Capital. Your room is on the 118th floor, the highest suite in the Imperial Capital. The hotel just informed me to convey that your presence is a historic moment for them. Understood. You may leave. Su Mu entered the room, lying alone on the luxurious bed, then closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. It was a rather magical experience to fall asleep in a dream. Mainly it was unavoidable. As soon as he fell asleep, he would end up in a dream, and he had grown tired of the dream world, only wishing to rest well, thus he could only sleep in a dream. A night without incident. The next morning, Su Mu woke from his dream, stretching contentedly. Just as he was about to get out of bed, his expression slightly changed. Already full again. He was astonished to find that his previously concentrated spiritual power had refilled and even strengthened by 1% after just one sleep. If his previous total spiritual power was 100, then, after concentration, it became 50. He had thought that after a sleep it would increase by 1% of 50, but unexpectedly the concentrated 50 was replenished, and the replenishment was high-purity spiritual power, ultimately still growing 100 by 1%. This meant that compressing spiritual power was utterly useless. Fortunately, the enhancement in physical attributes brought by the heart of purity took effect, preventing Su Mu from being on the brink of death again. However, he had previously estimated he could live for a year. Now he had to re-estimate it. He could probably live for another month. Su Mu chuckled. Fate is truly fickle. How interesting. He got out of bed, not bothering to wash up as he didn't need to. He was entirely clean and untainted. Washing up would be a waste of water. He planned to meet with his subordinates and begin the next step of his plan. Just as he took a step, a sudden wave of dizziness hit his brain. His spiritual power inexplicably surged, and even the blue eyes behind his brown glasses became bright blue, transparent, like a sapphire reflecting sunlight. This is... Su Mu was astonished to discover that just now another bronze law had appeared within his body. Curiously, he had not connected to the great net of the bronze law, as if he had always possessed it. Only because his spiritual power had reached a certain threshold it naturally manifested. Su Mu, who knew little about the extraordinary, was unclear about what had happened or where this additional bronze law had come from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was named Sun Luo Wanxiang. The turmoil of his mental power subsided after a moment, and a calm Su Mu began to sort out his thoughts. One thing he could affirm was that Sun Luo Wanxiang was something he acquired after sleeping, a power seemingly independent of the bronze law, as it did not exist within the confines of the bronze law. This was absurd. As far as he knew, all extraordinary abilities stemmed from the bronze law. How could there be a power independent of the bronze law? Could it be? Su Mu had a vague suspicion about his dream, or perhaps this mysterious dream itself was a completely independent law. This law only pertains to the mind. The known information was too scarce for him to deduce more. After pondering for a moment, he decided, forget it, let's just live. This unexpected joy feels rather good. Su Mu chuckled. He wouldn't trouble himself unnecessarily. The secret of the dream might only be uncovered once his strength grew. For now, all he could do was accept it calmly. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with the abilities of Sun Luo Wanxiang. Molly, your singing is true. In a cafe, Yang Dongqing looked at Molly beside him with fondness. At that moment, Molly had just finished her performance, still in her stage outfit. A light blue long dress that elegantly highlighted her graceful curves, with the hem cascading like a waterfall and the off-shoulder design exposing her fair shoulders and enchanting collarbone, making Yang Dongqing unable to resist stealing glances. Molly took a delicate sip of coffee, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with light, reflecting her aspiration. She felt as if she were dreaming, having seemingly escaped the mire of life overnight, emerging as a dazzling pearl. Really? You mustn't be lying to me. This is my first time performing on stage, and I was so nervous that I messed up several lyrics. Molly playfully stuck out her tongue, her luscious lips adorned with a ring of coffee foam adding to her charm. Yang Dongqing instinctively swallowed, feeling a desire to taste her. Of course it's true. Even if you made mistakes, you sounded amazing. Molly smiled happily. Thank you, Yang Dongqing. My fate only began to change after I met you. To be precise, it was after meeting Su Mu, but Molly couldn't possibly mention another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that, Molly. It should be. Sir, your coffee. A waiter approached and placed the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly, looking at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled and pointed to a lady in the corner of the cafe. That lady over there ordered it for you. Yang Dongqing turned to look and was momentarily stunned. In the corner of the cafe sat a woman, quietly like a blooming orchid, exuding a silent charm. She wore a simple white silk blouse, slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing her long fair neck, with delicate collarbones faintly visible. The sleeves of her blouse were rolled up slightly, and on her slender wrist was a simple, yet exquisite women's watch. Her lower half was paired with black, straight-legged wide trousers. It was hard to judge her leg shape, but one thing was certain. Her legs were long, even longer than Molly's. The most striking feature was her flaxen long hair, which shimmered with a warm and gentle luster under the sunlight, the tips slightly curled, adding an air of intellectual beauty. For some reason, when Yang Dongqing saw the woman for the first time, he immediately thought of Su Mu, as the elegant and gentle feeling was strikingly similar. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense something, slightly turning her head to reveal a delicate profile, her lips curling into a smile, as she gracefully lifted the white coffee cup in her hand, giving a simple gesture. No drinking. Molly pouted like a little cat guarding her food, looking at Yang Dongqing with resentment. Yang Dongqing awkwardly smiled and returned his gaze. I don't know her. You can return this cup of coffee for me. The waiter looked troubled. Sir, I only deliver coffee. If you want to return it, you will have to speak to that lady yourself. Oh, by the way, she seems to have written something on the napkin. After saying that, the waiter stepped back. Molly grabbed the napkin, puffed up with anger. I want to see what she wrote. Yang Dongqing felt increasingly embarrassed, not expecting to be so popular with women. However, when Molly opened the napkin, she was taken aback, her small face showing a hint of panic. Molly. Yang Dongqing sensed something was off, took the napkin, and saw only 4 words written on it: Nightmare Apostle. His expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on the intellectual beauty in the corner, whose exquisite face bore an elegant and reserved smile, as if greeting a new friend. Molly, wait here. He'll go check it out. Yang Dongqing stood up and walked towards the woman. Molly felt somewhat anxious. Having spent some time with Yang Dongqing, she was already aware of what the Nightmare Apostle meant, and she couldn't help but worry. However, being a sensible woman, she wouldn't want to trouble her man, so she did not stop him. Instead, she tightly held her phone, opened her contacts, and dialed Su Mu's number. If things went awry, she would call Su Mu immediately. In her understanding, only Su Mu could help Yang Dongqing. Although Su Mu was cold-blooded and merciless, Yang Dongqing had promised to work for him for 3 years, and it was likely that Su Mu wouldn't want to lose a subordinate for nothing. Who are you? Yang Dongqing sat down in front of the woman, his voice icy. When he saw the woman's face, he realized he had underestimated her beauty. Her face was even more stunning than her profile, surpassing even the stars on television. The woman set down her coffee, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite and fair earlobe, smiling. Mr. Yang, please forgive my presumptuousness. This is my business card. It's a pleasure to meet you. She handed him a business card. Yang Dongqing took it and saw it read Chairman of the Bronze Coffin Co. Ltd. Mu Rongmengli. Upon seeing the name Mu Rongmengli, his pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming, You are nobility. Is that so? Mu Rongmengli seemed accustomed to such reactions, showing no change in expression, merely smiling politely and nodding. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, he finally understood why he thought of Su Mu as soon as he saw Mu Rongmengli. That damn noble aura was truly reminiscent. This was his first encounter with nobility, and the reason he could identify her as noble was primarily due to her name. Nobles always had compound surnames. He wasn't sure about other countries, but he had heard of the nobility in the Qi Yin Empire. It was said that the original nobility was reluctant to share surnames with commoners, feeling it tarnished their noble identity, hence they changed their names to compound surnames to distinguish themselves from commoners. In the Qi Yin Empire, only nobility had compound surnames. Why would nobles come to the lower districts? Mu Rongmengli smiled and said, Of course it is to manage their companies. Yang Dongqing's gaze became increasingly vigilant. He held a poor impression of nobles who had a bad reputation throughout the Qi Yin Empire. They were extravagant and decadent, above the law, and different to the common people, and considered themselves exceptional, a blight on the empire. Of course, this was all gossip among the commoners. They hated the nobles, but they hated even more that they were not nobles. I don't recall having any interaction with nobles. What is your purpose, Mr. Yang? I can see from your gaze that you harbor disdain for the nobles. I do not claim to be different from them. The reason I sought you out is to invite you to join my company, Qingtong Coffin. Don't be quick to refuse. I know you have just become a Nightmare Apostle and are wary of everything. However, it is quite common for nobles to establish companies and invite Nightmare Apostles to join. Most Nightmare Apostles choose to join companies. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Mu Rongmengli stirred her coffee with a spoon, the spoon producing a crisp sound against the porcelain cup. Mr. Yang, the dangers of being a Nightmare Apostle should be self-evident. Traveling repeatedly through the nightmare world, no one knows how long they can survive. Thus, most Nightmare Apostles accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive to leave for their family and friends. This is the purpose of the company's existence. Although the nightmare world is dangerous, crises always coexist with opportunities. Besides nightmare monsters, there are also precious artifacts and extraordinary materials which are needed by the company. So you mean to say that we Nightmare Apostles will sell the things we earn with our lives to you? Yang Dongqing scoffed. Mu Rongmengli remained unbothered by Yang Dongqing's hostility, maintaining a polite demeanor, much like a female CEO, conducting business as usual. You will need to sell them eventually, won't you? Who else in this world can afford to pay a substantial price besides nobles? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured that I do not engage in coercive transactions. After all, these items are acquired at the cost of Nightmare Apostles' lives. I only want things that you do not need. For example, your Qingtong law is steel heart, and the applicable artifacts and extraordinary materials can only be of the power type. If you acquire a mental type artifact or material that you cannot use, you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company offers more than just this benefit. In addition to a substantial monthly salary, there will also be information sharing, employee assistance, artifact rentals, and other perks. Murong Mingli's conditions were quite appealing, but Yang Dongqing picked up on one detail. You investigated me. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, a faint metallic hue appearing between his knuckles. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't casually show your fangs in front of strong individuals. A faint male voice sounded behind Yang Dongqing, startling him as he hadn't even noticed someone had approached him. Just as he was about to react, a large hand with prominent knuckles landed on his shoulder. In that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as though a mountain had pressed down on his shoulder. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it in the slightest. He turned his head in disbelief to see a man in a black trench coat wearing sunglasses standing there, his expression indifferent. The so-called steel body seemed like a toy in that large hand, easily crushed with a light squeeze. Hanyu. Murong Mingli frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. The man named Hanyu shrugged and released his grip. Boss, I was just giving him a simple warning. From now on, don't act without my... Murong Mingli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with undeniable calmness. Hanyu casually nodded. You are the boss, you call the shots. He casually moved to the side and sat down, no longer speaking. Yang Dongqing looked at Hanyu with some trepidation, his heart churning with waves of fear. He could not imagine that his newfound strength was so easily overwhelmed. I apologize, Mr. Yang. It is my failure to maintain discipline, please forgive me. Murong Mingli showed a hint of apology and continued, actually, I did not specifically investigate you. For the sake of the company's growth, I have been sending people to continuously search for traces of nightmare apostles among the common folk. Mainly, you once committed a robbery, stealing $50,000. The victim reported that they had fired a gun during the struggle, but the assailant was unscathed. Coincidentally, I have some connections with the director of the 13th District Security Bureau and learned about this matter, which is why there was a subsequent investigation. By the way, I also helped cover up your robbery case. Although you gained extraordinary powers, your methods were still too crude. Yang Dongqing felt a bit awkward as his act of robbing the rich to aid the poor was brought to light. He hadn't expected Murong Mingli to have secretly helped him. Murong Mingli continued, Mr. Yang, there is actually another reason I approached you. What reason? Yang Dongqing slightly lowered his hostility as he was appreciative of the help he received. Because you are kind. Murong Mingli smiled. Many ordinary people become extraordinary beings and often engage in heinous crimes, but you are different. You targeted unscrupulous bosses who frequently withheld wages from workers, and you did not kill anyone. Although I do not advocate such actions, comparatively your moral standards are relatively high. Yang Dongqing chuckled, awkwardly feeling a bit embarrassed. I do not wish for the company's employees to be wicked individuals, even if the opponent is quite capable. After all this, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Joining Qingtong Coffin would be beneficial for you with no drawbacks. Our understanding of the nightmare world and extraordinary beings will certainly surpass that of an individual. All you need to do is prioritize selling any artifacts or extraordinary materials you do not need to the company. Of course, the company will ensure you do not suffer a loss regarding prices. Murong Mingli sincerely invited, believing Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, after a moment of silence, Yang Dongqing ultimately shook his head. Sorry, Miss Murong, although your terms are enticing, I must decline. Murong Mingli's eyes flashed with surprise. Unperturbed by the rejection, she curiously asked, may I know the reason? Yang Dongqing hesitated slightly as images of Su Mu rejecting Yi Fanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting repeatedly surfaced in his mind. It was this seemingly selfish and cold-hearted gang leader who had stood up for him during a critical moment, even saving. At that time, Su Mu smiled as usual, saying, I refuse. It was precisely this moment that Yang Dongqing began to view Su Mu differently. Yang Dongqing dismissed the images in his mind and took a deep breath. Because I promised someone that I would work for him for 3 years. Murong Mingli was somewhat surprised. Is that person also a noble? No, he is a gentleman with a touch of madness. Murong Mingli smiled slightly. I have a great appreciation for gentlemanly men. I wonder if Mr. Yang could introduce me to him. The headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang. Su Mu hung up the call with Mo Li. An unidentified woman approached Yang Dongqing, and her demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary person. Interesting. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without his identity as an extraordinary being, Yang Dongqing was just a poor student, with social connections nearly non-existent. It was obvious what intentions such a woman had in approaching him. He had not forgotten a phrase Yang Dongqing once said during his first experience in the nightmare world, uttered by someone from the upper. In the real world, extraordinary beings were a group of cowards who reaped benefits without labor. They had grown strong by feeding on the blood of nightmare apostles. Now it seemed that a vampire had come to visit. Hey, prepare yourself, we have guests coming. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. About an hour later, a low-profile, yet luxurious black sedan stopped in front of the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang. The driver was Hanyu. He glanced at the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang with disdain, saying, a gang. An extraordinary being is actually working for a gang. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. He sensed the disdain in the other's words, but he said nothing, clearly shaken by. At that moment, Murong Mengli's calm voice rang out. Han Yu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but that does not mean you can belittle my guests at will. Han Yu glanced at the stunning beauty before him and responded perfunctorily, all right, boss. Soon everyone got out of the car. Two underlings from the Poison Snake Gang stepped forward. Welcome, the leader is waiting for you. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Mu to know in advance. He was unaware that it was Mo Li who had reported, and he had already sent her back early. The three were led by the underlings of the Poison Snake Gang to a hall deep within the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit with a dome soaring over 10 meters high, adorned with a dazzling giant crystal chandelier reflecting brilliant light from countless crystals. The floor was paved with precious marble, warm and smooth, each stone's pattern unique, while exquisite murals decorated the walls with delicate strokes and vibrant colors. In the center of the hall, a set of luxurious sofas were arranged in an orderly manner with a wooden coffee table in the middle, its surface carved with intricate patterns. As Murong Mengli entered the hall, she could not help but show a hint of appreciation. It was not the luxury that attracted her, for she had seen extravagant places before, but the taste of the host. The entire hall exuded a refined artistic atmosphere, whether in spatial layout or decorative details, resembling a frozen palace of art, where every combination was perfectly executed. Except for the abrupt wall with a tailing snake behind the sofa. Han Yu curled his lip, expressing disdain, another poor imitation of nobility. Please take a seat, the leader will be here shortly. Zhao Chaoyao guided them to the sofas, brewed some tea, and then left. After sitting down, Murong Mengli asked, Mr. Yang is the Mr. Su you mentioned also an extraordinary being. Yang Dongqing thought about Su Mu's miraculous acts. He felt that he was not an ordinary person. Although he did not know what Su Mu's bronze law was, he affirmed yes. Murong Mengli's eyes flickered slightly, clearly intrigued by Su Mu as well. Before long, a side door of the hall opened, and everyone turned to look, seeing a man in a black suit wearing brown-tinted glasses and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane walking in slowly. His appearance seemed to infuse the surrounding air with an elegant aura. He was tall and slender, walking with a steady and composed gait. His high nose and slightly upturned lips formed a confident and charming smile, making one feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. A strange expression crossed Murong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She rarely felt moved by someone else's looks, but today was an exception. As she gazed at the approaching gentleman, only 4 words came to her mind: a young master, as pure as jade. It was not that the man's appearance was flawless, but rather his aura, a clean and warm demeanor like jade, was simply hard. Aside from his aura, what caught her attention most was his skin. She could hardly imagine a man having such flawless skin without a hint of blemish. A hint of jealousy flashed in Han Ye's eyes. He considered himself not unattractive, but in comparison to this newcomer, he felt as if he were on a different level. A man's handsomeness does not lie in his appearance, but in the confident aura that emanates from within. The newcomer was naturally Su Mu. He wore a smile like a warm spring breeze and politely nodded to the guests. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't understand why after just one day Su Mu appeared even more handsome. He examined closely, realizing that while Su Mu's appearance hadn't changed, he just felt he was even more handsome, unable to pinpoint why. Let me introduce myself. I am Su Mu, pleased to meet you all. Murong Mengli withdrew her gaze and replied gracefully, hello, Mr. Su. I am Murong Mengli. Su Mu nodded with a smile, showing no change in demeanor due to her noble status, giving Murong Mengli the illusion that she had returned to the upper city to converse with a true noble. After some pleasantries and introductions, Murong Mengli stated her purpose. I initially wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but now that I have met Mr. Su, I have changed my mind. Oh, I would like to hear more. Su Mu took a sip of tea, his gaze gently fixed on Murong Mengli. She was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had seen in reality. Such a woman, even in dreams, would qualify to enter his harem. I would like to invite you and Mr. Yang to join the bronze coffin, Murong Mengli said sincerely, without the arrogance of nobility, only a genuine invitation. Su Mu chuckled, not directly refusing Murong Mengli, but instead asked, Miss Murong, could you provide me with a... To be frank, Mr. Su does not lack money, and is himself an extraordinary being possessing the basic conditions for establishing a company. However, according to the system of the Crimson Flame Empire, without noble connections it is quite difficult to complete the relevant procedures, and the authorities manage private extraordinary companies very strictly. As far as I know, various extraordinary companies on the market, large or small, all somewhat carry a noble background. While I do not think noble status is worth boasting about, it can indeed provide certain privileges and conveniences within the Crimson Flame Empire. Moreover, since the bronze coffin has just been established, both of you would be considered founders, and you need not worry about welfare and benefits. Miss Murong, I can sense your sincere invitation, but... Su Mu changed the subject, saying, I have a better proposal. What proposal? To take a stake. A stake? Murong Mengli's face registered surprise. She had not expected Su Mu to propose taking a stake. Indeed, but I am not short of funds. Su Mu shook his head. I do not mean investing money, but contributing intelligence. Miss Murong, your company is newly founded and likely weak in intelligence gathering. Otherwise you would not have only now discovered Yang Dongqing. I am no great man, yet I excel at intelligence work. To be blunt, if I wish, there would be no secrets in the entire Shursun district. Ha! Han Yu suddenly could not contain his laughter. Morong Mengli glanced at him, but he seemed not to notice and continued laughing. Forgive me, I truly could not help it. The truth is whenever I see a rustic from Xia district earnestly bragging, I am unable to restrain myself. At those words Morong Mengli's expression changed. A curious smile tugged at Su Mu's lips, his eyes behind the brown lenses flickered faintly. The pair of master and servant seemed ill-matched. Kid, you only run a shabby little gang, and yet dare brag. No secrets in the whole Shursen district. Investing. Do you think a small gang's intelligence network is enough to take a stake in an imperial noble's company? Hanyu, apologize to Mr. Su at once. Morong Mengli's tone turned unusually severe. Boss, you are an ordinary person, you do not understand the transcendent. I have seen many brats who only recently gained transcendent power. The sudden strength disorients them. They imagine themselves formidable unaware they merely occupy the lowest rung of the transcendent. The Morong family had sent me to assist you, so I am obliged to ensure you are not deceived. Morong Mengli's face darkened further, she drew a deep breath. Mr. Su, sorry to have put you in an awkward position. Su Mu waved his hand casually and smiled. Miss Morong, you flatter me. I have not so petty a temper as to be angered by dogs barking in the street. Hanye's sneer cut off. He stared fixedly at Su Mu, murderous intent naked in his eyes. Kid, if you have the nerve. Facing Hanye's threat, Su Mu did not even glance at him. Instead, he turned to Morong Mengli. Miss Morong, shall I teach your subordinate a lesson? For some reason the man's composed smile compelled her. You are courting death. Hanyu exploded with fury. As a retainer of an imperial noble and a powerful transcendent from Shang district, he naturally held a patronizing attitude toward people from Xia district, yet he had not expected to be scorned by a rustic he had dismissed. In an instant he sprang up with astonishing speed, his fists flew almost in a blink aimed at Su Mu's skull. Su Mu. Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing cried out together, but it was too late. Hanye's fist crashed into Su Mu's head, yet Su Mu seemed utterly unperturbed, remaining motionless on the sofa, as if unaware. Just when Hanyu believed he had succeeded, the unexpected occurred. There was no sound of skull shattering. Hanye's fist passed through Su Mu as if through empty air. The next moment Su Mu's form dissolved inch by inch like a dream or a bubble. What? Hanyu was aghast. At that instant black-clad figures surged from the doors on all four sides of the hall like a tide, and in a breath they surrounded everyone so tightly there was no escape. Each face was expressionless like cold machines. Faced with the encirclement, Hanyu did not panic, his features hardened as his eyes swept about searching for any trace of Su Mu. To him, these ordinary men posed no threat. The true oddity was Su Mu's method. Thud thud. The serpentwood cane tapped the floor. Everyone followed the sound, and saw Su Mu stepping out from among the black-clad figures with a smile. Miss Morong, I fear today's matter will not conclude peacefully. However, in consideration of your face, if Mr. Hanyu is willing to apologize, I might consider forgiving his offense. Su Mu smiled. Before Morong Mengli could reply, Hanyu scoffed. How naive. You think mere commoners can Su Mu's smile deepened. He enunciated each word. Who said they are commoners? Thud. The serpentwood cane tapped the floor like a signal, and a strange spectacle began. A thunderous roar burst forth. Hundreds of black-clad men unleashed a savage, guttural howl that seemed to come from the abyss, full of agony and rage. With those hair-raising cries, their bodies underwent grotesque transformation. Ink-black scales erupted from beneath the skin, growing at a visible rate and spreading over their frames, interlocking tightly to form an impervious carapace. Sharp bony spines tore through flesh at the joints, stretching out like demonic claws. Their bodies swelled and twisted into larger, more grotesque forms. Muscles bulged with savage definition, faces shrouded in black scales, leaving only crimson eyes that burned with murderous intent. A chilling aura of terror filled the hall. They resembled Azura crawling forth from hell, poised at any moment to unleash a bloody slaughter. The sudden horrific metamorphosis altered the expressions of Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing. As for Hanyu, being stared at by countless crimson eyes, sent a cold dread through him. What kind of monsters are these? Even the worldly noble retainer was shaken. He had never seen anything so bizarre and wondered if he had slipped into a nightmare. Mr. Han, I wonder, can they make you apologize? Surrounded by the monsters, Su Mu's smile remained unchanged as he asked politely. Hanye's face turned extremely ugly. He scanned nervously, quietly calculating whether he could overcome so many creatures. Yet he had no clear sense of their power. From their presence and those dreadful black scales, they appeared terrifyingly strong. Seeing Hanyu remain silent, Su Mu continued. It seems my preparations were insufficient in that case. He clapped his hands. Countless hidden compartments appeared on the walls of the hall, and as they opened, machine guns slowly extended from within the walls, their black muzzles emitting a ghastly glow under the lights. Not only that, the marble floor along the hall's edges lifted in response, revealing hidden compartments. Inside those compartments were rows of timed explosives ominously placed. The shell of the bomb was forged from cold metal, emitting a chilling glow that sent shivers down one's spine. The main body of the bomb was cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded at its top, where red numbers flickered like a demonic countdown, surrounded by a tangle of wires and interfaces. Seeing this scene, Hanye's cold sweat poured down his face. He suddenly regretted offending this country bumpkin from the lower city. Although this person appeared gentle and humble, he was clearly an extremely dangerous individual. who bury so many bombs in their own home. He had originally thought about trying to break through the siege and capture the thief by taking down the king directly, seizing Su Mu. But the moment he saw the bomb, his heart turned completely cold, and he dared not act recklessly, fearing that he might accidentally trigger the bomb during his attempt. Once those hundreds of bombs detonated, the entire headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang would be reduced to rubble. Even if he considered himself strong, he did not have the confidence to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing, witnessing this, also began to sweat coldly. He had never imagined that Su Mu had hidden so many tricks. His earlier defeat was not unjustified. Even if he had won at that time, he probably would not have been able to leave the Poison Snake Gang alive. Among those present, only Murong Mengli remained calm. Although her pupils contracted, she still maintained her basic. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an evaluation of Su Mu, a gentleman with a touch of madness. And indeed it was quite mad. What does Mr. Han think? Su Mu politely inquired, as if a gentleman was showcasing his collection to a guest. A drop of cold sweat slid down Han Ye's face. His muscles tensed, and his gaze flickered restlessly. Stop bluffing. I don't believe you dare to detonate the bombs. There is an imperial noble sitting here, and if the crime of killing an imperial noble is established, the entire Qian Empire will not spare you. Su Mu smiled slightly. You are mistaken. Miss Murong will not die. She possesses a certain defensive artifact. I will not die either, for this is merely my clone. My subordinates will also be fine, as their scales provide sufficient defense. Only you will die. Murong Mengli's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Su Mu could see through her Upon hearing this, Han Ye's expression froze. Unwilling to give up, he pointed at Yang Dongqing and asked, what about him? He is also your subordinate. It's fine if he dies, then so be it. Yang Dongqing. Although he was already accustomed to Su Mu's cold remarks, every time he heard them it still felt incredibly unsettling. Mr. Han, it's time for you to choose: apologize or die. Han Ye's face grew increasingly grim. His pride would not allow him to apologize to someone from the lower city, yet he did not wish to die. At this moment, Murong Mengli spoke up. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold, carrying an undeniable weight. I was wrong. Ultimately, Han Yu lowered his noble head, continually reassuring himself that he was simply obeying Murong Mengli's orders, and he had no need to stubbornly confront a country bumpkin from the lower city. However, Su Mu shook his head. Not enough. Han Yu's face turned furious. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to— Good suggestion. You— Han Ye's chest heaved violently, and his eyes nearly sparkled with flames. This ultimate humiliation brewed within him. Ding. Su Mu took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. In the next moment, the bright red numbers on the timers of the bombs began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scaled monsters quietly sealed all the exits. Damn it. Yang Dongqing panicked and immediately got up to run outside. I told you he's a madman, but you didn't believe me. Hurry up and let me out. I'm one of you. The scaled monsters did not hinder Yang Dongqing, leaving a gap for him to escape. Han Ye's heart raced. No, I cannot die here. I still have a bright future ahead. I have no need to stubbornly confront a country bumpkin from the lower city. He continually reassured himself, unaware that his arrogance had already been shattered by the fear of death. Thud. He fell heavily to his knees. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Ding. Su Mu pressed the remote control again, and the flashing of the bomb stopped. Subsequently, all hidden compartments in the hall closed, and the scaled monsters retreated like a tide. Su Mu returned to the sofa sipping tea with Murong Mengli, as if nothing had ever happened. Miss Murong, please try this Anshan red tea. I wonder if it suits your taste. Murong Mengli gently tucked her hair behind her ear, elegantly lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and savored it, smooth and mellow with a long-lasting aftertaste. A good tea. She paused and added, I really like it. Su Mu smiled, slightly understanding Murong Mengli's underlying meaning. Miss Murong indeed has good taste. From this, it seems that reaching a partnership with Miss Murong would be quite fortunate. The elegant man and woman engaged in pleasant conversation, completely ignoring Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, yet he did not dare to stand up. Because Su Mu had not allowed him to. In the face of an enemy who always wore a smile, he dared not take the risk. Perhaps if he stood up, he would be targeted again and subjected to more humiliation. The strange clone technique, the subordinates resembling nightmare monsters, and the bombs scattered throughout the hall. Each of these made Han Yu deeply apprehensive. Mr. Su, your methods truly impress me. I seem to find no reason to refuse your investment. Murong Mengli smiled. This time her smile seemed to lack politeness and resembled that of friends. A pleasant cooperation. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with laughter as he extended his hand. A pleasant cooperation. Murong Mengli smiled sweetly and extended her hand as well. Their hands met like finely crafted works of art, long and slender, each finger straight, and even like green onions with delicate joints and skin as white and smooth as mutton fat jade. The two hands shook politely, stopping at the right moment. Then Murong Mengli left her contact information and the pass for the upper city before leaving with Han Yu. Su Mu sat alone on the sofa sipping tea, holding the business card between his fingers. Bronze coffin. Interesting. With his keen insight, it was not difficult to see that Han Yu and Murong Mengli were completely at odds. Han Yu seemed to be intentionally opposing Murong Mengli, not wanting the bronze coffin to grow stronger. However, due to his fear of her noble status, he did not dare to make it too obvious. It seems that imperial nobles are not as supreme as one might imagine. In the Qian Empire, the privileges of the nobility are almost beyond the law to the extent that a noble could kill a few commoners without any consequence. However, Han Ye's repeated disregard for Murong Mingli's orders is rather intriguing. Just as Su Mu was pondering, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Yang Dongqing had run back. He came to the sofa and downed a cup of tea in one go. I always thought with your level of madness something would definitely blow up. Classmate Yang Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes through peace. Well, I have no misunderstanding of you at all. Yang Dongqing pouted. Which peace-loving person fills their home with bombs? By the way, why did the members of the Viper Gang suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you actually have? Su Mu smiled without speaking, offering no explanation. The real reason was known only to him, in fact. There were no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs. Everything was Sun Luo Wanxiang. Sin Luo implies multitude and enumeration, while Wanxiang refers to all things and phenomena in the universe. Together it represents the myriad phenomena and forms of the universe. It encompasses everything, signifying universality. This is the ability of Sun Luo Wanxiang, which in simpler terms means to manipulate visual illusions. Sun Luo Wanxiang can manipulate vision, consuming mental energy to conjure the scenes of the world. Therefore, the transformation of the Viper Gang's underlings into monsters and the bombs were all illusions, mere tricks of the mind. As for why he knew that Murong Mengli possessed defensive artifacts, it's simple, because he had previously attempted hypnosis only to have his mental energy blocked by some invisible barrier. The next night at the outskirts of the Upper District, Su Mu and Yang Dongqing finally arrived at the edge of the Upper District. It took them hours to reach this point from District 13. The two stood beneath the towering city walls, watching the bustling crowd at the city gates. The grand and majestic city walls resembled a sleeping giant dragon winding along the edge of the city, distinctly separating the upper and lower districts. At the massive city entrance, a squad of armed soldiers was checking the incoming pedestrians. Here, without a pass, people from the lower district could not enter. Su Mu followed the flow of people, and when he reached the soldiers, he calmly took out the pass left by Murong Mengli. Upon seeing the noble seal on the pass, the soldiers immediately stiffened and saluted. Su Mu smiled and nodded at them, then entered the upper district. The moment he stepped into the upper district, he felt as if he had entered another world. Before him stood skyscrapers reaching into the clouds like a forest of steel, with the glass facades reflecting dazzling yet cold lights, and countless neon signs flashing, slicing the dark night sky into fragmented colors. A gigantic display screen was broadcasting extravagant advertisements, and the pedestrians were dressed in stylish and luxurious clothing. The neon streetlights on either side of the road emitted light like an ocean, flooding every street with red, blue, and purple hues intertwining, creating a dreamlike whirlpool of colors. Luxurious and extravagant. This was Su Mu's first impression of the Upper District. However, he had long been accustomed to such scenes in his dreams, where he had even crafted celestial realms far beyond what the Upper District could compare to. In stark contrast to his calmness, Yang Dongqing appeared like a country bumpkin in the city, looking utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide open as he stared at every sight. He had heard tales of the Upper District's splendor, but never expected it to be to such an extent. This reminded him of the perpetually gray District 13, with factories everywhere, gangs running rampant, and even the streets in a state of disrepair. Suddenly, he tightened his fists, for he knew that the Upper District's prosperity was entirely extracted from the blood of. As a person from the Lower District, he could most keenly feel that sense of injustice. The two strolled through the streets of the Upper District, and soon Yang Dongqing noticed something odd. Most of the passers-by were focusing their gaze on him and Su Mu. The looks directed at Su Mu were mostly filled with admiration and awe, as if they were gazing at a noble, while those directed at himself were filled with surprise and even disdain. Yang Dongqing turned to look at Su Mu and found him dressed in an impeccably tailored, expensive black suit, holding a golden-laid snake-patterned wooden cane, walking leisurely and composed, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. In contrast, he wore a slightly yellowed white t-shirt, torn jeans, and oversized sneakers, walking with his feet splayed out, appearing utterly out of place in the Upper District. Damn it! Yang Dongqing resolved to buy a new outfit in the Upper District before returning. The gazes of the passers-by made him uncomfortable, yet he could do nothing but walk silently. Suddenly, he noticed a scruffy beggar with disheveled hair begging at the corner of a street. This Upper District isn't all that great, there are beggars here too. Yang Dongqing pretended to be disdainful and pouted. Su Mu cast him a knowing glance, clearly seeing through his thoughts, and said nothing. Yang Dongqing felt a bit irritated by Su Mu's gaze, but being at a loss for words, he turned and walked towards the beggar, pulling out a coin from his pocket. People in the Upper District are clearly so wealthy, yet still so indifferent, he muttered, directing his criticism at the character of the people from the Upper District, intending to give the beggar a donation. When he reached the beggar, he casually tossed a coin into the beggar's bowl and was about to turn to leave. The beggar was taken aback and suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "No need to thank me." The beggar looked him up and down, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said, "Came from the Lower District." Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's wrong?" The beggar pulled out a coin from his bowl, disdainfully tossing it back. "Get lost, people from the Lower District have no right to donate to me. No matter how bad I'm doing, even begging in the Upper District, I wouldn't need your charity. Who do you look down on?" Yang Dongqing was furious. Being looked down upon by a beggar was a humiliation he had never experienced. Damn, even the beggars in the upper district were more noble than those from the lower district. Just as he was about to argue with the beggar, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his path. Sumu walked over slowly and said to the beggar, "It was I who asked him to give." The beggar was the best at reading people. The moment he saw Sumu, his expression changed drastically, becoming excessively obsequious, as he repeatedly bowed and thanked, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Yang Dongqing was nearly outraged by his sycophantic demeanor. "Let's go, don't create unnecessary complications," Sumu said indifferently, and then left with Yang Dongqing. The two of them hailed a taxi and arrived at an office building according to the address given by Murong Mengli. This office building was relatively small and located in a rather remote area with a sign for the Bronze Coffin Company hanging at the entrance. Upon entering the company, they were soon greeted by a hostess. "May I ask who you are looking for?" "We are looking for your chairman," Sumu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the hostess became even more respectful. "Are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "Exactly," they confirmed. "The chairman is on the top floor, please follow me." As the elevator started, they quickly reached the chairman's office on the top floor, where they found Murong Mengli, although this time, she was not accompanied by Han Yu. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been waiting for you for quite some time," Murong Mengli said as she rose from her office chair to greet them. "It's nice to see you again, Miss Muro." Sumu politely greeted her. Yang Dongqing also quietly said you. "Hello." He appeared somewhat uneasy. This was his first experience of meeting a chairman in a large company after arriving in the, especially since this chairman was exceptionally beautiful. Today, Murong Mengli wore a white women's suit with a delicate silk scarf tied at the collar, exuding elegance and simplicity. Her delicate face was lightly made up, showing a faint blush against her fair skin, and her long flaxen hair, casually draped over her shoulders, adding to her allure and mature charm. Yang Dongqing only saw her beauty, but Sumu noticed something different. Murong Mengli was relatively young, in her early 20s, clearly trying to appear more mature and authoritative through her attire. Logically, as a noble, she shouldn't need to do this, since her status alone could uphold everything. Coupled with Han Ye's earlier attitude, he suspected that Murong Mengli's standing in her family was not high. After some pleasantries, Murong Mengli got straight to the point, handing over a document to Sumu. "Mr. Su, this is the investment agreement. Please take a look." Sumu began to review the document. Having self-studied imperial law in his dreams, he found he didn't need a lawyer for contracts. After confirming that there were no issues with the contract, he readily signed it. "Mr. So you are a clever man. I assume you inferred from Han Ye's attitude yesterday that my status in the family is not high." Murong Mengli stated calmly, not leveraging her noble status for personal gain, but choosing to be straightforward. Sumu nodded, saying, "I admire Miss Murong's honesty. I believe mutual sincerity is the foundation of cooperation." Murong Mengli replied with a firm and confident gaze. "Moreover, I do not think success can only rely on family connections." Indeed. Sumu had to admit that this woman was intelligent. The situation with Han Yu had already revealed her low status. Rather than disguising it, she chose to be candid, sacrificing some of her noble authority, but at least conveying sincerity. "Thank you for your understanding. Now let me briefly explain the current primary task of the Bronze Coffin Company, the search for the Golden Eye." Golden Eye. Yang Dongqing was somewhat unfamiliar with this term. The Golden Eye is the main material for creating golden-tier extraordinary potions. To be frank, the original intention of establishing the Bronze Coffin was to find the Golden Eye. This is no secret within the extraordinary circle of Star City. You two may not be aware, but my father, the head of the Murong family, has been searching for the Golden Eye for many years. He has not only offered rewards, but also encouraged his children to start companies recruiting nightmare apostles to assist in the search. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Are you saying that the Golden Eye only exists in the nightmare world?" Murong Mengli nodded. "That is correct. In fact, not only the Golden Eye, but many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This was also the original intention of establishing extraordinary companies to collect extraordinary materials through the nightmare apostles." "What is the purpose of collecting extraordinary materials?" "To create extraordinary potions," Murong Mengli said softly. "Mr. Yang, do you know how those extraordinary beings who are not nightmare apostles came to be?" Yang Dongqing, not being foolish, immediately caught on to the obvious hint. "Is it through the use of extraordinary potions?" "Exactly. Initially, there were no extraordinary beings in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Among these nightmare apostles, those with extraordinary talent could connect with the bronze laws and awaken extraordinary powers, and these individuals are called the Chosen Ones." Yang Dongqing's eyebrows slightly raised, possibly because the term Chosen Ones triggered a response within him. Later, the Chosen Ones continuously explored the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials, through special concoctions and refinements, can produce extraordinary potions. When ordinary people in the real world consume these extraordinary potions, they can become extraordinary beings, which explains the origin of extraordinary beings in the real world. So it turns out that nightmare apostles created extraordinary beings in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. Murong Mengli nodded. In the real world, people cannot autonomously connect with the bronze laws. According to some high-level extraordinary beings, there seems to be a barrier in the real world that blocks humans. To connect, one can only rely on extraordinary potions as an external force to break through this barrier. The materials needed to obtain extraordinary potions can only be sourced from nightmare apostles. While there may occasionally be incursions of nightmare monsters into reality, allowing for the collection of extraordinary materials from them, such efficiency cannot compare to that of the nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobility, nightmare apostles are precious resources that can help them obtain extraordinary. Yang Dongqing's expression turned somewhat grim. No wonder that nightmare apostle from the upper city had said such things. People like nightmare apostles easily encounter danger in any world. He could easily imagine certain unscrupulous nobles driven by profit kidnapping the families of nightmare apostles and then threatening them to continue helping acquire extraordinary materials until they perished in the nightmare world. Although the initial extraordinary beings were nightmare apostles, due to their uniqueness, they struggle to live long. As far as I know, currently no nightmare apostle has been able to completely escape the nightmare world. Extraordinary beings in the real world do not face such threats, hence, in the end, real-world extraordinary beings grow increasingly powerful, while nightmare apostles fluctuate continuously. Muro Mengli paused for a moment and continued, I can understand your concerns as dream nightmare apostles, but please rest assured that the issues you worry about will not occur within the bronze coffin. In fact, the cooperation between extraordinary individuals in the real world and the dream nightmare apostles has developed into a relatively stable model over the years. Initially, it was indeed quite chaotic, with frequent instances of extraordinary individuals from the real world coercing the dream nightmare apostles. However, people underestimated the danger posed by the dream nightmare apostles. A person who could die at any moment in the nightmare world can unleash a ferocity in the face of threats that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. There have even been terrifying attacks where dream nightmare apostles used suicide missions to kill imperial nobles. Therefore, gradually both sides transitioned into a cooperative relationship, eventually giving rise to extraordinary companies. Sumu smiled noncommittally. He understood human nature well. In the eyes of the nobles, the dream nightmare apostles were mere employees who could die at any moment, yet held immense value. Perhaps after paying the dream nightmare apostles today, they might die in the nightmare world tomorrow, leading the nobles to think, if I only make verbal promises and wait for the dream nightmare apostles to die, won't that save a considerable amount of money? The more unscrupulous nobles might directly use the families of the dream nightmare apostles as leverage, spending not a single penny. What could the dream nightmare apostles do, no matter how frenzied they became? This world ultimately speaks through strength. For instance, would an extraordinary individual like Han Yu fear the threats posed by Yang Dongqing? Miss Morong, I have just recently become an extraordinary individual, and I want to know where I stand among extraordinary individuals, or the classification of levels among them. Yang Dongqing asked the question he was most concerned about. His lack of resistance against Han Yu last time cast a shadow. If extraordinary individuals in the real world were all like this, he would have to consider living with his tail between his legs. Morong Mengli nodded. Mr. Yang, you should currently possess only the steel, will bronze law correct? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. I indeed only possess steel, will Miss Morong. Are you implying that one can have multiple? Yes, extraordinary individuals do not possess a single ability. Mr. Yang, have you never wondered why the bronze laws are called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to realize something, his eyes widening involuntarily. Is there a silver law above it? Morong Mengli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. Mr. Yang truly understands quickly. There are 3 laws in total: bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing one bronze law means you have officially entered the ranks of extraordinary individuals, placing you at the first tier of bronze. Having 2 bronze laws means you are at the second tier of bronze. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. Then if someone has 10 bronze laws, wouldn't that be the 10th tier of bronze? Morong Mengli chuckled, blooming like a flower in spring, radiant and enchanting. Only in such moments did she seem to shed some of her strong woman's facade, revealing a hint of youthful innocence. Not so many. The highest is only the 3rd tier of bronze. Beyond the 3rd tier, it ascends to silver, and upon reaching the 3rd tier of silver, one naturally becomes a golden powerhouse. My father is a 3rd tier silver extraordinary individual. He has been stuck at this level for a long time, collecting numerous extraordinary materials, and is currently just 1 golden eye short of advancing to gold. Yang Dongqing let out a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was leagues apart from the extraordinary individuals in the real world, but it turns out each level only has 3 tiers. Then Han Yu is 2nd tier. Yang Dongqing's expression changed silver. Morong Mengli shook her head, 2nd tier of bronze. What? Yang Dongqing's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Han Yu to be only 1 tier above him. When they met that day, Han Yu had suppressed him effortlessly with just 1 hand. Han Yu possesses 2 abilities: Mighty Fist and Endless Recovery. The former grants him unimaginable strength, while the latter endows him with recovery abilities far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. As long as he isn't utterly obliterated, it is difficult for him to be killed. Yang Dongqing felt a wave of defeat wash over him. He realized that both of the opponent's abilities were not inferior to his steel will, and in some aspects even surpassed it. Before becoming an extraordinary individual, he had been self-abased and reclusive. Later, the extraordinary powers gave him unparalleled confidence, but now after entering the extraordinary world, he suddenly realized he was still at the bottom, and his self-confidence took a severe hit. Morong Mengli seemed to notice Yang Dongqing's low spirits and comforted him. Mr. Yang, do not be disheartened. You are the chosen one possessing a talent advantage that ordinary extraordinary individuals cannot compare with. What advantage? Yang Dongqing's face showed a hint of anticipation. The talent of the chosen one is unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person who consumes extraordinary potions to become a first-tier extraordinary individual can reach the peak of their abilities through continuous training and combat in about a year. At that point, they can consume a second potion to advance to the second tier of bronze. However, a chosen one does not need to consume extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to advance from the first to the second tier of bronze. Some exceptionally gifted chosen ones might even take less time. This is not the greatest advantage of the chosen one. Their greatest advantage is that all advancements do not rely on extraordinary potions. They can connect to the bronze laws autonomously in the nightmare world to advance. Of course, consuming extraordinary potions would still save time. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow, slightly regaining his confidence. What does it mean to develop one's abilities to their peak? This is something only extraordinary individuals can experience. It feels like breaking through a certain boundary, suddenly becoming more adept at using one's abilities, and experiencing a surge in power. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's smile was almost impossible to suppress. He was now utterly convinced that he was an extraordinary genius among millions. Because in the last nightmare world his steel will had indeed enhanced, clearly having reached its peak, and he was on the verge of advancing to the second tier of bronze. Sumu observed Yang Dongqing's psychological changes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young, everything was written on his face. Murong Mengli suddenly turned to Sumu and asked, "May I inquire about your level, Mr. Su? If it's not convenient." Sumu smiled politely, mainly because he himself did not know whether he was first or second tier bronze. Pure Heart Universal Phenomena appeared to be tier 2, but he had not developed either ability to its peak, which completely did not align with the advancement logic. Murong Mengli. She was stunned for a moment, and then returned to her usual demeanor. "Mr. Su is indeed straightforward. I was too abrupt. I'm not sure how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary world, but I still have one piece of advice to share. I am all ears." Murong Mengli said seriously, "Only after mastering 3 different bronze laws can one advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws do not form a coherent system, and even conflict with each other, one will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. The Steel Resolve is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent pathway to advancement is already clear, which is Mighty Strike, Endless Recovery. There is no order among the 3. As long as they are gathered together, there is a chance to ascend to the Silver Law Bearer of Strength. However, if Mr. Yang were to take other extraordinary potions midway, such as 5-Finger Flame Ball, it would lead to an eternal inability to advance to silver, because he would have strayed from the right path." Yang Dongqing suddenly showed a peculiar expression. Being young and full of vigor, his thoughts easily wandered in that Steel Resolve, Mighty Strike, Endless Recovery, Bearer of Strength. Isn't this just the 3 essentials of a real man? Tough, mighty, and enduring. So how does one advance to gold afterwards? Yang Dongqing asked impatiently. To his surprise, Murong Mengli shook her head, saying, "Every extraordinary path is shrouded in secrecy, and the laws of gold are the most hidden of all. Although I am a noble, I am still an ordinary person and do not understand the subsequent advancements. Most extraordinary paths are held by the upper echelons of nobility. Currently, the only publicly known path is the Silver Law Bearer of Strength, because the nobles consider this path to be the most ordinary, and they need some extraordinary individuals among commoners to handle the incessant invasions of nightmares." Yang Dongqing's confidence, which had been hard to muster, wilted again. What does most ordinary mean? To put it bluntly, isn't it just the weakest? Damn. At this moment, Murong Mengli stood up and retrieved 2 paper documents from the safe, handing one to Su Mu and the other. "There is a lot of information about extraordinary individuals, and I want to elaborate on each one. Most of the information is on these papers. You two can look through it yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late, so I've arranged guest rooms for you at the company. A staff member will take you there shortly." In the guest room of the Bronze Coffin Company, Su Mu sat alone on the edge of the bed, flipping through extraordinary materials. The materials contain the origins of extraordinary individuals, the origins of the nightmare world, classifications of extraordinary levels, introductions to extraordinary potions, and rankings of bronze and silver laws. He had already learned about the origins and classifications of extraordinary individuals from Murong Mengli, so he quickly skimmed through a few pages and moved on. What he was truly interested in was the origin of the nightmare world. It was an exhilarating amusement park. How could he not pay attention to it? However, upon opening it, he found only one page filled with various timelines recording some historical events and many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world, which were completely varied with no definitive explanation. The only thing he could ascertain was that the nightmare world had existed since ancient times, though its exact timeline could not be verified. It later posed a significant threat to human life until golden powerhouses emerged among humans, turning the tide, and their descendants are now referred to as nobles. The origin of the nobility is the golden powerhouses. Does that mean the nobles of the current empire are all descendants of golden powerhouses? Sumu murmured, feeling no surprise about this. The golden powerhouses at the pinnacle of extraordinary individuals were still human. Since they saved the world and held power and influence, they would surely favor their descendants, hence the emergence of nobility. Sumu flipped through a few more pages, ultimately focusing his gaze on the law rankings. It recorded the current known rankings of human laws, which only included bronze and silver laws. The golden laws were clearly hidden. He speculated that these rankings were certainly incomplete. The nobility was only willing to release one extraordinary path, which shows how strict their secrecy on extraordinary knowledge is. If they released all law rankings, it would inevitably allow clever individuals to deduce extraordinary paths, which would be detrimental to maintaining the nobility's rule. As he expected, there were many gaps in the rankings on the documents. He first browsed through the entire list, only to find not only was all-encompassing missing, but even pure heart was nowhere to be found. However, he did see Yang Dongqing's Steel Resolve ranked 9, Endless Recovery ranked 8, and Mighty Strike ranked. It seemed quite high, all making it into the top 10, but in reality, it was the opposite. The rankings were arranged in descending order with a higher sequence number indicating a higher rank. This is quite normal after all humans discover more laws bit by bit. If a strong law was ranked first, and then an even stronger one appeared, it would result in constant changes in rankings, hence the descending order. The documents noted that the ranking was not solely based on strength, but also on rarity, value, scope of influence, and other comprehensive factors. Sumu's gaze moved down to the strongest known bronze sequence. Bronze Law Sequence 241. Foresee the future, can somewhat foresee events related to oneself in the future. Theoretically capable of killing golden powerhouses. Seeing the note in parentheses, Sumu smiled slightly. He understood the meaning of this sentence. While foresight seems to lack any combat power, if executed properly, it can yield effects far exceeding any bronze law. For instance, a prophet with the ability to foresee the future could foresee that he would be killed by a golden powerhouse 10 years later. However, if this golden powerhouse is still an ordinary person, now he only needs to kill this ordinary person to avert the crisis, effectively eliminating a golden powerhouse. His gaze continued to descend, finding nothing but blank until sequence 233 had text. Bronze Law Sequence 233. Absolute Death Rebirth Time, Reversal, within one's own range, capable of reversing the timeline of one's own death and returning to before the death. Sumu's eyes shifted slightly, another time-related ability. Although it still lacked any intuitive combat power, its rarity and value undoubtedly far exceeded ordinary combat capabilities. It was just uncertain whether it could be activated continuously. If it could, it would surely be a true form of immortality. Bronze Law Sequence 211. Boundless Flicker, can perform continuous spatial displacement. He carefully examined it, and found that those ranked higher were mostly time and space abilities, which indeed were powerful. Then he opened the Silver Law rankings. Silver Law Sequence 121. Moment of Bloom, at the cost of one's lifespan, alter one's timeline to enter a state of accelerated time. Is it another time-related ability? However, this time it is distinctly different, exhibiting terrifying combat power. Although the introduction is simple, upon closer reflection, one can discern the dreadful nature of Moment of Bloom. If one accelerates their time by 100-fold, wouldn't that be equivalent to moving 100 times faster? This transcends mere speed, every action would become swifter. For instance, if the actions of eating, drinking, using the restroom, and bathing typically require an hour after time acceleration, perhaps it could be completed in just a second. If the user is already quick, they would be utterly invincible, achieving an effect akin to relative time, standing still. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but ponder such a formidable ability is merely silver tier. How terrifying must a golden tier powerhouse be? With a rustle, the sound of turning pages broke the silence, and his gaze fell upon the last page marked Forbidden Knowledge. Note: nightmares possess the ability to spread through cognition. The more individuals who are aware of nightmare information, the more likely it is for nightmares to invade reality. Similarly, ordinary people who learn of the existence of a nightmare world are more prone to entering it than those who do not. This point is easy to understand, as one dreams of what they ponder throughout the day. It is difficult for a person to dream of something they have never encountered. Once there is information about the nightmare world in one's mind, the likelihood of dreaming about it increases. 2. The law resides in the spirit with a limit of 3. Exceeding this limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts, leading to mental collapse. 3. Incorrect extraordinary paths will lead to an inability to advance, and forcing an advancement will cause mental collapse. Mental collapse. For some reason, Sumu felt an urge to experiment upon seeing this term. He even wondered if this method could be used to restrain the infinitely growing mental power. This world is becoming increasingly interesting. He closed the document with a deep smile hidden behind his tinted glasses. It was worth all the effort I put into surviving. He then took off his tinted glasses and placed them on the bedside table, shedding his outer garments in preparation for sleep. A soft sound of a door opening from the adjacent room indicated that Yang Dongqing had arrived, his heavy footsteps echoing. Yang Dongqing quietly went downstairs, likely to experience the nightlife of the upper city. Sumu paid him no mind and calmly drifted off to sleep. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed second by second, and the only sound in the quiet room was the ticking of the clock. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow upon Sumu, who lay in bed, his shadow projected on the... Suddenly his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out, elongating into 2 large hands resembling withered branches. Gradually the shadow began to writhe, and ultimately stood up from the ground, transforming into a towering humanoid silhouette, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Swish! In the place where the shadow's head was, a pair of crimson eyes opened, their icy gaze fixated on the sleep. The scene was utterly horrifying, but it is difficult for anyone to accept that after falling asleep their shadow suddenly stands up and transforms into a colossal monster watching them from beside the bed. Good friend, we meet again. Sumu at some point opened his eyes. His deep gaze emitted a brilliant blue glow as if reflecting the sky itself, appearing magnificent under the moonlight. He looked at the shadow with a smile, greeting it, as if they were familiar acquaintances. The shadow remained unresponsive, continuing to stare at him. Previously, Sumu had been pondering a question. The shadow was clearly not a monster from Tingting's nightmare, merely a parasite existing within her. Yet when the nightmare was destroyed, the shadow did not intervene like the villagers, allowing the nightmare to shatter. This did not align with the shadow's behavioral patterns, and now the mystery was unraveled. It turned out the shadow had long been hidden within his own shadow, following him into the real world. This made sense considering he was one of the two individuals to survive against the shadow. With Tingting gone, the shadow now hungry. Sumu suddenly asked, having just sensed a mental fluctuation emanating from the shadow akin to a pet seeking food from its owner. He smiled slightly. No wonder you couldn't help but come out now. Oh, it turns out you were just hungry. But I am curious, what do you eat? The shadow transmitted another mental fluctuation, and Sumu realized, you feed on human spirits. Haha. Then following me was a wise choice. The shadow had dragged all the villagers of Zhao family village into darkness, turning them into mindless monsters. Clearly it did not consume humans, but rather spirits, and coincidentally, Sumu was not lacking in spirit. Subsequently, an extremely pure stream of spiritual power surged into the shadow's body, and the shadow began to chew silently. Feeling his spiritual power being continuously consumed, Sumu's eyes grew even brighter. After becoming an extraordinary being, he had been troubled about how to expend the overflowing spiritual power each day, but unexpectedly, after a nap, a pillow had been delivered to him. Hypnotizing ordinary people like Zhao Chaoyao no longer consumed much spiritual power. As a being capable of devouring an entire village, the shadow's strength goes without saying. Sumu continuously infused spiritual power, eager to discover the shadow's limits. However, just halfway through, the shadow stopped eating. Is that enough? Friend, your appetite isn't very impressive either, he sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Reflecting on it now, the shadow likely hadn't devoured the spirits of all the villagers at once, but had been nibbling away gradually. Well, it's better than nothing, at least it's more than the spiritual power consumed by the hypnotic snake helper. After being wealthed, the shadow melted like water, transforming back into a shadow and vanishing, everything feeling like an illusion. However, Sumu sensed that the connection between himself and the shadow had grown tighter, perhaps due to the consumption of his spiritual power. Additionally, he had the impression that the shadow had grown slightly taller. Since you've chosen to follow me, let me give you a name. Let me think. He stroked his chin, carefully contemplating the shadow. The most prominent feature is its blackness. If that's the case, let's choose a name that doesn't include black, but still conveys its essence. From now on, you shall be called Not White. The next day, Sumu officially assumed the position of head of the information department at the Bronze Coffin Company, overseeing the intelligence division. He also met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin, totaling 10 individuals, besides himself and Yang Dongqing. It is worth mentioning that these 10 individuals, although all nightmare apostles, are ordinary people. The underground third level of the Bronze Coffin is a spacious base with the office building above accommodating regular staff, handling daily affairs, while the core lies underground where the nightmare apostles gather. Minister Su, these 10 are all the nightmare apostles currently in the Bronze Coffin. There were some others before, but they have perished in the nightmare world. Mu Rongmingli introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Su Mu is the newly appointed head of the information department at the Bronze Coffin, and is also a powerful, extraordinary being. This gentleman, beside him, Mr. Yang Dongqing, is likewise an extraordinary being. Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden staff, calmly surveying the 10 nightmare apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women, their clothing varied, some glamorous and others plain, but the one commonality among them was the unease and panic reflected in their expressions. This was the reaction one would expect from normal people experiencing the nightmare world. One by one they introduced themselves, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Sumu, clearly curious about this newly appointed extraordinary minister. Afterward, Mu Rongmingli revealed the purpose of gathering everyone. The reason for convening you all is not only to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang, but also for an important matter. I have decided to form a team to explore the ruined district in 2 days. Upon hearing this, the crowd became somewhat restless, some furrowed their brows, while others showed signs of panic. Su Mu's gaze flickered as information about the ruined district flashed through his mind. He controlled the Serpent Gang, and his network of information was certainly superior to that of ordinary people, including intel about the ruined district. Star City is divided into 20 districts, with districts 1 to 10 being the upper city and districts 11 to 20 being the lower city. In fact, long ago Star City was not divided into 20 districts, but 21. It is rumored that more than a decade ago a pandemic broke out, leading to the near extinction of the entire population of District 21. To prevent the spread of the disease, the Empire ordered the lockdown of District 21, which gradually faded from public view, becoming the ruined district. The ruined district is plagued with disease. Exploring such a cursed place is just sending us to our deaths, shouted a woman with heavy makeup, her expression somewhat agitated. Exactly. What is there to explore in that cursed place? We joined the bronze coffin to find ways to deal with the nightmare world, not to die for nothing. The crowd echoed in agreement, clearly unsupportive of Mu Rong Mengli's decision. Sumu also sensed this. It seemed Mu Rong Mengli's authority was not high among these people. He quickly thought of Han Yu, who had clearly tried to obstruct him when inviting himself and Yang Dongqing. It was possible that these people had also been secretly incited by Han Yu. Facing the crowd's doubts, the noble lady showed no signs of anger on her face, still calmly stating the pandemic is the Empire's explanation. The truth is that the incursion of nightmares turned District 21 into ruins. The nightmares that caused chaos back then have been eradicated by the Empire's higher-ups, but since the area has already been tainted by the nightmares, it has become uninhabitable for humans, which is why it has gradually fallen into desolation. In fact, there are still people there such as scavengers, fugitives, or those hiding from enemies. But that is still very dangerous. Who knows if there are any residual nightmare monsters left inside? A burly man with tattooed arms shouted. Mentioning nightmare monsters made the crowd's faces involuntarily pale, clearly recalling horrific memories. 1 million. Mu Rong Mengli raised a slender fair finger. This word seemed to possess some magical power, instantly plunging the scene into silence. For those participating in this exploration task, each will receive 1 million. In case of casualties, the company will provide double compensation to your families. The expressions on the crowd varied. Some revealed a flicker of excitement, while others showed hesitation. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the hearts of men. The day they became nightmare apostles, they realized they wouldn't live long, so it was better to earn some money, whether to indulge themselves or leave it for their families. This was also one of their reasons for joining the company. Sumu sighed slightly. Nobles are indeed wealthy. 1 million per person amounts to 10 million for these 10 individuals alone, not to mention the appearance fees for himself and Yang Dongqing. Although he controlled the Serpent Gang, the actual funds he could mobilize amounted to only about 10 million. They were offering a task that exceeded 10 million. This figure even stirred Yang Dongqing's interest. Today, Yang Dongqing had already changed into a fashionable new outfit, a loose graffiti-printed t-shirt, paired with a black leather jacket, and white ripped skinny jeans that exposed his knees, completed with eye-catching fluorescent green high-top sneakers. He had bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of all his savings. Then he spent the remaining 9/10 on a backless bodycon dress for Mo Li. Now, with his pockets feeling empty, hearing about 1 million made his heart race uncontrollably. How many clothes could he buy for Mo Li with that? However, coming from the lower city, he clearly underestimated human greed. The tattooed man suddenly spoke up. I know the ruined district. The people inside are ruthless killers, and there are still many residual nightmare monsters. The danger there is no less than in the nightmare world. Asking us to explore is equivalent to sending us to our deaths. Mu Rong Mengli frowned slightly. I am not forcing anyone to this task. It's completely voluntary. If you do not wish to go, you do not have to. The tattooed man shook his head. It's not that I don't want to go. My point is, we need more money. Yes. Increase the pay. I can already feel the call of the nightmare world coming again. I might enter the nightmare world at any moment, and I need enough money to buy treasures. It was a middle-aged man in a white shirt wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a balding head. Among those present, he appeared the most agitated, the fear in his brows lingering. How much do you want? Mu Rong Mengli replied coldly. 2 million. Pay first, work later. I want 3 million. The tattooed man demanded fiercely. I have been to the ruined district before, and I am more experienced than them, so my price should be higher. Some were unwilling. We are all nightmare apostles. Why should your price be higher? Everyone should be paid 3 million. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Mu Rong Mengli felt a headache. Her noble status could not suppress these desperate people. They were already facing death, so they had nothing left to care about. Bang! The sound of a wooden stick striking the floor rang out. The sound was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. The chaotic scene eerily fell silent, and the 10 nightmare apostles involuntarily turned their gazes towards Sumyu's. Hands were folded upon his snake-patterned wooden staff, his brown glasses slowly scanning the crowd, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dear colleagues, I find you all quite disappointing. His tone was flat, yet carried a hint of disappointment, like a respected teacher admonishing mischievous students. A hint of guilt uncontrollably surfaced in everyone's hearts, suddenly making them feel as if they had let In order to improve your chances of survival in the nightmare world, next time the company has thoughtfully sent you to train in the abandoned city. Such an excellent opportunity cannot be bought with money. But what about you? Instead of cherishing this chance, you are demanding wealth. Do you think this is right? Upon hearing this, Mu Rong Mengli's beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably. She thought Minister Su would use his extraordinary status to pressure everyone, but she did not expect him to say such words. Isn't this provoking everyone's anger? What shocked her even more was that the nightmare apostles who had previously shouted for money all lowered their heads in shame. A relatively young girl even started to sob. Minister Su, I was wrong. Minister Su, your admonition is correct. I have been utterly unreasonable. The company has given me a job and a chance to train. How can I let the company spend money on me? I personally am willing to contribute 50,000. No, 100,000. To subsidize the company. The tattooed man said shamefully. Facing the guilty gazes of the crowd, Su Mu shook his head solemnly. The company does not want your money. It only hopes that you can appreciate its good intentions. Upon hearing that the company didn't even want their money, everyone felt even more ashamed. Murong Mingli's expression management also failed, her rosy lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened unconsciously. Although she seemed less aloof than a cold CEO, she appeared even more genuine and charming. Looking at the crowd who were so ashamed they wanted to find a hole to hide, and she absurdly thought, wouldn't these people suddenly wake up in the night and slap themselves? And then say, I really deserve it. Alright, go down and reflect properly, Sumu commanded, and the shame-ridden crowd all. Afterward, he walked towards Murong Mingli, whose eyes revealed a complex emotion. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she heard a deep and magnetic voice beside her remember to transfer all their money to me. Murong Mingli. She stood there in a daze, the word thank you stuck on her lips, unable to say it. Sumu ignored the dazed Murong Mingli and began to wander around the extraordinary base. After all, this would be his future workplace, and he needed to familiarize himself with it in advance. Before long, his gaze was drawn to a closed square, its walls entirely silver and looking exceedingly solid, with some steel mannequins and fitness equipment placed within. There were numerous marks on the walls and on the mannequins, including fist prints and sword scars. This is a training room, a place provided for extraordinary beings to train. Murong Mingli's voice sounded behind Sumu. He turned around to see the noble lady had returned to her previous calm and steady demeanor. He pointed to the marks on the mannequin. Who left these marks? Hanyu sometimes comes here to train. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Hanyu uses a sword. Murong Mingli glanced at the sword scars on the mannequin, her eyes flashing with confusion perhaps. Sumu nodded thoughtfully, but did not continue to ask. By the way, Minister Su, may I ask if you have time for lunch at noon? Also, Mr. Yang, since the two of you are new to the upper city, I must extend my hospitality. Murong Mingli politely invited. Yang Dongqing showed a hesitant expression. He was thinking about Jasmine, as young couples in love are often in a passionate phase. They would depart for the abandoned city in 2 days, and would have to part with Jasmine. The key point was that he wanted to see Jasmine in that backless figure-hugging dress. Mr. Yang, if you have urgent matters, you can handle them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Murong Mingli noticed Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. I do have something very important to take care of. You two go ahead and eat. In the end, only Su Mu and Murong Mingli went to eat. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Su Mu elegantly cut his premium M9 steak and asked, Miss Murong seems to have something to say to me. What does Mr. Su usually like? Murong Mingli smiled, though this time her smile carried a little less distance. Smoking and drinking. Murong Mingli paused, slightly smiling. I thought someone as gentlemanly as Mr. Su might have some unique hobbies. Well, let me put it this way, I like the clouds in a cigarette box and the sea in a wine glass. While eating steak, Murong Mingli couldn't help but chuckle, but still politely finished chewing the steak, gently wiped her lips with a napkin, and said, Mr. Su is indeed unique. However, that's not what I was asking. Ding. The two lightly clinked glasses and downed the crimson liquid in their cups. What I meant was, does Mr. Su prefer money or treasures? What do you mean, Miss Murong? Su Mu's eyes flickered as he vaguely guessed her intentions. Mr. Su, we are already partners. Calling me Miss Murong feels too distant. Moreover, in some situations, this surname directly exposes my noble identity. You can simply call me Mingli. Murong Mingli's red lips curled, slightly devoid of any allure or seduction, yet enough to make any man's heart. Alright, Mingli, you can also call me by my name. Murong Mingli's lips pursed slightly. The wine she had consumed continued to take effect, causing a blush to appear on her fair and beautiful face, and she glanced at Su Mu with a mysterious look. Alright, Su. Su. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. He did not like women without a sense of boundary. But Murong Mingli seemed oblivious. Su, you still haven't answered my question. Do you prefer money or treasures? Neither. Then what does Su like? Murong Mingli clinked glasses again. The two drained their cups, and Su Mu frowned slightly, observing the woman before him, whose complexion was rosy, noticing that her eyes seemed to be veiled with a layer of mist, exuding a hazy feeling. That kind of sticky, almost stringy gaze reminded him of a term, innate tidal rhythm, sacred body. He had a strengthened connection with this type of physique in his dreams. Such poor drinking capacity. Otherwise, why would a usually dignified and composed noble lady refer to herself as Su? Murong Mingli noticed Su Mu staring at her, and unsure if it was her imagination, felt her face heat up even more. Indeed, I love extraordinary potions, preferably ones like steel hearts that can enhance physical abilities. Extraordinary potions are in high demand and hard to obtain. I initially planned to use a treasure to pay for this mission's reward. If Su insists, I can send someone to inquire about extraordinary potions. Thank you for your trouble. Although Su Mu was somewhat interested in treasures, he knew that extraordinary potions were more suitable for him. With only a month to live, obtaining an extraordinary potion that enhances physical abilities like Yang Dongqing's capabilities was the only way to extend his life. Su, I can see that your bronze law seems to be related to the mind. If physical extraordinary potions may not be suitable. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at Su Mu, her slender fingers gently brushing aside a few stray strands of hair from her forehead and tucking them behind her ear, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her simple movement imbued with endless charm. Pardon my frankness, Miss Mingli, but your beauty scheme seems a bit clumsy. Murong Mingli's hand froze mid-motion, caught between putting it down and continuing. The gaze hidden behind her brown glasses seemed to possess a certain insight into the human heart. Looking at the stiff Murong Mingli, she said lightly, it seems your predicament is even more significant than I imagined. Oh, otherwise I cannot find a reason to explain your actions. At that moment Murong Mengli had already retracted her hand, her smile gradually fading. Perhaps out of unwillingness and stubbornness, she asked, am I really lacking in femininity? No, Miss Mengli, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in reality. Am I not your type? I prefer women with a youthful aura or youthful women with a mature aura. You happen to fit the latter. Then you. However, compared to women, I prefer extraordinary potions, Su Mu stated frankly. Murong Mengli was stunned for quite some time. She looked at Su Mu, who wore a serious expression and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This time her laughter seemed to shed all defenses, radiating a unique, youthful exuberance. Su, you are really interesting. Thank you for the compliment. Murong Mengli put away her smile, becoming considerably serious. You are a smart person. Someone like you is beyond my control. However, I do need an ally like you. What I can offer you now is only sincerity and commitment if you are willing to continue listening. I am all ears, Su Mu replied with a faint smile. As you can see, besides having a noble title and a bit of wealth, I possess nothing else. Even the bronze coffin is just starting out, and the employees incited by Han Yu do not respect me as a noble. I am an illegitimate child. Murong Mengli's expression grew even more somber as she recounted her story, like, my mother was once a slave bought by my father, and then I was born. I actually shouldn't have been born because my identity brings shame to the Murong family. However, coincidentally my birth date is my father's birthday, and my mother pleaded desperately, so I was born. After reaching adulthood, I did not receive support from my family like my siblings. Instead, I was confined to the manor and forbidden to go out. The reason I received support to establish the bronze coffin is that my father is nearing death. He is a silver stage extraordinary being who consumed too many extraordinary potions and used many forbidden methods to ascend in his youth, draining his lifespan. Now his only hope is to find the golden eye and refine it into a golden level awakening potion to advance to gold. This has been his dream all along. To become a golden powerhouse and restore the family glory, then return to the imperial capital and reclaim the center of power. In his desperation to live and achieve his dream is that my father is nearing death. He is a silver stage extraordinary being who consumed too many extraordinary potions, and Su Mu furrowed his brows not out of sympathy for her tragic background, but because he sensed something was amiss. What about Han Yu? He was sent by your father to assist you, but why does he always work against you? This seems to contradict your father's intentions. Han Yu. Murong Mengli's smile turned cold. Although he is part of the Murong family, he has actually been bought off by my fiancé. Fiancé. Yes, you may have heard of him, Qian Zihong, the richest man in Star City, a wealthy fat man. Although he is rich, he is not of noble birth, and has always yearned for nobility, frequently mingling in noble circles, hoping to marry a noble lady. But the aristocrats disdain nouveau riche like him, and no noble would marry him except for me. Murong Mengli's eyes revealed a hint of extreme disgust, seemingly loathing Qian Zihong. Qian Zihong, who faced repeated setbacks, recognized his status and understood that in the eyes of aristocrats he is synonymous with foolish rich. So he compromised and approached my father, spending a considerable amount to get my father's agreement for the marriage. I roughly understand, Miss Mengli, but why would Qian Zihong buy off Han Yu to work against you? Murong Mengli's eyes filled with increasing hatred because my father promised that the child who finds the golden eye will be named the heir of the family. If I become the family heir, it is naturally impossible for me to marry Qian Zihong, and the family would not allow the future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how wealthy they may be. In fact, among all the children, my abilities are undoubtedly the weakest. I lack the awakened talents of the golden bloodline, and have little wealth or manpower. Relatively speaking, I have the least hope of finding the golden eye. However, Qian Zihong is extremely cautious. He does not want to take any risks, and would eliminate any chance, no matter how slight, in its cradle. Su Mu glanced at the resentful Murong Mengli, and understood completely why she was willing to let him invest so easily, even directly revealing everything. Because she had no other choice. After 20 years of oppression, she finally saw hope, established her own company, yet was secretly obstructed by her fiancé. She was driven to a dead end, and to survive under the dual pressures of her family and fiancé, she had to seek external power to break the deadlock. And he was the external power she sought. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a strange expression. Perhaps the scene where he scared Han Yu into kneeling had caused some misunderstanding for Murong Mengli, making her think his power was formidable enough to contend with imperial nobility and the richest man in Star City. This made Su Mu sigh, remarking, people are truly perceptive. Su, I have already told you the truth, and I promise that as long as you are willing to help me, everything I have can be yours. If we can truly find the golden eye, the Murong family will be your greatest support in the future. Murong Mengli gazed directly into Su Mu's eyes, her expression filled with determination and sincerity. It was unclear if she was enjoying some twisted pleasure, but she had yet to change her form of address until now. What if we can't find it? Murong Mengli smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Even if we can't find it, I will not let you suffer in vain. I will give you all my assets, including the bronze coffin, and even my own body. Perhaps you think my words are cheap, but I have indeed never been with a man. The reason I am doing this is largely for revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I will have to marry Qian Ziheo, as per my family's arrangements. But before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She picked up the wine glass on the table, and downed it once more, causing her face to flush even redder. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing that this woman was exceptionally persistent in wanting to offer herself to him. He understood her reluctance to let Qian Zihao benefit for free, but why was she fixating on him? He pondered his tone and said, Miss Mingli, I always thought we were friends. Murong Mingli suddenly blinked, appearing as if she were drunk, resting her chin on her hand, staring intently at Su Mu, her flawless face reflected in her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly. Is friendship such a cumbersome thing? What's wrong with sharing a bed among good friends? Do you know? Due to my experiences in childhood, I truly dislike men. But after meeting you I realized that what I dislike are the foul men. You are different from them. Murong Mingli's eyes grew increasingly dazed, her delicate nose wrinkling. You smell so good, you give me a feeling as if your saliva is edible. Su Mu silently pushed up his brown glasses. Miss Mingli, you are drunk. Then Su Mu took Murong Mingli back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and gentlemanly tucked her in with a blanket. Although she had said some flirtatious things in her drunken state, she was surprisingly quiet, already deep in slumber, though her brows occasionally furrowed, reflecting a hint of helpless resentment, making her appear somewhat pitiful. After Su Mu left, Murong Mingli quietly opened her eyes, angrily staring at the ceiling, murmuring, damn Su Su, I can't even have you. Scenes from their meal kept replaying in her mind along with Su Mu's reactions, making her feel a surge of shame and anger. Gritting her silver teeth in frustration, she eventually bit into the blanket, shaking her head like a spoiled puppy tearing it apart. Her life experiences made it difficult for her to trust others. Although Su Mu had promised to help her, she instinctively wanted to secure another layer of solid chains between them. What else can a woman use to tie down a man? But clearly she had failed. Su Mu left and returned to the 13th district. In truth, he knew that Murong Mingli was pretending to be asleep, but he did not expose her, and even agreed to her request. He had his own plans. Initially, he thought he could use his hypnotic ability to open a pathway in the upper district and seek out extraordinary potions, but now he had changed his mind. If even a noble, illegitimate daughter like Murong Mingli possessed defenses against hypnosis, there was no telling how strong the other nobles would be. This meant he could not control a noble in the short term, yet extraordinary potions and treasures were mostly held by the nobles. Therefore, cooperation was the best choice. A noble without much power was relatively easier to manage. 3 days later, at the agreed time, Su Mu brought Yang Dongqing along and set off. This time he did not bring the little brothers from the Poison Snake Gang, as he was already an extraordinary being. Ordinary people were becoming less helpful to him, and there were enough nightmares apostles to use in this exploration of the abandoned districts, so he didn't lack manpower. When he saw Yang Dongqing again, he found this passionate young man with his head hung low, his face marked by a lost expression, as if he had been dumped. Did you break up? Yang Dongqing's face was blank, not speaking. Su Mu said nothing further, and directly took Yang Dongqing to the upper district. On the way, the silence lasted for quite some time before Yang Dongqing finally spoke. Does love really exist in this? Su Mu frowned slightly. He had no interest in being a relationship mediator, so he remained silent, feeling somewhat emotional about the fickleness of love. How could a couple that had only been together for a few days part ways after being so madly in love? Although such examples were rare, they weren't unheard of. Impulsive lovers might disregard everything to be together, yet once the passion cooled they would find that they were not suitable for each other in their mundane days. At this point, he even wondered if he should help Yang Dongqing find another woman, otherwise it would be hard to control him. Yang Dongqing, unaware of Su Mu's thoughts, spoke to himself. Moli has cheated. Cheated? Su Mu's gaze shifted slightly. This was different from what he had initially thought. Why would Moli cheat? He understood Moli as a woman who was strong yet kind and very realistic. Such a woman would not choose to cheat after securing Yang Dongqing, otherwise where would she find another extraordinary boyfriend? He felt that there might be more to this than met the eye. Why did Moli cheat? Who is the one she cheated with? Yang Dongqing looked up at Su Mu, his eyes filled with sorrow. Such a look made Su Mu feel somewhat strange, fearing that the next sentence might be something shocking. I don't know, she won't say. Then how do you know she cheated? Yang Dongqing's emotions flared. I saw a red mark on Moli's neck yesterday. Moreover, she was wearing a new expensive outfit. She must have met some rich man while performing and singing these days. I asked her where the red mark came from, but she stammered and couldn't explain. That wretched woman. I misjudged her. I loved her so much, yet she... He buried his head in his hands, and from his shaking shoulders it was clear he was crying. Su Mu felt an unsettling intuition. This did not seem like something Moli would do. She had no reason to cheat. Could it be that someone was forcing her? However, he did not voice his suspicions. The pressing matter at hand was to explore the abandoned districts, not to waste. Sususa, Mr. Yang, you have arrived. In the bronze coffin, Murong Mingli regained her usual cold demeanor, her every movement perfectly embodying the elegance and composure of a noblewoman, except for the unchanging form of address. Originally distressed, Yang Dongqing felt even worse upon hearing the names. His gaze swept over the two of them, and his discomfort intensified. This feeling was akin to when you experience a breakup and intend to confide in a friend only to find that your friend has just started dating a stunning beauty. A double blow. While it was indeed painful to find oneself in a bad situation, the greater anguish lay in realizing that one's friend was doing exceptionally well. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? Murong Mingli noticed Yang Dongqing's unease and inquired. It's a trivial matter, just a breakup. Murong Mingli displayed an unusual expression, but chose not to elaborate. She directly addressed the main topic. I haven't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned city because I was afraid of leaking information. Now that the action is imminent, I will be straightforward. Please take a look, both of you. She took out a golden leaf from her handbag, which was exquisitely detailed, appearing almost as if it had naturally grown rather than being manually crafted. I purchased this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned city. I have carefully compared it with the family records. It should be a leaf that fell from the golden tree, while the golden eye is the fruit of the golden tree. Thus, I speculate that there is a good chance of finding clues about the golden eye in the abandoned city. Sumu nodded, having already guessed Murong Mengli's intentions. If it weren't for the golden eye, there would be no need to explore the abandoned city. He took the golden leaf from Murong Mengli's hand and found its texture quite strange. It looked like gold, but felt. What about the nightmarish apostles? Have they arrived? All 7 of them are here, and no one has backed out. Sususu, your words must have struck at their souls, and they did reflect well upon themselves after returning. Murong Mengli rarely made jokes. The fact that everyone was present didn't surprise Sumu. His spiritual strength had been increasing daily, especially after obtaining the pure heart, and all things making it a breeze to hypnotize 7 ordinary nightmarish apostles. I'm curious, why bring these 7 ordinary people? Even though they are nightmarish apostles, their actual combat ability is likely inferior to that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat strength is weak, but the purpose this time is not combat, it is to seek clues. The biggest difference between nightmarish apostles and ordinary people is that they possess a special sensitivity to the monsters and objects of a nightmarish world, somewhat akin to a woman's intuition, which will aid you in your search. Soon, under Murong Mengli's guidance, they went to the underground base and met the 7 nightmarish apostles from before. While Murong Mengli was assigning tasks, Sumu pulled down his glasses, a flash of azure light flickering in his eyes as invisible spiritual energy surged into the 7 individuals, enhancing the hypnosis. Sususu, this is the route map dictated by the scavenger. The areas circled in red indicate where the golden leaves were found and are also your primary targets for this exploration. Sumu kept the route map. Without wasting any time, he directly led everyone out as dawn broke. 2 business vehicles sped towards the abandoned city. Upon reaching the abandoned city, it felt as if they had entered another world. What met their eyes was a gray haze beneath which lay countless broken walls and ruins, the human structures utterly dilapidated, with skeletal frameworks of steel and concrete teetering precariously. Along the barely visible streets, shattered glass shards and abandoned vehicles littered the area, while trees on either side had grown wildly, appearing to have undergone some mutation, twisted and gnarled with grotesque bulges covering them. The vehicles continued forward, shrouded in fog, until the ruins on the street blocked their path, prompting the vehicles to come to a gradual stop. Everyone get out of the car. At Sumu's command, the 5 nightmarish apostles all disembarked. What a thick haze. It wasn't like this one. The heavily tattooed nightmarish apostle waved his arms vigorously, attempting to fan away the foul air. Sumu scanned the group and noticed one person was missing, frowning as he called out, Yang Dongqing. After a moment, a reluctant Yang Dongqing descended from the vehicle, clearly not wanting to do anything at that moment due to his recent breakup. Let's go, Yang Dongqing, lead the way. Sumu pulled out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Although this pungent haze wouldn't harm his pure body, the odor was indeed unpleasant. The group began to move through the haze. Due to their fear of the abandoned city, the 5 nightmarish apostles appeared quite nervous, instinctively tightening their grips on their guns. Sumu carefully observed his surroundings. As an extraordinary individual, his visibility exceeded that of ordinary people, even under the haze. He noticed that the signs of the shops along the roadside had faded, the letters nearly illegible, and the doors bore signs of being pried open, while the windows were covered with thick layers of dust and spider webs. Some abandoned factories also had walls overrun with moss and vines. This was a forgotten district, eerily quiet and almost lifeless. There's something here. Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, prompting everyone to look in his direction, where they saw a baby's corpse lying not far ahead. The baby was plump and appeared quite adorable, but there was a bullet hole in its small head. A female nightmarish apostle's face turned pale. This is inhumane. Why shoot a baby? Sumu adjusted his tinted glasses, leading everyone closer to the baby, and they finally understood why Sumu said it was not a baby. The chubby baby had 8 pitch-black furry spider legs protruding from its lower body. Sumu dabbed at the wound on the monstrous baby with the handkerchief, which immediately became stained with yellow-green blood. He examined the degree of dryness of the bloodstain and remarked, "The monster baby hasn't been dead long, though it should be within the last couple of days. Someone may have arrived here before us." He was about to discard the handkerchief, but at that moment his gaze narrowed, intently focusing on a corner of the handkerchief. On that corner was a single character written in pen. "Remember." Sumu furrowed his brow, staring at the word remember on the handkerchief, utterly perplexed as to why a word would appear on his handkerchief, which he had always carried with him. He had carried the handkerchief daily to deal with his frequent nosebleeds. But now the handkerchief he always had with him had been written on without his knowledge. To accomplish this without being detected by his powerful spiritual energy, what kind of strength must the writer possess? Wait, this is wrong. Sumu carefully scrutinized the writing. Although it appeared somewhat crooked and hastily written, why did it resemble his own handwriting so closely? It's still in fountain pen script. A fountain pen. He reached into his pocket and soon pulled out a fountain pen, the very one he always carried with him. It was specially made with a sharp and sturdy nib, a deadly weapon. He wrote the identical character on a handkerchief using the fountain pen. After a careful comparison, he was astonished to discover that the previous writing was indeed done with this very pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my pen and mimic my handwriting? If it's the latter, what is their intention? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange infants here, shouted Yang Dongqing ahead. Sumu withdrew his thoughts, no longer pondering, as a curious smile crept across his fair and handsome face. Interesting. Regardless of who wrote the characters, he was already excited. It seems this trip to the abandoned city won't be boring. The group continued forward, and although they delved deeper, the corpses of strange infants became increasingly numerous, mostly shot in the head with firearms, while others were directly blown apart by some immense force. Whoa! A woman's crying filled with sorrow suddenly drifted from afar. Is someone crying? Could it be a scout? Yang Dongqing stopped in his tracks, looking in the direction of the sound. In the depths of the thick fog, he saw a woman in white crouched on the ground, crying, her back turned to the group, and her long black hair cascading down. A sense of tension gripped the group. None of them were fools and naturally didn't believe that a human woman would be crying in such a bizarre place. Sumu smiled subtly and gestured for Yang Dongqing to inquire. Yang Dongqing nodded and cautiously approached the woman. Are you alright? Whoa, my child is missing. Have you seen my child? The woman turned her head at the sound of a voice rising quickly. The terrifying scene he had imagined did not materialize. The woman indeed had a human face, and instead of being frightening, she was extraordinarily beautiful, appearing pitiful like a weeping pear blossom. Is your child lost? Yang Dongqing was not swayed by her beauty, as he was in a state of heartbreak and felt particularly hostile towards women, especially beautiful ones. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing, her face suddenly twisting into an expression of extreme hatred. It's you. You killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you. It's you. And all of you. The woman shrieked piercingly, her vengeful gaze fixed on the group. She had not realized when her human pupils began to distort, as if being squeezed from both sides, transforming her round pupils into slits. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman stood in place, her body unmoving, yet her slender white neck began to elongate, suddenly stretching 3 meters long, resembling a large white phosphorus python, with her beautiful head hanging above, viciously lunging at Yang Dongqing. Damn you! Yang Dongqing, already irritable, was further enraged by the monster's slander. His metallic-colored fist struck ferociously at the beautiful head. Bang! The immense force sent the beautiful head flying several meters away, but soon with the help of the long neck it halted its backward trajectory, letting out a monstrous scream. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of metal striking the ground echoed as numerous strange infants with their spider-like legs crawled out from the depths of the fog. Their adorable little faces were twisted in malice, and with all 8 legs pushing together they rushed towards the group. Yang Dongqing's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be so many monsters. While he could escape with his iron physique, Sumu and the others behind him would surely perish. All-encompassing reality. Sumu had unknowingly removed his tinted glasses, and his eyes turned a brilliant blue as if reflecting the sky. Suddenly thick fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the figures of the group, and in the next second several illusory forms dashed out from the mist, rushing away at high speed. The woman in white and the strange infants were directly led away by the illusions, chasing into the distance. When the fog dissipated, Sumu and the others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters. Sumu smiled without speaking. This was not hypnosis, but a visual illusion created using spiritual power. The benefit of all-encompassing reality is that it doesn't require invading the enemy's mind, but instead constructs illusions directly in the external environment, meaning it is not limited like hypnosis. For individuals like Murong Mengli who possess defensive artifacts or other spiritually strong extraordinary beings, hypnosis has minimal effect on them because spiritual power finds it difficult to invade. However, all-encompassing reality is different. As long as they have eyes, they can see it. In fact, all-encompassing reality is an ability with an extremely high operational difficulty, 100 times harder than something like Iron Will. Iron Will merely enhances the body and can be used by anyone who is not in a vegetative state. But all-encompassing reality requires a high level of illusion construction ability. The entire process is akin to painting with spiritual power. It's not enough to just have the tools. It requires extensive practice to create realistic and rapid illusions. It sounds difficult, but for Sumu, who has spent over 100 years dreaming, it is far too easy. He has created countless things in dreams, even entire worlds, let alone mere illusions. In other words, even if others possess the ability of all-encompassing reality, unless they practice for over 100 years, they cannot compare to Sumu. The group continued forward, and after experiencing this monster incident, they were clearly more tense. Fortunately, their luck was quite good. Aside from the strange infants and the snake woman they had just encountered, they did not encounter any other nightmare monsters, safely arriving at the area marked on the map. It was a dilapidated 3-story shopping mall, not too large, with walls that had long since fallen into disrepair, covered in moss and vines, clearly having been abandoned for a long time. This should be the place where the golden leaves were discovered. Let's go in. Sumu eagerly walked into the mall. First, he used his spiritual power to sense the surroundings and detected no monsters. He then said to the others, split up to search for clues. Yang Dongqing and I will search the third floor, while the four of you will pair up, two responsible for the first floor and two for the second floor. We will meet on the third floor afterward. The four nightmare apostles nodded, and then split into two groups to explore. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing headed to the third floor, which appeared to be a clothing selling area. Among the numerous shops stood many white mannequins, but the clothes on these mannequins had long since disappeared, as if they had been stripped bare. Yang Dongqing looked at the mannequin, a hint of tension evident as he swallowed hard. You don't mean these mannequins will suddenly come to life, right? Su Mu replied with a faint smile, wouldn't that be interesting? Yang Dongqing rolled his eyes, seemingly realizing it was pointless to ask, and continued forward. Su Mu followed behind, letting Yang Dongqing lead the way, but a strange feeling grew in his heart. He felt as if he had forgotten something important. What exactly had he forgotten? What the hell is that? Yang Dongqing's sudden exclamation interrupted Su Mu's thoughts as he walked towards Yang Dongqing. He found Yang Dongqing stopping in front of a shop, his gaze tense as he looked inside. When he turned his attention to the interior of the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a door. An old wooden door, painted red, appearing quite antiquated with much of the red paint chipped off, revealing the natural wood beneath. This door didn't seem particularly special, but what was truly unusual was that it stood alone in the center of the shop with nothing behind it, and the door was open, thick mist swirling within, as if it led to another world. There's nothing behind this door, yet thick fog is coming from within. It can't possibly lead to hell, can it? Yang Dongqing's eyes revealed a look of apprehension, unwilling to approach the door lightly. Su Mu naturally wouldn't take any risks himself. He directly summoned the nightmare apostles from downstairs. Soon a tattooed man and a balding middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses jogged up. Did you find anything downstairs? The two shook their heads. The tattooed man said, in the layer I was responsible for there wasn't even a golden leaf. Even the shops selling gold and jewels were empty. There were signs of a struggle likely taken by previous scavengers. Su Mu nodded, about to instruct the tattooed man to enter the door, but suddenly paused. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, how many people did we bring this time? Yang Dongqing looked puzzled, seemingly thinking Su Mu's question was silly. Just the two of them. Two. Su Mu squinted slightly, the eyes behind his brown glasses flickering. He did remember bringing two people, but why did it feel the entire bronze coffin company only had 2 employees? No, that's not right. It's 7. A barely perceptible blue glimmer flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Yang Dongqing showed a strange expression. Are you feverish? Where did 7 people come from? While I don't remember 7 people, I used up the spiritual power of 7 people before leaving. I remember hypnotizing them before we left. Though I only remember hypnotizing 2 people, the spiritual power expended cannot lie. Su Mu asserted. He finally realized something was amiss. His memory had been tampered with. Yang Dongqing's expression slightly changed. At that moment, no one noticed the swirling mist from the wooden door as tendrils of fog began to invade. Did you find anything downstairs? Su Mu asked. The two shook their heads. The tattooed man said, in the layer I was responsible for there wasn't even a golden leaf. Even the shops selling gold and jewels were empty, likely taken by previous scavengers. Su Mu nodded and said to the tattooed man, go in and check the situation. He couldn't let Yang Dongqing take risks. No one knew what was inside, and he didn't want to lose a valuable ally for nothing. The tattooed man showed hesitation, but under Su Mu's gaze he quickly regained his composure and declared, thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I will not let you down. He then strode towards the fog-filled door, his figure gradually swallowed by the mist. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the door in the shop. Su Mu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. A door surrounded by mist. There's nothing behind this door, it can't possibly lead to hell, can it? Yang Dongqing said warily. Go in and check, Su Mu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man, upon seeing the bottomless mist, was so frightened his heart nearly leapt out of his chest, and he repeatedly stepped back, saying, no, 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 I'm scared. Su Mu's gaze flickered and the bald man suddenly transformed, saying, thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. How everything is for you. He then strode into the door, his figure engulfed by the mist. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing shouted, pointing incredulously at the door in the shop. Su Mu glanced over and frowned slightly at the door that had no walls, yet was surrounded by fog. There's nothing behind this door, yet thick fog is coming from within. It can't possibly lead to hell, can it? Yang Dongqing said apprehensively. Su Mu instinctively thought to send Yang Dongqing in to scout, but suddenly froze as this did not align with his logical reasoning. According to his logic, when facing an unknown danger, the optimal solution would be to send an ordinary person in first. Yang Dongqing, being his only extraordinary subordinate, would be a significant loss if he were to perish inside. But it just so happened that it was only himself and Yang Dongqing present. This sparked a strange feeling within him. Why did he only bring Yang Dongqing with him when he left? Memories and logic clashed at that moment, which was entirely unreasonable. He rarely went out alone. Even after becoming extraordinary, he was accustomed to bringing subordinates with him, for extraordinary beings are not invincible. Having more people ultimately means greater strength. Was this exploration task of the Bronze Coffin Company only involving the two of them? The Bronze Coffin is a shell company with not a single employee. Did Muro Mingli become so useless that she couldn't even recruit anyone? More and more logical inconsistencies emerged in Su Mu's mind, yet his memories insisted that everything was reasonable. This sense of incongruity became ever stronger. Suddenly he asked, How did we get to the abandoned district? Yang Dongqing looked at him in confusion, as if he were an idiot. Of course we drove here. How many cars did we drive? 2 of course, Yang Dongqing replied without thinking. But after saying this he froze, realizing 2 cars. Why would the 2 of us drive 2 cars? He suddenly widened his eyes, obviously realizing something, and turned sharply to Su Mu. It must be you being difficult not wanting to ride in the same car with me, that's why we drove 2 cars. Su Mu. Though he had long known he could not rely on Yang Dongqing's dull mind, he never expected him to abstract it to this extent. Su Mu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellow-green bloodstains on it had long dried up, but he was not looking at the stains. Instead, he was focused on the character written on it. Looking at that character, Su Mu finally understood its meaning. It was not finished. If it were, it should consist of 2 characters. He was quite certain that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. Whether it was the 2 cars, or the consumed spiritual energy, they were all evidence. At this moment, he also realized who had written that character. Have you ever considered that perhaps this isn't our first time here? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Is it because you've inhaled too much smog that you're hallucinating? Su Mu smiled slightly. Do you remember what the snake woman said about you killing her child? If you've never been here, how could you have killed her child? Yang Dongqing pouted. That's just a crazy person. Do you believe what a nightmare? Do you want to know who left the kiss mark on Mo Li's neck? As soon as he said this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I knew it was you. Su Mu? Hey, I really don't need to explain to you, but what I can tell you is that the kiss mark was likely left by you yourself. You're talking nonsense. How could I not know if I kissed myself? Take out your phone and check the date. Think back. Do you have any memories of yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he obediently took out his phone to check the date. Suddenly his body stiffened as he realized something was wrong. He truly couldn't remember what he did yesterday. Su Mu, what on earth is happening? Su Mu adjusted his tea-colored glasses and analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be our 2nd time in the abandoned city, and the first time we likely brought 10 nightmare apostles with us. 10. Yang Dongqing was somewhat incredulous. Yes. Su Mu took out his phone and opened the transfer record. Previously, I had Mu Rongmeng Li transfer their money to me. That night, she did transfer it. I received a total of 10 million, which is 100,000 per person, just right for 10 people. Mu Rongmeng Li said we would set off in 2 days, but today is the 3rd day. This time we should have brought 7 people, because I consumed enough spiritual energy for 7 people, meaning 3 people went missing in the abandoned city the first time. I estimate that I also noticed something was wrong during the first visit, realizing there was an issue with the mist, so I returned. Based on my understanding of myself, I should have gone back to get a gas mask, but halfway there I found my memory was still fading, so I specifically wrote a reminder on the handkerchief. Unfortunately, the memory faded too quickly. I forgot after writing only half of it. Later I even forgot about the handkerchief. The strange baby corpse we encountered before should have been killed by us during our first visit, which is why the snake woman wants revenge as soon as she sees you. As for what you said about Mo Li cheating, that can also be explained well. Since you returned once, it's likely that it was left when you were being affectionate, but the influence of the mist made you forget. Even Mo Li's memory has issues. The new clothes were also bought by you. You can check your balance if you don't believe it. Yang Dongqing suddenly pulled out his phone to check, and indeed his balance was 0. He looked up in disbelief. Su Mu ignored Yang Dongqing's strange focus and contemplated countermeasures. It was clear that the mist here had the ability to erode memories. What should we do now? Go back. He first dismissed this thought. Going back was useless. The first time had already been tried. Even if they left the range of the mist, the memories would still fade, and in the end they might even forget they had ever come to the abandoned city. In fact, forgetting isn't terrifying. What is truly frightening is forgetting, even the act of forgetting itself. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows they have lost their memory and can clearly sense a vast emptiness in their mind. However, after inhaling the mist, a person will forget that they have lost their memory and cannot perceive any abnormalities. If it weren't for the serious logical flaws, Su Mu would hardly have realized he had lost his memory. What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the door of the shop. Su Mu glanced at him. Evidently Yang Dongqing had again lost his recent memory, as if he were seeing this door for the first time. At the same time, he felt his memories starting to blur again, but this time the blurring was slow because he was using his spiritual energy to resist the erosion. Spiritual energy does have some effect against this kind of memory erosion, provided that one realizes the anomaly and actively uses spiritual energy to resist. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Su Mu decided to enter the door. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such an interesting place. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take a look? What the hell? This? Shut up, clear the way ahead. Su Mu tapped Yang Dongqing's head with his snake-patterned wooden staff, pushing him into the door. Soon both of them were engulfed by the mist. Just as they entered, bang, the old wooden door slammed shut. In a luxurious manner in the upper city, have the 2 extraordinary beings newly recruited by Mu Rongmeng Li gone to the abandoned city? A man weighing over 300 pounds, dressed in an oversized white suit and wearing a red tie, asked. This 300-pound man was sitting in a wide, genuine leather chair, his entire figure seeming embedded in a mass of... In front of him stood the respectful Han Yu. Chairman Qian, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Mu Rongmeng Li still thinks that the golden leaves are fallen from the golden tree in the abandoned city, not knowing that the leaves are real, but not growing in the abandoned city. Instead, you bought them at a high price from the imperial capital. Up until now, she has sent several groups of people to the abandoned city. Every time that group dies inside, her memory will also be altered, and she will forget that she ever sent people into the abandoned city. This cycle will lead to her bronze coffin company eventually going bankrupt, Hanyu said proudly. Slap. A hefty hand with a silver ring harshly slapped his face, the terrifying force sending Hanyu flying. Impudence. Meng Li is the fiancé of this chairman, someone you can mock. A glimmer of coldness appeared in the small eyes squeezed by fat of Qian Zihao. Hanyu, who had fallen to the ground, hurriedly got up, kneeling on the ground in fear, cold sweat streaming down. I was wrong, chairman. I spoke without thinking. Please punish me, chairman. Is it just my imagination, or did Qian Zihao seem to have lost some weight after just slapping Hanyu? Looking at the frightened Hanyu, Qian Zihao's expression slightly calmed. Earlier you said that the guy named Su Mu isn't weak. Indeed, Su Mu's methods are indeed peculiar, but rest assured, President, no matter how strong he is, he cannot match the unrememberable one that you procured at a great cost. As far as I know, this is his second time entering the ruined district. To ensure everything is foolproof, I specially took the memory potion and infiltrated the ruined district in advance, throwing many scavengers into the dense fog. Now the unrememberable's strength has increased. This time, he will definitely not come out alive. Very good. Qian Zihai nodded in satisfaction. The unrememberable is very special. This president had to invite a silver rank powerhouse capable of restraining it to handle the situation. Below silver rank, unless there is a transcendent being with the ability to foresee the future, anyone who goes will die. After saying this, he grabbed a delicate pastry nearby and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it heartily. The day when the head of the Morong family announces the engagement is drawing near. As long as we deal with this batch of transcendent beings, Meng Li will definitely be unable to recruit anyone in the short term, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she will have to obediently marry me. A lewd smile appeared on Qian Zihai's face as he seemed to envision himself pressing that stunning body beneath him. Initially, he only intended to find a noble woman to marry and elevate his own status, but he didn't expect Morong Meng Li, this illegitimate daughter, to be unexpectedly attractive, making it a win-win situation. President Qian, I've heard that the second young master and the fourth young lady of the Morong family also seem to have gone to the... Qian Zihai sneered. This president spent a great deal of money to procure an unrememberable, so naturally, I need to find someone to reimburse this cost. Han Yes' expression suddenly tightened. Do you mean that the eldest young master is also involved? If he's not too foolish. This president has maintained a good relationship with the eldest young master of the Morong family, so naturally, I will help him become the heir of the family. Since I can deceive Meng Li with the golden leaf, I can also send messages to her other siblings. These people will definitely send transcendent beings into the ruined district like moths to a flame for clues about the golden eye. Meanwhile, the eldest young master, who truly knows the situation, remains steady, watching as they exhaust their powers. Even if he cannot find the golden eye, what does it matter? How can the others weakened in power compete with the eldest young master? Hanyu was increasingly shocked, deeply in awe of the plump man before him. No wonder he could become the richest person in Star City as an ordinary individual. Such methods were indeed brilliant. Not spending a dime, yet manipulating a host of nobles, the only unrememberable procured at a cost, might even result in a profit for the eldest young master. The president is truly remarkable. I admire you. However, we still can't find the golden eye. What about the Morong family? That old dang should have died long ago. I spent a great deal of money to buy his daughter, and yet he still has the audacity to demand half of the mining rights to the secret silver mine. Do you really think his children sincerely want to find the golden eye to prolong his life? It's all just for show. If he doesn't die, what does it matter, even if he establishes an heir? The Morong family is still under his control. Hanyu felt a chill run down his back. The darkness among the nobles made even him, a transcendent being, feel alarmed. The fog has dissipated. Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the desolate land with not a trace of fog in sight. Logically, after entering a door filled with fog, there should be a misty world behind it, but the result was exactly the opposite. The door is gone. The place where the two had entered was long gone, leaving only air. Sumu carefully examined this barren land. The ground was bare red earth with not a single plant. The surface was uneven, some parts raised like sand dunes while others were depressed into the ground. Suddenly his eyes flickered as he locked onto a half-meter deep depression where a person lay unexpectedly. Yang Dongqing, go take a look. Faced with the unusual situation, Su Mu dispatched Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, but walked over anyway. This time, without the interference of fog, their memories were temporarily untouched. Yang Dongqing first kicked the person with his foot. Seeing no response, he cautiously checked the other's breath. This Sumu, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden staff, walked over. The deceased was a male with a very unfamiliar face, but he looked quite peaceful in death, as if he had died suddenly without any awareness, and there were no wounds on his body. He must be the apostle of nightmares from the bronze coffin, Sumu asserted. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the bronze coffin just the two of us? Sumu did not explain further. The reason he was so certain was that he sensed his lingering spiritual fluctuations from the corpse, proving that he had once hypnotized him. The two continued forward, discovering more and more corpses along the way, with the number exceeding 30. All the deceased had peaceful expressions without any wounds. Based on the residual spiritual fluctuations, 8 of the deceased belonged to the bronze coffin, while the origins of the others were unknown. It seems we are not the first to arrive here, others have come before us. Sumu pushed up his glasses thoughtfully. No one would come to such a desolate place as the ruined district, and judging by the attire of the dead, several were from the upper city. Why would people from the upper city come here? Could it also be for the golden eye? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps not far behind a small hill, as if someone was walking. He leaped gracefully, his body enhanced by the pure heart, feeling as light as a bird swiftly soaring to the top of the small hill. He focused his gaze, instantly furrowing his brow. At this moment, Yang Dongqing also followed up. When he saw the two men, his expression changed drastically. They were two men, one in a white shirt with a receding hairline, the other with a large floral tattoo on his arm, looking perfectly normal. However, what truly changed Yang Dongqing's complexion was that a small creature with white skin and a pair of flesh wings was perched on the tattooed man's shoulder. The little creature had no face, with only a large mouth on its head. Its bare arms reached into the tattooed man's head, constantly searching, then pulling out a clump of thread-like substance resembling cotton candy and stuffing it into its mouth. Strangely, there were no wounds on the tattooed man's head. Moreover, neither the tattooed man nor the bald man seemed to notice anything, as if they could not see the little creature, and continued to walk. Watch out for the monster, Yang Dongqing shouted loudly. The tattooed man and the bald man were startled, turning to look at Sumu and the others, their eyes flashing with surprise. Are you also people trapped here? We are looking for a way out of this hellhole. Yang Dongqing was anxious. He did not understand why the two could not see that little creature. He waved his arms. That tattooed guy. There's a monster on your shoulder. The tattooed man was taken aback, instinctively looking at his shoulder, his expression suddenly turning to one of immense terror. Just as he was about to scream, a look of confusion crossed his face, and he turned to Yang Dongqing, asking, "Where is the monster? Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." The impatient Yang Dongqing rushed over, while Sumu did not stop him, but observed. He was certain that the tattooed man and the bald man were both from the Bronze Coffin Company, as they still carried his own spear. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the small monster, but just as he entered within 10 meters of it, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. Like a fool scratching his head, he muttered, What was I rushing over for? He had forgotten. Meanwhile, the small monster continued to devour the contents extracted from the tattooed man's brain. Bang! The tattooed man fell straight to the ground, dying peacefully, with no visible wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Help him up quickly. The two hurried to lift the tattooed man, but just as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces simultaneously, completely forgetting what they were about to do. Whoosh! The small monster jumped onto the bald man's shoulder, its bare arms reaching towards his head. Seeing this scene, Sumu instantly understood that this small monster was likely the culprit behind their memory loss. Those misty clouds were probably its doing as well. Yang Dongqing, come back, Sumu waved to him. Yang Dongqing took a step back, but paused again after a single step, asking Sumu in confusion, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Sumu drew his gun and aimed at the small monster. He did not use the all-encompassing nature, as the monster had no eyes and the hypnosis would be too far away. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets accurately struck the small monster, knocking it off its shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullets did not penetrate its body, leaving only several white marks. After hitting the ground, the small monster quickly got back up, flapping its meaty wings and fleeing into the distance. "Why did you suddenly shoot?" Yang Dongqing asked in confusion. "There was a monster next to you that could devour memories. If I'm not mistaken, entering its 10-meter range would affect your memory, so keep your distance and don't get close." A memory-devouring monster. How come I didn't see it? Can it turn invisible? Yang Dongqing's expression changed. Sumu shook his head. It can't turn invisible, but the moment you see it, you'll forget that you saw it. This means you must maintain a distance of 10 meters to ensure you remember seeing it. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could speak, his expression suddenly changed, staring in shock at Sumu's shoulder. "You?" Sumu's eyes turned cold. Without waiting for Yang Dongqing's warning, his gun was already aimed at his own shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the small monster reaching for his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the trigger, but just as he was about to pull it, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and he stopped his finger from pulling the trigger. Wait, what am I supposed to do next? The gun. What am I going to shoot? Why do I need to shoot? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I never do meaningless things, though I must have my reasons. Bang! A fiery bullet whistled out, hitting the small monster's open mouth and knocking it away. This time it might have hit a vital spot, causing it to roll on the ground in pain, its small wings flapping desperately as it tried to fly away. Sumu instantly regained clarity, his hands steady like a precise machine, continuously firing in the direction the small monster was fleeing. Though all the bullets hit their target, they could not deal a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, the small monster flew out of everyone's run, he commanded, leading Yang Dongqing in the opposite direction. "That monster is really creepy. What do we do now?" While running, Yang Dongqing shouted at Sumu, who was 10 meters ahead. "Its own strength is quite weak, and its defense cannot compare to your iron will, but its memory-erasing state is currently unsolvable. To deal with it, we can only rely on long-range attacks like five-finger flame bullet or non-living entities without memories. A pistol can repel it, but cannot kill it, so for now, we must escape. Otherwise, when the bullets run out, we will undoubtedly die." Sumu's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a seasoned gamer encountering a challenging level. Just moments ago, he had nearly died. Had he not fired that shot, he would have been doomed. Relying on Yang Dongqing for rescue was utterly unrealistic. Even if Yang Dongqing rushed over, he would forget why he came once he entered the 10-meter range. Fortunately, he still fired the gun, relying on his absolute confidence. He had still managed to shoot even after losing his memory. The three of them ran swiftly, and soon the small monster chased after them again, its bare wings flapping rapidly as it charged towards them. Sumu fired while retreating, relying on the power of the gun. While he could not kill the small monster, he at least slowed. After they climbed over a tall hill, they immediately saw a different scene. The first thing that caught their eyes was a sacrificial ground surrounded by huge stone walls. Semicircular stone walls were arranged in a mysterious pattern built from massive stone blocks, their surfaces rough and uneven, covered in mottled marks and moss. From the hilltop, it resembled a giant eye made of stone walls with a clearing in the center that looked like a human pupil. "Let's go in and take a look," Sumu ordered. This time, without waiting for him to instruct, Yang Dongqing had already taken the initiative to lead the way. The bald man followed closely behind Sumu, his face filled with fear, cold sweat covering him. He had completely forgotten about Sumu and the others, even forgetting why he was there. All he knew was that there was a monster behind him, and he needed to run quickly. Strangely, after the three entered this land, the small monster stopped in its tracks, seemingly wary of something, unwilling. Sumu narrowed his eyes, realizing that there might be some hidden danger here. Yet no matter what danger lay hidden, he had to explore it, for with his current means, once the bullets ran out, he would undoubtedly die facing the small monster. The three of them weaved through the vast crevice left in the stone wall, heading straight for the central location, encountering many ancient bronze ritual implements scattered haphazardly on the ground along the way. Those bronze implements were severely damaged and rusted, yet Sumu did not overlook them, carefully inspecting each piece. Although he had never seen a treasure before, these bronze artifacts appearing in such a bizarre place might very well be treasures. However, treasures were indeed not so easily found. These bronze implements could at most be considered antiques, completely unrelated to treasures, lacking any power of law, and even shattered upon contact. "There's a corpse here." Yang Dongqing suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring intently at a dark humanoid figure in the corner. Sumu stepped forward and poked the figure with his serpent-patterned wooden staff, confirming that it was indeed a human corpse. The reason it was entirely blackened was that the individual had been scorched by flames. They continued onward, and as they approached the central area, the number of corpses increased. Strangely, the causes of death among these corpses fell into two categories. Some had been burned to charred remains, while others bore no flesh at all, only a pile of white bones. Moreover, the white bones showed signs of decay. Could this be a site for sacrifices? Yang Dongqing's face grew serious and apprehensive. The two different tragic fates of the corpses gave him a bad premonition. "I've heard that some people who worship evil gods like to self-immolate to prove their devotion. Could those white bones be the result of offering their own flesh and blood to the evil god?" The bald man trembled. "Stop, there are people in the central square." Sumu suddenly halted before a stone wall. Behind it lay the central square, and he had just heard faint voices, and there was more than one person. The expressions of Yang Dongqing and the others tensed up as they cautiously approached the edge of the stone wall, intending to first observe the situation in the square. "Here come three more unlucky ones. No need to hide, you three can come out." Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Seeing that they had been discovered, Sumu decided not to hide any longer and confidently stepped out from behind the stone wall with the other two. What greeted their eyes was a vast square surrounded by a circle of massive stone pillars, the surface weathered, but still faintly revealing traces of meticulous craftsmanship. In the center, enclosed by the stone pillars, stood an altar as pure white as jade, upon which rested a statue half the ones who had spoken were leaning against the stone pillars, a total of 8 people, 7 men and 1 woman, each bearing a faint aura of killing intent, well equipped, with some carrying cold weapons and others wielding firearms. Most strikingly, all 8 individuals bore injuries, 3 of whom had extensive burn wounds, while the remaining 5 showed signs of decaying limbs, with the most severely injured exposing their stark, white bones. "Which company are you 3 from?" A burly man in a tight black tank top and camouflage pants fixed his gaze on Sumu and questioned. The burly man's left hand was already decayed to a large extent, and the white bones of his hand were faintly visible. "Bronze coffin," Sumu replied calmly. The burly man frowned slightly. "Another bronze coffin. I didn't expect a newly established small company to attract so many extraordinary individuals." "Another one." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Have you seen other extraordinary individuals from the bronze coffin?" Before the burly man could respond, a trembling young Taoist in the corner quickly raised his hand. Me. I'm also from the bronze coffin." Yang Dongqing looked over at the Taoist, realizing he had no recollection of him. Sumu's gaze shifted slightly as he carefully examined the young Taoist, who had delicate features, was dressed in a green Taoist robe, and wore his hair in a Taoist bun. He carried an ancient long sword on his back. Upon seeing the long sword, Sumu immediately recognized the young man's identity. Indeed, he is from the bronze coffin. His sudden remark brought joy to the Taoist. "This fellow Taoist, did we know each other before? I didn't expect you to come from the unforgettable one and still recognize me, but unfortunately, I can't remember you at all." "The unforgettable one? Is that the name of that little monster?" Sumu shook his head. "I do not know you." "Oh." The Taoist's expression froze. "Then how can you be sure I'm from the bronze coffin?" "Because you are the only one here carrying a long sword. I once saw sword marks on the dummies in the bronze coffin training room, but Muro Mungli has no recollection of those sword marks." Therefore I speculate that there must have been others from the bronze coffin who entered the wasteland city before, but due to the unforgettable one Murong Mengli has forgotten you. What? The Taoist was taken aback. The boss actually forgot me. I've been sending her flowers every day since I joined the company. Although she didn't accept them, she couldn't just forget me. Did my flowers go to waste? For a moment the Taoist looked as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, his expression sagging like Yang Dongqing's after his breakup. Shut up. The burly man shouted angrily. No one wants to hear your failed love story. If we can't come up with a way to break the curse, we will all die. The Taoist's face paled, not daring to speak further, seemingly very apprehensive of the burly man. At this moment the burly man addressed Su Mu and the others. I am Tai Feng, a bronze stage 3 extraordinary individual belonging to the Ling Shu company founded by the second young master of the Murong family. Among those present my strength is the greatest, and I will temporarily lead this makeshift team. What are your strengths? Do not think about hiding anything. We are all in the same boat now. The moment you entered this sacrificial ground you were already targeted by the statue. The only way we can survive is by working together. Statue. Su Mu cast a discreet glance at the humanoid statue placed on the altar. It was quite peculiar, half black and half white, resembling two entirely different materials pieced together. The black part was as fierce as a demon, while the white part was as pure as a deity. Both figures had 4 wings composed of black and white, as well combining into 8 wings with the divine and demonic forces fused into one whole, resembling angels and fallen angels from mythology. Yang Dongqing, Bronze Stage 1. Yang Dongqing was the first to state his name and level. Upon hearing Bronze Stage 1, disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd, clearly hoping for a stronger ally. The bald man stammered, I'm Zhao Yongqiang, an ordinary person. An ordinary person didn't die at the hands of the unforgettable one. Do you have a treasure? The burly man Tai Feng fixed his gaze on Zhao Yongqiang, his oppressive presence making Zhao Yongqiang tremble even more. He hurriedly waved his hands. No, I don't. He saved me. Tai Feng followed Zhao Yongqiang's gaze to Su Mu, his expression turning scrutinizing. Su Mu smiled slightly. Su Mu, Bronze Stage 3. Great. Another Bronze Tier 3. Perhaps he can find a way to break the curse. The only woman in the group beamed with joy, stealing glances at Su Mu. You say you are Bronze Tier 3. Tai Feng's face was skeptical. Kid, this is not the time for lies. I don't think a bronze coffin can attract a Bronze Tier 3 transcender. What is your bronze law? Su Mu pushed up his tea-colored glasses and said lightly, what? Do you want to give it a try? His calm tone carried an undeniable confidence reminiscent of a high-ranking individual looking down from above. Humph. Tai Feng snorted coldly. Kid, I'm not afraid of you. The priority now is to break the curse. There's no need to complicate things. Though he spoke so, the wariness in his eyes was hard to hide. Could someone explain the curse? Su Mu politely inquired, and the woman in the crowd was about to speak when a Taoist interrupted her. The one who had just been frightened into silence by Tai Feng seemed to have found a pillar of support, sitting up straighter. Brother Su, I am Jun Wushang, one of our own. Let me explain. We all entered here to escape the unforgettable. Anyone who enters the sacrificial ground will be targeted by this statue. No one can leave. The angelic demon statue casts curses based on good and evil. Good people will see the statue transform into an angel only to be burned by flames, while evil people will see it turn into a demon, after which their bodies will rot. Previously someone had attempted to attack the statue, but it was completely ineffective. Even Mr. Tai Feng of Bronze Tier 3 could not leave a mark on it. We can only watch helplessly as we slowly burn to death or rot away. Jun Wushang said this while pulling aside his Taoist robe, revealing much of his rotting body. Su Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. How does the statue distinguish between good and evil? Cursing based on good and evil. He found it rather perplexing, as the standards of good and evil are difficult to judge. In the eyes of ants, humans are all villains, mercilessly trampling their kind every day. The statue will ask questions and judge good and evil based on your answers. Remember, never lie. Telling a lie will get you killed by the statue. When does it ask questions? As long as you come close to the statue, it will come alive and ask. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up as he discovered a way out. Then if I don't go near, won't I avoid the curse? Tai Feng let out a disdainful laugh. You think you alone are clever? Do you think we are all fools? I mentioned before, anyone who enters the sacrificial ground has already been targeted by the statue. If you don't approach the statue for a long time to answer its questions, it's tantamount to offending both the angel and the demon. Your body will be burned by fire and rot at the same time. Yang Dongqing's expression stiffened. He felt a bit angry, but he could neither fight back nor argue against them. Su Mu did not go directly to find the statue, but instead asked a question. Are you all associated with companies founded by the Murong family? Tai Feng pointed to the 2 people beside him. We are from Ling Shu Company, and those over there are from Ling Yao Company, founded by the 4th young lady of the Murong family. I don't need to explain who you are. The bronze coffin is the nominal 3rd young lady of the Murong family. He did not mention the term illegitimate daughter, clearly wary of Su Mu's strength at Bronze Tier 3. So you all came to... The crowd nodded, their expressions varied. If not for the golden eye, who would come to such a cursed place as this? Tai Feng sneered. Suddenly Su Mu laughed. It seems there is no golden eye here. The crowd was taken aback, and Tai Feng hurriedly asked, what do you mean by that? How do you know there isn't? Where did you hear about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Tai Feng said warily. Su Mu smiled slightly, then let me guess. Your companies must have gotten the golden leaves from scavengers. As soon as this was said, the people from Ling Shu and Ling Yao companies changed their expressions simultaneously. The two groups exchanged glances, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Tai Feng still insisted, so what? The golden tree certainly dropped more than one leaf, and it's normal for many scavengers. This only further indicated that there is a golden eye here. Sumu sighed, his gaze behind the tea-colored glasses resembling that of someone looking at a fool. If what you say is true, then there should be more companies aware of the golden eye's news, not just the Morong family. Have you not considered why only companies from the Morong family are here? And all the companies are gathered here except for the company of the eldest son of the Morong family. This. The few of them exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise on each other's faces. They were not fools, but were cursed, making it difficult to think calmly. Their minds were filled with thoughts of the curse. Now with Su Mu's subtle hint, they suddenly realized something was off. You mean this is a trap set by the eldest son of the Morong family? Tai Feng stood up abruptly, suddenly groaning in pain as he pressed his hand against his rotting left arm, clearly having touched a wound. Perhaps, but that's not important. Sumu shrugged indifferently. In fact, he leaned more towards the idea that Murong Mingli's fiancée was also involved, as Hanyu had not shown up from beginning to end. To him, who the mastermind was mattered little. After all, he never concerned himself with evidence for revenge. Killing all those suspected would eventually lead to the true enemy among them. Moreover, he quite enjoyed the surprises sent by the other party and decided to return the favor in the future. The expressions of the crowd became exceedingly grim. Being tricked to such an extent, anyone would inevitably harbor resentment. Next question: after entering the sacrificial ground, has the unforgettable appeared again? Perhaps due to acknowledging Su Mu's strength and intellect, even Tai Feng did not try any tricks this time, directly stating no, the unforgettable should be wary of the statue and does not dare to enter its range. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this statue was even more bizarre than the unforgettable. But why would the mastermind place both mutually restraining entities in the abandoned city? The statue was so strange that it could trap all transcenders here, forcing them to wait for death. Logically, the mastermind only needed to dispatch the statue, and there was no need to introduce another unforgettable. Unless the statue was not created by the mastermind, but was originally here. After roughly sorting out the cause and effect, Su Mu gestured to the bald man Zhao Yongqiang. Under the influence of hypnosis, Zhao Yongqiang resolutely stepped into the range, enveloped by the statue. Zhao Yongqiang's action immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to be extremely wary of the statue, and upon seeing someone step into its range, they all struggled against their pain to rise and continuously retreat. As Zhao Yongqiang approached within about 10 meters of the statue, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The sound of stones grinding against each other rang out, and the half-man-high statue slowly turned its head to face Zhao Yongqiang. Its black and white eyes seemed to come to life, subtly moving as they fixed their gaze on the living being before them. A terrifying pressure descended at that moment. The surrounding space seemed to solidify. The sensation was indescribable, like being suddenly plunged into a 10,000-meter deep sea surrounded by writhing darkness, suffocating cold and despairing. Thud! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongqiang collapsed to the ground, his face pale, and his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Sumu squinted slightly. He had just performed hypnosis to eliminate Zhao Yongqiang's fear, yet facing the statue, that tidal wave of fear broke through the effects of the hypnosis. Mortals, speak of your most heinous deeds. A deep, eerie, and cold voice resonated simultaneously, a stark contrast of tones, like an angel and a demon speaking. As the statue spoke, the transcendent beings were all filled with fear, not daring to even breathe, hiding behind the pillars to observe. Zhao Yongqiang trembled even more, his words becoming intermittent. I misappropriated money from my former company and framed someone else. Buzz. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the statue gradually fell silent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated into nothingness. What followed was Zhao Yongqiang's anguished scream, my leg. He screamed as he frantically rolled up his pant leg, only to see the flesh on his right calf beginning to rot. He has been cursed by a demon, Tieshing said gravely with a hint of confusion in his tone. Among our sins, misappropriating public funds is considered the lightest. I thought he would be cursed by an angel, but unexpectedly, it was a demon. Who knows, perhaps in the eyes of the angel, misappropriating public funds is considered betrayal, thus not counted as good. Suddenly another scream rang out, this time from Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing clutched his left hand, which bore a look of agony, as 3 of his fingers began to rot slowly, while the other 2 fingers appeared to be scorched by an invisible flame, the skin blackening. Hurry and answer the statue's question, or you will be cursed by both the angel and the demon. Jun Wuxiang urgently reminded, also from the Qingtong Coffin Company. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he rushed towards the statue. Subsequently, the statue revived once more, turning its gaze to Yang Dongqing. The young man with a steel body immediately felt the terrifying pressure descending upon him like a dark mountain. He attempted to grit his teeth and persist, but merely a few seconds later, he collapsed straight down before the statue. Mortals, speak of your most heinous deeds. The same question echoed. However, Yang Dongqing found himself in a dilemma, as he was uncertain which of his deeds was the most heinous. He considered saying he killed people, having taken the lives of numerous members of the Poison Snake Gang, but he did not believe that was evil. It was Su Mu who had committed wrongdoing first by taking away Jasmine, and all members of the Poison Snake Gang were scum. Their deaths were not in vain. After pondering for a moment, Yang Dongqing struggled to lift his head and said, robbery, I robbed 50,000 yuan. Buzz. A strange, buzzing sound erupted. In Yang Dongqing's eyes, the statue began to change. The originally half-god and half-demon statue rapidly turned black, transforming entirely into a hideous demonic form. At the same time, the burn on his palm quickly vanished, replaced instead by rotting of the entire palm. Another demon. Jun Wuxiang exclaimed, this is ridiculous. Robbing 50,000 yuan makes one a demon. This woman annihilated her enemy's entire family for revenge, sparing not even the children, yet received the curse of an angel. So what? Killing is justifiable retribution. What's wrong with my revenge? Look at yourself. Your most heinous deed was not paying for a foot massage, and you've also been counted as a demon. How can you have the face to speak of others? Jun Wuxiang's face turned red instantly, clearly embarrassed by the revelation of his past. I simply forgot. There is indeed something amiss, Tiesheng said, shifting his gaze among the group. Is the judgment standard truly based on good and evil? Is robbery a greater sin than murder? There is indeed something amiss, Tiesheng said, shifting his gaze among the group. Is the judgment standard truly based on good and evil? Is robbery a greater sin than murder? Situation. A small, thin man. That is possible. Tiesheng could not think of a better explanation and could only reluctantly accept this reasoning. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the last person, Su Mu. Someone questioned, he has been silent for so long without answering the question, why hasn't he been cursed by the gods and demons? The crowd also noticed this issue. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing arrived at the same time. Logically, both should be simultaneously subjected to the dual curses of the gods and demons, yet only Yang Dongqing had been cursed, while Su Mu appeared completely unscathed. He must have already been cursed. His wound is probably hidden under his clothes, and he likely has a stronger pain tolerance, so he hasn't shown any signs. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Su Mu smiled slightly, not explaining. He truly had not been cursed. Earlier he had sensed two strange forces invading his body, but had resisted them with the heart of purity. The passive effect of the heart of purity is strong resistance against various impurities and negative elements. However, he still chose to approach the statue as he could feel that with the passage of time, those two strange forces were growing stronger, and it wouldn't be long before they surpassed the limits of what the heart of purity could withstand. Not wanting to be afflicted by two curses, he could only respond to the statue's question. Crack, crack, crack. As Su Mu stepped forward, the statue's head began to turn, and the terrifying pressure descended once more. The sensation of despair and fear, as if falling into a 10th sand-meter deep sea, surged in his heart. Previously, it had not felt too prominent from a distance, but now under the gaze of the statue, it was especially intense. It was as if a true god and demon stood before him, their towering forms breaking through the heavens, matching the stars. That overwhelming sense of oppression was enough to suffocate. Yet just as everyone expected Su Mu to buckle under the pressure as they discovered, he was smiling a light and dismay. His figure stood tall and straight like a pine, his gaze calm and serene, as if he felt no pressure from the god and demon. Su Mu smiled gently and silently asked the statue, you are a god, so what am I? The statue fell into silence as if it were a lifeless object.